24th. The Lux Radio Theater presents Under Two Flags with Herbert Marshall, Olivia de Havilland, Lupe Velez, and Lionel Atwill. Lux presents Hollywood. Under Two Flags comes to you through the courtesy of the makers of Lux Flakes. May we thank you for supporting the Lux Radio Theater through your regular use of Lux. Tonight, our stars are Herbert Marshall, Olivia de Havilland, Lupe Velez, and Lionel Atwill. Our guest, Miss Fanchon, of the famous team of Fanchon and Marco, now Hollywood's first major studio woman producer, and Louis Van den Ecker, former sergeant in the French Foreign Legion. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our conductor, Louis Silvers. So do we welcome you to another hour in Hollywood. Before starting our play, let me say that from all I hear, Lux Flakes seem to be mighty popular with modern brides. They're not going to risk dishpan hands if they can help it. They know that we men don't like red, rough hands. Such a hand feels coarse and unpleasant, makes a man wince inside, though naturally he tries not to show it. Mrs. John McGuire, who was married this year, puts it very well when she says,
maybe men respect them, but believe me, they don't admire dishpan hands. I'm not going to have them, thanks to Lux.
As Mrs. McGuire knows, Lux guards against dishpan hands. It has no harmful alkali to dry and roughen the skin. You'll find it speeds up dishwashing, too. I turn the microphone over now to Hollywood's celebrated producer and starfinder. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's production of Under Two Flags recalls memories of the golden age on Broadway. David Belasco was starring Blanche Bates in this great play. I was acting in another production nearby, and frequently members of our company would slip into Belasco's theater to watch Miss Bates rehearse as Cigarette. Among us was a very young girl, also destined to leave the stage and try her luck in the fad that was soon to sweep the country, moving pictures. She did rather well. Her name was Mary Pickford. Our story is from the celebrated novel of Louise de la Ramée. And tonight, thanks to Paramount and RKO Studios, we star a gentleman of long acquaintance with our microphone, Herbert Marshall. Bart leaves the set of Angel, his new picture with Marlene Dietrich, to portray the role of Corporal Victor. As Cigarette, there's Guadalupe Villalobos, the hard way of saying Lupe Velez. Born in San Luis Potosi, daughter of a colonel and an opera singer, Lupe flared to fame on the Mexican musical comedy stage, and her firecracker personality prompted me to cast her in the third version of The Squaw-Man. Olivia de Havilland's third appearance in the Lux Radio Theater finds her in the part of Lady Venicia. Lovely, talented, and youthful, Olivia can look forward to a most brilliant Hollywood future. She's just completed Call It a Day and has begun work on It's Love I'm After for Warner Brothers. Just as busy as Lionel Atwill, who, like Lupe, is home from picture-making in England. He's just finished The Road Back for Universal and Last Train from Madrid for Paramount. We meet him tonight in the role of Major Doyle. From this point on, let our stars account for themselves. Up with the curtain, then, as once again we bring you the magic of the Lux Radio Theater, presenting Under Two Flags, starring Herbert Marshall, Olivia de Havilland, Lupe Velez, and Lionel Atwill. Algiers. Land of shimmering sands and blazing sun, of trackless desert wastes, of scorching days and magic star-swept nights. Land of the Foreign Legion. On the edge of the Great Sahara, the little Arab town of Saida lies drowsing in the midday heat. Only in the Café Cigarette is there any sign of activity. Cigarette, herself, a vivacious young French girl, moves from table to table, chatting with the patrons. Suddenly, the door's flung open as her father waddles excitedly into the room.
Cigarette! Where are you?
Papa, what is wrong?
Cigarette! The 14th Company of Legionnaires. They have marched away.
What? That is impossible.
No, they are gone. With my own eyes, I see them go.
They cannot do this to me. They owe me for wine, for beer, for food.
Oh, they will never pay now. We are ruined.
Oh, Papa, you donkey. Why did you let him go?
Why? I am one man. Can I stop a whole regiment?
And I am one girl. But I will stop them. I will see the commandant.
Oh, no, it is too late. Already they have marched across the desert.
The commandant will make the march back. Wait here. I tell you, I will see the commandant. I will.
I'm sorry, little one, but Major Doyle is busy.
Get out of my way.
Here, what's this? Oh, hello, Cigarette.
Hello. This fool here would not let me speak with you.
It's all right, orderly. Well, it's nice to see you.
Thank you, Monsieur le Commandant. So you robbed me, eh? You ruined my father, my cafe. Oh, you pig!
Easy there, easy. What's all this about?
Look at this bill. What you fine legionnaires saw me. And what do, huh? You march him away. Now I never get my money. Oh, never.
There, now, Cigarette, I wouldn't do anything to hurt you. I never gave you a thought.
No, you never do.
Well, what can I do about it now? The company's gone.
You can order them back.
Call them back?
Mm-hmm.
But I can't countermount an order.
But, Commandant, for me? For cigarette?
No.
No?
No.
Ooh, what a great big no. And yet you say you love me. And when I ask you such a little thing like this, you say no.
Now, look here. Have I ever refused you anything in reason?
You always been very, very kind.
Yes, and too blasted patient. Now, I've waited a long time for you, Cigarette.
Ah, but you will soon be a colonel.
Yes, you said major when I was a captain.
Did I?
I never know how to take you. Now, do you love me or don't you?
So very, very much. And when you're a colonel, I shall love you so much more and...
And what?
Now you will bring the men back for me, yes? And when they come back, I will kiss you, Like that.
Oh, Cigarette.
Goodbye, Montgomery.
No, come back here, come. Little devil. Orderly.
Commandant?
Orderly, tell the adjutant to send a messenger after the 14th Company and order them back to barracks.
Order them.
Didn't you hear? Jump. Come in.
Commandant?
Well,
Corporal Victor is here, sir.
Victor, who's he?
One of the survivors of the 17th Company, sir.
Oh, yes. I want to see him.
Commandant?
Come over here. Your name, Victor?
Yes, sir. 17th Company.
How many have you left?
8, sir. It was a surprise attack by Lady Venicia.
Yes, I know that. You're lucky any of you came out alive.
Yes, sir.
Corporal Victor, your company was on its way here to Saida. You were carrying food for Colonel Farrell's mess.
Yes, sir.
Well, where is it?
We haven't got it, sir.
Arabs take it?
No, sir. I gave it to the men.
What?
Emergency rations, sir, just after the attack.
Emergency rations? How long has caviar been emergency rations?
There were no complaints, sir.
You know those stores were for Colonel Farrell's private use?
The colonel has excellent taste, sir. I might add that his wine is also up to the mark.
I see. Made up your mind to have one good meal before they finish you off, eh? Well, I think I'd have done the same thing myself.
Thank you, sir.
Corporal Victor, huh? Any military service before you joined the Legion?
Yes, sir.
British Army, of course. Yeah. How long in the Legion?
First year of my second enlistment, sir.
Good. I'll get you transferred to my battalion. It's the best battalion. I like to have the best men.
I like to be under the best commander.
That'll do, Corporal. That'll do.
Yes, sir. Oh, if I might make a request, sir.
Well?
There's another survivor, Legionnaire Rake. I'd like to have him transferred with me, sir.
Rake, eh? Friend of yours?
A very old friend, sir. He's been with me. We've been friends for years.
I'll arrange it.
Thank you, sir. You know, Rick, I think I'm going to like the 14th. They're a jolly bunch.
Yes, sir. A bit noisy, sir.
Don't call me sir. You really must get out of that habit, Rick.
Tried it, sir. But it will slip out like.
Oh, hello, my friend.
How are you, Ivan? Sit down. Rick and I were just about to open a bottle.
A bottle? Of course, I'll sit down. Blessed cigarette, blessed here for...
Cascade.
Yes?
Who's that man over there? The one at the table with Ivan.
You like his looks, eh? That is Corporal Victor.
Oh, Corporal Victor. Uh-huh. I think I must welcome you.
You will like it here, Corporal Victor.
I'm sure I will.
Corporal Victor, I welcome you to my cafe. I am Cigarette.
How do you do, mademoiselle? May we have 3 glasses, please?
What? But I am Cigarette, the mascot of the company.
Again, how do you do? We are very thirsty, if you don't mind.
But always, the first time you come, Cigarette gives you a bottle of wine.
Thank you, mademoiselle, but we have cognac, as you see. Now, may we have our glasses?
So, you refuse my wine. You insult me, my cafe.
Perhaps we should be glad of your wine later.
We have no glasses for you, now or later. You are too good for us here, Corporal Caviar.
No. If you're not going to serve us, mademoiselle, we shall have to go to another cafe.
Don't let him get away, Cigarette.
You lose your customer.
Sit on his lap, Cigarette.
Oh, no. The corporal would not like for someone to sit on his lap. Like this.
That's quite all right, mademoiselle. But I hope you don't mind if I stand up. Like this.
Oh, you pig! You dog! You sit me on the floor, yes?
Yes. Good night, mademoiselle.
One hour a day for rest and recreation, and we've got to spend it here in the bar.
Well, get off my bunk, Ivan.
Don't.
No, come on, get off.
Don't you think you better have a nap, sir? I mean, Corporal.
Thanks, Rick. I'd rather finish carving this model.
The horse, sir?
It's a model of Forest King. Like it?
Carved him a bit delicate like, haven't you, sir? His legs, I mean.
Well, perhaps I have.
Yes, you'd have a broken foreleg with a bone like that. You know, sir, at the time you almost hit the rail at Aintree.
He had a great heart, that fella.
The biggest in England. Oh, sir, it would be nice to see him again, wouldn't it?
He's about the only thing I'd care to see again.
Attention! Commandant going the rounds. All ready, Commandant.
Listen, men. We're having a visitor. An English lady from the hotel. Now, act your best. At ease, men.
Is this the place, Commandant?
This is it. Come in, Lady Venicia.
I do hope the men don't mind.
Mind? Why, they're honored. Well?
Oh, the men must be tortured with the flies. Shouldn't they have screens in their quarters?
Screens. It's said in the Legion that when a fly bites a legionnaire, the fly dies. Is that right, Corporal?
Quite right, sir.
Oh. How do you do?
How do you do?
Corporal Victor, one of my best men, Lady Venicia. English, of course. Got a fine record. In the Legion, I mean. Nothing to be ashamed of there, at any rate.
Thank you, sir.
This carving. Is it your work, Corporal?
My recreation.
It's beautiful. A perfect model of an English thoroughbred hunter.
A hunter, is it? A lot he knows about those. He sees nothing but Arab ponies in these parts.
Might have been carved from memory.
Not likely, I should think. But that's dangerous ground, my lady. Better not look into their pasts.
I'm sorry, Corporal.
I'm glad you like the model, my lady.
Well, shall we get along, Lady Venicia?
Thank you, Commandant.
The other barracks, my lady, are...
It gave me the creeps when I saw the way you looked at her. For a moment, I thought she knew you.
No. I've never met her before. She's beautiful, isn't she?
So it isn't corporal anymore. It's sergeant from now on. Sergeant Victor.
Thank you, sir.
Now, you know Arabic, Sergeant?
Yes, sir, some.
Good. I have an assignment for you. Important. Go down to the Arab horse market. Some new traders have just come in from the desert, and keep your eyes open.
For what, sir?
For any talk of Sidi Ben Yusuf. Any hint that he's collecting his tribes.
Very good, sir.
Oh, and, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
You may see an English captain down there. One of the party of visitors. He'll be buying horses. See that he isn't cheated. Huh?
I'll do my best.
So long now.
I know, I'll take that horse here. And show me some more like it.
Did you see that, sir?
Yes, our English friend has bought the same horse 4 times. Those Arabs are shrewd traders, Wake.
Shrewd, sir. They're downright thieves. That girl over there, Cigarette. She seems to be helping him to buy.
Not helping him, Rick. I should say she's helping the Arabs to sell. Come on.
The Englishman will buy this tree and this black one here. No?
Oh, but that gray one, I think I like him better.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hey? Oh, good afternoon.
Buying horses, sir?
Yes.
What do you want here, Sergeant Caviar?
Oh, just looking on.
Look here, Cigarette says the black's a finer horse than the gray. You agree, Sergeant?
Since you asked my opinion, sir, I would take the gray. The black is a bit weak in the forelegs.
And what would a legionnaire know about horses? You take my word, mon captain. I know. There's one way to prove the black is best. I will ride him, and the Arab boy shall ride the gray. We will race.
Good idea. Excellent. That'll show.
It is a good idea, sir. But with your permission, I'll ride the gray. You see, the Arab boy might be inclined to think that someone wants you to buy the black.
What? Oh, I see. Yes, splendid, Sergeant, splendid. Look here, my dear, you don't mind if the sergeant rides against you, do you?
No. It will be a pleasure to beat him.
Well, forget that. Look here, I see you too. You ought to have a bet on this. Let's say a bottle of wine to a kiss, what?
As the lady likes, sir?
Oui, I bet. Even though it would kill me to pay.
It's all right, mademoiselle. If you don't care to pay, it will be the horse who will win. We could compromise and allow you to kiss him.
You, I pay no one.
Say, look out, she's riding off. You made her jolly angry, Sergeant.
Cigarette. I didn't mean to. Come back.
After her, Sergeant.
Cigarette, wait.
There it goes, and I'll bet he catch her.
He will that, sir.
Look at it. Going right out into that desert.
Cigarette, stop. Pull up.
No.
You've got to let me explain.
No.
If you don't stop, I'll have to lift you off your horse.
Let me alone. Put me down.
I will when I've spoken my piece.
Look out, I'm falling.
Cigarette, are you all right? Can you sit up? Cigarette, look at me.
You fool. Why don't you leave horses alone if you can ride? Do you want to kill me? Do you want to break my neck?
No, I couldn't break that lovely little neck.
Oh, I hate you.
I'm terribly sorry if I was rude.
Sorry?
Yes, really. I didn't mean to offend you.
No? The first time you come to my cafe, you insult me. And the next time you see me, you tell me to kiss a horse.
You know, after all, you did say it would kill you to pay the bet.
Are you really sorry?
I am indeed. And you have forgiven me?
Would it have killed you if I had paid my bet?
I should say not.
Then, here. You like that?
Like
No.
it? Who wouldn't? I'm sorry we didn't bet some more.
Oh, but we did. 5, 6, 10 bets. And every time you won.
Huh?
What are you thinking about?
What? Oh, nothing much. Just watching the sunset.
I have been watching it, too. But I have been thinking.
What about?
Oh, about you. I did not know I could hate a man so much. And fall in love with him so quick.
Oh, what a strange little creature you are, Cigarette. Now we've got to go. Come on.
It will be a long walk without the horses.
Shall I carry you?
Oh, no. This isn't the first time I walk in the desert. Many a times I march with the Legion.
Yes. You told me you were the mascot.
That night at the cafe? Even though you did not look at me then, I knew that you liked me. And I like you, too. And tonight you will come again. And I will fix a little table so nice for you in the alcove. Then I think we will bet some more. You will come, yes?
My dear Cigarette, that's an invitation no soldier could refuse.
Before going on with our play, let us imagine for a moment that we're in a typical American home in which we meet three members of our unseen radio audience. First, you hear Joe's sister, Dorothy, who has come over tonight especially to listen to Under Two Flags with Nan and Joe.
It's a swell show, isn't it? I wouldn't think of missing the Lux program, and I couldn't live without my Lux.
Oh, seems to me there's always something or other you can't live without.
Now, there's a brother for you. I'm really very economical, Joe, darling.
Yeah.
But listen, Nan, I got 4 of the grandest dresses today. I'm going to be the best-dressed girl in town.
4? Oh, Dot, you are getting extravagant.
I'm not, thanks to Lux Flakes. You see, dear, I can put more money into new clothes this year because Lux has been saving me so much money on cleaning bills, and my things last so much longer now. They really new looking. Besides, it leaves dresses so clean and sweet.
Are you going to Lux everything?
Yes, ma'am. I'm not buying a thing that isn't Luxable. Then nothing but Lux Flakes will ever touch them. I'm too thrifty to risk ordinary soaps or rubbing with cake soap.
Dorothy has found the way to dress well at very little cost. Nowadays, every store is full of Luxables that are knockouts for smartness. And they'll look as smart at the end of the season as they do right now if you stick to Lux. These gentle flakes are made to protect colors and fabrics. Remember, anything safe in water alone is safe in Lux. Back now to Mr. DeMille.
Under Two Flags, starring Herbert Marshall, Olivia de Havilland, Lupe Velez, and Lionel Atwill. It's later the same evening. Convinced that Sergeant Victor is in love with her, Cigarette sings happily as she prepares the private table in the cafe. But the sergeant has forgotten his promise. He's late even now, and Ivan, the Legionnaire, amuses himself by poking fun at Cigarette.
So it is the sergeant now, eh? You're in love with him.
In love? Oh, I hate him.
Of course, of course. Maybe that's why you make up a nice table here, because you hate him.
He is not coming here.
You can be sure of that.
What do you mean?
I know he's not coming. And you know why?
What?
Because there is a ball up in the English hotel. He's gone up there.
Ah! Oh, you're a fool, bad. Legionnaires are not permitted at the hotel.
But he has gone there. I saw him. And I bet you he does not come here.
All right, I bet you.
Ah! So you were expecting him.
There I was, Lady Venicia, down there with the old Arabs buying horses.
I've heard they're rather shrewd, Captain.
Well, of course, I had to watch my step, I did.
Excuse me, sir.
What is it, Sergeant?
Important dispatch has just arrived, sir.
From Egypt?
Quite possibly, sir.
Sure, I must go. You coming, Lady Venicia?
No, I'll wait. Don't be long, Captain.
No, I won't. And thanks, Sergeant.
So, a sergeant now.
Yes, my lady.
Tell me, was there any such important message?
There might have been, but I didn't bring it.
It's very dangerous for you to be here under false pretenses.
It is indeed. Twice dangerous.
Twice?
A firing squad on one side. Your eyes on the other.
You're a daring man, Sergeant.
I had to come to bring you this.
Oh, the model of the horse.
You were kind enough to admire it. Will you accept it from me? As a gift?
Thank you. I shall love it. Not only for itself, but because you risked so much to bring it. Do you know, this is the first exciting thing that's happened to me in all this monotonous country.
Africa, monotonous?
Well, look about you. Isn't it monotonous?
But this isn't Africa. It's just a ball in a hotel in any part of the world. Africa's out there. In the Arab quarters, the Jewish bazaars, the cafes, the Kabyle dancers.
Things I'm afraid I shall never see.
Things you ought to see if you want to know Africa. I could take you, you know. Or perhaps adventure doesn't appeal to you.
You're daring me, aren't you?
Yes,
You realize it's absurd, impossible,
quite.
and that's why I might do it?
Of course.
Oh, you oughtn't to tempt me. When can we go?
Now,
Now. How can we get out?
can you climb?
I used to climb apple trees.
Then come on. The balcony shouldn't present any difficulties.
Quiet. It's very late, Sergeant.
You've probably been missed.
Oh, what a pity Cinderella has to go home. We'd better say goodnight out here. Thank you for showing me Africa. It's been thrilling.
You didn't think that was Africa, did you?
But you said it was.
Did I? No. The real Africa's out there in the desert. The Maibu oasis at full moon.
Maibu. It sounds enchanting.
And only 3 miles out.
Are you tempting me again?
Yes. Are you tempted?
Dreadfully. But of course it's impossible.
Oh, quite impossible.
I'm afraid so. Unless...
Unless
Will there be a full moon tomorrow night?
I shall see to it personally.
Good night, Sergeant Victor.
Good night, my lady. Oh, you came out here after all.
Didn't you know I would? And after you ordered the moon especially for me?
There it is. Shall we sit down?
You were going to show me the rest of Africa.
It's all around you, my lady. The desert, the oasis, these ruins here.
How silent. How grave. And how incredibly old it all is.
Yes. That's Africa.
This place must have a story.
1,000 stories. Shall I tell you one of them?
I'd much rather hear another. Your own.
My story's much too long, much too dull to tell you.
Not dull, I'm sure.
No, perhaps not dull. And it hasn't seemed long. Till now. After this, it'll be endless.
After this?
Being with you. Feeling the nearness of you. You'll never know what it's meant to me.
Oh, please, you mustn't talk this way.
Do I frighten you?
No, but...
You see, it's the old trick. I'm just playing on your sympathy.
Oh, you had that from the first moment I saw you. You don't belong here. You're miserable here, aren't you?
I was. I'm not anymore.
You mean that I...
Yes. You've changed everything for me. Venicia.
Oh, don't say any more. I must go back now.
Do you want to go back?
No. That's why I must.
Oh, what's up? What's the matter?
How do I know? Am I the commandant?
Fall in, you men. Fall in. It's an attack. I heard the commandant say so. Sidi Ben Yusuf's tribes. They have attacked Ain Sufra.
Commandant.
Men, we just received marching orders. Ain Sufra's been attacked. Be ready to move in an hour. Full packs. That's all.
Company dismissed.
Sergeant Victor. Sergeant Victor.
What is it, Rick?
Sir, I've been looking for you. I've just seen Lord Seraph.
Lord Seraph?
Yes, sir. He's just arrived, sir. Gone up to the hoteliers.
He mustn't see me.
Oh, he'd know you, sir. He'd recognize you, sure. And, sir, remember that lady who came to the barracks that day?
Lady Venicia?
Yes. She's his niece, sir.
His niece? Rick, you've got to pack for me.
But we're marching an hour, sir.
I can't help that. I gave the carving of Forest King to Lady Venicia. It has the name carved on it. I've got to get it back.
Oh, he'd know Forest King, sir.
Bring my kit. I'll meet you at the parade ground. Oh, hello, cigarette.
Oh, Victor. Where have you been? 2 nights I waited for you, and you did not come. Why?
I'm sorry, cigarette, but I couldn't.
Was it the commandant's orders? He gave you some special duty?
No, I was detained.
Oh.
Forgive me, cigarette, but I must go now.
You would leave me and not even say goodbye?
No. I was coming to say goodbye before I left. Believe me.
Goodbye? Is that all you were going to say to me?
Please. You must forgive me. I've got to go.
Victor.
Venicia, I climbed the balcony. I hope no one saw me.
Oh, thank heaven you've come. If you hadn't, I should have gone to you. I couldn't let you go without seeing you.
Venicia, there's something I'm going to ask you. You're going to think it very odd of me, but really it's important. It's the model of the horse. I've come to ask you to give it back to me.
But why? It's mine. I love it.
I can't explain, but I must have it. Will you give it to me, please?
Well, of course I will. It's in the other room. But you must let me have it again when you come back.
But you won't be here when I return. You will be in England.
No. I shall be here, Victor. I can't leave you, ever.
But, Venicia...
Oh, no, don't speak. I've thought it all out. I know nothing of you except yourself, but that's all I need to know.
Venicia, dear, do you realize what you're saying? It's madness.
Oh, no. When 2 people love each other like this and part, that's madness. And you won't always be a legionnaire. Someday your service will end.
It will never end. I can never go back to England. I'll only be exchanging my service here for a prison cell.
I don't believe it. You're trying to frighten me because you think it's hopeless. But it isn't hopeless. I won't let it be. You can't forget me, Victor. Can you?
No.
You want me to wait?
Want you?
Then I will.
May I come in?
Who's that?
Don't go. It's only my uncle.
No, I can't see him.
I shall be here when you come back. I love you, Victor. Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye, Venicia.
Cigarette, where are you?
Yes, Commandant.
Look, my darling. You see this? It's my new commission. I've got it, Cigarette. I'm a colonel.
The colonel?
Don't you see? This is the thing we waited for, planned for. Cigarette. Cigarette. Oh, you're crying. What is it? Darling, tell me, what is it?
I cried because you go away. Maybe you never come back.
You lie. It's that sergeant. You've been different to me since the first time you laid eyes on him. Not a decent kiss have I had since that day.
It is not true. I hate him.
You're lying to me. You're lying to me. Aren't you? Aren't you?
Yes, I am lying. It is the sergeant.
You're crying for him. I warned you once, Cigarette, that I'd never let another man take my place. No man ever shall.
What do you mean?
I warned you, Cigarette.
Run!
Commandant, you want to see me, son?
Yes. Yes, Sergeant Victor. I've got a little special detail work for you.
Very good, sir.
You'll pick up 20 men, cut across the desert, due north towards Iron Sifra, hold a position 15 kilometers this side of the fort.
Excuse me, sir, I don't quite understand. You said 20 men, due north across the desert?
Well?
That's right through the heart of the Arab forces, sir.
I know that.
We'll never make it, sir.
You have your orders.
But with only 20 men.
You have your orders.
It's certain death for all of us. I suppose you know that.
Death is part of every soldier's equipment, Sergeant Victor. Pick your men and leave at once.
If you don't mind, sir, I'd like to ask for volunteers.
Do what you want.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
KNX Los Angeles, the voice of Hollywood.
Before we resume Under Two Flags, I am privileged to introduce a soldier who served under 3 national banners, the Belgian, French, and Polish. He spent 7 years in the French Foreign Legion, campaigning in Algeria, Morocco, Indochina, and the Sahara, rising to the rank of sergeant. In the World War, he became a lieutenant, was severely wounded, underwent 23 operations, and received several decorations, including knighthood in the French Legion of Honor. In recent years, he's been a military technical advisor in Hollywood. He worked for me on The Crusades, and most recently on Paul Muni's picture, The Life of Emile Zola. Ladies and gentlemen, a true soldier of fortune, Lieutenant Louis Van den Ecker.
My thanks, Mr. DeMille. I suppose a lot of people are wondering what crime I committed to have joined the Legion. If I disappoint you, I'm sorry. But the law and I have never had any arguments. Men join the Legion for one reason: adventure. Criminals are not found in the ranks, and if one of them manages to join, he is soon arrested by civil authorities.
It was my impression that they ask no questions when you join the Legion.
That's true, but that does not keep criminal that does not keep police from chasing a criminal.
What are the qualifications then for enlistment?
Only 2. You have to be of age and in excellent health.
In our play, Van, we mention Ain Sufra and Saida. Do those towns mean anything to you?
A great deal. I served many months at both places. In fact, at Ain Sufra, there is a bottle embedded in the wall of one of the buildings. In it is a slip of paper with my name and the date. Just a souvenir I left behind.
As one who encountered the Arabs many times, what's your opinion of them as fighters?
Very high. Arabs have no fear. They believe that if they die fighting, they will go to paradise with many pretty girls. We had our hands full many times, and I've been just as scared as anyone could be. When marching, the legionnaires are always in square formation, ready for instant trouble. And at night, they pitch their camps in square formations too. They are never without their rifles or their picks and shovels.
No, they're overcoats, judging from what I've seen. Why overcoats in the desert?
Because the coat acts on the same order as a thermos bottle. It keeps the heat out.
Well, after 7 years in their ranks, Van, what's your most vivid memory of the Legion?
Their wonderful spirit of comradeship. They will not only risk their lives to save a wounded comrade, but there is case after case of as many as 6 men going to their death trying to recover the body of a dead comrade, rather than let it fall in the enemy's hands. In the Legion are men of every race, color and religion under the sun, men of every profession, living together, fighting together as brothers. If the world wants an example of brotherhood to follow, let the world look to the French Foreign Legion.
Thank you, soldier. Herbert Marshall, Olivia de Havilland, Lupe Velez, and Lionel Atwill take up our story, Under Two Flags. One week has passed. The fighting has broken out at Ain Sufra, but no word has come from Sergeant Victor and his 20 men, doomed to perish trying to hold a hopeless position. In her room at the hotel in Saida, Lady Venicia turns toward the door as her uncle, Lord Seraph, enters.
Venicia?
Yes, Uncle Harry?
I say, Venicia, where in heaven's name did you get this? This model of the horse here?
Oh, it was given to me, Uncle Harry.
But when?
A little over a week ago.
Curious. Very curious indeed. It must be an old carving.
Well, I'm sure it isn't old. As a matter of fact, I know it's new.
But that's impossible. Don't you see? It's Forest King, Tony Brett's old horse. It has the name carved on the back.
Tony Brett? Who's Tony Brett?
Don't you remember the scandal? Tony Brett's younger brother committed a crime, and Tony shouldered the blame himself. Last summer, Tony's brother was injured, and just before he died, he made a full confession absolving Tony.
And where is Tony Brett now?
Why, he's dead, I believe.
The man that carved that horse and gave it to me is a legionnaire, an Englishman and a gentleman. He must be Tony Brett.
Impossible. But wait a minute. As a matter of fact, none of us ever saw Tony's remains.
I can't tell you how I know, but I have a feeling, I'm sure, that Sergeant Victor is Tony Brett. Isn't it said that the Legion is full of dead men?
Where is this man? I'd know Tony anywhere.
He's gone, marched away with Colonel Doyle's battalion. Can't we get him back?
I'll do what I can. You want him to come back very much, don't you, my dear?
I do. So much.
I beg your pardon, Lady Venicia.
Yes, Paul?
You asked to be informed if any wounded return.
Yes.
There's a train of ambulances just arrived, milady.
Oh, thank you, Paul. Thank you.
Easy there. Handle him easy.
Oh, Errol, you're hurt bad, huh?
See, Father, it's good to see you.
Oh. Here, water. Water, my Errol.
Excuse me. Is there anything I can do?
Oh, you.
I'd like to help if I could.
If you're here to look for Sergeant Victor, you need not look any longer. He's not coming back.
What do you mean? You know something, mademoiselle?
Yes, I do know. The commandant has sent him to a post of death. Sergeant Victor will stay there until he dies.
Is this true?
Yes, it is true. I know from the wounded. Now you can go back to your own country. You will never see him again.
Why do you tell me this?
Because I love him as you could never love him. He does not belong with your kind. He's of the Legion, and they are my kind. Would you follow them into the desert, as I have done? Would you march with them and nurse them and close their eyes when they are dead? I have shot them. Do you hear? So that the Arabs could not take him alive. Could you do that? No.
Oh, you poor child, you do love him.
Yes, I love him. And I could save him, too.
You could save him? How?
In a way you could not understand. But why should I save him? Huh? For you?
But you said that you love him. If you really love him, can you let him die? Can you?
Go back to your hotel. Go back to your soft life and easy ways.
What are you going to do, mademoiselle?
I'm going to the commandant at Ain Sufra. I'm going to save Sergeant Victor. For you.
Yeah, man. There's not much water. Go easy on it.
Sergeant, how long are we going to be here? How long do we have to wait for help in this filthy hole?
Easy, Baron.
I can't stand it much longer, I tell you. I can't stand it.
Quiet.
They're out there, waiting for us. Waiting for us to show ourselves. Waiting for us to go mad.
Shut up. Sorry I had to do that, Baron. But we're only 8 men here, 8 out of 20. We'll need our wits to get out of this.
It's this blasted silence that's got me. The Arabs are out there all right. Why don't they attack?
A wall 10 feet high between us and 1,000 Arabs. They could kill us both like that.
Let them wait. The longer they wait, the more chance for the relief to come.
Sure, if it ever does.
We were put out here to hold this position. We're going to do it.
We can't if they attack us. They'll swarm over us like flies.
Quiet, I tell you.
He's right, sir. We'd never hold out against another attack. We're too few. It's time we're working against now. Anything might happen if we had time.
Time. I might be able to get some. Until dawn, anyway.
How, sir?
If I could borrow the robes from one of those dead Arabs outside, I might be able to sneak into Sidi Ben Yusuf's camp.
What?
Pay the sheikh a little visit.
You're mad, sir. Why, they'll carve you to ribbons.
They'll do that anyway, Wake. I'm not too particular about where I die. And it's worth a chance.
Caid Ben-Yosef.
What is it?
One of our horsemen, Caid. He would talk with you.
Send him to me. Well?
Good evening, Sidi Ben-Yosef.
An Englishman. How did you get here?
It's a pleasure to renew an old acquaintance.
Old acquaintance? I don't seem to recall your face.
Oxford. You were at Balliol. I was at Trinity. You haven't forgotten those afternoons at Professor York's?
Oh. Dear old Professor York. Oh, how well I remember. This is amazing. Old classmates meeting here in the heart of the desert as enemies. Why have you paid me this most unusual visit?
To save my life. And possibly save yours.
Really?
A wise man is he who makes peace in time.
Peace?
Recently, a British commissioner arrived in Cider, as your spies no doubt have already advised you.
Does that affect me, my friend? I make war on the French.
You know best, of course. But if you are caught here, with the British troops behind you, it'll be a little awkward, won't it?
British troops in French territory? That is utterly impossible.
The secret was well kept.
Are you naive enough to think that I believe you?
You have scouts, I suppose? Send them out. Learn for yourself. Well?
I shall send them. If what you have told me is true, I shall be indebted to you for the rest of my life. If not, you will die, my friend. In a few hours, we shall know.
A few hours?
By dawn.
Dawn. Thank you.
Good morning, my friend. I trust you slept well.
Excellently, thank you.
And that you enjoyed your morning meal?
I found it a delightful relief from hardtack.
I am very glad, since it will be your last.
Really?
You lied to me. I've had scouts out all night. There are no British within 500 miles, and you knew it.
Quite. And I was quite surprised that you believed me at all.
And now it's my turn to amuse myself with you.
Uh-huh. I'm curious. What do you intend to do with me?
Remember the old soccer games? We are going to play it now. With horses. You will be the ball.
It should be very amusing, Sheikh.
For me, yes. But for you, I doubt that you'll care for it. What's that?
Caid, the Legion, 4 squadrons. They ride from the north.
So, this is what you waited for, my friend.
The relief, Sidi Ben-Yosef. We hoped they might be here at dawn.
And so they are. It's a pity you won't be there to greet them.
I shall try my best.
Stop him! Stop that man!
Commandant, the men in the fort.
Never mind them now. Open order. Extend the right wing and charge from the rear.
Extend your right wing.
Close formation on the left. Never mind the fort.
Commandant!
Cigarette! I told you to stay behind.
I'm riding with you.
I've a battle on my hand here. Get to the rear.
You promised to save him. Send your men to the fort.
Get back, I tell you. You want to be hit? Turn your horse and go back.
I'm riding with you. You said you saved him. Get at the bird. Turn your men. Turn them all.
Cigarette! Are you hit? Cigarette! Cigarette!
It was about here that she went down, Sergeant Victor.
Why did she do it?
The commandant tried to make her stay behind, but she wouldn't. We saw her fall, and we... Look, sir. There she is. She's lying over there.
Call some men from the fort, quick.
Yes.
Cigarette. Cigarette.
Oh, Victor. You are safe.
Let me lift you up.
No higher. I have seen so many men die. I know what this is. You can't do anything. There is something I must say.
Yes, Cigarette.
She said, the English lady, if I love you, I would save you. Tell her I'll try.
I will tell her. Is the pain very bad?
It's nothing. With your arms about me. It's so funny. When I waited for you, you did not come. Now you have come. And I must go away. You will remember that day in the desert?
I will always remember.
Victor, shall we bet just once more?
Cigarette. And that was the way she died. Out there on the desert. In my arms.
Poor Cigarette. She loved you too, darling. And she wanted to save you. For me. I shall always be grateful to her for that.
Venicia. That day you spoke to her. Did you tell her who I am?
No, darling. I'm glad now. She said that you were her kind. And wherever she is now, she'll be happier believing that.
With the falling of the curtain on Under Two Flags comes a promise from our stars to return to us before this hour is over. Standing beside me now is a woman known to theatergoers for many years. First as a dancer, then as producer of the famous Fanchon and Marco stage shows. From among her performers have risen such stars as Myrna Loy, Janet Gaynor, Lida Roberti, Martha Wray, and Mary Lewis. Her career reached a new high a few days ago when Paramount released Turn Off the Moon with Eleanor Whitney, Johnny Downs, and Charles Ruggles. It was produced by our guest and goes down in picture history as the first film ever produced by a woman at a major studio. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Fanchon.
For many years, ladies and gentlemen, the two names, Cecil B. DeMille and Lux, have meant a great deal to me. In fact, Mr. DeMille gave me my first chance to direct dances in pictures.
Mm-hmm. Miss Fanchon staged the Candy Ball for me in a film called The Golden Bed back in 1925. But she didn't continue in pictures very long. Didn't you like them, or didn't you like DeMille?
I assure you that it was only the pictures. Today, however, with the best in stories, actors, and photography, and with men like you still at the helm, I'm sure there's no medium of entertainment like the screen.
You also mentioned Lux a moment ago.
I can't say too many nice things about Lux Flakes.
Did you mean you can think of something that your former orchestra leader, Melville Ruick, hasn't already said?
Well, I can say that at one time, Marco and I had as many as 1,000 girls performing throughout the country in our stage shows. And do you know, Mr. DeMille, that a part of the equipment of each of those girls was a box of Lux Flakes? It's by far the best way of keeping costumes beautifully fresh, and it's especially good for silk stockings. I've used Lux countless times myself when Marco and I were starting out. It was more important to me to keep my costumes looking right than it was to eat. When it came to deciding between a hamburger and a box of Lux, my stomach was usually the loser. That's what I think about Lux.
Well, as the first woman to produce a major studio picture, what do you think makes a good film?
Well, I hope to show that in my next two pictures, Summer Romance and Argentine Love. I believe in youthful romance, and comedy, music, and dancing. In other words, an entertaining, light, happy production. I found out that about 99% out of 100 people that step up to that box office to buy a ticket do so because they want to be amused. I'm going to try to satisfy them.
Education has some place on the screen, too.
Yes, but a cheerful story can educate just as much as preaching. Such a story teaches everyday practical things like what's new in clothes, in dances, and an appreciation of good music. It teaches good manners, how to talk honestly, and how to live honestly. Lots of people turn to pictures as an escape from ordinary and very often sordid circumstances. They need hope and a little cheering up, a little laugh, And that's what I'm going to remember as long as I'm producing pictures. And now, Mr. DeMille, and all of you, my thanks.
Good philosophy, Madam Producer. A moment now with the evening stars. Herbert Marshall, Olivia de Havilland, Rupi Velez, and Lionel Atwell.
Again, my gratitude, CB, for inviting me back to the Lux Radio Theater.
And mine, too. While I have an opportunity, a word of appreciation to Louis Van den Ecker for his splendid account of the French Legion.
Yes, it interests me particularly, Lionel, because in our research for my next picture, The Buccaneer, I discovered that one of the Legion's greatest battles was fought in Mexico.
I can tell you about that.
Oh, please do tell us, Lucy.
Well, Olivia, it took place in 1863 near Veracruz, at the time when Napoleon had made Maximilian Emperor of Mexico. Only 7 French soldiers survived, but the Mexicans admired the courage of the legionnaires so much that they allowed the 7 men to leave the battlefield with their rifles.
Well, perhaps it inspired Louise de la Ramée, for she wrote the book Under Two Flags not long afterwards.
Yes, and it may surprise you to know that she wasn't French but English.
But why did she use the pen name of Ouida?
Because as a child, that was the way she pronounced Louise.
Oh.
She was a strange personality. Took particular delight in insulting everyone. Lived on a lavish scale for years and died almost penniless in Italy.
That should teach us all to save our money, like I do.
I wish you'd tell us how you do it, Lucy.
Oh, it's easy and lots of fun, too. I cook all the meals. I paint the garden furniture and the swimming pool for Johnny. You know, it's my husband, Johnny Weiss Miller. And I don't let anybody put anything over me. I'm Mexican, all right, but somewhere I think maybe there was a Scotchman.
Excelente.
I'm pretty good now, Mr. DeMille.
Excelente.
Well, CB, the clock moves around. And I know you have an important announcement to make a little later.
So we'll join the audience and say our adieu in a little verse from Trilby. You may remember it. It starts, a little work, a little play.
To keep us going, and so good day. A little warmth, a little light.
Of love's bestowing, and so good night.
A little trust that when we die, we reap our sowing, and so goodbye.
Mr. Marshall, Mr. Havilland, Miss Velez, Mr. Atwell, our thanks. The dramatic treat in store for us next Monday night will be revealed in just a moment by Mr. DeMille. This is your announcer, ladies and gentlemen, Melville Ruick. Assisting our stars tonight were Lionel Pape as Captain Mingus, Kenneth Hunter as Lord Seraph, Leonard Mudie as Rake, Michael Visseroff as Ivan, Lal Shan Mera as Sidi Ben Yusuf, James Eagles as Keskadi, Lou Merrill as Pierre, Frank Nelson as Baron, David Kerman as Officer, Warren McCullum as Griffon, Ross Forrester as Farrell, Harold Daniels as Adjutant, and Charles Emerson as a Doctor. Mr. Marshall appeared through courtesy of Paramount and RKO Studios. Mr. Havilland, Warner Brothers. Mr. DeMille, Paramount. Lionel Atwell and Louis Silvers, 20th Century Fox, where the latter was in charge of music for the new film, Café Metropole. May I remind you now that next week will be National Cotton Week. All over the country, leading stores are featuring smart cottons attractively priced. Stop at your favorite store to see these exciting new clothes. A multitude of glamorous luxables to choose from. Smart stores everywhere are recommending the Easy Lux way, which banishes wardrobe worry. Back now to Mr. DeMille.
A year ago at this time, I was up to my boot tops in preparation for my 63rd picture. In the marching panorama of events from 1865 to 1875, I hope to show the character of a group of great Americans, their mighty courage, and resounding struggles to open the western frontier to civilization. The picture is The Plainsman, and it makes me happy to announce that next Monday night, The Plainsman comes to you for the first time on the air in the Lux Radio Theater. Heard in the roles of Wild Bill Hickok and Calamity Jane will be the stars who contributed so much to the success of the picture, Gary Cooper and Jean Arthur. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Gary Cooper and Jean Arthur in The Plainsman. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
KNX, the Columbia Station, Los Angeles.
Hollywood, California, Monday, June 7th.
The Lux Radio Theater presents Errol, Flynn, and Francis Farmer in British Agent. Lux presents Hollywood. We want to thank all of you for your regular purchases of Lux Flakes. It is this loyalty that makes possible the Lux Radio Theater. Tonight, our stars are Errol, Flynn, and Francis Farmer. Our guests, Dolly Tree, noted costume designer of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios, and Natalie Bucknell, head of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's research department and former secret agent. This program was produced each week by Hollywood's distinguished director, Cecil B. DeMille, with Louis Silvers conducting, direct from our theater on Hollywood Boulevard. May we take this opportunity to say once again, welcome everyone to the Lux Radio Theater. Before starting our play, I have a letter here that is typical of the mail that comes to us here in Hollywood or is forwarded to us from our different stations. Miss Harriet Rumsey of Alton, Illinois, in her enthusiasm for our product and our show, writes as follows.
Most women realize that they owe a debt of gratitude to Lux Flakes. They know that their stockings, their silk things, their woolens are preserved by Lux Care. Now the American public has another cause to be grateful to Lux. Your radio hour is a great contribution. Monday is a red-letter day in our family because of the Lux Radio Theater.
Lux appreciates your kind words very much, Miss Rumsey. It's the loyalty of our big Lux family that makes it possible for us to give you the kind of show we want you to have. So every time you order Lux, and by the way, the big box is most convenient, just remember you are contributing to the success of the Lux Radio Theater and such plays as we give you tonight under the direction of Cecil B. DeMille. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Errol Flynn's early career was charted with a compass. He came to Hollywood through the tropic tempests of the South Seas, where he was captain of a trading schooner, while Francis Farmer, who hails from Seattle, arrived here by way of Russia. A descendant of Fletcher Christian, who led the mutiny on the Bounty, Errol has been an officer in charge of native constabulary, a pearl and coral fisher, a beachcomber, and a member of England's boxing team in the 1928 Olympics. For a time in Australia, he was also a bottle smeller. This odd pursuit consisted of whiffing bottles to see if any odors remained after washing. Once he led a film expedition to the land of New Guinea. The natives were headhunters, but they shot Errol in the ankle. Returning to New Guinea to dig for gold, he made a small fortune, quickly spent it, bought a boat, and with 3 friends duplicated the voyage made by Captain Bligh of the Bounty up the inner passage of the Great Barrier Reef from Sydney to the South Seas. Back in Australia, Errol had his first taste of picture acting, made a second film in England, and was soon on Warner Brothers' payroll. He has written 1 book and many short stories. He's here tonight in the part of Stephen Locke. Francis Farmer developed her talent for acting while a student at the University of Washington, where she helped pay her way by ushering in a theater, tutoring, waiting on table, and working in a department store. To her great surprise, she won a contest sponsored by a Seattle newspaper, the prize being a trip to Russia. On the way back, she met a theatrical producer who introduced her to a film executive in New York. Francis made her screen test, won a contract, and returned home a Paramount player. Her next picture is exclusive, and we hear her tonight as Elenia. Our play is based on the Warner Brothers film suggested by Bruce Lockhart's best-selling autobiography of the same title. So up goes our coast-to-coast curtain, and the Lux Radio Theater presents British Agent, starring Errol Flynn and Francis Farmer. City of Petrograd. The dawn of the Russian Revolution, October 1917. From the steps of the British Embassy in Petrograd, a young man watches the mounting fury of the Russian Civil War. A screaming, hysterical mob sweeps through the streets, driven on by the lashing whips of the mounted police. Suddenly, a girl breaks from the crowd and comes stumbling through the shrubbery. She falls to her knees. The young man darts from the steps and catches her in his arms.
Steady there.
Let me go. Please.
It's all right. I'm not going to hurt you. Where are you running to?
The police. They are chasing me. Let me go.
Well, you're safe here. Look, get behind that hedge.
Stay calm. Stay calm.
Don't move. What are you doing in here?
I am of the police. That woman, she shoot at me. My arm.
Well, you've no right in these grounds. This is the British Embassy. British territory, do you understand? Now get out.
I take her. She shoot me.
Did you hear me? This is British territory. Get out, I said.
Ya pedo studia. Ya yo buja pumia.
Well, it's all right now. He's gone.
Thank you. I am quite sure you saved my life.
Tough customer, wasn't he? Still, you can't blame him for being a bit annoyed, you know. After all, you did take a shot at him.
He deserved it.
Well, he got it.
Well, I had better go. After all, I am trespassing on British territory, too.
Well, you can't go out there until this row blows over.
Blows over? This is not just a street riot. It is the revolution. Tomorrow, the red government will be in power.
Oh. And the day after that, the white, eh? Then the green, and so on.
Perhaps you do not know a great deal about it, eh?
Well, perhaps not, but I'm trying to. Oh, perhaps we should introduce ourselves. My name's Locke, Stephen Locke, British Embassy.
How do you do?
Fine, thank you. And you?
Forgive me, but I am keeping you out here in the cold. Had not you better go in before you get pneumonia?
Oh, I risk the cold. But, well, I suppose I better go in and let them know I'm still alive. Look, you can slip out the side gate there. It's clear now.
Thank you. Good night.
Good luck.
Mr. Locke, I'm glad you've come in, sir. I was beginning to worry about you.
Oh, were you? Thanks, Evans.
Sir Walter has been asking for you. He wants to see you at once, sir.
Oh, right. In the library?
Yes, sir.
Evening, Sir Walter.
Locke. Yes. Come in.
Evans said you wanted to see me, sir.
Yes, sit down, Locke. Nasty business, this.
The revolution? Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. From all indications, the Russian government will fall before the week is out. It places us in a rather uncomfortable position, Locke. I might even say a precarious position.
Yes, quite so.
If and when the government falls, we have orders from London to close the embassy.
Close the embassy?
Yes, move out. Bag and baggage back to England.
I see.
However, we plan to leave someone behind. Someone who understands the situation here and who will act as a sort of unofficial observer.
Well, sir?
I have recommended you.
Oh. Well, thank you, sir.
I thought I'd let you know a little beforehand. That'll give you plenty of time to make plans.
Yes, just what will my duties be, sir?
Well, frankly, I am not quite sure. But you'll be informed in time, though. But whatever they are, my boy, you'll need your wits about you every minute of the day and night. Now, you'll be alone here, entirely on your own. It won't be an easy job. It may be a dangerous one. Do you still want it?
Well, never, sir.
Good boy. We'll have a long talk before I leave.
Russian government crumbles. Lenin heads new Russian state.
Cavalry flees new Russian state. Bolsheviks in power. Paper.
Land seeks separate peace with Germany. French, Italian, British embassies closed.
British embassy closed. Lord, and don't I know it. Evans, this place is like a tomb. Can't we get some heat in here?
Yes, sir. I'll see to it, sir.
No message from England yet?
Not a word, sir. Will you have your tea now, sir?
Well, yes, thanks. I may as well have something to do, I suppose.
Oh, Mr. Tito Del Valle of the Italian legation called, sir. He wanted to know if you dined this evening with Monsieur Lafarge and Mr. Medill of the American Red Cross.
Del Valle, Lafarge, Medill, and Locke. The four lost souls of Russia. The only one who knows why he's here is Medill, and he's not sure.
Oh, I said you'd go with them, sir. The Gypsy Cafe. It will rest your nerve. You have been a bit jumpy, sir, the last few weeks.
Well, why wouldn't I be jumpy? It's enough to give a man the jitters sitting here day after day doing nothing when everybody else in the world is either fighting or working for his country. God, they even let old ladies knit socks. Listen to that. For days they've been going by, Russian soldiers back from the front. Every one of them that leaves makes England's position that much weaker. All I can do is stand in a window and watch them go by.
They also serve who stand and wait.
Wait? Wait for what?
Your tea, sir.
Oh, yes. Thanks, Evans.
Come on, cheer up, Locke. You've got a face a yard long. It can't be as bad as that.
Sorry, madame.
Look at me, in the same barge as you, Stefan. Boat, Tito, boat. In the same boat, yes. Waiting for word from my home office. And Lafarge here, too.
On me? I only wait for a visa on my passport.
Well, I'd like to know who's going to do it for you. There's no one left here.
Oh, looking for someone, Locke?
No, I was looking at someone. I say, wait a bit, will you, fellas? Back in a few minutes.
Uh-huh. You see? That girl who just came in. He is going to speak to her. He knows her, maybe, eh? I wonder if he knows the man who came in with her.
Why? Who is the man?
Pavlov, head of the Cheka, the Russian secret police. I have heard of that one. Who hasn't?
Well, how do you do?
Oh, the Englishman.
Yes, the lady of the garden. Eh?
Oh, you remember me. Oh, this is Mr. Pavlov. Pavlov, Mr.
Mr. Stephen Locke, is it not?
Yes, how do you do, sir? I don't seem to recall where we met.
No, we've never met. You will excuse me a moment, please. There's someone over there I must speak with.
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
Sit down, Mr. Locke. Tell me, did you catch cold that night?
Well, I sneezed once and then decided against it. You see, with your revolution going on, I didn't know if I'd ever get my handkerchiefs back from the laundry.
And I thought you had gone back to England with the others.
Oh, no. The embassy left in such a hurry they forgot me and one old umbrella.
Do you come here often?
Every night. I sit in the embassy all day and here every night.
But haven't you anything to do?
Not a blessed thing. My orders were to consider myself embalmed. You know, I've been sitting for the last month, watching you Russians negotiating for a separate peace. Not making a move, not even presenting an argument against it.
And why should you? Suppose England were in a war where she had more men mobilized than any other nation on either side, as Russia has. More than the United States and England put together. And suppose Englishmen were fighting with shells filled with sawdust. And suppose England's mortality rate was higher than any of the other nations, as Russia's is. You put England in Russia's place. What would you want England to do?
Just exactly what England would do. Keep right on fighting.
Exactly. Committing stupid murder and calling it English idealism.
We have ideals in England, you know.
And so have we. But at least I am fighting for ours.
I see. And I sit safely in the embassy, letting others fight for me, eh?
No. I did not mean it that way.
Oh, I know. You know, I'm getting as touchy on this subject as an old maiden lady about her pies. Forgive me, will you? I've been sitting down and vigorously doing nothing for so long, it's getting on my nerves. Look, let's get out of here and get some air, can we? I'm even sick of the smell of this place.
Oh, I would like to, but Pavlov.
Oh, yes, that's right.
We will go anyway. Come on, we will have to hurry. I do not want to explain. Are we going someplace in particular?
No, just driving.
Where?
Well, what's the difference? We can't go far enough to get out of Russia.
If I had a job in a country I did not like, do you know what I would do?
Go home?
Yes.
So would I. But suppose you had a job in a country you did like, and you were anxious to keep it from making a mistake, but your hands were tied. Then what would you do?
I would be very grateful they were tied so that they could not meddle in other people's business. And I would try to forget it by talking of something else.
Uh-huh. Well, what, for instance? The moon up there?
I think not.
Stars?
No.
Music?
No.
Us?
No.
Yes.
Why are you stopping?
Well, I can't drive and kiss you at the same time.
You should not have done that.
I suppose you think me a little presumptuous, eh?
A little. But at least it served to change the subject.
Oh, so you're bored, eh?
No, but I am cold. Take me home, please.
But I'll see you again. May I?
You want to?
Yes, tomorrow?
So soon.
Wish we could make it sooner. Tomorrow's a long time. More coffee, Olivia?
Thank you. Oh, I really should be going. It is very late.
Oh, no, not yet. Stay and cheer me up.
Oh, you're not very flattering. I have been here all evening, and now you want cheering up.
Oh, that's just an excuse. I don't know what I'd have done without you these last few days.
Thank you. Why do you look at me like that?
You know, Elena, if I were a sculptor, I'd model a head of you and call it Joan of Arc. You have that kind of beauty. I think I'd model you standing... Oh, no, I wouldn't. Why, to think of you as Joan of Arc would be to think of losing you as a martyr and not keeping you as a woman.
I think you're a little mad, Stefan.
Think so?
I do not understand you.
Oh, for the first time in my life, I don't understand myself. I think I'm in love with you, Olivia.
Oh, that is impossible.
Is it?
Oh, please do not let me go, Stefan.
Afraid?
Yes.
With me?
No, for us. That kiss would be the beginning of something that we would both regret.
Would you regret loving people?
Yes. When you know you have to part.
But must we part?
Oh, you know we must. Our lives are devoted to following two ideals, Stefan, leading us in opposite directions. That means that sooner or later we must say goodbye.
But, Elena, if I weren't English and you weren't Russian, that'd make a difference, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And can't we pretend, then?
Pretend?
Yes, that there's no war, no revolution. That we're just two people, unattached and free. Free to love each other, if we wanted to.
Oh, Stefan.
You do want to. You do, don't you, Elena?
So much.
Darling. Who's it?
I beg pardon, sir. May I see you a moment, please?
Right.
It's important.
Excuse me, Elena.
Of course.
Well, Evans?
Dispatch from London, sir.
From London? Get my decoding book.
Have it, sir. Right here, sir.
Well, let's see now. His Majesty's government has appointed you unofficial representative. Unofficial representative in Russia. Unofficial. Now, what the blazes does that mean?
Anyway, you've been appointed, sir.
We look to you to do all in your power to prevent signing of a separate peace with Germany. This does not convey recognition of Russia, but commissions you to act only as an individual. We cannot be responsible for your safety or your decision, but await your recommendations. At last, Evans.
It's wonderful, sir.
It's the greatest diplomatic mission of the whole war. We've got to keep the Russians fighting on the Eastern Front. How do you think I'll find the ambassadorial bed, Evans?
It's a roomy thing, sir. A bit large, but comfortable.
Evans, I appoint you Lord High Chancellor of the Bedchamber, Lord High Keeper of the Keys, Lord High, Lord High anything you like. In short, you're Pooh-Bah, Evans.
Thank you, sir.
I'll see the War Commission tomorrow. Talk them out of signing that peace treaty. This is the chance of a lifetime. But there's one thing. They mustn't know I'm unofficial.
Oh, no, sir.
Now, let's see. Lenya, I'm sorry.
It is all right. I was just going.
Well, I'll see you home.
Oh, please do not bother. You must be busy.
Well, I am rather, darling. You understand.
Of course. Good night.
Good night. I'll call you tomorrow.
Yes, please do, Stefan.
Mr. Locke?
Yes?
You have just promised this commission England's trade and recognition, in return for which Russia is to continue supporting the Allied armies at the front.
Exactly.
Tell us, Mr. Locke, on whose authority do you do this?
Well, I represent England.
You lie, Mr. Locke. You represent England only unofficially. Your purpose in coming here was to delay the making of a separate peace. You spoke well, but only expressed the opinion of one of England's many private citizens.
Seems that you know something of my affairs, gentlemen. May I ask how you know?
It is our business to know many things. You are excused, Mr. Locke. We advise you to leave Russia as soon as possible.
One moment, please. Gentlemen, it's quite true I am here only in an unofficial capacity. But allow me some time to communicate with London.
What for?
I'll tell my government that in return for your not opening peace negotiations, I've promised you immediate help. Money, ammunition, troops. My government will back me up, I know it. Well, gentlemen?
We will allow you 3 weeks, Mr. Locke. We must be assured, however, that during that time England will do nothing to hinder our government.
I pledge England to that, sir.
Send your communication.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
We shall keep our promise, Mr. Locke. Let us hope that you keep yours and those you have made for England.
I think England's integrity is well known, sir. Good day, gentlemen.
Remember, Mr. Locke, 3 weeks.
Well, sir, how did it come out?
Oh, badly, Evans. They knew I was acting unofficially.
They knew it? But how,
Yes.
Oh.
That's how they knew it. She told them. Who's there?
Stefan,
Oh, it's you.
you said you would call. I had to come to see you.
What for? Come to ingratiate yourself again so that you can betray another confidence?
Oh, no, no.
Don't deny it. You were here when that dispatch came. You overheard what I said. You told them. How else could they know?
I had no intention of denying it, Stefan. It was my duty.
Really? And I suppose last night when you said you loved me, that was all in the line of duty, too, was it?
Last night was beautiful. So beautiful that what you said just now will not even spoil the memory of it. Goodbye, Stefan.
Oh, no, wait, Olivia. I'm sorry. I didn't mean what I said. Come here, darling.
Oh, dearest.
Poor, foolish Olivia. You believe so strongly in your ideals, don't you? Don't you see how wrong they are?
But my ideal is peace. Peace and happiness for Russia. You call that wrong?
It must be wrong to let down one's friends. There must be loyalty between nations. This separate peace, it's a rank betrayal.
You mean that England will be inconvenienced because Russia refuses to share the burden of England's war?
No, we're fighting for the world.
Oh, you think your country is the world?
Well, at any rate, we kept on fighting when the Russians threw down their guns and ran away like a lot of frightened
Be
dogs.
quiet.
Lenya.
Oh, Stefan. Why did I do that when I love you so?
Darling, I suppose because we just aren't big enough to see over our ideals. Lenya.
Let's listen in for a moment now on a little girl and her mother. Patricia is 7, and she's been playing with her dolls while her mother is dressing for the afternoon.
Mommy, what are you going to do?
I was going to lux the things I was wearing this morning.
Can I come with you?
Well, of course, honey.
That slip looks clean as clean. Why do you wash it?
Well, I found it pays to lux things after every wearing. They stay pretty and new much longer that way. You see, dear, if I put them into the hamper, the perspiration dries in and it's apt to rot the threads. That's true of stockings, too. That's why Mother likes to lux things right after she takes them off.
Oh, Mommy, I want to lux Dolly's things after you're through. It looks like such fun.
Grown-ups, too, think it fun to lux things. It takes less than a minute to whisk up a nice froth of suds, swish things around a few times, and toss them into clear water. Less than a minute, mind you, and yet it keeps silks like new actually months longer. If you haven't a box of Lux handy to the bathroom wash bowl, make a note to get some tomorrow. And here again is Mr. DeMille.
British Agent continues, starring Errol, Flynn, and Francis Farmer. After promising help to the Russian government, Stephen waits to hear from his home office in London. Waits with growing anxiety for the official confirmation of his promises. It's late evening, near the end of his 3 weeks of grace. Alone in his study, Stephen paces the floor nervously. The door's flung open, and Elenia stands on the threshold.
Elenia, you shouldn't have come here. If your car's watching me, they may suspect you.
Something has happened, Stefan. I wanted to tell you, rather than have you humiliated by learning it from them.
What are you talking about?
British troops under General Poole landed on Russian soil this afternoon.
Why, then, that's the answer to my telegram. I've won.
No, Stefan. You have lost.
What do you mean?
They have come to fight against the revolution.
But they couldn't do that. I promised it.
It is true. I saw the official telegram.
Then
England betrayed you. This perfect country of yours, in spite of all its high ideals, ruined your career, humiliated you before the world. You see, it was you who were a little foolish, Stefan.
Not a bit of it. One's either useful or one isn't. My career. What's that when men are dying by hundreds in the trenches every day? England hasn't let me down. I let her down. I knew the promises I made were lies. I just wanted to delay that separate piece, that's all. I never sent that telegram.
Oh.
You better go now. You'll only get in trouble being here.
You will not see me again, Stefan.
Not see you?
The government is moving to Moscow. Naturally, I go with it. We shall not see one another, Stefan, even in Moscow.
You think more of your duty than you do of me, eh?
Yes. And I worship you. That is why we must not go on together. It would kill the most beautiful thing I'll never know, our love. And I wanted to live. Oh, do not see me again, please. Goodbye, Stefan.
Goodbye, Lane. Drop that grip right here, Evans.
Yes, Mr. Locke.
Open the windows, will you? It's stuffy.
Yes, sir.
Well, Pooh-Bah, make yourself at home, because this is it. That is, until the checker asks me what the blazes I'm doing in Moscow.
I might ask, sir, what are you doing here?
I'm not exactly certain. All I know is that the government's here. I've a hunch that if I can establish some sort of a contact with them, they might be coerced, wheedled, or tempted back into the war somehow.
That was the doorbell, sir.
Was it? That rather tinkling noise, do you mean?
What do you suppose it means, sir?
Well, probably someone wants to be let in.
That must be it, sir.
Welcome to Moscow, Evans.
Mr. Medill and Monsieur Lafarge.
Hello, it is good to see you.
Hello, Medill. Lafarge, Tito. How'd you know I was here?
Oh, we have spies, eh? Sure. We've been here a week already.
Well, sit down. Look, I'll dig up a drink for you.
No time, Locke.
What? No time for a drink?
We are in a hurry.
What's the matter?
Perhaps you had better close the door.
Yes, Evans.
Yes, sir.
Well?
I suppose you know the Tsar has been assassinated?
Yes, it's hardly news right now.
Well, an attempt is being made to reorganize the White Army.
What? By whom?
There are two Lettish officers here, Svobodu and an Irishman, Callahan, from the south.
Their chance?
They need money, as usual.
The White Army? To fight the revolution?
If they win, they'll put Russia back into the war. You'd like that, Locke?
Like it.
I could ask my government for 5 million francs. We thought perhaps you...
No, I have no government funds at my command.
You could give Callahan a draft on London.
Yes, I could. It's a long chance, of course, but...
And very unhealthy if we're caught. Well?
Where are these men now, Svobodu and Callahan?
They've got a hideout in a garret. We've been using it as headquarters. It's the only place in Moscow that has a keyhole without a spy Zia nestled in it.
All right. Take me there. The only thing left to do. Fight.
Okay.
Counter-revolution starts in Russia. White Army reorganized.
Mutiny breaks out in Russian ranks. Mutiny in Russia.
Car 6 is the press. New mutiny. Russian secret police hot leaders.
You sent for me, Pavlo?
Yes, Elena. Sit down here. You're tired?
A little.
We cannot stop now, you know that.
Why did you want to see me?
It's about your friend, the Englishman.
Oh.
You have seen him since he came to Moscow?
No. Why, Pavlo?
We have reason to believe that he's supporting Svobodu and Callahan.
And why are you so sure of that?
At any rate, he's being credited with it.
And you want a scapegoat?
We must have sufficient evidence to arrest him.
What do you want me to do?
Obtain that evidence. If he's arrested now, he will only be deported. Later, he will be shot. You see, you'll be saving his life.
Is that an order?
It is.
I have no choice, then.
You're familiar enough with his habits to present yourself to a certain Lettish officer named Callahan. Give him this check. Tell him it's from Locke. Demand a receipt in full for all monies paid to Callahan by Locke so far. If the receipt is over the amount of the check, it will prove that Locke has contributed other money. Your knowledge of Locke and the gift of the check should be sufficient to convince Callahan that you're an accomplice of Locke's, and you will have the evidence.
I hope you're wrong, Pavlov. But if you are not, you will have it.
Tonight?
No. Tomorrow morning.
Well, Medill, have you got it? Who's it from, man?
Message from Cromwell. You better decode it, lad.
Let me see it.
What does it say? Quick.
Wait a minute.
Well?
Krumlov's failed. The mutiny's been suppressed in Kiev.
That's nice. That makes everything just fine, doesn't it?
Our last hope is that Tito Del Val has been able to find Zabordo. He's holding the cadets in line.
If he doesn't, there's only one place we'll find this little rebellion, and that's up the flue.
That's Lenin. He's the brains of the government. If he'd only make one mistake, relax his grip for 24 hours, the whole government would go to pieces.
Yeah, and a nice earthquake with a tidal wave would help, too, if you want to talk in terms of long shots.
It's Tito. Open the door.
Come in. I ran all the way from the station.
Well, did you find Zabordo?
Yes. Dead.
What?
Dead. Our last chance. Now what do we do?
I don't know.
You'd better get some sleep, Locke. You're on the verge of talking to yourself.
Yes, I'll get along. Back to my rooms.
Sure. You know, there's an old American proverb. When you're behind the 8 ball, there's nothing to do but sit there and wait for the break. Go ahead, Locke.
Who's that? Lady. It's Joe?
I have been waiting for you.
Lenya, I wanted you to be here, too. I need you.
Oh, do not say that. Don't.
It's true. Everything else has gone to pieces. You're the only thing that's left of me.
Oh, no, stop, Stefan. You don't know what you're saying.
Oh, yes, I do. I've made a mess of everything, Elena. England backed the wrong horse, all right, when she gave me this job. I need a lot of cheering up this time.
I have not come to cheer you, Stefan. I cannot do that, ever.
You're here, darling. That's all I ask.
Oh, Stefan. If only you could understand that a woman can love a man, yet fight against him.
What?
You have always put your country before everything, have you not? Well, so have I.
Go on.
This morning I pretended to be your agent.
Go on.
The Chakar wanted evidence on which to arrest you.
And you volunteered to get it?
And they told me if you were arrested now that you'd only be deported, but that later you would be shot.
I see. Well?
There is a man named Callahan to whom you gave a promissory note on London. I persuaded him to let me have it.
Oh. Yes?
But don't you see, it was to save your life
Have you given us evidence of the Chakar?
No, not yet.
Really? Well, that's a pity. Because now you've lost the chance. You've been pretty clever, Elena. But you're going to be cheated of the praise that was coming to you. You wanted it both ways, didn't you? Gratitude to the state and my admiration for patriotism that made you able to betray someone you pretended to love. Well, it's not going to work out like that.
What are you going to do?
I'm locking the door. The country may have no further use for me, but I'm not cashing in without a struggle. I'm sorry to upset your plans with the Chakar, but the inside of a prison doesn't appeal to me. So you're staying here for as long as it suits me to keep you.
And if I said that I wanted to stay?
What do you mean?
If I wanted to stay here with you?
How long?
As long as it suits you to keep me. For life.
Give up everything?
If you would.
I'm out of the game. That's easy. But with you, it's different. Elena, we could leave Russia together.
Together? I would not have believed that together was the loveliest word in the world.
Elena. I love you, darling.
I love you, Stefan.
I thought everything in my life was over and done with. Now I find that it's only just beginning. Have you ever been in England, Elena?
I spent a summer in Sussex.
Well, one day we'll have a house in Sussex. And in the morning, when the world's waking up, we'll go out through the wet grass and see the motherly old downs heaving themselves out of the mist. There'll be no more rumble of those guns from the western front, just the sound of a morning breeze stirring in the pines. I'll hold your hand then and say, forever, Olivia.
Stefan, what is that noise?
Sounds like a crowd.
Open the window.
Why, it is a crowd. Look at them. They're filling the whole square.
Something has happened. Stefan, the door.
Stay where you are. I'll answer. Who is it?
Montagnard, it's Tito and Medill.
Tito, Medill, what's the matter?
Close that door.
What's the matter? What's happened?
Plenty. Lenin's just been shot.
He is dying.
Lenin shot? When did this happen?
Half an hour ago.
You see what it means? With Lenin out of it, we still have a chance.
A chance? Where's Lafarge? Quick.
Gone to find Callahan.
If we can rally the outlying districts, we might pull through. It's worth a try anyway.
What are you going to do?
Oh, it's all right, Olivia.
You're going to fight. You're going to start all over again.
It's my duty.
But what of us? Our life together. We were going to England.
But I can't go now, darling. Not right away.
I see. Then it meant nothing to you. I mean nothing to you.
Please, Olivia, I can't expect you to understand this, but it's a chance again. It's a chance to help England.
A chance for more murder and bloodshed. That is what you mean. That's what you want. Oh, haven't there been enough of that already? Haven't enough men died because of you?
Darling, Olivia.
You're to blame for all this. You with your petty plans and your filthy little schemes. Well, go on. Pass out your guns. You haven't murdered enough men yet. Shoot them down. Shoot them all down. But do not expect me to stand by watching.
Olivia, come back here. Come back.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Before Errol, Flynn, and Francis Farmer continue our play, we hear from a woman who served for several years as a British agent at the very scene of tonight's story. She is Natalie Bucknall, head of the research department of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Last year, Mrs. Bucknall spoke to us on film research. Tonight, it's about her thrilling war experiences. Decorated by the Tsar for heroism as a nurse, she later joined the famous 2nd Women's Battalion of Death. Marrying Lieutenant Commander George Bucknall, an English naval officer stationed in St. Petersburg, she became a British subject. But like the hero of our play, Mrs. Bucknall was not officially connected with the British government. Ladies and gentlemen, Natalie Bucknall.
What I'd like to say, first of all, Mr. DeMille, concerns neither spying nor research. Merely as one of the countless women who must feel the same as I do, I want to thank the sponsors of this program for a product which saves us women so much time and money, Lux Flakes. Now for undercover experiences. That took place nearly 20 years ago, at a time of war, and I sincerely trust no one will interpret my remarks as a reflection against the nation for which I have every respect.
Tell us, Mrs. Bucknall, how did you become a secret agent?
It was at the time the Bolsheviks raided the British embassy in St. Petersburg, August 1918, a few months after they had made their separate peace with Germany. I was alone in a room when Captain Cromie, a British intelligence officer, dashed in, followed by the raider. He was shot before my eyes and died in my arms. Then the rest of us, about 10 Englishmen and 5 Americans and Frenchmen, were seized by the Cheka and imprisoned in Peter and Paul Fortress.
Did you escape or obtain your release?
I didn't escape, Mr. DeMille. I was released after 2 days. They thought that by letting me go, they could follow me, find out where we kept our funds, and intercept any communications that might come from England.
Rather an uncomfortable position. What did you do?
It may surprise you to learn that I went at once to the German chargé d'affaires. He may have been an enemy, but he also was a gentleman. Through him, I was able to get word back to England.
But what about your companions imprisoned in the fortress of Peter and Paul?
I managed to establish contact with them by eluding my pursuers and disguising myself sometimes as a peasant, sometimes as a servant girl or a nurse. By bribing first the guard and then a woman cook, I was able to get inside the prison several times. The cook admitted me in exchange for a pair of fashionable high-leather boots. Through her, the messages reached the prisoners. I knew that the more ingenious methods of concealment were the ones most likely to be found out. So I used the simplest, and my most successful ruse was to hide messages in cans of French sardines. After 6 weeks, the Bolsheviks decided to release our men if England would also release the group of Russian officials imprisoned in London. This was arranged, and the exchange negotiated in Sweden. But it wasn't until more than 2 years after the killing of Captain Cromie that England sent an official representative again to Russia.
I presume it was for this work, Mrs. Bucknall, that you were awarded the Order of the British Empire.
Partly for that, perhaps, and partly for what I was able to do when my husband and I returned a few months later to the south of Russia. He was then the British naval liaison officer attached to General Denikin's staff. It was my job, again unofficial, to remain at headquarters and convey the news to him at the front. I also was in charge of a military hospital. Looking back at these experiences, Mr. DeMille, they seem like a nightmare. Yet many of the things I learned during the war are very helpful to me in dealing with the problems of research that arise in our pictures at Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. And now, let's listen again to the play.
Very thrilling, Mrs. Bucknall. Errol Flynn and Francis Farmer resume the story of British Agent. With Lenin between life and death, mob hysteria rises to fever heat. Blame for the shooting has been laid to Stephen Locke and his friends, and the net of the Chakar tightens slowly about them. In the Garrett hideaway, their storehouse for guns and ammunition, Stephen and Medill work doggedly far into the night. In the flickering light of a candle, they check a list of their forces.
Lundrovich, 20 men.
Send him 10 more rifles, 200 rounds of ammunition.
Right.
Next customer?
Petrovich, 40 men.
Miss Lafarge. Come in, Lafarge. Any news?
Yes, I have news.
What's the matter?
Delval is dead.
What?
Dead. They shot him an hour ago.
God, why did it have to be him?
Well, I'm going to try to get through to General Stefanovich. He has the strongest counter-revolutionary forces in action. I need 500 rubles, Stephen.
Right, here you are.
Oh, by the way, you fellows, I hear the Cheka has a list of all counter-revolutionaries. We are featured. Alors, au revoir. For a while.
Chiro.
So long, Lafarge.
All right, let's get on, madam. Who's the last one?
Petrovich, 40 men.
30 rifles, 400 rounds.
Androvich, 10 men.
10 rifles, 100 rounds.
Koskov, 15.
10 rifles.
What's that?
Machine gun. Get away from that window.
They got Lafarge. He's down there. He's lying in the street. He's dead.
Tell Val. Now Lafarge. God.
They got him. Killed him. The dirty rat.
Easy, man.
They killed him.
Put down that gun.
I'll show them.
Put it down. Can't shoot, you fool. They'll locate the rifles, ammunition, everything.
Sorry, Locke. Lost my head. Hand me my coat, will you?
Where are you going?
Look up a friend of mine.
Who?
General Stefanovich.
Don't be a fool. You'll never get through.
Don't worry. I'll get through.
How?
I've got to think that up on the way.
Herbert speaking. What? Where'd you pick him up? Hold him, of course. They won't, eh? We'll see. Well, they've just arrested Medill.
Oh, Medill.
On his way to meet Stefanovich. You know him, Elenia?
Yes, I know him.
Oh. He refuses to talk as yet. We shall have to make him talk.
What can he tell you?
He's the only one left who knows where Stephen Locke is hiding. That's why I gave orders not to shoot him. We must find Stephen Locke.
But why, Pavlov? Why is it necessary to hunt down one lone man when there are so many?
Because our government is teetering. If Lenin dies and if these riots continue, it will fall. These riots must be stopped. Locke is one of the sources. He must be found. We can no longer think in terms of the present or of ourselves, Elenia. Love is of small concern now. I want you to go and see Medill in his cell. He knows you love Locke. Gain his confidence. Find out where Locke is hiding.
No.
You refuse?
Oh, haven't I done enough?
None of us have done enough.
But I love him. I love him.
You will go, do you hear?
No, please.
You will go.
On, Tom.
Oh. Hello, Elena.
I am sorry you're here, my dear.
Merely a stopover. I'm leaving tomorrow.
You are to be shot in the morning?
It was mentioned in my conversation with the Chaka.
Locke, where is he?
I'll tell you tomorrow at noon.
Oh, if only I could reach him.
You were rather fond of him, weren't you?
I love him.
You know, there used to be 4 of us. It wasn't bad then. We could play poker. But now with the rest of us almost gone, there's nothing for Locke to do but play solitaire. He's playing a lone hand now. He can't win. If he could only get out of the country. But how could he?
I might.
You might what?
I could get him out.
You didn't come here as a spy, did you? No woman could be that rotten, could she?
No.
All right, then. I'll tell you where he is. Go to number 11, Lubyanka. It's a garret over 2 vacant stores. You knock 3 and 2. The door at your left.
Number 11, Lubyanka.
Go on. He told you more than that.
It is a garret over 2 vacant stores. Knock 3 and 2 on the door to the left.
Good work, Elena. I'll send a squad.
Oh, he isn't there now. He will not be until 9 o'clock.
Okay, it's 8 now.
Oh, but the place is filled with ammunitions. He could kill 20 men before they reach the stairs.
Then the only way is to blow it up.
Blow it up?
A time bomb should do the trick. We'll plant it early, give everyone a chance to stand clear.
What? At what time?
We'll play safe. We'll set a bomb for 10 o'clock tonight. He's sure to be there.
Oh, he will be there.
At least, he'll never know.
No. He will never know.
Who's out there? Who's at that door? Answer or I'll shoot. Who is it?
Before.
Why are you here?
I wanted to be with you.
I see. Did you come in the line of duty?
No, Stefan. I have done my duty. It is finished. It is just you and I now. Listen, dear. Listen to me. It is 9 o'clock. In an hour, you and I, we are going away together.
What?
It is all arranged. Your work is done. So is mine.
How? I'll never get past that door, darling. They shoot me on sight. You know that?
Do not worry, darling. We have an hour to tell each other how happy we are going to be. A whole hour to love each other. Therefore, what time is it?
3 minutes of 10, darling. Why?
Oh, it seems to have gone so quickly.
Darling, is there anything wrong? Something you haven't told
Oh,
me?
no, darling. Stefan, kiss me. Hold me tight. Tell me you love me. Oh, tell me. Tell me, Stefan.
Oh, darling, I love you. I love you, Elaine. Listen. It's bells. Why, I wonder?
I do not know.
The crowd, they're yelling something. You hear? It's something about... It's about Lenin. Lenin lives. He's going to recover.
Then it is peace. The terror is over, oh, Stefan.
What's it mean?
Oh, it means we are free. They will empty the prison.
Then Madill's safe.
And we are, darling. We can go to England. Oh, God.
What?
Now, get out of here, Stefan. We have got to get out of here. Unlock the door.
But why?
Don't stop now, please. Please, Stefan. Open the door. Oh, quickly.
Lady, are you mad?
Get down the stairs, out in the street. Hurry, Stefan.
What's all this about?
We have got to get away from here out into the street.
Give me a hand. Here we are. Look, out that way.
Oh, stay near me, Stefan. Stay near me. Do not leave me.
It's all right, darling. We're out now. Lady, will you please tell me what you're doing? Lenya.
Are you all right, Stefan?
Yes, darling. You knew what was going to happen.
Yes, but that is over now, Stefan. We are free to go. Our life is beginning again.
You knew what was going to happen, and you stayed with me.
That was my duty, too.
Errol Flynn and Francis Farmer rejoin us later. If you saw such hit pictures as David Copperfield, Libel's Lady, The Thin Man, A Tale of Two Cities, and The Good Earth, you've seen on the screen the name of tonight's guest, one of the world's most famous exceptions, the rule that it takes a man to make clothes for women. She's a native of England and established her reputation in the stage and productions throughout Europe, then in New York, and finally in Hollywood. Now at Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios, she creates styles for stars like Myrna Loy, Virginia Bruce, Louise Reiner, Maureen O'Sullivan. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Dolly Tree.
Thanks, Mr. DeMille. I could begin to talk now about nothing but Lux Flakes and still not have time enough to say half what I'd like to about your wonderful product.
That's very nice. But we want to hear something about clothes, too. But you go ahead, and I'll interrupt you when I think it's time to change the subject.
Fine. The outstanding quality I've found in Lux is a feeling of utter cleanliness that it gives to clothes. It leaves them with a freshness no other soap seems to impart. Our wardrobe department at MGM uses Lux Flakes constantly, just as they do at every other major studio. What I've discovered personally is how good they are for silk stockings and woolens. It keeps a woolen sweater, for instance, just as soft, fleecy, and elastic as when it was brand new. I've also found out that women have such faith in Lux that they don't work so hard when laundering a garment. And because of this fact, that you don't have to use so much effort with Lux, your clothes don't lose their shape. Lux means less work and a better job.
Thank you, Miss Tree. But what about the clothes themselves? What makes a woman well-dressed?
An ability to select simple clothes of good quality, with the thought that the most important thing is not her wardrobe, but herself. What I mean is that clothes should emphasize the woman first and then the style.
Now, do clothes make the woman, or does the woman make the clothes?
Well, everybody has some one good point to emphasize. If a girl has lovely feet and legs, she should spend most of her money on shoes and stockings. If her hands are particularly nice, it's smart to attract attention to them by wearing conservative jewelry and keeping her fingers well groomed. If she has lovely teeth, let her wear a collar or a necklace that will direct the eye to her smile. Don't pay any attention to styles unless you're comfortable in them. Wear the kind of clothes in which you'll feel the best. Then you'll look your best.
Has the coronation been as important an event in the realm of clothes as it has been to history?
The coronation hasn't affected clothes a great deal, Mr. DeMille, though the Duke of Windsor and the former Mrs. Simpson have created some style trends. The Duke's stay in Austria has started a vogue for short Tyrolean sweaters made of thick, heavy wool, while one of the popular new colors, a sort of hyacinth shade, is known as Wallace blue.
Well, apart from colors and styles, Miss Tree, have there been any really new ideas in clothes recently?
Well, we're popularizing a new type of fabric, Mr. DeMille, called hand-painted mousseline. This material is like a stiff chiffon, with the design painted on by hand. For those who can afford it, hand-painted mousseline assures absolute individuality in gowns without a chance of them being copied.
But what about those who can't afford to gild the lily in that fashion?
Well, if your income is limited, don't buy many clothes, but get good ones. If you want an example of what the right clothes can do, pay attention to Una Merkel in Saratoga. For the first time, Una has the opportunity of playing a glamorous role. Working with such a lovely girl as Una, my job was really easy. But it proves what clothes can do in creating a new personality.
behalf of the ladies, thank you, Miss Tree. A checkup of our stars since their last appearance in the Lux Radio Theater shows that Errol Flynn, after spending several weeks at the battlefronts of Spain, has returned to the comparative calm of Warner Brothers Studio, where he's just completed a new film with Kay Francis called Libeled Lady, called Another Dawn. But while Francis Palmer has made the toast of New York for RKO and has just begun to get her feet wet in Ebb Tide, another Paramount picture. Are my facts straight, Francis?
Yes,
Straighter
Mr.
than my tongue, I hope.
But they're not detailed enough. What about that trip you took to Spain, Mr. Flynn?
Well, I don't think I quite realized what it was going to be like. Anyway, I know now what it is to hear shells exploding over your head and machine gun bullets whining past. Believe me, it's pretty frightening. But of all the horrible things I saw down there, I was convinced of one thing, and that is that the only cause in the world today worth fighting for, that every man and woman should fight for, is the cause of peace.
Don't I recall reading in the newspapers that you were wounded over there?
Well, I wasn't actually wounded, and it's a thing I haven't liked to talk about much. I tried to laugh it off by calling it a bump on the head, but it was a bit more serious than that. What happened was that a large caliber shell burst about 50 yards away from me on the Madrid front. I was hit on the head by some falling debris and suffered concussion for several days. But suppose I do a little cross-examining. What's this I hear, Francis, about your going east this summer to do a play?
Oh, yes. Well, it's just that I want to work in summer stock. I feel I need as much stage work as I can get. And incidentally, I think that one reason why picture people like being on this program so much, Mr. DeMille, is because it's the next best thing to being on the legitimate stage again. To all of you, my sincere thanks.
Goodbye, Mr. DeMille.
Goodbye, Errol. Goodbye, Francis.
Thank you, Miss Farmer and Mr. Flynn. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. A brilliant production has been arranged for your entertainment next Monday night and will be told in a moment by Mr. DeMille. Our stars this evening were assisted by Colin Campbell as Evans, C. Montague Shaw as Sir Walter Carrister, Don Terry as Medill, Joseph Kearns as Lafarge, Cy Kendall as Pavlov, Frank Nelson as Tito Del Val, Lee Millar as Commissioner, Lou Merrill as Mr. X, John Lake as Dimitri, James Eagles as Peter, and Ross Forrester as the newsboy. Mr. DeMille and Miss Farmer appeared through courtesy of Paramount Studios, Mr. Flynn, Warner Brothers, and Louis Silvers, 20th Century Fox, where he was in charge of music for the new film, This Is My Affair. If you haven't yet put your blankets away, plan to Lux them the first bright day that is also fresh and windy. Lux won't shrink woolens. Blankets stay warmer, cared for the Lux way. You see, the warmth of a blanket depends very largely upon the amount of nap. When a blanket shrinks and mats in washing, it loses its fluffy nap. Then it won't keep you warm. In Farmer's Bulletin number 1497, the government warns against rubbing, heat, and harmful alkali. You avoid all these washing blankets the Lux way. It keeps them soft and fluffy. It's so thrifty, too. News now from our producer.
Twice produced on the Broadway stage, twice in motion pictures, our play for next Monday night is destined, I think, to rank as one of the most dramatic stories ever presented in the Lux Radio Theater, Madam X. Hollywood has few more convincing emotional actresses than the one who comes to our stage in the title role, Anne Harding. And starring with Miss Harding, James Stewart. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Anne Harding in Madam X with James Stewart. A few hours ago, Miss Jean Harlow was graduated by death to whatever the next stage may be. The screen has lost one of its most brilliant personalities. And we who knew her, a kind and gentle friend. Hollywood tonight holds many heavy hearts. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hollywood, California, Monday, June 28th.
The Lux Radio Theater presents Walter Winchell and Josephine Hutchinson in The Front Page with James Gleason. Lux presents Hollywood. We appreciate your enthusiasm for Lux Flakes. It is your regular purchase of Lux which enables us to bring you this program, sponsored by Cecil B. DeMille, with Louis Silvers conducting. Tonight's stars are Walter Winchell, Josephine Hutchinson, and James Gleason. We had hoped at this time to bring you Miss Amelia Earhart. However, she has not yet completed her sensational round-the-world flight, so will be heard instead next Monday evening from the Lux Radio Theater, if she will have arrived by that time. Our guests tonight are Miss Kathleen Howard, fashion editor of Photoplay magazine, and John McSood, fabric expert and motion picture technical advisor. From our stage on Hollywood Boulevard, we welcome you to another hour in the Lux Radio Theater. Before we start our play, I'd like you to hear a letter we received from Miss Miriam Kint, who lives in Easton, Pennsylvania. Here's what she says.
I can never thank you enough for your fine products and your equally fine entertainment. I'd miss both of them very much if I ever had to do without them. I never get tired of them. I'm a radio fan, a movie fan, and a Lux fan. I couldn't keep house without it.
Well, Mrs. Kent and others will agree that one thing which makes housekeeping much easier is washing dishes in Lux. Lux Flakes dissolve instantly into rich, creamy suds, which mean easier dishwashing and softer, prettier hands. And no wonder, for Lux is free from harmful alkali that roughens and cracks your skin. Lux for all your dishwashing costs only a trifle a day. And now, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. His mother named him Walter Winchell, but they call him the man who owns Broadway, the Burbank of the printed page. He made a halo of an orchid and turned a scallion from a vegetable to a stinging rebuke. He's the most original, most highly paid, most copied, and most widely known among reporters. When at a loss for words, Walter simply makes up new ones. To him, people don't get married, they middle aisle. They don't talk on the radio, they radiorate. They're not glamorous picture personalities, but cinema actors. He's found that news walks at night, so he chases it in a car with a radio and a police siren. He's left-handed and does not carry a gun. Born in New York in 1897, he knew that a good education was essential to success. So instead of quitting school at the 4th grade, he patiently plodded through till the 6th. At 14, he was singing in a newsboys' sextet produced by Gus Edwards. His teacher was our musical conductor, Lou Silvers, who had to rescore the music every day because Walter's voice changed every 2 minutes, like a woman's mind. Walter got his first smell of printer's ink by publishing a small theatrical sheet called News Sense. It was the spark that set off the journalistic skyrocket, which has carried him along to his present berth on the New York Mirror and 136 newspapers from New York to London, Paris, and Honolulu. Starred currently in Wake Up and Live, Walter reverts to type tonight in playing the part of Hildy Johnson in The Front Page. In the role of Peggy Grant is Josephine Hutchinson, called upon at the last moment to play the part due to the illness of Joan Bennett. Miss Hutchinson brings to our theater the same spirit and talent that flavored her acting on Broadway. From Eva Le Gallion's celebrated civic repertoire, Miss Hutchinson came to Hollywood as a member of Warner Brothers, as a Warner Brothers star. Just a few days ago, she signed a long-term contract with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. James Gleason, after a notable career as actor, writer, and producer, also came to Hollywood from Broadway. Now at RKO Studios, he makes his 3rd appearance on our stage in the role of Walter Burns, managing editor. Our deadline has arrived, and we send tonight's edition to press as the curtain rises on the Lux Radio Theater presentation of The Front Page, starring Walter Winchell and Josephine Hutchinson with James Gleason. A newspaper office in the city of Chicago. At his desk in the inner sanctum, Walter Burns, the managing editor, talks to one of his staff on a telephone. He's just received a disquieting bit of news, and he pounds the desk violently, sending a shower of papers onto the floor.
Don't give me that. He can't quit. When did he walk out? Why didn't you stop him? Well, you're a help. Well, stop him now. I don't care if he's getting married to the Empress of China. Hildy Johnson works for this sheet and is going to keep on working for it. Listen, Duffy, there's a hanging scheduled for tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock. They're hanging Earl Williams at the Cook County Jail. Hildy Johnson has got to cover that hanging for us. And if he doesn't, by heaven, I'll hang you. Now get to work. Find out where he is. Stop the wedding ceremony. Do anything you want. But get Hildy Johnson or I'll kick you from here to Michigan Boulevard and back again. Yes, and I said if Burns asked for me, tell him to go dunk his head in the lake. I'm finished, through, and then I walked out.
Oh, Hildy, you really quit.
I promised I would, didn't I?
Yes, darling, but it's almost too good to be true.
Hildy Johnson, ex-newspaper man. That's me, honey. From now on, I'm going to eat my dinners at home. Then afterwards, I'm going to curl up on the radiator with a good book. I'm going to let the other guys hustle for the news. I'll be reading it, and it better be good. Boy, what a life.
Oh, Hildy. We will be happy, won't we?
We can't miss, honey.
We'll be married in New York, darling, just as soon as we get there.
Can't be too soon for me. Geez, I almost forgot. Hey, driver.
Yeah?
Stop at the criminal courts building, Cook County Jail.
Okay.
Hildy, what for?
I gotta say goodbye to the boys, honey.
What boys?
The so-called gentlemen of the press. They'll all be up there covering the hanging and wishing they were home in bed. I gotta give them the horse laugh.
But Hildy was supposed to be at Cousin Emma's at 7 sharp, and the train leaves at 11:15.
It's all right, baby. Don't you worry about me. You run along to Emma's. I'll be up right away.
Hildy, you'll never get away from them. When you get talking with those friends of yours, Emma will be furious if you don't get there, and so will Mother.
Listen, Peggy, I know what this means to you. You don't think I'd let you down at a time like this, do you? I'll be up at Cousin Emma's before she drags out the cake. And what's more, I'll eat it, too. But I gotta see the boys, Peggy. You understand, don't you? I may never see them again. I hope.
Well, all right, but...
Atta girl. Give us a kiss.
Hildy.
Come on, driver. Get going in there.
Deal me out.
I was ahead a minute ago.
All right.
Hello? Press room. Hildy Johnson? No, he ain't here. I said he ain't here. Okay.
Hey, who was that, Wilson?
Burns again, trying to reach Hildy Johnson.
Hello, give me Sheridan 2000.
Hey, Murphy, what is the idea?
Yep.
Is that the only telephone in the place?
The only one with a mouthpiece on it.
How many times have I got to tell you fellows to leave my phone alone? If you've got to talk to a mouthpiece, go buy one like I did.
Ah, shut up.
Give me Sheridan 2000.
I won't shut up. I'm trying to keep this phone clean of germs.
Hey, Bensinger, what is this? A hospital or something?
Oh, look
now,
at
come
this
on, run
drawer.
those
Look
cards,
at
will you?
Who put that pie in there?
I did, but don't eat it, Bensinger. It's rotten.
I don't intend to eat it, but I don't intend to let you fellows use my desk as a garbage can.
It's too big a desk anyhow. Takes up too much room. Okay.
LaSalle, 3400.
Hey, Bensinger, did you see the sheriff?
Oh, why don't you get your own news?
All right. You
Oh, hello, Jake. This is Bensinger. Yes, here's a new lead on the Earl Williams hanging. Yes, I just saw the sheriff, yes. He won't move the hanging up a minute. I don't care who he promised. All right, I'll talk to him again, but it's no use. The execution is set for 7 o'clock in the morning. And get this, the condemned man ate a hearty dinner. Yes, mock turtle soup, chicken pot pie, hash brown potatoes, combination salad, and pie a la mode.
Make mine the same.
No, I don't know what kind of pie.
Hello,
Now
this is
listen.
Wilson. Give me a rewrite, man.
I said I don't know what kind of
Ready,
pie.
Charlie?
I don't know.
Get this. Very hot stuff.
Yes.
The doomed man ate a hearty dinner. As follows. Noodle soup, roasted beef, chicken potato, cranberry sauce, and pie a la mud. Yeah. Peach pie.
Peach pie. It's a scoop.
Yes. Peach pie. Oh, shut up, will you? Oh, all right, Jake. Yes. Oh, yes, and one thing more. Dr. Max J. Egelhofer. Yes, Max J. Egelhofer from Vienna. Well, he's going to examine Williams to see if he's sane. No, I don't know when. In an hour or so, I'll let you know.
Hold it, Charlie. I just seen the sheriff again. They're going to look for screws in Williams' dome. Yeah, psychologist. Dr. Egelhofer. Wait a minute. Hey, Bensinger, how do you spell that doctor's name?
Oh, go and find out.
All right, Sourpuss. I don't know, Charlie. Spell it any way you want.
Get over there real quick as you can, will you?
Hello, you lazy tramp.
Hello, Hildy. How are you?
Hildy, we heard you quit.
Sure, I quit. Hey, will you look at this
guy. Look, he's wearing a case. Kiss me, Hildy.
Let go. Now let go.
He's even got a shave and a haircut.
Hey, Hildy. It's Walter Burns on the phone. Tell that phony he knows where he can go. Will you do me a favor and talk to him? He's called you 9 million times.
What's the matter? Scared of him, Hildy?
Yeah, are you? I'll talk to that maniac with pleasure. Give me the phone. Hello, Mr. Burns. What's that, Mr. Burns? Why, your language is shocking, Mr. Burns. Now listen, you big baboon. Get a pencil and paper and take this down. And get it straight, because this is important. It's the Hildy Johnson case. Yeah, the Hildy Johnson case. The next time I see you, I'm going to walk right up to you and hammer in that monkey skull of yours until it rings like a Chinese gong.
Oh, boy.
That's telling it. No, I ain't going to cover any hanging. I wouldn't cover it for you if they held it in the middle of Clark Street. Never mind the oil, Jocko. It won't do you any good this time, because I'm going to New York, and I'm going to get married. And if you know what's good for you, you'll stay west of Gary, Indiana. A Johnson never forgets. And that, boys, is what they call telling the managing editor. Goodbye forever. Goodbye. Oh, shut up. What'd you quit for, Hildy?
Yeah, we hear you're going to get married.
I'm getting married, all right. See these? 3 tickets to New York.
What do you mean, 3?
Me and my girl and her old lady.
Kind of sudden, David.
What do you want to get married for?
Maybe he's in love.
He's in love. Hey, when's the wedding, Hildy?
It's in New York, so you guys ain't going to have any fun with it. None of them fake warrants are kidnapping the bride with me.
Everybody's getting that New York bug. It's a rube town for mine.
I was on a New York paper once. Say, you might as well work in a bank.
Which one of them journals are you going to work for? None of them. Who wants to work on a newspaper? What are you going in for, the movies? I am not. Publishing office. 150 smackers a week. Yeah? Here's the contract. I was just waiting to get it down to black and white before I took a powder on Burns. And his Burns sore. That rotten snake brain. The ungrateful ape. Call me a traitor. A traitor. After 10 years of sweating my pants off for practically nothing. Traitor to what? What did he or anybody else in the newspaper business ever do for me? Except try to make a bum out of me. Says you can't quit without notice. What does he think I am, a hired girl? Why, one more word and I'd have gone over there and busted him right on his Durante.
Hey, why didn't you tell a fellow you were going to quit?
And have Burns hear about it? I've always wanted to quit. Just like that. I've been planning this for 2 months. Packed up everything yesterday. So did my girl, furniture and everything. You're going to miss a swell hanging, Hildy. Yeah, you can have it. I'm a businessman now. I got a dumb brother went in for business. He's got 7 kids and a mortgage. And belongs to a country club. He never gets worse every year. Just a fathead. Listen to who's talking. Journalists. Peeking through keyholes. Running after fire engines like a lot of coach dogs. Waking people up in the middle of the night to ask them what they think of Mussolini. A lot of daffy Badinskis borrowing nickels from office boys. And for what? So 1 million nitwits and their wives will know what's going on. What's that? They're stretching the rope for Errol Williams.
Yeah, making it nice and soft.
I don't believe that guy ever did shoot that cop.
He don't look like he's got enough brains to pull a trigger.
Whether he did or not, he's hanging high in the morning. Well, I gotta beat it. So long, you mug.
No, you can't.
Hold that door, Kruger.
You can't do that, Hildy.
Now, wait a minute. It's your last night, Hildy. We gotta celebrate. Nothing doing. I gotta go
don't be a heel. Yes, don't be a heel.
I'm not a heel.
You are so a heel.
Sure, walking out on us and us the losers. What are you talking about? I'm talking about all the dough you lifted around here playing poker.
That's right. You gotta give us a chance to get it back,
yeah.
Hildy.
Are you kidding? You won it, didn't you? Sure, but what's the idea? Then sit down. Don't let him out, Kruger.
What are you trying to do? Pull a walk out on us after taking our
well, all right, you dirty tramps. I'll play only for a half an hour.
Half an hour?
Only a half an hour, and I hope I trim the pants off you. Ante up, boys.
I'm out $7
Hey,
now.
where are those sandwiches?
Hey,
come on, Hildy, come on. Stop looking at your watch.
Listen, fellas, I gotta go. No fooling. Hey, sandwiches.
No, come on. Well, hello, Sheriff.
Who's yelling up here?
That was me, Sheriff. Sit down and take a hand. You can have my place,
Oh, no,
Pinky.
you don't, Hildy. Sit down.
Now, listen, boys, listen. You gotta be quiet. There's a man over there in the death house. How do you suppose he feels listening to all this revelry?
A lot you care how he feels. Keep your shirt on, Pinky.
Wait a minute, you. I don't want to hear any more of that Pinky stuff. I got a name, see? Peter B. Hartman.
What's the matter with Pinky?
He's all right.
Who's all right?
Stop now, honest boys. What's the idea of hanging a name like that on me? Pinky Hartman. How's that going to look to the voters?
Now, never mind the voters. What about moving the execution up to 5 o'clock so we can all make the city edition?
Yeah, that's a small idea. How about it, Pinky? Come on, be a good guy, will you?
Now, that's kind of raw.
You can't hang a fellow in his sleep just to please a newspaper.
No, but you can reprieve him twice, so the hanging will come 3 days before election, so you can run the law and order ticket. You can do that all right, though, can't you?
I had nothing whatsoever to do with these reprieves. That was entirely up to the governor.
Oh, yeah? Well, how do we know there won't be another reprieve tonight?
There won't be.
No? What about that doctor? Suppose he finds Williams insane or something.
He won't find he's insane because he isn't.
Even if he was, you'd hang him to get the vote.
Boys. Now, easy now. He's going to look him over in my office in a couple of minutes, and then you'll know all about it. Besides, there's nothing he can find out. Williams is just as sane as I am.
Saner, Pinky.
Oh, there's no use in talking to you, boy.
Yeah, I wondered how long it'd take you to find that out, Pinky.
Hello? Oh, yes, ma'am? Hey, Hildy, it's your girl.
Holy shit. Give me that. His girl. Ain't it romantic?
What's the matter, honey? I know, but I couldn't help it.
Here's your sandwiches, boys. So am I, baby. Ham and eggs.
What's the matter? Haven't we got any
But, sweetheart, there's nothing to cry about.
Yeah, come on. Lay off those potatoes.
Oh, honey, it's the boys. They're all yelling, of course, darling. Of course I'll be there. I'm leaving now.
That's mine. See?
Oh, Peggy, if you talk like that, I'm going to ride out and jump in the lake. I swear I will. I can't stand it. Listen.
We're listening. Go ahead.
Darling, I love you.
Hildy loves that.
I said I love you.
Oh, wait a minute, fellas. Give him a break, will you?
That's the stuff. That's better. I'll be right there, honey. Now, don't take it easy. Right away. I'll be right over.
Honey, baby, he'll be right over. Did you hear that?
Hello? Yeah. Hey, Hildy, it's Burns again. Tell him to give us a rest, will you?
Hello. Listen, Burns, you're making a nuisance of yourself. What's the idea of calling up all the time? No, I'm through with newspapers. I don't give a hoot what you think of me. I'm leaving for New York tonight, right now, this minute. Well, goodbye, you rotten wage slaves. When you're crawling up fire escapes and getting kicked out of front doors and eating a Christmas dinner in a one-arm joint, don't forget your old pal, Hildy Johnson.
Well, goodbye.
When will we see you again, Hildy? The next time you see me, I'll be riding in a 16-cylinder wagon giving out interviews on success.
Goodbye, Hildy.
Well,
Goodbye,
take care of
Hildy.
yourself, Johnson.
So long, fella.
Holy! What is this? A jailbreak.
Get over to the window. Hey, what's the matter? What's happened? What's the game? He's probably trying the game. Who got away? Who was it? Errol Williams.
He got away.
Give me that telephone, quick. This is going to make a bomb out of that. Wait, look out. Look out where you're able to be in the state's attorney's office.
Oh, nuts. Hello. Give me Waller, Burns. Quick. Hello, Waller. This is Hildy Johnson. Forget that. Forget it, I tell you. Listen, Earl Williams just slammed out of the county jail. Yeah, just this minute. Don't worry. I said don't worry. I'm on the
We continue with the front page presently. But for the moment, I'd like to take you into the famous Laurel Canyon in Hollywood. There on a vine-covered porch, sitting in a swing hammock, are a boy and a girl, very much in love and trying hard to be practical. Just now, Dick is doing the talking.
I wish we could get married soon, Anne. But I don't know how I'm going to buy you dresses like that new one you got on. Why, I bet that cost a week's salary.
Darling, this dress isn't new, and it costs practically nothing.
Well, it certainly looks expensive.
That's because I know how to get things at bargain prices.
Yeah. And say, it is swell looking.
And I know how to keep them nice, too. I only buy dresses that are luxable.
What do you mean, luxable?
You can keep them nice in Lux, darling. Lux Flakes.
Oh.
It hardly costs anything to take care of things that way, and they look like new so much longer.
Yes, Anne, you're one of the millions of girls who know that Lux brings down the cost of looking smart and well-dressed. This year especially, stores everywhere are showing so many smart, inexpensive clothes that are luxable. Cottons, silks, and linens, all kinds of summer fabrics will stay new-looking much longer if you care for them with Lux. These gentle flakes are safe for anything that's safe in water alone. Lux cuts down expensive upkeep and makes your things look like new all season long. Once again, Mr. DeMille.
We continue with the front page, starring Walter Winchell and Josephine Hutchinson with James Gleason. With the condemned man roaming free somewhere in the city, things are happening fast around the criminal courts building. The press room is deserted for the moment, when suddenly Hildy Johnson bounds through the door and grabs the telephone.
Hello. Give me Walla Burns. Hello, listen. Keep this wire open every second, do you understand? Hello, Burns. Now listen. I got the whole story from Jacoby, the assistant warden, and I got it exclusive. That's right, and it's a pip. Only listen. It cost me $260, see? Just a minute, I'll give you the story. I'm telling you, first I had to give him all the money I had, and it wasn't exactly mine. $260, and I want it back. Well, what did you hear? Did you hear what I said about the money? All right, then here's your story. It's a jailbreak of your dreams. Dr. Max J. Egelhofer, a profound thinker from Vienna, was giving Williams a final sanity test in the sheriff's office. You know, sticking a lot of pins in him to get his reflexes. Then he decided to reenact the crime. So as to study Williams' powers of coordination. Well, I'm coming to it. Will you shut up? Of course he had to have a gun to reenact it. And who do you suppose supplied it? Peter B. Hartman. B for brains. I tell you, I'm not kidding. Hartman gave his gun to the professor. The professor gave it to Earl, and Earl shot the professor right in the stomach. Ain't it perfect? Egelhofer? No, not bad. They spirited him away to Passivant Hospital. No, we got it exclusive. Now listen, Burns. It cost me $260 for the story, and I want it back. I had to give it to Jacoby. I had to give it to him before he spilled it. $260, the money I'm going to get married on. Never mind about my fine work. I want my money. No, I tell you, I'm not going to cover anything else. I'm going away. Listen, you big stiff. I just did this as a personal favor. Now I'm leaving town and I haven't got a dime. When will you send it over? Well, see that you do or I can't get married. I'll be waiting right here in the press room.
Hildy!
Oh, hello, Peggy.
What was that over the telephone?
Nothing. I was just telling Walla Burns I was all through, that's all. How are you, darling?
You haven't done something foolish with that money.
No.
You still have it.
Of course, gee, darling, you don't think for a minute.
I think I'd better take care of it from now on.
Now, listen, honey, I can look after a couple of $100, all right?
Now, Hildy, if you still got that money, I want you to give it to me.
Now, sweetheart, it's going to be perfectly all right.
No, you haven't got it.
No, not this minute, but
You did do something with it.
No, he's sending it right over. Burns, I mean. It'll be here any minute.
Hildy.
Listen, darling, I wouldn't have had this happen for the world. But it's going to be all right. Now, here's what happened. I was just starting out to the house to get you when this guy Williams breaks out of jail. You know, the fellow they were going to hang in the morning.
Yes, I know.
Oh, sweetheart, I had to do what I did. I had to give him the money so he wouldn't give the story to anybody else. Jacoby, I mean. That's the assistant warden. I got the story exclusive. The biggest scoop in years.
Do you know how long Mother and I waited out there at the house?
Oh, Peggy, listen, you ain't going to be mad at me for this. I couldn't help it. You'd have done the same thing yourself. I mean, the biggest story in the world busting and nobody on the job.
I might have known it would happen again.
Oh, listen.
Every time I ever wanted you for something, on my birthday and New Year's Eve, when I waited till 5 in the morning.
But a big story broke, don't you remember?
It's always a big story. The biggest story in the world. And the next day, everybody's forgotten it, even you.
What do you mean, forgotten? That was the Clara Hammond murder on your birthday. Oh, Peggy, it won't hurt to wait 5 more minutes. The boy's on his way with the money now.
Do you know that Mother's sitting downstairs waiting in a taxicab? If she knew about that money. It's all we've got in the world, Hildy. We haven't even got a place to sleep in except the train.
Oh, gee, I wouldn't do anything in the world to hurt you, Peg. You make me feel like a criminal.
It's all that Walter Burns. Oh, I'll be so glad when you get away from him. You simply can't resist him.
Peggy, I told you what I think of him. I wouldn't raise a finger if he was dying.
Then why did you loan him the money?
I didn't. You see, you won't listen to me, or you'd know I didn't. Now, look, I had to give the money to Jacoby, the assistant warden.
Here they are, ma'am.
Thank you.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Grant. I was just explaining to Peggy.
Mother, I thought you were going to wait in the cab.
Well, I just came up to tell you the meter's gone to $2.
Yeah, sure, but that's going to be all right.
I had a terrible time finding you. First, I went into a room where a lot of policemen were playing cards.
Yeah, I'll tell you what we'll do.
Then I met that policeman and asked him where Mr. Johnson's office was, and he brought me here.
Now, listen, Mother. I think you'd better go downstairs, and we'll come just as soon as we can.
You've got a big room, haven't you? Where do you sit, Hildy?
Now, I'll tell you what you do. You and Peggy go on over to the station and get the baggage checked. Here's the tickets.
Now, Hildy.
I'll be along in 15 minutes, maybe sooner.
How do you mean? That you aren't going?
Of course I am. Now, I'll meet you at the information booth.
Come on, Mother. Hildy has to wait a few minutes. It's something about the office. He's getting some money.
Money?
Yeah, they're sending it over. It's my salary. They're sending over my salary.
Your salary? At this hour?
They were awful busy, and I couldn't disturb them very well.
Well, the trouble is you're too easy with people, letting them wait till this hour before paying you your salary. How do you know they're going to give it to you at all?
Mother, now, we'll go on over. Hildy'll be along.
Do you know what I'm beginning to think?
What?
I think you must be a sort of irresponsible type or you wouldn't do things this way. It just occurred to me you didn't do one blessed thing about our getting away.
Now, you stop picking on Hildy, Mother.
Well, I had to sublet the apartment and pack all the wedding presents. That's a man's work. You weren't even there to put the things in the taxi.
And I had to give the man 50 cents, too. And now here you stand with the train leaving any minute.
Now, Mother, I never missed a train in my life.
Come on, Mother.
That's the girl. Now, go ahead. Go ahead.
You'd better be there, Hildy.
Don't worry about me. I'll be there. Goodbye.
Sheriff's office. Hartman speaking. What? Yes, where? What's around him? Put 100 men around the house. And if he gets away, I'll break every cop on the force.
Well, Sheriff?
They've spotted Earl Williams. He's in a boarding house over in Clark Street.
That's a break. Those newspapers hound the tails off of us if he ever got away.
Listen, Jacoby, he ain't going to get away. This thing means votes. And I'm going to hang Earl Williams if it's the last thing I do.
Oh, Sheriff.
Who are you?
My name's Pincus. I got a paper here for you. It's from the governor.
What's from the governor?
Why, the reprieve for Earl Williams.
For who?
Earl Williams, the reprieve. Wait a minute. Is this a joke or something? Huh?
It's a mistake. There must be a mistake. Look at this, Jacoby. Insane, he says. He knows darn well that Earl Williams ain't insane. This reprieve is pure politics. It's an attempt to ruin us.
What can you do? I only brought it over. You can't blame
No, wait a minute. Listen, Mr. Pincus. You didn't bring this over. You couldn't find me. I never saw the reprieve.
Huh? But you got it in your hands, right?
Well, for 150 miles. Now, you shut up and listen. How much money do you make now?
$20 a week. And car fare.
For 150 a month, you could forget this reprieve business, couldn't you? You could say you couldn't find me, couldn't you?
But I did find you.
Oh, ye God. Look. Here. Take this reprieve away. Go away. Don't come back until tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock and keep your mouth shut. I'll settle everything with you tomorrow.
Well, all right.
That's the boy. Now, go on.
It sounds awful funny to me, though. You're taking a big chance, Sheriff.
Oh, chance, don't I know it? Don't you think I realize...
Hey, Sheriff!
What do you want, Johnson?
Did Walter Boyne send anybody here with some dough for me?
No, he didn't.
All right, Pinky, don't get sore. I hear you surrounded Williams.
Yes, we have.
Nice work, Pinky. I bet you'll let him go so he could vote on Tuesday.
Get out of here.
If anyone comes for me, I'll be in the press room. Hello, Duffy. Hello, Duff. This is Hildy. Listen, where's Burns? Where did he go? Well, listen, Duffy, I'm waiting here for the boy to bring over my money. The $260 he owes me. Yeah, in the press room. He told me the boy was on his way. What are you laughing about? Listen, Duffy, has that maniac started that money over or not? No, I ain't got time to come over to any office. I'll miss the train. Oh, shut up, Duffy. Listen, will you? Wait a minute. Who's at that window? Who's out there? I'll call you back, Duffy. Who's out there? What's the idea of crawling around on fire escapes?
Excuse me. I had to come in. I had to.
Well, who are you?
Me? I'm Earl Williams.
Earl Williams?
They're after me with searchlights.
Put down that gun.
It ain't loaded. I fired all the bullets already.
Well, give it to me.
Here, I surrender. I couldn't hang off that roof any longer.
Yeah, get away from that window.
I'm not afraid to die. I was telling that fellow that when he handed me the gun.
Shut up a second. Let me lock the door.
Waking me up in the middle of the night, talking to me about things I don't understand, calling me a murderer. I ain't a murderer, but sometimes I just can't think straight. I get a pain up here.
Be quiet. Let me think.
Go on, take me back and hang me. I done my best.
Will you shut up? Sit down over there. Go ahead now. Go on, sit down. Hello. Give me Burns, quick.
I didn't mean anything. I just didn't think.
Hello, Burns. Geez, Burns, listen. You gotta get over here. I said you gotta get over here. I got Earl Williams. He's here with me now. Earl Williams. Yeah! Who is it?
Open up. It's me, Burns. Well, where is he?
I thought you'd never get here.
Come in, Louie, and close that door.
Okay, boss.
I brought Louie along to give us a hand. Well, where is he? Where's Williams?
He's in the desk.
What desk?
The big one, right here. I stuck him in there and pulled down a roller.
Open it up and let's get a look at him. Hello, Williams.
Let me out here. I can't stand it. Please let me out.
Keep quiet, you mug. You're sitting pretty. Close that desk.
Who's out there?
Hildy, what's holding you up?
Oh.
Who's the dame?
It's my girl's mother.
Yes, and I've waited just as long as I'm going to wait.
Shut up.
Shut up. What?
Let me out of here, please.
Who's that? There's somebody in that desk.
Don't be silly, lady. What would a man be doing in a desk?
I don't know, but there's something going on here.
Shut up.
I won't shut up. Who's in that desk?
Now, Mother, please.
Take her out of here, will you, Louis?
What did you say?
Now, look here, Burns.
Louis, get some guys to help you and take this lady over to Polak Mike's and lock her up. See that she don't talk to anyone on the way.
Okay, boss. I take good
What's
care
that?
of her.
Come on, now, Burns, you can't do that.
Don't you touch me.
Tell him it's a case of delirium tremens.
Let me go.
Listen, Burns, this will get me in an awful jam.
Let me go.
Shut up, lady.
Hey, wait, don't.
Take it easy here.
Let me go, will you?
What for?
Let go of me. I got my girl downstairs. She's downstairs in the cab all alone.
Your girl. What are you, some half-baked college boy? Why, in time of war, you could be shot for what you're doing. For less than you're doing.
Never mind that. There's your story. Locked up in that desk. Smear it all over your front page and take all the credit. I covered your story, and I covered it right. Now I'm getting out.
You drooling saphead. What do you mean, a story? You've got the whole city by the seat of the pants.
I know all about that.
You don't know beans. You've got the brains of a pancake. Listen, Hildy, if I didn't have your interest at heart, would I be wasting time now arguing with you? You've done something big. You've stepped into a new class. Honest? Listen, we'll make such monkeys out of Hartman and his ward healers, nobody will vote for them, not even their wives.
Expose them, huh?
Expose them, crucify them. We're going to keep Williams undercover till morning so we can break the story exclusive. Then we let the opposition party in on the capture. Share the glory with them.
I see.
You kicked over the whole city hall like an apple cart. You've got Hartman backed against the wall. You put one administration out and another one in. This ain't a newspaper story, it's a career. And you stand there bellyaching about some girl.
I wasn't figuring it that way, I guess. We'll be the white-haired boys, won't we?
Why, they'll be naming streets after you. Johnson Street. You and I are going to run this town. Do you understand that?
Yeah, but wait a minute. We can't leave Williams here. One of those reporters will be back.
We're going to take him over to my private office right away. Where's our phone?
That one, the red one. How you going to do it? They'll see him.
Now, if he's inside the desk, we'll carry the desk over. Hello, give me Duffy.
You can't do that. It's crawling with cops outside.
We'll lower out the window with pulleys. Quit stalling. Get that machine start pounding on the lead, will you? Come on, snap into it.
How much you want on it?
All the words you got. Hello.
Can I call the sheriff an animal at bay?
Call him anything you want. He can't read anyhow. Hello, Duffy. Get set. We got the biggest story in the world. Earl Williams caught by our own reporter, Hildy Johnson. I want you to tear out the whole front page. That's what I said, the whole front page. Out. Johnson's writing the lead.
Hildy.
What do you want? Get out of here.
What?
Hildy.
Listen, miss, you can't come in here.
Listen.
Where's Mother?
Hello,
Peggy,
Duffy.
I got to ask you to do something. A big favor.
You're not coming.
Now, listen, take all those Miss
Don't
America
get
pictures
sore.
off
Don't
the
get
page.
sore and fly off the handle. What happened was this. Let me
You're
tell
not, are you?
Now, wait
Tell
a
me,
minute,
Hildy.
Duffy.
Tell me the truth.
Now, look here, little girl.
You're doing this to him. He was going and you stopped him.
Something terrific's happened, Peggy. Wait till I tell you. I just couldn't.
You tell her nothing. She's a woman.
Well, I'm not going to let you do it. You're coming right now with me.
It's the biggest chance of my life. Now, listen, honey.
Oh, shut up, will you?
You don't want to marry me, that's all.
That ain't true. Just because you won't listen, you're saying I don't love you when you know I'd cut off my hands for you. I'd do anything in the world for you, anything.
You never intended to be decent and live like a human being.
Peggy,
You were lying
don't keep
all the
saying
time.
that. Don't say that.
Lying, that's what you were, just lying.
All right, if that's what you think.
I see what you are now. You're just a bum. Like him over there and all the rest.
Sure, that's what I am.
You're just a heartless, selfish animal without any feelings. And you're worse, Mr. Burns. It's all your fault. And if you think I'm going to put up with
Shut
it...
up, will you? Duffy,
Hildy.
talk to Butch.
Shut up, will you? Yeah, that's what I am, a bum. Without any feelings. And that's all I want to be.
Get a hold of Butch as fast as you can.
You never did love me, or you couldn't talk to me like that.
If you want me, you'll have to take me as I am. You can't turn me into any la-di-da with a cane. I'm no stuffed shirt. I'm a newspaper man.
All right, then. Stay a newspaper man. Tie yourself to that rotten old typewriter. Do anything you want. But I'm finished with you. Do you hear? I never want to see you again.
Hildy, have you got that lead?
Have I? Take a look at this. It's terrific.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We leave the front page for a moment and turn to the motion picture section. There, under the caption of Hollywood personalities, we encounter John McSood, one of the world's foremost linen experts. Picture studios, in their endless effort to perfect every detail of a film, use Mr. McSood as technical advisor in scenes showing table linens, handkerchiefs, and linen costumes. In close-ups particularly, they must be absolutely correct. Mr. McSood has devoted a lifetime to that which we ordinary mortals dismiss with a sneeze, the handkerchief. When not at the studios, he spends his time operating one of our more exclusive shops. It's known as the Kerchief Bar at the crossroads of the world, where many of our stars are frequent visitors.
Handkerchiefs, ladies and gentlemen, have been a collector's item for centuries. Among the screen's more avid fanciers of handkerchiefs are Jane Withers, Jeanette MacDonald, Leslie Howard, Tyrone Power, who prefers them in silk, Gracie Allen, and Joan Blondell. George Raft may be tough on the screen, but he goes in for handkerchiefs with his name embroidered in petty point.
Which isn't so strange when we consider that even Napoleon took time off between battles to collect about 3,000 handkerchiefs made of lace.
Napoleon probably started the handkerchief vogue of the early 19th century. Every well-dressed lady carried a fine lace handkerchief, but it was never employed for practical purposes. She used her petticoat instead. Today, of course, we use handkerchiefs both for blowing and showing. In my shop, I have 12,000 different patterns and handkerchiefs for which people pay as high as $750 apiece.
To pay that much for a handkerchief, a fellow must keep his nose to the grindstone.
Then take a less expensive one, the kind, for instance, that sells for $100. That's 12 inches of the finest hand-spun, lustrous linen. It comes from Ireland, France, or Belgium. From there, it goes on a long journey through the Suez Canal to China for expert handwork. It's hem-stitched in southern China and is sent to my headquarters in Shanghai. From there, it goes to northern China for embroidery and back again to Shanghai for the finishing process. Before this takes place, a year and 3 months of hand labor have gone into that handkerchief. Back in Shanghai at my headquarters, it gets 7 baths. 3 are in a secret solution which removes all stains. 3 more are in rainwater, and the final bath is in Lux Flakes. Why Lux in particular? Well, there are very good reasons. In the first place, fine linen should be washed only in the most gentle of soaps, free of alkali, and that require no rubbing which might spread the weed. The second reason is that Lux Flakes restores to linen its original creamy whiteness and luster. Only after its bath in Lux is the handkerchief brought to the United States. By this time, it has traveled about 17,000 miles. Many of the least costly handkerchiefs, those that come few for $1, travel just as far.
While a handkerchief is considered a necessity in civilized society, I believe that the savage bushmen of Australia were the first to use them. Their handkerchiefs were large leaves.
That's correct, Mr. DeMille. Then came the Romans, who wore plain linen handkerchiefs around their necks as a symbol of social distinction. Today, in Ireland, many girls, when they go to bed, put a linen handkerchief under the pillow, believing it would work wonders in getting them husbands. And also, at the present time in China, if you embroider a handkerchief with a certain type of stitch, you'll go to prison. They call it the forbidden stitch. So intricate that many people who attempted it went blind. It has been banned for 100 years. So you see, there's drama even behind the simple word Gesundheit, just as there is in this great play you're presenting tonight, which I don't intend to hold up any longer. Many thanks.
You win by a nose, Mr. McSood. Back again to Walter Winchell, Josephine Hutchinson, and James Gleason in the front page. Police have discovered their mistake, but the man they surrounded was not Earl Williams. The search has been renewed again around the county jail. In the press room, Walter Burns and Hildy work furiously against time to spirit away their prisoner concealed in the roll-top desk. Burns is on the phone again.
Hello. Hello, Duffy. Where have you been? Stick in this phone. Listen, did you impress it on Butch to take a taxi? That every minute counts? Who's he bringing with him? What do you mean you don't know? But you told Butch it was life and death, huh? All right, stick on the wire. Butch is on his way. He's going to help us move the desk. All we got to do is hold out for 15 minutes.
The boys will be back. They'll be coming in here to phone.
Hey, Williams, you all right in there? Knock on the desk. Listen, Williams, I'm going to knock 3 times. That's our signal, see? Get it? Answer with 3 knocks if you're okay. That's the boy. 3 knocks is me. Don't forget. Got enough air? Good boy. Oh, come on, Hilly, get going in there. Tear into it. Don't sit there like a frozen robin.
You've just bollocksed up my whole life. Do you know that?
What?
She was the most wonderful girl I'll ever know. She had spirit, brains, looks, everything.
Who in blazes are you talking about?
My girl, who do you think?
What are you going to do? Start mumbling about your girl now? You've got a story to write.
I practically threw her out. Like she was a
You acted like a man for the first time in your life. Now don't start crawling now.
I'll never love anybody else again. They don't come like that twice in a guy's life.
You'll sleep it off. Now listen, Hildy, I got enough on my mind.
When she was sick in the hospital and you sent me on that wild goose chase all over Kentucky for 3 weeks, she never even complained.
Oh, sick in the hospital?
She was. She nearly died.
I see. She didn't complain, but she just nearly died, that's all.
I would have been on the train now. I would have been almost a Gary.
Listen, Hildy. You've had a good rest. Now get back on the story. Who is it?
It's the new boss, Louis.
Louis, what's he doing back here?
Hello, boss.
Well, what's the matter with you? Where'd you get that black eye?
Where's the old lady?
What'd you do with her?
What happened?
You been in a fight?
Oh, down the Wentworth Avenue. We're going 65 miles an hour. You know what I mean, boss.
Take the mush out of your mouth.
Where's the old lady?
I'm telling you, we're on a smack into police patrol. You know what I mean? We broke him in half.
Was she hurt?
Where is she? Tell me.
I'm telling you, can you imagine bumping into a load of cops? They come rolling out like oranges.
What did you do with her?
What became of her? I'm asking you.
Oh, search me. When I come to, I was running down 35th Street. Get me?
Oh, you screwball. I give you an old lady to take someone, you hand her over to the cops.
What do you mean I hand her? The patrol wagon, she was on the wrong side of the street.
She's probably squawking her head off at some police station. Now everything is fine.
Well, I don't think she's talking very much. You know what I mean?
You mean she was killed?
Well, I ain't sure, but there's a good chance.
Oh, my God, dead! That finishes me!
Listen, Hildy. That's fate. What will be, will be.
What am I going to say to Peggy? What'll I tell her?
You're never going to see her again. Snap out of it. Would you rather have the old dame dragging the whole police force in here?
I killed her. I did it. How can I ever face her?
Listen, Hildy, if it was my own mother, I'd carry on. You know I would.
Shut up, you murdering no good.
No matter how I felt, if my heart was breaking, I'd carry on. For the paper.
Where was it, Louis? I'll go out.
You stay here.
Let me alone.
Right when I'm surrounded with my back against the wall, you ain't going to lie down on me.
I'm going to lay down on you and step in your face, you murderer.
Scared, huh? Yellow running out of your collar.
I don't care what you think. I'm going to find my girl's mother.
Who's that?
What's going on in there?
The sheriff and the rest of the boys. Now we're in a sweet spot.
Spot or no spot, I'm leaving.
Don't open that door.
There he is. Don't let him get away, Sheriff.
Just a minute, Johnson.
Let me alone. Come on, get away, Sheriff. Take your paws off me.
Hold him, boys.
Hey, Sheriff, what do you think you're doing breaking in here like this?
You can't bluff me, Burns. I don't care who you are or what your paper you're editor of.
Let me go. Let me go, fellas. Something happened to my girl's mother.
Hang on to him.
What's the idea?
I'll tell you what the idea is. One of the prisoners was looking out of the jail window about an hour ago, and he saw a man come down the fire escape and into this window. That man was Earl Williams.
What are you doing, Hildy? Hiding him for a scoop?
I don't know anything about it. Let me out of here.
He knows plenty. Come on, Piggy. Give him the third degree.
Where is he, Johnson? Where you got him?
You're barking up the wrong tree, Hartman.
I'll give you 3 minutes to tell me where he is. Come on, Johnson. Where is he?
All right. He went over to the hospital to call on Professor Egelhofer.
What?
Yeah, with a bag of marshmallows.
In here, madam.
This is the place.
Mother!
And that's the man. His name is Burns.
Mother, I'm so glad to see you. Are you all right? Tell me.
You let me alone, Hildy Johnson.
What's the idea here?
This lady claims she was kidnapped.
What?
They dragged me all the way downstairs. I tried to get help, and they began to pinch me. I'm black and blue, all over. Then they ran into another automobile, and I was nearly killed.
Just a minute. What did Walter Burns have to do with this lady?
He was the one in charge of everything. He told them to kidnap me.
Madam, are you referring to me?
You know you did. You told that man to take me out of here.
What about this Burns? Kidnapping, eh?
It's beyond me, Sheriff. Who is this woman?
Oh, what a thing to say.
No, madam, be honest. You were out joyriding, drunk, and you got in some scrape. Why don't you admit it instead of accusing innocent people?
You ruffian. You unprincipled man. How dare you say a thing like that?
Please, Mother, don't mind him. He's just crazy.
I'll tell you something else, officer. I'll tell you why they were hiding. They were hiding a man in here.
Hiding him?
Yes.
In here?
Madam, you're a two-faced liar. Holy...
What was that?
There's someone in that deck.
Yeah, someone knocked back.
Someone knocked back. Sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
Stand back, you men. Come out here, Williams. Come out, do you hear? We've got you covered. Open that desk, Jacoby.
All right. You got me. Now go ahead. Shoot me.
Grab him. Grab him. Take him down to the jail. Swear out a warrant for the arrest of Walter Burns and Hildy Johnson.
You can't do this to me.
I can't, eh?
Listen, Sheriff, I gotta get married tonight.
Aiding and abetting an escaped criminal. Johnson, you'll be lucky if you can get married in the next 20 years. Sheriff speaking. Oh, yes, Pasalski. Come over to the press room as soon as you can. Jacoby and I are holding a couple of important birds. I want you to take their confessions.
You'll live to regret this, Pinky Hartman.
If he lives at all.
Hear that, Jacoby?
We're whistling in the dark, Chief.
You're through, Burns.
Yeah? The last man that told me that was Barney Schmidt, a week before he jumped out of the window.
Is that so?
Yeah. And when the doctor sued us, remember? False arrest.
Oh, yes. Dr. J.B. Godolphin. Dr. Godolphin sued us for $100,000. It seems we called him a quack. Well, the day of the trial came, and the doctor was on his way to court.
With all his lawyers and medical witnesses.
Drowned, by heaven. Drowned in the river, with their automobile, their affidavits, and their law books. And I've got the same feeling right now I had that 5 minutes before the accident.
Your luck ain't with you now, Burns.
Hello, Sheriff. It's Pincus. Here's your reprieve.
Get out of here.
You can't bribe me.
Get out of here, you.
I won't. Here's your reprieve.
What's that?
Who is this man?
Throw him out.
Come here, you. Who was bribing you?
And they wouldn't take it.
Oh, you're insane.
What did I tell you? An unseen power. What's your name?
Irving Pincus.
It's a frame-up. That's what it is. A frame-up. He's an imposter.
Murder, huh, Sheriff?
Hanging an innocent man to win an election.
That's a lie.
I never saw him before in my life.
When did you deliver this reprieve, Pincus?
Who did you talk to?
Tonight they started writing bribing me.
Who's they?
The sheriff and Jacoby.
But that's absurd on the face of it, Mr. Burns. Oh, he's talking like a child.
Just a minute. All right, Mr. Pincus. Let's have your story.
Well, I've been married for 19 years.
Skip all that. Skip that.
Wait. Jacoby, take those handcuffs off the boys. That wasn't at all necessary.
Well, I was just going to.
Well, I can't tell you how badly I feel about this, Burns. There was no excuse for Jacoby flying off the handle and putting you under arrest.
Well, I was only doing my duty. There wasn't anything personal intended.
Listen, you guys had better quit politics and take in washing.
Jacoby, this document is authentic. Earl Williams, thank heaven, has been reprieved. And the Commonwealth of Chicago has been spared the painful necessity of shedding blood.
Go on, you chiseling heel. You'd hang your own mother to win an election.
Hildy.
Peggy, Peggy, darling.
Hildy, what's the matter? What are they going to do? Mother said...
Peggy, don't bore me out now.
Nobody's going to do anything to anybody.
Why, of course not. My good friend Walter Burns and I understand each other perfectly. I trust.
Sure. Everything's okay, Sheriff.
Thank you, Mr. Burns. Thank you. Come on, Jacoby. Come on, Pincus. We've got to deliver that reprieve.
Wait till those two birds read the paper tomorrow. Hildy, tell me what I want you to do.
What?
I want you to get this guy Pincus over to the office tomorrow.
Nothing doing, Waller. I'm all washed up. I mean it this time.
Hildy, if I only thought you did.
Listen, Peggy, I'm telling you the absolute truth. I'm going to New York with you tonight, if you give me this last chance. I'll cut out drinking and swearing and everything connected with the newspaper business. I won't even read a newspaper.
Listen, Hildy, I've got a great idea.
There's nothing you can say can make me change my mind. This time I'm through and I mean it. I know I don't deserve you, Peg. I've done everything in the world to prove that, I guess.
Oh, Hildy, please, now don't say things like that.
I've got a rotten nerve to ask you to marry me. I'm a prize package, all right. But if you'll take me, here I am.
Darling, don't talk that way. I just want you the way you are.
Peggy.
Oh, Hildy, I didn't notice anything like this. Why don't you say something? I'd be the last person in the world to want to come between you and your happiness. Why? You ought to know that. I love you, you crazy Swede. You're getting a great guy, Peggy.
Never mind the Valentines. Goodbye, you big bohunk.
You're a great newspaper man, Hildy. I'm sorry to see you go.
Well, if I ever come back to the business, which I won't, there's only one man I'd work for, and you know that, don't you?
I'd kill you if you ever worked for anybody else.
Hear that, Peggy? That's my diploma. Well, Burns, I don't know what to say, except that I'm going to miss you like blazes.
Same here, Hildy.
Hildy, if I thought you were going to be unhappy, I mean, if you really wanted to. No, it's your chance to have a home and be a human being, and I'm going to make you take it.
Well, I wouldn't let him stay. Go on, Hildy, before I make you city editor.
Hurry up, Peggy. He means it.
What time's your train go?
Well, there's another one about 12:40.
New York Central, eh? I wish there was time to get you a little wedding present. It's awful short notice. Here, take my watch, Hildy.
Oh, no, Burns.
Shut up. You're going to take it, I tell you. This watch was a present of the big chief himself. And if you look inside, you'll find a little inscription. To the best newspaper man I know. When you get to New York, you can have my name scratched out and your own put in.
I wouldn't do that, and you know I wouldn't. This is too good for me. I can't take it.
You've got to.
Go on, Hildy. Take the watch if Mr. Burns wants you to. You don't want to hurt his feelings.
Well, this is the first and last thing I ever got from a newspaper.
Goodbye, Mr. Burns. I always had a queer opinion of you, Mr. Burns. I still think you're a little peculiar, but you're all right underneath. I mean, I think you're a peach.
So are you, Peggy. You look just like a little flower.
Come on, Peggy. Goodbye, you big baboon.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Johnson. Be good to yourself and the little girl.
The same to you and many of them.
Hello, Duffy. Walter Burns, listen. I want to send a wire to the chief police of LaPorte, Indiana. That's right. Tell him to meet the 1240 out of Chicago, New York Central. And arrest Hildy Johnson and bring him back here. Why? I'll tell you why. The squint-eyed weasel stole my watch.
And so we complete the last page of the front page and devote the next few moments to a meeting with Kathleen Howard, editor and actress. Starting her career as an opera singer, Miss Howard was a favorite throughout Europe for several seasons prior to her debut at the Metropolitan Opera Company, where she sang for 12 years. Turning author, she contributed to many national magazines, became fashion editor of Harper's Bazaar and president of the fashion group. A desire to act brought her to Hollywood, where she played opposite W.C. Fields in 3 pictures. Much of her time, however, is spent as fashion editor of Photoplay magazine. And in this capacity, she comes to us now. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Kathleen Howard.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. Hollywood fashions are growing more and more important. Almost every week, some prominent visitor from the East comes out to investigate them. Most of them are kind enough to come and chat with me. They are all struck with one thing, the thousands of costumes that make up the wardrobe departments of our leading studios. Many of these costumes, I tell them, are not new. Some of them may be 2 or 3 years old, but they look like new because, as most of the world knows, Hollywood takes care of its wardrobe with Lux Flakes. Lux means light, according to the Latin, and the wardrobes of our famous studios are certainly alight with cleanliness. An odd fact is that when I go to the homes of the stars to ask them to pose for me in their private wardrobes for my color page, they frequently tell me that they haven't any clothes. At first, I thought this was just a polite way of saying, "Oh, don't bother me just now, Miss Howard." But I found out that it's often literally true, and it's so understandable. You see, when you're on a picture, you fuss and fuss all day about your hair and your makeup and your clothes. And when you have a few precious days of leisure, you revel in tossing all that overboard, in becoming an ordinary individual in the adored privacy of your own home.
What's your answer, Miss Howard, to the ancient question? Do women dress for men or for other women?
I think women dress for men and against women. That is, they dress to please men and to disarm the criticism of other women. However, the primary purpose in showing fashions in photoplay is to give the fans a chance to copy the styles of their favorites. In doing this, it is advisable for girls to find out first what type of screen star they resemble. Long ago, I divided girl types of beauty into 2 basic categories, the kitten and the fox. The kitten type, roughly speaking, if one may speak roughly of these charming girls, is represented by Janet Gaynor and Claudette Colbert, the short face with a small, piquant nose. The fox type is the longer face with a straight nose, like Joan Crawford or Merle Oberon. The fox type looks best in sophisticated, tailored clothes, while the kitten may do very well indeed by going fluffy and feminine if she wants to, and all will be forgiven.
What have you to say about fashions for fall?
Oh, just a note of warning. Fashion shows a huge range of choice for the coming fall, with many amusing, whimsical notes stressed. Hats are crazier than ever. Delightful, but crazy. So, unless you have an unlimited budget, the best plan is to go safe, sane, and simple at first, and add the highlights later. If you hear that the low waistline is coming back, don't shudder and think that we're going back to the badly proportioned silhouette of 1926. This time it will be much cleverer, and there's nothing to be afraid of. And now, till we meet again in photoplay, all my thanks.
Thank you, Miss Howard. We now present a Lux Radio Theater Extra, headlining our headliners, Walter Winchell and Josephine Hutchinson. In reading the criticisms of your last picture, Wake Up and Live, the critics all agree on one point, Walter, that your performance was the first genuine portrayal on the screen of what reporters are really like.
What do you mean, my last picture? That wasn't an eye job, Mr. DeMille. That was a we job. The big credit should go to screenwriters Curtis Kenyon, Harry Tugand, and Jack Yellen.
You know, most of us think that the prototype of all police reporters is Hildy Johnson.
That's not quite true, Joe. Not many of his kind are left anymore. I mean the old swashbucklers. Most of them are now working on their second million, having given up all thought of ever acquiring the first.
It's interesting, I think, to look back on the names of those who were in the front page when it played on Broadway. 9 of them have since come out to Hollywood. Lee Tracy, Osgood Perkins, Alan Jenkins, Willard Robertson, Joseph Calleja, Dorothy Stickney, George Barbier, Eduardo Cianelli, and Francis Fuller.
Barrel of genius there. But what can you tell us, Walter, of your 2 friends who wrote the play, Ben Hecht and Charles MacArthur?
Hecht and MacArthur are both ex-Chicago police reporters, Mr. DeMille. They started the front page to belittle the newspaper craft. They found they couldn't do it. To quote them, the front page is a valentine thrown to the past, a ballad full of love. Hecht used to be a roadshow acrobat. He changed his mind and turned violinist. Changed his mind again and became a reporter. He's got a habit of carrying a torch for mankind. Harry Hansen calls him the Pagliacci of the fire escapes. MacArthur, husband of Helen Hayes, is the son of a minister and studied for the pulpit himself. With Hecht, he's written such other hits as 20th Century and several great pictures, including The Scoundrel, the Academy Award winner, which they also produced. An orchid, then, to a couple of the ablest craftsmen of our time.
Now, just one more question, Walter, which all Hollywood is anxious to hear the answer. Have you swapped Broadway for Hollywood Boulevard, or are you going back to New York?
Of course I'm going back, Josephine, just as soon as I finish the next picture, probably in October. It's called Love and Hisses, with the last 2 syllables dedicated, of course, to Ben Burney. And now to you, James Gleason, and to you, Josephine Hutchinson, thanks for a very fine lesson in acting.
Speaking for myself, it's the other way round. And special thanks to you, Mr. DeMille, and the Lux Radio Theater.
Let's hope you'll be back here in a flash with a smash.
Mr. Winchell, Miss Hutchinson, our thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. Our play and stars for next week will be revealed in just a moment by Mr. DeMille. Tonight's cast included John Butler as Wilson, Frank Sheridan as Sheriff, Georgia Kane as Mrs. Grant, Edward Marr as Murphy, Victor Rodman as Bensinger, Lou Merrill as Swartz, Matt Moore as Kruger, Eddie Waller as Jacoby, Rolf Sedan as Pincus, Sidney Newman as Diamond Louis, Bud McTaggart as Earl Williams, and Ross Forrester and Frank Nelson as police officers. We thank the Andrew Juergens Company for Mr. Winchell's appearance this evening. Miss Hutchinson appeared through courtesy of Metro Goldwyn Mayer Studios. James Gleason, RKO, where his new picture is entitled 40 Naughty Girls. Mr. DeMille is from Paramount, and Mr. Silvers, 20th Century Fox, where he was in charge of music for Shirley Temple's new picture, Wee Willie Winkie. And here is our producer.
There are stars in the heavens and plays in the theater whose brilliance time cannot dim. Such a play we present next Monday night. A tender romance made famous by Richard Mansfield. Many of you saw it on the stage or screen. All of you will have a chance to hear it 1 week from tonight when the Lux Radio Theater offers Beau Brummel, starring Robert Montgomery with Madge Evans, Leo G. Carroll, Bramwell Fletcher, and Jean and Kathleen Lockhart. As guest of honor, if she arrives in time, Miss Amelia Earhart will give us the highlights of her amazing flight around the world, which she is now completing. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Robert Montgomery in Beau Brummel with Madge Evans and an all-star Hollywood cast. Our prospective guest, Amelia Earhart. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Janet Gaynor and Robert Montgomery in A Star is Born.
Lux presents Hollywood. Back on the air again after a summer vacation, our first production brings you Janet Gaynor, Robert Montgomery, Lionel Stander, and May Robeson in one of the greatest stories the screen has ever known, A Star is Born. With us also, here on the stage of the Lux Radio Theater on Hollywood Boulevard, we have as guests Sid Grauman, founder and managing director of one of the most famous motion picture theaters in the world, Grauman's Chinese, and John Leroy Johnston, managing editor of Screen Book and Hollywood magazines. Conducting our orchestra is Louis Silvers. And now, I turn the microphone to our producer, discoverer of stars, director of 63 motion pictures. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. 9 weeks have passed since I last stood here to ring up the curtain in the Lux Radio Theater. Tonight we return, as we shall every Monday night at this time, bringing you Hollywood's celebrated stars in the most distinguished plays of stage and screen. We've had a vacation, but more than that, we've had an opportunity to plan ahead. As a result, the greatest series of dramatic treats it has ever been our pleasure to offer is in store for you. We alone could not have made this possible. You, through the friendship shown our products, are equally responsible. For a fitting inaugural, we made a long and careful search. We found it in the stars and story we're about to bring you. Janet Gaynor and Robert Montgomery in the brilliant Technicolor screenplay from Selznick International Studios, A Star is Born. From these same studios has recently come another record-breaking film, The Prisoner of Zenda, which, starring Ronald Colman and featuring Madeleine Carroll and Douglas Fairbanks, Jr., is now duplicating the sensational success of tonight's story. Miss Gaynor's performance in A Star is Born is bringing her a national acclaim, approached only by her debut performance several years ago in Seventh Heaven. She was scarcely more than a child then, and if you could see her now, you'd realize she's still a little girl. In fact, there's only 100 pounds and 5 feet of her, topped by large brown eyes and dark red hair. Among her treasures is a little pair of black low-heeled shoes that once pattered from studio to studio as their owner searched for work. They never stopped at my door. I wish they had. As Esther Blodgett, Miss Gaynor makes her first appearance in the Lux Radio Theater. Compared with her, our co-star, Robert Montgomery of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios, is a veteran. His portrayal tonight of Norman Maine is his fourth on our stage. Bob's popularity wherever pictures are shown, his versatility in all kinds of difficult roles, leaves me little more to say than welcome home to an old friend of our theater. Bob's new MGM picture with Rosalind Russell is Live, Love, and Learn. Lionel Stander resumes the role he played on the screen, Libby, the publicity man. Also from the original cast as Granny comes that actress now in her 54th year of trooping, May Robeson. Lou Merrill is heard as Oliver Niles. And now for our play. The Lux Radio Theater returns to the air, bringing you Janet Gaynor and Robert Montgomery in A Star is Born. An isolated farmhouse on the wind-swept plains of North Dakota. The house is silent, sleeping, but moonlight streams through the window of one of the upstairs rooms. where a young girl is still awake. She lies across her bed, sobbing quietly into the pillow. The door is inched open, and an elderly woman in an old flannel wrapper calls to her softly.
Esther. Yes, Granny? Oh, I thought you'd still be up. Oh, now stop crying. That isn't going to do you any good.
Oh, I'm crying because Aunt Mattie and Alec and everyone else in this family makes me so mad.
Aunt Mattie, Alec, fiddlesticks. They're not important. You're the only one who counts.
Oh, but I could be an actress, Granny. I could be. And I'd go to Hollywood, too, if I had the chance. But they just laugh at me. Because I want to make something out of myself. They think it's funny.
Esther, everyone in this world who ever dreamed about better things was laughed at. Don't you know that?
Oh, I suppose I do, but...
But there's a difference, dear, between dreaming and doing. You modern girls give me a pain. Why, when I wanted something better, I came across these plains in a prairie schooner with your grandfather. And don't think for a minute it was easy, Esther Blodgett. We burned in summer, and we froze in winter. We used our guns when we needed food, and then fought the Indians to keep it. But we kept on going, and we didn't complain, because we were doing what we wanted to do. Can you understand that?
Yes, I can.
Could you do it? Could you do it even if it broke your heart? Because for every dream that you make come true, you'll pay the price in heartbreak.
I'm not afraid, Granny.
All right, then. Here, take this money.
Oh, but Granny...
Go on, and go to your Hollywood.
Oh, but I can't take your money.
And why not?
It's your savings.
Well, I haven't got anything to save up for now, except my funeral. And I'm never going to die.
Oh, Granny, how can I ever thank you?
Good night.
Oh, Granny, Granny, darling.
Hollywood Boulevard, the heart of the movie metropolis. On your right, Grauman's Chinese Theater. Notice the paved blocks containing the hand and footprints of your favorite star. And in just a few minutes, we'll be in Beverly.
Hello? Oleander Arms Apartments. Yeah, we got a vacancy. $4. Running water, convenient to all studios, and you can look at it whenever you want. What do you do? Huh? Listen, wise guy, don't waste my time. The ad said no cowboys.
Good afternoon. My name is Esther Blodgett.
Mine's Randall. Day, week, or month?
Well, it's a little hard to say. You see, I'm going into the movies.
Well, take it for a week. It'll break the jump to Beverly Hills. Sign here.
Are all the studios really near here?
All except Gaumont British.
I suppose the best way to get a job is to go straight to the studios, isn't it?
Oh.
I haven't any illusions, you know. I'm perfectly willing to begin with a little bit of a part, or even as an extra.
$4, please, in advance.
Come in.
I beg your pardon. Is this the Central Casting Office?
Yes.
I'd like to register for extra work, please.
To register? How long have you been in Hollywood?
It's nearly a month now.
Well, you know, we have 12,416 extras registered with us now. That's 16 times as many as we can use each working day. Why, we haven't put anyone on our register in over 2 years.
Oh, I see.
Come over here. I want to show you something.
Yes, Central Casting.
Those 4 girls operate our switchboard. Every time one of those little lights flashes, it's someone asking for a job. And every time a girl says, try later, it means there isn't any job. We can't keep the girls at the switchboard long. They go crazy. And every one of those little lights thought it was going to be a star. Do you still want to go into movies? You know what your chances are. 1 in 100,000.
But maybe I'm that one.
Afternoon, Miss Blodgett.
Any phone calls for me, Mr. Randall?
No. Jesse Lasky and Sammy Goldwyn must be writing you letters instead. How was their luck today?
There wasn't any.
Well, maybe you don't go at it right.
If I haven't learned in 3 months, I guess I never will. But I'm not giving up.
Hey, Esther.
Hello, Danny.
Hello, McGuire.
How's the big assistant director? And say, how's about some rent?
Never mind that. Listen, Esther, I gotta speak to you right away. Come in the parlor.
Danny, what's the matter?
Remember when you first came here, I said I'd keep my eye out for a job for you? Well, believe it or not, I've got one.
Danny, that's wonderful. When do I go to studio?
Well, you don't exactly go to the studio.
Oh, it's on location.
Well, it isn't exactly on location either. It isn't really a movie job at all. It's to be a waitress.
Oh.
Yeah, well, it is kind of a movie job in a way if you look at it right.
You said it was a waitress.
Yeah, but it's waitressing for Casey Burke, the big director over at our studio. He's throwing a party tonight, and there'll be a lot of big people there. I'll bet there'll be any number of big directors. And if you're there, maybe they'll notice you.
I could make them notice me.
Sure you could. This is your chance, Esther.
My chance. All right, I'll do it, Danny.
Good girl.
Hello? Mr. Burke's residence?
Let me speak to Mr. Oliver Niles and quick.
Who, sir?
Oliver Niles. Niles, the producer.
Yes, sir. Oh, Mr. Niles. Yes? It's for you, sir.
Thank you. I'll take it inside. Hello? Oliver Niles speaking.
Hello, Niles. This is your publicity department.
Well, what is it, Libby?
Your publicity department begs to advise you that your star, Mr. Norman Maine, has once again been thrown in the Los Angeles jug.
What?
Yes, Mr. Norman Maine, America's Prince Charming, was apprehended driving down Wilshire Boulevard with a siren going full blast. He explained he was a tree surgeon on a maternity case.
Well, where is he now?
I bailed him out an hour ago. He ought to be at Breaks any minute.
Will it be in the papers?
No, it won't be in the papers.
Oh,
that's a nice, expensive hobby of yours, keeping Mr. Maine's informal entertainments out of the public press.
Now, look, Libby, I don't care what it costs, but...
Evening, Norman.
Never mind, Libby. He's here now. I'll call you back. Hi, Oliver. You look worried about something. Do I? Well, go ahead and say it. I've got it coming to me. Oh, don't make it any tougher for me, Norman. I don't want to stand here and preach.
Yeah, I know. The costs are going up and the grosses are going down.
Oh, no, it isn't that, Norman. I've made a lot of money with you. I can stand a loss or two, but, well, I hate to see you go the way of so many others.
I tell you, why don't you get Lloyd's to insure you against me?
You're a great star, Norman, but you're starting to fall apart.
And just what do you mean by that?
Oh, the first signs are always the same, Norman. Not being able to remember your lines, the cameraman struggling to cover up your hangovers, all because you've got to have a good time every day, every night. I've warned you for a long time, Norman.
Okay, Oliver. You're a swell guy. You won't lose any money on me, I'll promise you that. I'll be ready for the curtains when the time comes. And when it does, here's my epitaph. For amusement only. Let's get back to that party.
Hors d'oeuvre, Mr. Maine. The caviar's very good.
No, thank you. Oh, yes, please. Very beautiful. I mean, very good. Never seen you around here before.
I'm just working for the night.
Hey, come back here. Starving. Now, let's see. Which would you take?
Well?
I believe I'll take caviar.
Norman.
Hi, Anita. Where have you been?
Looking for you, mostly. Come and join the party.
Wait a second. Caviar, anchovies...
Oh, take the tray away, please. Mr. Maine doesn't care for any more. Do you, Normie?
No, Normie doesn't care for any more. Greetings.
Oh.
You mind if I help?
In the kitchen. Won't they miss you?
Oh, no, they'll just look under the table, and when they see I'm not there, they'll forget the whole matter. What's your name?
Esther Blodgett.
My name's Maine.
I know.
What's so funny?
I was thinking about all your fans. How surprised they'd be if they could see you now helping me put plates away.
They don't know my finer side.
He'd be pretty envious of me, meeting you in person this way.
Tell me, you disappointed?
Yes. Now you've done it.
Never mind. It makes the room look lived in. Why are you disappointed in me?
I was sitting right behind you in the Hollywood Bowl that night you didn't want to be photographed and you smashed the photographer's camera.
Yes, I'm told I crept into many a heart that night.
Oh, I'll never be able to explain this.
You've got very pretty hair.
You better get out of here.
And a sensitive mouth and a charming little... Ah, Anita, darling.
Precisely. Why are you in here instead of with the rest of the guests?
I just wanted to be helpful.
Oh, I see. Are you sure there was no other attraction?
Well, it might be that my old mania for putting plates away is coming back on me again.
It's rather odd that I always know where I can find you if there's a pretty girl around.
It's not only odd, it's embarrassing. And we aren't married, darling, so...
You're being deliberately insulting, Norman. I put up with enough...
dear, don't lose your temper. Remember, we must try to keep the voice low. I know you'll excuse us if we go on with our work.
Oh, please. Let me help.
Put that plate down.
Ooh. Oh, Mr. Maine, get up. He's unconscious.
Unconscious? Now see what you've done.
Oh, but I didn't do anything. I didn't...
Hey.
Oh.
Help me up, will you?
Are you hurt?
No more than usual. Listen to that. The wolves are on us. Come on, we've got to get out of here.
But I can't. The dishes aren't finished.
Oh, yes, they are. Watch. Come on.
That's my house, Mr. Maine, the one with the oleander bush.
Oh, right.
Well?
I'll bet I know what you're going to say now.
What?
Good night.
Good night, and thanks.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Do you realize that all I've found out about you is that you're foolish enough to want to go into pictures?
Why is it foolish? Look at you.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Now, I'd like to go into this matter rather thoroughly.
Oh,
so why don't we
nice
go up to my place and talk it over?
Oh, no. Thank you very much, but I really must say good night.
Oh, now, wait a minute. The least I can do is to see you to your door. Will I see you again?
I hope so.
Has anyone ever told you that you're lovely?
No.
Well, now you know.
Thank you.
This is hard to say, but I want to say it anyway. On the screen, I'm well, you know. In private life, I'm, well, you know. But whatever I do, I still respect lovely things. And you're lovely. Do you understand that?
Yes, I think I do.
And it's not that bump on the head that's doing this either.
I'm glad.
Good night.
Good night.
Hey, wait a minute.
Yes?
Do you mind if I take just one more look?
Good night.
Good night.
The Lux Radio Theater presentation of A Star is Born continues in just a moment. In the meantime, let's imagine we are in the living room of an American home. A husband and wife are listening to the Lux Radio Theater. It's intermission time.
Oh, this is a marvelous play, Joe.
Sure is, but then I go for Gaynor anytime.
She is lovely.
Come to think of it, she reminds me of you a little. There's something about you that...
Joe, if I'm anything like Janet Gaynor, the only resemblance is in our complexions. I take care of my skin the same way she does, with Lux toilet soap.
It's really that good, is it?
Good. It's a soap with active lather. It really gets your skin thoroughly clean.
Thoroughly clean? What do you mean?
Well, if you let dirt and stale powder and rouge stay on your skin, they work in and stop up your pores. That ruins the complexion. Your pores get enlarged. Haven't you ever heard of cosmetic skin?
Cosmetic skin? What's that?
Well, who is there who has it? Oh, Sally Hanford. You know how dull-looking her skin always is.
Pity she didn't know about that soap you use. One look at you ought to sell Lux soap to any girl.
Shh. Here comes the second act.
Robert Montgomery, Janet Gaynor, Lionel Stander, and May Robeson continue in A Star is Born. A few hours have passed since Norman Maine left Esther at her doorstep. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. In the bedroom of Oliver Niles' home, the telephone jangles wildly. Niles, half asleep, gropes blindly for the receiver.
Hello? Hello?
Hello? This Oliver Niles?
Yes, it's Oliver Niles.
This is Norman.
What is it? Who?
Norman Maine.
Norman? What have you done now? You're not in jail, are you?
Oh, no. Oliver, I have met a girl.
Oh, so that's it again.
Oliver, this girl, she's beautiful.
Yeah, she's beautiful, yeah. Yes, I know. You want me to give her a screen test?
Oliver, this girl has wonderful possibilities. She's got something. I know it.
You know it. You knew all the others had something, too.
No. I tell you, Oliver, she has that sincerity and honestness, sincerity and honestness. It makes great actresses. I'm so sure of this girl that I want to do the test with her myself. Tomorrow morning, Oliver. Oliver.
What?
Tomorrow morning, screen test.
Yes. Anything.
That's fine, Oliver. I knew you'd appreciate this little tip. I've got another one in the 6th tomorrow. Now, you try and get a little sleep, old man. Good night, Oliver.
Is this light too hard?
Move that gobo over there. Yeah.
Get that inky spot in.
All right. This is just a test, gentlemen. Get going.
All set, Mr. Burke.
All right, then, let's take it. Ready, Norman?
Ready?
Ready, Miss, what's your name?
Esther Blondell.
Okay.
He'll soon know your name, Esther. The whole world's gonna know it.
But I'm so scared. Maybe I better not try it today.
Oh, come on now. Don't be foolish. They all had to go through this. Crawford, Lombard, Myrna Loy, and Esther Blodgett.
All right. I'm ready.
All set, Burke.
Quiet.
This is the date.
Roll 'em.
Quiet, everybody.
Fade. Action.
The last time I saw you was the only time in my life I ever wanted to be a man.
I think I prefer you as a woman.
Do you know why I wanted to be a man?
No, why?
Cut.
Just sign right there, Miss Blodgett.
There, Mr. Niles.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Niles.
I may as well tell you that my whole organization thinks I've gone a little nuts to sign you. Maybe they're right.
I hope they aren't.
Well, we won't know either way for a while, will we? You look like a nice girl. I think I'm going to like you. That's not important. I think the public will like you. That is important.
I know it is.
We're going to change your name, of course. Esther Blodgett is, well, you understand. From now on, your name is Lester. Vicky Lester.
Vicky Lester. Vicky Lester. Why, it's beautiful.
Good evening, everybody. This is Billy Moon, your own Billy the Hollywood Star Chaser. Flash. Oliver Niles' studio discovers a new starlet, a Cinderella of the Rockies. Her name is Vicky Lester. Those who have peeked tell me she couldn't be more Davoon. She's putting in her training period now, and in a few months we may get a look at those fair features. The best of luck to Vicky Lester from her future fans.
Listen, you dress people. We're shooting on the set this morning, not in the commissary. Shake it up.
Morning, Mabel.
Good morning, Mr. Maine. What'll be this morning?
Oh, the usual, Mabel.
Orange juice and bicarbonated soda.
Make it 2 bicarbs, but it was a very successful party last night.
Acme Trucking Company. No, the Mr. Smith is not in. Hello, Acme Trucking Company. No, Mr. Smith's not in.
What goes on over there?
Vicky left her. She's rehearsing again.
Bring that stuff over to her table, will you?
Acme Trucking Company. No, Mr. Smith is not in. Hello, Acme. No, Smith ain't in. Acme Trucking Company.
I'd like to speak to Mr. Smith.
Mr. Smith is not... Oh, Norman.
What's this between you and Smith?
I've got a part. It's one line, but it's in a picture.
Oh, so it's ambition that made you break that date with me last night, eh?
Well, I had to be here so early this morning.
Yeah, so did I. I had to stay up all night to make it, too.
You started your picture, haven't you?
Oh, we're still in the testing stage. Can't seem to find a girl for the lead.
Gee, you think with all the girls there are...
Yeah, but this girl's got to be different. She's got to be little and cute and sweet and... Well, blow me down.
What?
Well, close these tired old eyes.
Norman, what's the matter?
Come on, hurry up.
Where are we going?
Oliver Niles' office, on the run. I tell you, Oliver, it's surefire. You've gone through the whole casting directory, haven't you?
I'll work day and night, Mr. Niles.
And I'll work with her, Oliver.
I can be mean or nasty or anything you want, Mr.
If
Niles.
she clicks, Oliver, you've got a star overnight. Well, what do you say? Okay, she's in. Esther, she's fainted.
Your Star Chaser predicted on this program some months ago, little Vicky Lester has made good. Just how good was known early this evening after the preview of her first picture, in which she plays a featured role opposite Norman Maine. Norman may be starred, but he is decidedly not the main attraction.
It's cooler out here. You see those lights, Esther? Down there? That's Hollywood.
It's wonderful, isn't it? A crazy quilt.
No, that's a carpet spread for you. It's yours from now on, you know. It's come, Esther. A star is born. You'll have everything in the world you want. And I hope it'll make you happy.
Hasn't it you?
Well, there's one thing I've never had. Lots of times I've told myself I'd found it, but I always knew I was lying. Still, I never stopped looking for it.
Maybe it'll come.
I think it has come, Esther. And I wish it weren't too late.
Oh, but it's not too late.
You can't throw away your life the way I've thrown away mine and have anything left that's good enough now.
You can. Norman, you can.
Oh, you mustn't tell me that, Esther. I'm so afraid I'll believe it.
I want to, Norman. I want you to believe it because I love you, too.
Folks, maybe I'm not thinking fast this morning. What are you two trying to say?
Just this, Oliver. We're going to get married.
You're going to what?
I guess I didn't read that line very well. I'll try it again. We're going to get married
Both of
to
us.
each other. What do you think of that?
When? Where?
Well, we're going to elope in the conventional manner.
What's the matter, Mr. Niles?
He's trying to decide whether it's good for the studio.
Is it?
It is. And bless you, my children. When's it going to happen?
Well, we thought we'd just sneak out sometime.
Sure, but you mustn't hurt people's feelings. Matt Libby, for instance, he has a very sensitive nature. He'd feel offended if he didn't have a chance to congratulate you. Get Libby in.
I've been trying to keep him out.
Listen to this. The screen's ideal romance blossomed into breathtaking reality today when Vicki Lester and Norman Maine, America's dream lovers, slipped quietly through the portals of holy matrimony. How does that sound?
Horrible.
But you see, we're going to elope.
Sure you are. It'll be the biggest elopement this town ever saw. We'll get a tie-up with the Army. I'll have you escorted all the way down to Yuma, Arizona by 20 of their new bombing planes. From there, you can make personal appearances in Denver, Salt Lake, Seattle, Vancouver. Let's make this thing international.
Norman, is he going with us?
Say, Niles, don't you think we can work this thing out better alone? No use bothering the happy couple with all these details.
Oh, I'm so sorry. We didn't realize we were in the way. While you're settling the details, you don't mind if I go out and buy this woman a ring, do you?
Sure, go ahead. We want everything legal.
Come on, honey. See you later, Oliver.
There's a charming couple for you. A nice girl like Vicky and public nuisance number one.
Norman's all right, Libby. If you'll pardon my pointing, Vicky's business is her own. It doesn't require any comments.
I didn't comment. I just said it's a rotten
You go
shame.
ahead and plan the elopement.
What's the matter? You sore or something about this elopement?
No, I'm not sore. Go on, Libby, beat it. I'm busy.
And here's the Hollywood question mark for this week, folks. What famous star, since his marriage to another famous star, has turned over a brand new leaf and is now taking a non-alcoholic honeymoon? But why do his friends think his bride came about 6 performances too late as far as the public is concerned? Because the star's last 6 performances have been what is politely known as turkeys, box office flopolas. Yes, sir, folks, it was a gay life and a short one.
But, Norman, I just can't believe it. Would you mind telling me again, very slowly?
That's your new house. This is your new grass. And those are your new trees, and here's your new husband. Now, come on. The garden's been waiting long enough for you. Do you like it?
It's the most wonderful surprise anybody ever had. And there I was, thinking we were going to live in the beach house.
Oh, we'll keep the house at the beach. But this is special. This is our castle, where we'll never use ugly words like contracts and pictures and careers. When we come in those gates, we'll check the studio outside.
Oh, Norman.
Hey, hold that pose. That's it. Get it, Otto?
Got it.
Caption. Their honeymoon never ends. How are you?
Well, this is a surprise, Libby, and a very unpleasant one.
Oh, just dropped over to welcome you home. How are you, Mrs. Maine?
Fine, thanks. Hello, Otto.
Hello, Miss Lester. Hiya, Norman.
Nice little place you got here. Very tasty.
Otto, if you didn't like it, we'd sell it.
All right, let's get some pictures. Now, if the bride will just sit here and the groom stand behind her, we'll have something unique. Swell. All right, Otto. Caption, their honeymoon still continues.
Hello. Ah, the producer. Their honeymoon ceases abruptly. Hello, Oliver.
Hello, Norman. Glad you're back. Hello, Vicky.
Hello, Oliver.
Am I interrupting?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, we just want a couple more.
Well, that's enough for both of them. What they're asking for is the exclusives of Miss Lester alone.
Oh, I see. Come on, Oliver. Let you and I get exclusive.
Sure.
Stay for dinner, Oliver.
All right now, Miss Lester. We'll take one of you right over here.
Well, Oliver, what's on your mind? How's the dividend situation?
Oh, very pleasant. I think we'll show $2 million on the next quarter.
Oh, boy. That was a smart move of mine to sell my stock, wasn't it? Well, anyway, you can thank me for some of those dividends of yours. Well, can't you?
Oh, sure.
That was a little too quick. The Enchanted Hour was a smash hit, wasn't it?
Made Vicky a star overnight.
Yes, and it should have. Well, what about me?
Let's wait and talk business at the office, Norman.
Didn't they like me?
Well, maybe the part wasn't just right.
It was the best part of the year. Now, look here, Oliver. Do you think I'm slipping?
Norman, can you take it?
Go ahead.
The tense is wrong, Norman. You're not slipping. You've slipped.
Well, my fan mail's still pretty big.
Norman, fans will write anybody for a photograph. It only costs 3 cents for the stamp. That makes photographs cheaper than wallpaper. But every quarter they pay for a theater ticket. Buys them the right to be a critic. Your last few performances, Norman, haven't pleased your critics.
Oh. Remember I told you I'd be ready for the curtains when the time came? Well, here it is. Let's call off the contract, and no hard feelings.
Oh, we're not quitting yet, either of us. There's no explaining these things. We've all seen how quick the public turns. Well, maybe we can turn it back. I've got a swell script lined up for you.
Oh, about Esther. If you think I'm going to get in her way...
Well, as a matter of fact, as it happens, there isn't anything for her in this story. I'd more or less planned to star her in a picture of her own, maybe with that young Pemberton opposite her. He's coming along very nicely.
Good for young Pemberton. All right, Oliver? We'll make a try at it. And let's hope it's not too late.
Yes, Norman. Let's hope it's not too late.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
It's been our custom between the acts of our plays to bring you little glimpses of Hollywood, to give you a view of film activities from backstage. We continue that custom with a word from John Leroy Johnston, Western manager of Fawcett Publications and managing editor of Screen Book and Hollywood magazines. The last time we met, he interviewed me. Tonight, with the tables turned, I'll drop my first question by asking Mr. Johnston what he'd like to be interviewed about.
Well, Mr. DeMille, that's easy. After all, the product that makes this program possible is Lux Toilet Soap. There's a commodity that's dedicated to charm and beauty, as evidenced by its tremendous popularity among the screen's most attractive women. From what I found out myself, visiting the stars, and from what our writers tell me, Lux Toilet Soap has no more enthusiastic boosters than the biggest names in Hollywood.
I still would like to know the subject of our interview.
Well, I'd like to express a few of my views on beauty, or rather on the most beautiful women of motion pictures in 20 years. They say a fool walks in where angels fear to tread. So here I am, a perfect casting job.
What's the basis of your choice? The best subjects for your magazine covers?
No, magazine covers are chosen to acknowledge the popularity of certain established or rising young players. I'm guiding myself by what strikes me as being a typical American conception of beauty. By this, I mean normal, charming, finely chiseled features, clear, expressive eyes, intelligence, poise, well, to be brief and honest, loveliness.
Which predominates in your list? The old-fashioned type of yesterday or the athletic girl of today?
Frankly, I don't believe the American ideal of real beauty has or will ever change. I think every man admires the lovely, dainty, feminine woman. If she's truly beautiful, she'll look beautiful in crinolines or slacks. So, from the silent days onward, here's my all-American team. Selections representing every section of the continent. Alice Joyce, Corinne Griffith, Clara Kimball Young, Billy Dove, Mary Nolan, Joan Crawford, Janet Gaynor, Jeanette MacDonald, Dolores Del Rio, Norma Shearer, and Madeline Carroll. And for a second team, I'd say Ann Harding, Carol Lombard, Joan Bennett, Anita Louise, Madge Bellamy, Virginia Bruce, Mary Astor, Gloria Stewart, Olivia de Havilland, Mary Bryan, and Marla Shelton.
Now, offhand, I can't say whether or not I agree with your choice, Mr. Johnson. But I wish I could have all your all-American beauties in one picture.
And I wish you'd provide a police escort so that I can sneak out of here before folks start throwing things. I'm on my way.
Good night. Back to Robert Montgomery, Janet Gaynor, Lionel Stander, and May Robeson in A Star is Born. One year has passed. As Esther rose steadily in public favor, Norman dropped just as steadily into oblivion. At his own request, his contract was canceled, and he began to devote his time to making Esther happy. But she was busy at the studio, shaping a career such as he had thrown away. And left to himself, Norman slipped gradually back into his old ways. It's the night of the Academy Award dinner. At a table in the corner, Esther and Oliver Niles wait anxiously for Norman to arrive. The master of ceremonies is speaking.
We have already applauded with our hearts as well as our hands. While awards have been given to those gentlemen...
Oh, I wish Norman would come. Do you suppose anything's happened to him?
Of course not. He's just been held up in traffic. Now, you think about that nice statuette you're going to get.
Or rather,
go on, listen.
One lady. We present to her the Academy Award for the finest performance of the year. The unforgettable Anna in Dream Without End. Miss Vicky Lester.
Go on. Go on, Esther. Get your award.
Oh, I wish Norman were here.
Miss Lester, if you please.
Thank you.
What more can I say, Miss Lester? This statuette says it for all of us.
Ladies and gentlemen, when something like this happens to you, and you try to tell how you feel about it, you find that out of all the words in the world, there are only two that really mean anything. Thank you. All I can do is say them to you from my heart. All I can do is tell you that I'll keep...
Ray!
Norman!
That was a very pretty speech, my dear, and I want to be the first to congratulate you on that valuable little piece of bric-a-brac. And now I want to make a speech. Gentlemen of the Academy and fellow suckers, I got one of those once for the best performance once. It don't mean a thing. People get them every year. What I want's a special award.
Norman, please.
Something nobody else can get. I want a statuette for the worst performance of the year. I want 3 statuettes for the 3 worst performances of the year. I earned them, and everybody that saw those last masterpieces of mine knows I've earned them. What I'm here to find out is, do I get them or do I get them? Answer me yes or no.
Music, quick.
Answer me yes or no.
Norman.
All right, Esther, all right. I've got him. Come on, Norman. Come over to the table.
Huh?
Oh, hello, Vicky, dear. Allow me to congratulate you. You must be terribly proud and happy tonight.
Thank you. Norman, dear.
Oh, God. What have I... Somebody give me a drink.
Who is it?
Oliver Niles, darling.
Oliver, come in.
How are you, Esther?
Oh, Oliver, I've missed you. Everybody's missed you. Sit down. Did you have a nice trip?
Well, a 3-month tour over the theater circuit scarcely comes under the head of pleasure. By the way, they're screaming for your pictures all across the country. Miss Lester, if I may talk shop, you're a knockout.
Thank you. That's good to hear.
You've been crying.
A little?
Why?
Why, I guess maybe I'm a little worried about this next picture.
Oh, you needn't be. I've seen the first week's work. You're headed for another Academy Award this year. How's Norman?
He's trying awfully hard, Oliver.
Has he been... Is he all right?
He's gone to a sanatorium. You see, He really wants to stop drinking, and I think he could only...
Well, perhaps if he were going to work again, it'd be some encouragement.
Oliver, could you? Could you do that?
I might be able to manage it.
Oh, thank you. But he mustn't ever know I told you.
He won't know, Vicky. And you mustn't worry. I want you to be good in this picture.
I'll try, Oliver. That's the least I can do for you.
And one more for the book, folks. What star, recently released from a sanatorium where he underwent a rest cure, is now hanging around the Santa Anita racetrack while he gets into shape for a comeback? Your guess is as good as mine, and mine's no guess.
Hello, Charlie. Well, hello, Mr. Maine. Haven't seen you in a long time.
Oh, no, I've been resting. Ginger ale, please.
Ginger ale and what?
Ginger ale and ginger ale.
A new leaf?
A whole new book. Thanks.
Shake it up, Charlie.
Hello, Libby.
Why, it's Mr. America of yesteryear. Do they let you wander around now without a keeper?
I'm a trustee now. I didn't expect to find you here at Santa Anita. What do they do with the actors when you're away?
Oh, they cut them in slices and fry them with eggs. I suppose you'll be here all the time, now that you've retired from the hurly-burly of the silver screen.
Well, we're staying down at the beach house now, and it's pretty lonesome with Esther away working all day.
Well, I wouldn't squawk about that if I were you. It's nice somebody in the family's making a living.
Say, go a little slow, Libby. I don't want to forget we're friends.
Friends, my eye. Listen, I got you out of your jams because it was my job, not because I was your friend. I don't like you. I never did like you. Nothing made me happier than to see all those cute little pranks of yours catch up with you and land you on your celebrated face.
Pretty work, Libby. Always wait till they're down and then kick 'em, eh?
Say, listen. You fixed yourself nice and comfortable. You can live off your wife now. She'll buy the drinks and put up with you even if nobody else will.
Why, you...
Take a swing at me, will you? Get up, you four-star ham, and I'll knock you down for keeps.
Get up, get up and get out of here.
Don't bother to throw him out. He's harmless.
Well, all right, Mr. Libby, if you say so.
Sure, let him go. What can he do? He can't fight any better than he can act.
Next race, coming to the post.
You okay, Maine?
Yeah, I'm okay. Give me a scotch. Double.
Vicky, you'll be ill. Why don't you try and get a little sleep?
But he's been gone 4 days. 4 days and not a word. Oliver, I can't. I just can't. Will you?
Surely. Hello? No, this is Oliver Niles speaking. What? Oh, thank heaven. Where? In the night court. He's all right, Vicky. He isn't hurt. I'll go right down and get him out.
What is it? What's wrong?
He's been arrested on a disorderly conduct charge.
I'm going with you.
Vicky, please, it isn't any place for you. If it gets in the papers...
What do I care about the papers? Norman's in trouble, and I'm going to him.
Alfred Henkel, known as Norman Maine. Where is he?
Here.
Drunk and disorderly. Crashed car into tree. Resisted arrest and injured one of arresting officers. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Were you Norman Maine, the actor?
Yeah.
You've come pretty low, haven't you? 90 days in the city jail.
Wait, please. Your Honor, I'm his wife.
Yes, I recognize you, Miss Lester.
Please, I promise you, Judge, this will never happen again. I'll be responsible for him if you'll just not send him there.
Do you realize that this man, when drunk, is obviously a menace to public safety?
Yes.
You realize, too, the responsibility you would be assuming to the court and to the Commonwealth?
I do.
Very well. Sentence suspended. Prisoner remanded to custody of wife. You may take him home, Miss Lester.
Norman, are you all right, dear?
Yeah. I'm so tired, Esther.
How is he, Esther?
Talk low. He's still asleep in there.
Oh, well, that's the best thing for him.
Oh, it's awful to see this happen to someone you love and know in your heart that it can't get any better.
Do you still love him, Vicky? Or do you just feel sorry for him?
Oh, it's so hard to tell where one leaves off and the other begins. I only know that all I can do now is stay with him and try to help him.
So will I, Vicky. Between us, we'll take care of him.
You're very fond of him, aren't you, Oliver?
I'm very fond of both of you.
That's why I know you'll understand what I have to tell you. And I think that after what happened last night, you already know what it is. I can't do any more pictures. I'm going away for good with Norman.
But, Vicky, you can't do that. Why, you're at the very peak of your success. You've worked so hard to achieve it.
Yes, I've worked hard, Oliver, and what difference would that have made if you and Norman hadn't worked harder to help me?
Oh, no. No one can help people to careers. You made your own career, and it's your life.
That's what's been wrong, Oliver. I've thought it all out. Maybe if I hadn't been away from him so much, last night and what went before it wouldn't have happened. Too late to think about that now. But it may not be too late to go away with him and start over again somewhere.
It's your life you're giving up, Vicky.
So I can try to give Norman back his. Can you honestly tell me I'm wrong to do it?
No. No, Vicky. I can't honestly tell you that.
Then there won't be any more Vicky Lester, Oliver.
Goodbye, Vicky Lester. You're a swell girl. And good luck, Mrs. Norman Maine.
Goodbye, Oliver. And thank you. Norman.
This is Maine coming in to apologize again, darling.
Norman, have you been out there long? Oliver Niles was here.
Yes, I know. I mean, I thought he would be. You're looking sad, darling. What other troubles have you got?
None. I was just playing a scene with myself.
Now, look. I'm just coming out of the jitters, and you're just going into them. This is a swell household.
Isn't it?
I'll tell you what we'll do. I'll promise to brace up if you'll go on the wagon.
I guess I have been drinking too much.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to be an athlete.
Gee, you mean with great big muscles and everything?
Roughly speaking, yes.
Are you going to join the YMCA?
No, that costs too much. I'm going wading in the Pacific.
Now?
Sure.
You won't go out too far, darling.
A little water once in a while wouldn't hurt me any.
Crazy.
Well, if you don't mind, I'll be running along. Could you have a hot some hot soup for me when I come back?
Some hot soup.
And I'll make the sandwiches.
Norman, do you have to?
Give me a kiss, honey. I'll see you later.
Don't be long.
I won't. Oh, darling.
Yes?
Do you mind if I take just one more look? So long, sweet.
Suicide.
Will that be all, Miss Lester?
Have you packed everything?
Yes, ma'am. The bags, the trunk, everything.
Have the car brought around, please.
I'm her granny. Can't go in.
Esther. Granny, darling. Oh, I'm so glad to see you. What made you come?
Oh, I know when I'm needed. Here, girl, please get out, will you? I want to talk to my granddaughter.
Yes, ma'am.
I got here just as quickly as I could.
But I'm going home. I sent you a wire yesterday.
Sit down. Now, is it true that you're going to quit the movies?
I never want to hear of them again.
What are you running away from, child?
I'm not running away. It's just that I can't go on. My heart isn't in it anymore.
You remember I told you once, if you got what you wanted, you'd have to give your heart in exchange. And you said you were willing. Do you remember that?
I remember.
Well, you got more than you bargained for. More fame, more success, even more personal happiness. And maybe more unhappiness. But you did make a bargain. And now you're whining over it. I wouldn't be very proud of myself if I were you, Esther.
I'm not, Granny, but my mind's made up.
Oh, well, then I'm very sorry I lent you that money to come here. It was just thrown away, wasted.
I know. Well, I want to be strong, but I can't go on. I can't.
But you must. Tragedy is a test of courage, Esther. I never knew Norman Maine. He was sweet to me in the letter he wrote when you were married. He said that you told him how much I had meant to you. And I know how much you must have meant to him. I can't believe that wherever he is, Esther, he's very proud knowing that all that his love did for you was to make you a quitter.
The car is ready, Miss Lester. We'll have to go now to make the train.
Put the car back in the garage. We're going to stay.
Oh, Granny. Oh, my Esther, my darling.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great occasion. The entire picture industry has come to the Chinese Theater for this opening tonight. It has come to pay tribute to a great star on her return to the screen. The girl who has won the heart of Hollywood, the girl who has won the heart of the world, Miss Vicki Lester. And now, if I'm not mistaken, Miss Lester's car has just driven up. Yes, it is her. I'll see if I can get her to say a few words. Here she comes now. No, wait, she's stopping, folks. What is it, Jim? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Miss Lester has stopped at the footprints of her late husband, Norman Maine. She's a little upset. I don't think we're going to get her up here. No, wait now. She's pulling herself together. She seems to be all right, ladies and gentlemen, and she's approaching the microphone now. Miss Lester, will you... Miss Lester, this microphone is on an international hookup. Throughout the world, your fans are hoping you'll say a few words to them. Will you, please?
Of course. Hello, everybody. This is Mrs. Norman Maine.
For their splendid performances, our thanks to Miss Gaynor and Mr. Montgomery, who will return in a few minutes. It was most appropriate that our play should end with a scene at Grauman's Chinese Theater. It was there that the most thrilling premieres in Hollywood history have been held. There also originated the spectacular stage productions, copied though never equaled the world over. Grauman's Chinese is also famous for the hand and footprints of the stars recorded in the courtyard of the theater. To make your mark there means lifelong membership in Hollywood's Legion of Honor. The founder and guiding light of that theater is here tonight. One of the greatest showmen and best friends that motion pictures have ever had, Sid Grauman. Sid, how did you happen to get that idea of the hand and footprints?
Well, before answering that, Cecil, I'd like to say something you overlooked. That it was your picture, The King of Kings, that opened the Chinese Theater. It was a great break for me. For your question, the answer is pure accident. I walked right into it. While we were building the theater, I accidentally happened to step in some soft concrete, and there it was. So I went to Mary Pickford immediately. Mary put her foot into it.
And so became the first to sign your concrete autograph album. Huh?
Yes, along with Norma Talmadge and Douglas Fairbanks. But the latest we have done, so are William Powell and Myrna Loy, who used to dance in my prologue.
Well, most of us have heard of your theater and footprints, Sid. Few people realize that you've helped scores of players on their way to fame, like Raquel Torres, who started as one of your usherettes, Raymond Navarro, or Jackie Coogan, whom you discovered.
Yes, it's a strange how things work out, Cecil. I used to put on Sunday morning concerts in the $1 Million Theater in Los Angeles. Before the prologue and picture was shown, a young singer asked me for a job. After hearing him, I said, "You're on, but the price is only $10 for the concert." He said he needed the work, and if I'd give him 6 concerts in a row, the $10 would be all right. I did. His name Lawrence Tibbet. To this day, one of my best friends is Charlie Chaplin. Before he ever appeared on the screen, Charlie worked for me on the stage in San Francisco and I gave him a letter of introduction that brought him to the screen. I claim no credit for this. It just happened. And now a little Shirley Temple story. When Shirley came to the theater to leave her footprints, she asked me if I mind if she took off her shoes and socks. I told her that we couldn't do that because she'd get her feet all full of concrete. As usual, she had an answer ready. We can get some warm water and a towel, and I'll wash them very carefully. But why, I asked, do you want to make your footprints in bare feet? Mr. Grauman, she said, I just want to be different. Well, Cecil, if I don't stop now, there's no telling when I will. Good luck to you and to this splendid radio theater, which has come to be as much a part of Hollywood as the excellent commodity it represents, Lux Toilet Soap. Thank you.
Thank you, Sid. Goodbye to you. And now, as the stars they are, Janet Gaynor and Robert Montgomery.
I'm glad to be able to take this curtain call, Mr. DeMille, because it gives me a chance to say something that I really want to say as regards A Star is Born. Often when a picture is a success, all the credit goes to the individuals who happen to star in it. We're inclined to pass by the off-screen personalities who made that picture possible. To Mr. David O. Selznick, the producer of A Star is Born, and Mr. William Wellman, who so brilliantly directed it, and all the others who contributed, I am very grateful. But now, what about Mr. Montgomery? I hear some talk around town that you're to go east.
Yes, Montgomery the actor is about to become Montgomery the farmer. I'm going back to the farm for a spell.
Yes, you told us that some months ago, and you haven't reached there yet. I'm beginning to think that your back to the soil movement is just a fable.
At least it provides Bob with some swell stories about that neighbor of his back there, Zeb Davis.
Zeb is on the way to becoming a national character. What's he done lately, Bob?
Well, Zeb probably won't speak to me for telling this one on him, but here goes. Zeb has a wife who likes to keep him, well, shall we say, under control. Not long ago, she decided that Zeb ought to get a new car. Zeb couldn't quite figure that out because the one he had was only 11 years old. So he got a new car. Well, the Davises were having a little party one night when Mrs. D told Zeb to drive to town for some ice cream and to be very careful of the car. It's a 16-mile trip, and Zeb sort of hit her up on the way back. He was just about to turn up the road to the house when he stepped on the gas instead of the brake. He ran into a ditch, turned over a couple of times, and ended up with the car on top of him and the ice cream in his hand. A couple of the boys ran up and tried to pull him out, but Zeb was stuck. He didn't say a word until the boys started to get the car off him, and then he let loose. "Leave me alone," he hollered. "Leave me alone and get that ice cream home before it melts. There's enough trouble around here as it is."
That's very good, Bob. I hope you'll find Zeb completely recovered and with a lot more stories.
As you said, Mr. DeMille, this was my first appearance here. But really, I felt quite at home because I'm well acquainted with the products behind this program. I'm happy to say that Lux Toilet Soap has been in my dressing room and in my home, too, for several years. I wouldn't be without it.
Thank you, Janet. And you, too, Bob, for launching our program in such distinguished fashion.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Good night.
And thank you, Mr. DeMille. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. News of next week's thrilling show comes to you in just a moment from Mr. DeMille. Assisting in tonight's cast were Lou Merrill as Oliver Niles, Chester Clute as Pop, John Gibson as Danny McGuire, Margaret Brayton as Anita, Edwin Max as Master of Ceremonies, Forrest Taylor as Judge, Frank Nelson as Moon, Lucille Meredith as Maid, Grace Kern as a waitress, Myra Marsh as Miss Phillips, Sidney Newman as Director, James Eagles as Otto, Gil Patrick as Police Officer, and Ross Forrester as a photographer. Miss Gaynor and Miss Robeson appeared through courtesy of Selznick International Pictures, Mr. Montgomery, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, Mr. Stander, Columbia Pictures Corporation, Mr. DeMille, Paramount, and Louis Silvers, 20th Century Fox, where he was in charge of music for the new film, Wife, Doctor, and Nurse. And here is our producer.
Not because he happens to be the star of my new film, The Buccaneer. Not because he starred in two of our biggest successes last spring. But because he happens to be, on and off the screen, a citizen of whom Hollywood is most proud. It gives me particular pleasure to announce that next Monday night, the Lux Radio Theater stars Frederick March. And with him, Florence Eldridge, who in private life is Mrs. March. Our play is from the stage and screen success, The Outsider. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Frederick March, Florence Eldridge, and an all-star Hollywood cast in The Outsider. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard on tonight's program was Afraid to Dream from You Can't Have Everything. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Stella Dallas with Barbara Stanwyck, John Boles, Anne Shirley, and Barbara O'Neill.
Lux presents Hollywood. It is your loyalty to Lux Toilet Soap that makes this program possible, which tonight stars Barbara Stanwyck, John Boles, Anne Shirley, and Barbara O'Neill in Samuel Goldwyn's superlative screen production, Stella Dallas. You will also hear T. Keith Glennon, operations manager of Paramount Studios, and music under the direction of Louis Silvers. And now, the producer of the Lux Radio Theater. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. With this presentation, the Lux Radio Theater becomes 3 years old. During this week in 1934, we first went on the air, and by coincidence, John Boles was our leading man then, as he is tonight. For our stars, as well as for us, the past year has been an outstanding one. It's been Mr. Boles' busiest and most successful year on the screen. Anne Shirley has acquired stardom and a husband. And Barbara Stanwyck has at last come into her own through her magnificent performance as Stella Dallas, which she repeats tonight. I know of no one in Hollywood who merits success more than Barbara. Born in a poor section of Brooklyn, she lost both parents while still a child. Living with 10 different families, whichever would take her in, she never knew what a home was. At 13, she was earning her own living as a clerk. 2 years later, she was a dancer, and her first glimpse of success came with a stage role from David Belasco, who changed her name from Ruby Stevens to Barbara Stanwyck. Now on top, Barbara can at last indulge a lifelong ambition. She's purchased a farm in the San Fernando Valley and will spend her off-screen life raising horses. Our story was written 15 years ago by Olive Higgins Prouty and was brought to the screen by my partner of 25 years ago, Samuel Goldwyn. As in the film, we hear Mr. Boles as Stella Dallas, as Stephen Dallas, Anne Shirley as Laurel, Barbara O'Neill as Helen Morrison, and, of course, Barbara Stanwyck as Stella Dallas. And now one of the year's greatest pictures comes to the air. The Lux Radio Theater presents Stella Dallas with Barbara Stanwyck, John Boles, and Anne Shirley. The year is 1919, and our scene is Main Street, in the little manufacturing town of Millhampton, Massachusetts. It's 10 o'clock Sunday evening, and the picture at the Bijou Movie Palace has just finished. In the crowd, drifting out through the lobby, is Stephen Dallas, assistant manager of the town's factory. And at his side, walking as close to him as she dares, is Stella Martin. Stella looks happy and very proud as the mill hands greet their young executive.
Evening, Mr. Dallas.
Evening, Joe.
Hello, boss.
How are you, Harry?
How do, Mr. Dallas? Hello, Stella.
Hello.
That's the second time this week I saw him together in the drugstore the other night. You mind your own business.
Oh, gee, I'm sorry, Mr. Dallas.
Oh, come on now. You've got to get home. Do you mind our being talked about, Stella?
Mind? I mind? Oh, no, it's just that... Well, I can't believe you like seeing me when you could be out with all the swell.
Oh, but I want to be with you. I like being with you.
Oh, could I Could I take your arm? I mean, is that all right? Is that considered...
Well, of course it is.
Oh, I hope you don't mind my asking those things. It's just that I want to be like all the people you've been around. Educated, you know, and speaking nice, and then
Now, don't be like anyone else. I like you the way you are.
Oh, but I've wanted to be different ever since I met you, and if I was around you long enough, I could be. Why, I could learn to talk like you and act like you, and pretty soon Well, you know, you've done a lot for me, even in these couple of weeks.
You've done a lot for me, too, Stella. I was very lonely the day you walked into my office.
Lonely?
Yes. I don't know how much you know about me, but...
Oh, I know your society. I mean,
you mean I used to be.
Yes, and your father died. I read about it in the newspaper.
Dad didn't die. He committed suicide, Stella.
Oh.
He went broke and he couldn't stand it. That's when I came here to start all over again. I guess that was in the papers, too.
Mr. Dallas.
Yes?
That girl, the one you were engaged to when...
Yes?
Wouldn't she wait for you?
She would, if I'd let her. But I couldn't do that, could I? She was married just 2 weeks ago.
Oh. She must have been very lovely.
Yes. Well, here we are.
I don't have to go in right away.
Cigarette?
No, thanks. I don't smoke, and I don't drink either.
Oh, you're sweet, Stella. I was lonely and unhappy, then I'm not anymore, Stella. Stella.
Oh, please, I shouldn't have. You won't have any respect for me. Not for girls who let men kiss them whenever they want. I don't let men... I mean, well, girls shouldn't unless they... Well, unless they know the man is serious.
Shall I tell you I am? Or shall I just kiss you again?
Oh, Stephen.
In the paper, Stephen Dallas weds Millhampton girl. Gee, wouldn't you just know she'd hope the best? What do you know about this? Mr. and Mrs. Stephen Dallas were just admitted to membership in the River Club.
Flying kind of high.
Boys at the mill are congratulating the Stephen Dallases on the birth of a new baby girl. Well, the popular new manager and Stella Martin were married a year ago.
We're home, Agnes. My, you sure is, honey. Who does she look like? Let me see who.
Oh, let the nurse take her inside, Agnes. You'll have plenty of time for that later on.
Yes'm. This here way, Miss Nurse.
Sit down, honey.
Oh, gosh. Home never looked so good to me.
Oh, poor Stella.
Oh, I didn't mind it. It was just the hospital got on my nerves. And that darn doctor trying to make me stay another week.
Oh, but Stella, he just thought it would be better if
Better for who? It was just to get your money. Stephen, what's all this on the table?
It's mail, honey. You had a lot of friends who wanted to congratulate you.
Oh, Stephen, why didn't you bring him to me? The days wouldn't have seemed half so long. Oh, gosh, and I thought everybody had forgotten me. Stephen.
Yeah?
Look at this, an invitation to a dance at the River Club tomorrow night. I think I can wear my blue dress. I'll let it out a little at the top,
now,
and then
Stella, you don't want to go dancing already?
Oh, why not? Before I went to the hospital, I was stuck in this house for 4 solid months without going anywhere. And we just got into the River Club. All my life, I've just about died to go to the real places and get in with the right crowd. And just when I get a chance and get started, I have to give it all up.
Oh, we'll go next time.
Well, I don't want to go next time. I want to go this time. Oh, Stephen, I won't dance much, I promise. Gee, I just want to get a wave and a manicure and get all dressed up again and go hear some music and forget all about doctors and hospitals and nurses.
And babies?
No, but... Oh, Stephen, please.
Now, Stella.
Oh, please.
Who is that dancing with Mrs. Dallas, Stephen?
I really don't know.
He's very good. Who is he, Joyce?
His name is Munn. He has something to do with horse races. The girls invite him over for golf, and he gives them tips.
Oh, I see.
Why, you're a wonderful dancer, Mr. Munn.
Well, if I'm any judge of horseflesh, you don't take a mean leg yourself. Say, how did you come to get hooked up to that crowd at your table?
Oh, there's some business friends of my husband.
Business friend?
Uh-huh.
What is he, an undertaker?
Oh.
Say, Stella, why don't you get him to ditch that bunch of mothbacks and come over and join us?
Spencer Chandler's table? Why, we don't even know him.
Well, that won't take long. Do you know what he said after our first dance?
No, what?
He said, Ed, he always calls me Ed.
Uh-huh.
He said, Ed, you can pick winners on a dance floor better than you can at a racetrack.
Yeah? Oh, go on. Don't red apple me.
Oh, no, on the level. Come on, I'll prove it to
wait,
you.
I'd have to ask Stephen first.
Oh, forget it. Hey, Spence.
Sit down, Mom.
Spence, I want you to meet a friend of mine. Stella, Mr. Chandler, Mrs. Dallas.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Say, Spence, I want you to prove something to her for me. Didn't you say I could pick him on a dance floor as good as I can on the track?
Yes, but I wouldn't feel too flattered, Mrs. Dallas. Munn hasn't given me a winner in over a month. Won't you sit down?
Thank you.
Or would you rather dance?
Why, yes, I guess I would.
Fine.
Well, Stella.
Oh, Stephen, come here. Stephen, this is Mr. Munn.
Pleased to meet you.
And Mr. Spencer Chandler.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Mr. Chandler just asked me to dance. You don't mind.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chandler. My wife's just out of the hospital. She ought to be home in bed. And that's where she's going.
Well, we'll hurry then. Come on, Mr. Chandler.
Stella.
Hey, Dallas, you wouldn't like to sit down and have a little snifter, would you?
No, thank you. Go ahead, dear.
Thank you. Well, you can start the lecture now that we're home. What have I done this time? Go ahead, begin.
Stella, I asked you not to wear those earrings and that cheap imitation necklace. You took them off, you agreed, and after we got there, you came out of the dressing
Now,
room.
Stephen, I'm perfectly willing to let you tell me how to act. But please don't give me pointers on how to dress. Allow me at least to know more about one thing than you do. After all, I've always been known to have stacks of style. You should have heard Ed Munn, and he's been around a bit, too. He's traveled further, and he's a...
Al.
All right, then, Father, whichever it is, I don't care. Gosh, I have to think twice every time I open my mouth. And Spencer Chandler didn't seem to have to turn the other way either. And he only happens to be one of the Chandlers.
Stella, please, don't say things like that. Remember, you're my wife now.
Oh, and can't look at another man.
That isn't the point at all.
Oh, that's a laugh. An affair between Spencer Chandler and I. Well, I am coming up in the world.
Stella, won't you try to understand? The fake jewelry's not important. None of these things matter in themselves. But what's to become of us? That is important.
Yes, Stephen.
Stella, why did you marry me?
Oh, because I was crazy about you, silly, and I still am, only you just don't seem to ever
Once, a long time ago, you said you were crazy to learn everything, become someone, didn't you?
Yes, Stephen.
Please listen to me. I'm only telling you this because I love you. Stella, the firm wants to send me to New York to handle the sales department there. I want to go, and I want to take you with me. But I want you to make an effort. I want you to try to be, what you wanted to be. Give up a few things for me and try to adapt yourself.
Adapt myself? Give up a few things? Well, what have I been doing ever since I met you? And I'm getting a little sick of it, too. How would it be for you to do a little adapting for a change? I don't see you giving up anything. And I'll tell you one more thing. I'm not going to New York. I'm certainly not going to leave here just when I'm beginning to get in with the right people.
Now, Stella...
You go on and go to New York. I'm going to stay here. Hey, cut it out. Oh, here, I'll feed you myself.
She sure is getting big. Cute, too.
Isn't she? You know, Carrie, I used to think girls at the mill were crazy when they got married and right off the bat started having kids.
But, honest, Stella, would you want any more?
Sure, if I could have another one like her. Gee, she's been a regular pal to me. You know, since Stephen's been away in New York so much, I hardly know I have a husband. Why, he's only been home 3 times this summer. And then it was only on account of her. He's crazy about her. And who wouldn't be? Now, who's that? Edna? Oh, where is that girl? All right, all right.
Hi.
Why, Ed Munn!
Well, is that all the welcome I get?
Ed of all people! Oh, gosh, I'm glad to see you.
Well, I'm glad to see you.
Come in, come on in.
Thanks. Stella, this is my friend Charlie. You remember
Yeah,
Charlie?
how are you?
Hi.
Come on inside. Hey, Carrie, look who's here. Well, for heaven's sake!
Hello, Carrie.
Hello, Ed. Hello, Charlie.
Hi. Well, will you get a load of that kid? Has she grown or am I crazy?
Oh, Lolly, darling, you remember Uncle Ed, don't you?
Well, I remember you.
You want something to drink, Ed?
Sure, sure. And if you don't mind, I'll peel this coat.
Yeah, go ahead. You still play the piano, Charlie?
Yeah, I guess so. Hey, where you been hiding, Still? I haven't seen you.
Oh, gosh, Ed, I haven't been out of this house for 2 months.
Huh? You been sick?
No, but... Oh, I don't know. I don't seem to get any fun out of a good time anymore. All the time I'm out, I'm thinking of her and what she's doing and how soon I can get back to her.
Well, here's hoping I'll always be around at the right time.
Oh.
Say, can I pick the kid up?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, ho, ho. Come on, dear Uncle Ed. That's a girl, Laurel. Come on. Well, what's the matter? Ain't you got a great big smile for
Oh,
Uncle
of
Ed?
course she has. Come on, darling. Smile for Uncle Ed. Come on. Edna, Edna. Come on, Lolly, darling. Smile.
Look at those noses. Look.
Edna, who was it? Edna. Mr. Dallas, ma'am. Hello, Stephen.
Hello, Stella.
Oh, well, you remember Mr. Munn
How do you do?
and Carrie Jenkins?
Oh, how do you do?
How do you do?
Well, I think I'll be getting along.
Oh, all right.
That's a fine baby you got there, Mr. Dallas.
Thank you, I think so.
I gotta be going too, Ed.
Me too. Just a minute. I'll see you to the door.
Forget it. We won't get lost. Well, so long, Stella.
Bye.
Goodbye, Mr. Dallas.
Well, Stephen, sit down.
Stella, I can't have our child living this way.
Oh, what's wrong this time?
It's not just this time. It's every time I come.
What do you mean? Because there was a couple of drinks? Well, what's wrong with that? Coming in here with that icebergy way of yours.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be rude, but she's my child, too, and I won't have this. I haven't wanted to take Laurel away from you, but if
Take
you...
her away from me? What are you talking about?
Here, darling, come to your
How
daddy.
dare you say such a thing? Give it to me.
Stella.
Give it to me, I say.
Stella, please, you
Watch
mustn't
out,
do
you're
this.
hurting her. Get out of here.
Stella.
Get out, I say. Oh, did he frighten Mommy's little girl? Don't you cry. Mommy's right here. Mommy won't let anybody hurt you. Yeah, dear. Oh, darling. You're here with Mommy, and nobody in the whole world is ever going to take you away. Nobody. Nobody.
Before continuing with Act Two of our play here in the Lux Radio Theater, let's drop in for a moment at the publicity office out at one of the major studios. A publicity man is in conference with a very charming young lady, one of Hollywood's leading fashion editors.
You mean girls are going to look more girlish than boyish this year?
Yes, that's it exactly. For instance, they're using richer furs, and the lines of coats and dresses flow more. They're more graceful. The whole idea is to create a softer effect.
I think that's a lot of rot. Men don't want women to be soft anymore. They want them to be able to take it.
That may be so, but they do want them to look soft. They want women to wear pretty clothes, keep their hair nicely waved, and to have lovely, soft skin. You men are very demanding, you know.
You're certainly right on complexion. I saw a woman around here yesterday. She had beautiful clothes. Even the hat wasn't bad. But I couldn't go for that complexion.
I feel awfully sorry for a woman like that. If she'd only known about Lux toilet soap.
You hear plenty about Lux soap around here. Most all our stars use it. Evidently, you think it's pretty good, too.
I certainly do. It's the best way I know of to guard against cosmetic skin. You know, actually, lots of women ruin their own looks. They don't remove dirt and stale cosmetics from their pores thoroughly.
Well, we use that soap out home. You know, it works up a swell lather even in hard water.
I know, and it's an active lather that keeps pores from getting choked. And if 9 out of 10 screen stars say that, well, that's the way to keep your complexion soft and lovely. That's all the recommendation I need to use Lux toilet soap, too.
Now, Mr. DeMille.
We continue Stella Dallas, starring Barbara Stanwyck, John Boles, Anne Shirley, and Barbara O'Neill. 12 years have passed, during which Stephen Dallas and Stella have been living apart. A few days before Laurel's 13th birthday, Stephen is standing at the book counter of a New York department store. Nearby, a well-dressed woman and her 3 small sons are examining the contents of the toy counter. The woman is Helen Morrison, the girl to whom Stephen was once engaged. She turns toward him suddenly, and their eyes meet with a look of pleased recognition.
Stephen!
Helen!
Oh, Stephen.
I'm so glad to see you.
Oh, and you. Oh, boys, come here, come, please. Stephen, these are my sons.
How do you do, young gentlemen?
How do you do? Oh, this is Mr. Dallas, whom your mother has known for such a long time. John?
How do you do?
Lee?
Lee?
How do you do?
And Cornelius.
Cornelius?
How do you do? Con. He doesn't like to be called Cornelius.
I do, too.
It was my father's name.
Was?
Oh, Con is the man of the family now, and he looks after us all so beautifully. His father would be very proud.
That's splendid. Nothing but the finest care in the world would be good enough for your mother.
But, Stephen, tell us about you. What are you doing here?
Well, if you mean New York, I'm in business here. If you mean the store, I'm here buying birthday presents for my daughter.
Your daughter?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Stephen.
Wait a minute, I have a picture here of her. Here it is.
Oh, she's lovely. When may we meet her and her mother?
They're not here. You see, Laurel goes to school up near Boston, and her mother spends all of her time with her.
Oh, well, I have so many things to hear and to tell. Can you have lunch with us?
Well, I should be back at the office by now.
Oh.
We'd be glad to have you, Mr. Dallas, if you don't mind carrying your own tray.
John's been saving up for a whole month in order to take us out for lunch.
Really?
It's his treat.
How about it, Mr. Dallas?
Yes, Steve.
Well, I guess I can't refuse an offer like that.
No.
Oh, Mr. Dallas!
Come on, fellas. If you run short, John, I'll lend you a couple of dollars.
Gee, thanks.
Oh, Mother, it's beautiful.
Careful now. Now, don't mash the ruffles. Stand still so I can fit it to you.
Oh, I love the color. It's a beautiful dress, Mommy.
Yeah. Now, I forgot. This goes here on the waist.
Flowers? Oh, no.
Oh, yes. It gives it some snap.
No, please.
Oh, Lolly, for heaven's sake, you're just like your father. You want everything as plain as an old shoe.
Plain with all these beautiful handmade ruffles. Oh, just you wait till Dad sees them. He always notices my dresses.
Yeah? Oh, what did he say in his letter? Anything?
Just that he's expecting me during vacation, and we're going to have more fun than last time, he says, because we're going visiting.
Where?
Oh, I guess you know her, too, an old friend. Mrs. Morrison.
Morrison?
You do know her.
Not me. Take off the dress and let me get to work on it.
Watch out for the pin.
Come on now. Pull it over your head.
What's going on in there?
Come on in, Ed.
No, Mother, wait till I get out.
Molly.
Say, what is this? A Folly's dressing
Mother,
room?
please.
Oh, what's the matter?
You shouldn't see me like this.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Ed's known you since you were knee-high.
Yeah, and even less than that. Now, what have you got to hide from your Uncle Ed? Come on, give us a kick.
Mother, make him stop,
Ed,
please.
stop.
Come on now, come on.
No, let me alone. Let me alone.
Oh, Ed, I wish you wouldn't tease her like that. You know she don't like you.
Yeah, I know. But I get a kick out of a young one being so finicky.
Well, is your car downstairs?
Huh? Oh, no, it's in the shop. Why?
Oh, I wanted to go to town. I wanted to get the decorations for Laurel's party.
Well, why not go in on a train? I'll tell you. We'll take the kids, see a show, and have dinner.
No, I don't want her to know what I'm getting.
Oh, I see. Well, I guess I could show you a better time without her.
Ed.
You see those two old dames when I put the itching powder on?
Stop it, Ed. You're killing me.
Oh, gosh, Stella. We have a lot of laughs, don't we?
Oh, I got a pain from it.
Say, Stella.
What?
Stella, why don't you scratch that first entry of yours and give somebody else a chance? Honest, I'd do anything in the world.
Please don't, Ed. It's like I told you. It's not personal, only I don't think there's a man living that could get me going anymore. Oh, I don't know. I guess Lolly just uses up all the feelings I got, and I I don't seem to have any left for anybody else.
You got plenty for me, Stella.
Why can't we go on as we are? Gosh, I don't know what I'd have done without you some of the times when Lolly was back with Stephen. You're such a good sport and such a lot of fun, but...
I guess you know what you're doing.
I guess I do, Ed.
Why do you have to go, Laurel?
Laurel, let's go back to school, dear.
The car's waiting, Laurel.
I'm ready. Let me have Laurel's bag, John. You'll drop it. I will
Now, don't argue, John. She'll miss her train. Oh, goodbye, Laurel. It's been fun, hasn't it?
Oh, yes, Mrs. Marston.
We'll be looking forward to your next visit.
I've had such a lovely time. I don't know how to thank you.
Oh, goodbye, dear.
Goodbye, Helen.
Goodbye, Stephen.
Goodbye, boys.
Oh, Daddy, aren't they the nicest boys?
I think so. How did you like Mrs. Morrison?
I think she's the loveliest lady I ever knew.
Do you, Laurel? Do you really?
Oh, I mean, of course I mean, except my mother.
Come on, Lolly. Oh, gee, it's good to have you home again.
Oh, I missed you too, Mom.
We'll leave the bag here for a while.
Oh, Gladys will take it. Gladys!
Oh, she's not here anymore. Let her go.
Mother.
Well, what did I need with a maid around?
Oh, Mommy, you shouldn't have.
Besides, I was glad to have something to do to help pass the time away. You know what I did, Lolly?
What?
I saved enough money out of her wages to pay a deposit on a fur coat for you.
Mother, you didn't.
Uh-huh.
Well, you're just going to get it right back. I don't want a fur coat, Mother. Besides, none of the girls I met at Mrs. Morrison's are allowed to have them yet.
Oh, no?
Uh-uh.
Oh.
Can I help you fix dinner, Mother?
Oh, sure. Come on.
I'll get an apron.
Say, tell me about this Mrs. Morrison. What's she like?
Oh, Mother, she's lovely. She's sort of, well, she reminds me of a flower that grows up in Maine. All pale and delicate. Strong, too. I don't know what you call it.
Oh, gracious, Lolly. I don't care what kind of a flower she looks like. Is she tall or short, dark or light, fat or thin? How old is she?
Well, she doesn't seem to be any special age. You know, she's like one of those goddesses in my mythology books that way.
Oh, come on now. You can tell whether she's 20 or 40.
Oh, she's not 40. No. Well, I guess maybe she's about 25.
Ah. And, how did your father happen to meet this goddess?
You know, Mother, it's like a story. Con told me all about it.
Con?
Uh-huh.
Is that her husband?
Oh, no, he's dead.
Dead, is he? Well, that's convenient.
Oh, no, it isn't. It isn't a bit convenient. Because when Mr. Morrison died, he left a whole lot of houses and horses and lots of money and things, and Mrs. Morrison has to look out for them all by herself. You know, she said she wouldn't know what to do without Father to help her and advise her.
Yeah, I can just imagine.
Oh, I just remembered. I've got some snapshots of her.
Oh, no, Lolly, I just want to look at you.
Oh, but, Mommy, I want you to see her. She's so beautiful.
Oh, Lolly.
You'll be crazy about her.
Oh, not now, Laura. We'll look at the snapshots after this.
And this is one of me and Con.
Yeah, hand me that bottle of hair bleach, will you?
Here. And look, this is Mrs. Morrison. You know, the funny thing about her is she's not only beautiful when she's all dressed up, but even when she wakes up in the morning.
Yeah? Well, with her money, she don't have to worry about her looks. Say, are those real pearls she's got slung around her neck?
Mommy, look what you're doing.
What?
You're getting the bleach all over her picture.
Oh, I didn't mean to, Lolly. I'm sorry.
Oh, give it to me. Give it to me.
Lolly, I'm sorry.
Oh, Mother.
Daddy! Merry Christmas!
Oh, Daddy, I'm so glad to see you. Oh, please come in.
Where's your mother?
She's getting dressed. When she heard you were coming, Oh, here, let me take your coat.
Now, wait a minute. This package is for you.
Oh, thank you. I'll put it right under the tree.
Say, that's a beautiful tree, all right. And a very beautiful young lady.
Do you like my dress? Mother copied it from one we saw in the window of a shop in Boston.
Mm-hmm.
You can hardly tell the difference.
It is pretty, isn't it?
It was my best present.
Oh,
Till you came, Dad.
You darling.
Stephen.
Well, Merry Christmas, Stella.
Oh, Merry Christmas to you, Stephen. Oh, it's good to see you again.
It's good to see you.
Sit down.
Thank you. The place looks awfully nice, Stella.
You go to dinner with us?
Well, darling, I came to ask your mother a favor. Stella, I was wondering if you'd let me have Laurel for the holidays this time. I've never had a place for her before, but this time we have an invitation to spend it with the Morrisons.
Oh. Well, would you like to go, Lolly?
Yes. Oh, I mean, that is...
Oh, I think it would be lovely. When would you want us, Stephen?
Well, my train leaves in an hour, Stella. I was hoping I could take her back with me.
Today? Oh, no, not today. I couldn't, Father. Mother and I had something all planned.
Well, yes, we did, but, we could do that any time. Well, all right, come on. We'll have to hurry. You go and start packing your things, darling, and I'll be right in.
Yes, Mother.
She won't be very long.
Stella, I'm awfully sorry. Well, when I see all you've done here, and you did have plans, I didn't realize it.
Oh, it wasn't anything really. We were just going to a show and dinner at the Bonton. Oh, this will be a real treat for us. Oh, it's been so long since I've seen you. How have you been?
Well, thank you. And you?
Oh, fine.
That's good.
It's too bad your train leaves so early.
Stella, I've been thinking. I don't know why it didn't occur to me before, but there's no earthly reason in the world why you should spend a day all alone just because I've been selfish and thoughtless. There must be a later train.
Oh.
Where's the telephone? Shall we call and see?
Oh, yes. Please. The phone's out here in the hall.
Let me see now. Well, here's the number. Beacon Hill 3700, please.
Hey.
Ed.
I fooled you, didn't I? You put me out of the back way, and I went all the way around and came right in here.
Oh, Ed.
Say, listen, just where is all this company that I'm being kicked out because of? Because I'm going to tell you this. Oh, I beg your pardon, Mr. Dallas. I guess... Oh, gee, I'm sorry, Stella. I didn't mean to... I guess, I guess I'll go now, Mr. Dallas.
He had a little too much Christmas, I guess. He was here a little while ago and brought a turkey, and I had a terrible time getting rid of him. What did you find out about the train?
Stella, I'm afraid it would be too late.
Oh, I see.
I'm all ready. Was that very long, Dad?
Not at all, darling. Goodbye, Stella. I'll take good care of her.
Goodbye, Stephen.
Goodbye, Mother.
Bye.
Oh, thank you for letting me go. Merry Christmas, Mommy. Goodbye.
Lolly. Oh, Lolly.
Hello, Morley and Morley. One moment, please.
Excuse me.
Yes?
I got an appointment with a Mr. Morley, a lawyer. He wrote me, Stella Dallas.
Oh, yes. This way, please. Mrs. Dallas, Mr. Morley.
Oh, come in. Won't you sit down, please, Mrs. Dallas?
Yeah.
Mrs. Dallas, I wrote you a letter, and in it I stated...
You don't have to tell me what you stated. Just tell me what you meant.
Mrs. Dallas, it's only natural to suppose that you should wish to legalize your position.
Legalize my position? Oh, I've got a marriage license. Look here, Mr. Morley, what are you trying to give me?
Your freedom. A divorce. Mr. Dallas feels, and I can readily understand why, that you might wish to remarry.
Remarry? Listen, Mr. Morley, let's get down to brass tacks. I haven't the slightest idea of ever remarrying. Now, it don't happen by any chance to be Mr. Dallas who wishes to remarry, does it?
Well, assuming for the moment that it does, surely you could have no objections. Your allowance would be the same. As a matter of fact, Mr. Dallas might even be able to increase the amount he's sending you.
I don't want any increase. Let him keep it and let me keep my daughter.
Mrs. Dallas, Mr. Dallas has no intention of any change regarding your daughter.
Oh, he hasn't. Then what's he been trying to win her away for? Taking her to fine hotels, country places, townhouses, making her dissatisfied with the kind of things I've been giving her. Does he think I don't see what he's after? Well, he'll never get away with it, and I'll tell you why. Because I'm going to give her the same things. Everything her heart's been set on. Fine hotels, fancy friends. She's going to have them all. Only I'm going to give them to her, and he's going to pay for them. And if he's got any extra increases, he can just hand them over. And if he don't, maybe I'll get a lawyer and bring in the name of that highfalutin widow.
But, Mrs. Dallas...
I won't keep you any longer, Mr. Morley. Thank you very much. Just see that the check is mailed to the same place. That's all the benefits I want.
For station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. In this pause between the scenes of Stella Dallas, we take our weekly glance into things intimately Hollywood. This week, we're going to catch a glimpse of the workings of a motion picture studio. As operations manager of Paramount, our guest is chief of a studio police force of 55 men. He supervises the building of scenery for every Paramount picture. He has charge of the restaurant where the stars eat and controls an army of 2,000 craftsmen representing 125 different trades. It's his business to see that a script girl gets a new pencil or Frank Lloyd an 1870 steam engine. He'll order the construction of a fleet of battleships one week and the erection of a carnival set the next. He's a practical magician who sees that studio ideas become realities. His name is T. Keith Glennon, and he talks to you now.
Thanks, CB. But there's one more job I do that you didn't mention, a job that makes me feel quite at home here. I've heard a lot of people from Paramount mention Lux toilet soap on this program. But I'm the one who sees that it gets there, especially in the dressing room of the stars. And judging from what they tell me, it is certainly a remarkable soap. However, the real work at the studio isn't done by me, but by the army of 2,000 you mentioned. And the credit should go to the men who directly supervise the activities of these craftsmen. They can make or secure about everything a director can dream up. And believe me, when a director bears down, he can certainly do some dreaming.
Well, that's why we have men like you, Keith, to make our dreams come true.
Thanks. It's getting the unusual things done that make this job interesting.
Like finding that locomotive?
Exactly. Mr. Lloyd needed a genuine 1870 locomotive for Wells Fargo. We finally found what he wanted in Nevada. It hadn't been used for 13 years and was partly dismantled. We bought it, but that only started our problem.
Yes, you could hardly wrap it up and send it home.
Right. We had to get a license from the Interstate Commerce Commission, pass government tests, and secure another license permitting us to operate the engine for motion picture purposes. But without tracks, the engine didn't do us much good. So we made a deal with 2 railroad companies, each of which will operate it for us whenever we need it. It's seen only for a few moments in Wells Fargo, but I'd say our efforts were worthwhile, for already 2 other studios have rented it.
Well, at least I haven't given you that much trouble with the Buccaneer.
Oh, no? Instead of a train, all you asked for was a fleet of warships, a parrot that could talk French, and a dog that could walk the plank, and a few other odds and ends that took us months to find.
And if that aviator doesn't stop practicing skywriting above my set, I'm going to ask you for an anti-aircraft gun.
We took care of that fellow this morning. Paramount, you see, is on a direct line with local airports, which means we can't stop planes from flying over the studio and ruining a certain amount of soundtrack. But a little persuasion with the flying field usually works. Planes don't bother us nearly as much as clouds. Last week, our weather expert reported a black cloud over Pasadena was heading our way and might spoil the light for Mr. DeMille. We warned Mr. DeMille, but it didn't faze him a bit. All he said was to hurry up and head the cloud off toward Long Beach.
And to my amazement, you did it.
Yes, the only request we haven't been able to fill in recent weeks is that of W.C. Fields. We had to supply him with a kiddie car for the big broadcast of 1938. But we couldn't comply with his wish that we carve the wheels out of Charlie McCarthy.
Good night, Steve. Good night, thank you. Barbara Stanwyck, John Boles, Anne Shirley, and Barbara O'Neill in Stella Dallas. Determined to give her daughter everything her father could, Stella took Laurel to a fashionable summer hotel. But Stella's gaudy style and her unpolished manner soon became the subject of amused comment. Laurel asked to leave. On the night train bound for Boston, the unsuspecting Stella lies awake in a lower berth, listening to Laurel stirring restlessly above. Some girls from the hotel come in from the adjoining car.
You know, we didn't think you were going to make the train at all. Did you have a blowout?
Just as I was leaving, I met Ethel. Oh, I gotta get my breath.
Here, sit down.
I want to tell you what Ethel told me. Do you remember that funny-looking woman parading around the grounds this afternoon? No, I didn't see her. Well, if you didn't see her... Well, they described. Dressed up to here and painted in thick. Really? And bells on her shoes that tinkled all the time.
Bells?
And bracelets up to her elbows. You never saw such a sight. Well, anyway... Do you know who she was? No.
Tell her.
Laurel Dallas's mother. Laurel Dallas? Oh. I can't believe it. You mean that pretty little girl that Dick Broadhurst in Russia? But are you sure? She seems so lovely and sweet. I know it. Isn't it weird to have such a common-looking creature for a mother? Poor thing.
Poor nothing. She's wearing Dick Grosvenor's fraternity.
But you won't be wearing it long, I'll bet. Not when Mrs. Grosvenor hears about it. Not with
Your
her.
berth is ready, lady.
Oh, thanks, Porter. Tell us more about it. Mother. Mommy. Are you awake, Mother? What? Have you been awake? Me? No. I've been sleeping like a log. Oh, Mommy, it's so lonely up there. I want to come down here and cuddle with you. Sure, honey. Sure, darling.
Yes?
I'd like to see Mrs. Morrison.
Was it in reference
I
to...
couldn't say it's private. I'd have to see Mrs. Morrison.
Who is it, Brooks?
Oh. Are you Mrs. Morrison?
Yes.
I'm Stella Dallas. Mrs. Stephen Dallas.
Oh, come in, please. We can talk in the library, Mrs. Dallas.
Thank you. I'm sorry to bother you in your home, but
Won't you sit down?
No. What I have to say won't take very long. It's just that...
Well, we may as well be comfortable.
I know you must think it's funny me coming here like this. I'm not going to beat around the bush, but what I want to know is if Stephen was free, if I got a divorce like his lawyer wanted, would you two get married?
Yes, we would. Well, I'm sorry if it's unpleasant, but I'd rather that you knew the truth.
Yeah. Well, what I wanted to know is if you and Stephen did get married, well, what about Laurel? Would you take her too?
Oh, no, Mrs. Dallas. I'm a mother, too. Do you think that I could ever deprive another mother of her only little girl?
Yeah, but if the mother didn't want her, I mean, if she couldn't very well have her, if it was inconvenient.
Inconvenient?
Yeah, you see, Lolly's growing up now, and she's quite a responsibility.
Well, I don't understand.
Well, you see, it's this way. From now on, there's lots of things Lolly ought to begin having. Oh, I don't mean money, but dances and parties, good times. And really, I've never been much on that sort of thing, so I feel that I've done about all I can for her, and I thought that you being so crazy about her father and she taking after him so much that, well, if you and Stephen got married, why, Lolly could come and live with you, and your name being Mrs. Dallas, you see, why, everybody would naturally think that she was... Well, they think she was your little girl, and when you went places, you see... Well, you see, you're the kind of a mother that any girl would be proud of.
Oh, I didn't know anyone could be so unselfish.
And I'll say one thing, Mrs. Morrison. You'd never be ashamed of Lolly either. Everybody's just crazy about her. She makes a wonderful impression. She's so refined and elegant in her ways, but... Oh, well, you already know that. Anyways, she's crazy about you already. She don't talk as much as she used to, but that's because she thinks I'm jealous or something, and I guess I was a little, but I'm not anymore. And you'll see in a little while she'll forget all about me, and it won't be any time before she loves you just like you were her real mother. And oh, Mrs. Morrison, she's so wonderful, you don't know.
Oh, I do know. And I know that it hasn't come only from her father.
I have to go now. Lolly doesn't know I've come, and I don't want her to yet. She's awful funny underneath, and I thought it all out. It'll be better to just let her come for this visit here like always, and by that time it'll all be over. The divorce, I mean, and then you can break it to her. It'll be easier that way.
For bed, Laurel?
Almost. Oh, it's been such a grand evening. I'm so excited.
Oh, your father's coming up to kiss you goodnight.
You know, I've never seen Father so happy before.
And you, dear, are you happy?
So very for you both. But I've been worrying about something.
Why? What could possibly be worrying you?
Well, I don't know what to call you.
Oh, that's all. I'm glad. Because I have something that I want to tell you, which I hope will make you just as happy as it has me. From now on, Laurel, you're going to be one of us, really, dear. You're going to be a member of this family like Con and Lee and John. They're your brothers. This is going to be your home as much as it is theirs.
This my home?
Yes, dear. You're going to live with us.
Live here?
Yeah, the house in town, wherever we are. Does it make you happy, Laurel?
Oh, yes. It makes me very happy to know that you want me because, I do love you all so very much. But I couldn't leave my mother.
Oh, you won't be leaving her, Laurel. You'll visit her whenever you like.
Oh, no, I couldn't. Thank you ever and ever so much,
Laurel, your mother, your father, all of us who love you, feel that now that you're getting older, there are many advantages that we can give you.
I know, and I do thank you, but I'm sorry. Father.
Yes, dear?
Father, you don't mean you thought that I could ever live anywhere without Mother?
Well, darling, you lived without me. Your mother and I are just changing places for a while, that's all. Isn't it fair for me to have a little of what she's had all these years?
But that's different, Father. You know it is. I've been with Mother all these years because I needed her. Now she needs me, and you need me less than ever.
Oh, Laurel, don't say that.
I'm sorry, Laurel, if you don't see that what we've planned is for your good. We thought it would make you happy. Your mother and I have decided upon what we thought would be best for you.
My mother, does she know?
We both feel that this should be your home for a while, at least.
Oh, I'm sorry, Father, but please understand. My home will be with my mother as long as I live.
No, darling.
Stephen. Laurel, you don't understand, dear. This was all your mother's idea. She planned it herself. She came to see me, and we talked it all over.
My mother came to see you?
Yes, dear.
When did she come?
Well, I don't know.
Was it just after we got back from the hotel?
Well, I believe it was, but...
Oh, my poor mother, my wonderful mother. Oh, she wasn't asleep. She heard what those girls said. Oh, I must go to her. I must go to her at once.
Darling, tell us about
it. Oh,
it.
Daddy, please help me. I can't make my visit here. I want to go to my mother.
Don't, dear, don't.
Hello? Mrs. Stella Dallas?
Yeah, that's right.
We have a telegram for you. Shall I read it to you?
Telegram? Yeah, read it, will you?
It's from Helen Dallas.
Oh,
it
yeah?
says Laurel is on her way back to you. When she was told your unselfish plan, she refused to accept it. She loves you very much.
Oh.
Will there be an answer to that?
Huh? No, thanks.
I hate to see that even sun go down.
Mother!
Molly! Well, whatever brought you back?
Oh, I've been waiting here all afternoon.
But I thought...
Oh, Mommy, how could you think? As if I could ever live anywhere except with you.
Oh, I thought you'd like it for a while. No, really, you always seem to have such a good time with your father.
Oh, yes, but good times. Oh, they aren't what make you belong. It's other kind of times. It's when you've cried together and when you've been through things together. Oh, that's when you seem to love them most. It's different when... But didn't they send the telegram? They said they would.
Oh, most likely they tried to deliver it and I was out. I've been on the go ever since you left. Here, put these flowers in water for me.
Oh, they're lovely.
Yeah, from an old admirer. Ed Munn blew into town. I've been stepping out with him for a change.
Ed Munn?
Yeah, now put him in water. I want him all fixed nice when he gets here.
Mommy.
Well, are you going to do it or aren't you?
You don't mean that you and Ed
Oh,
Munn?
Lolly, give him to me. What's the matter with you? You stand there like you was watching a funeral or something. I got a couple of new records after you left. You want to hear them? Oh, boy, I don't like that one. Oh, Mother, stop it! Lolly, what did you do that for?
Oh, Mommy, don't you remember? A long time ago we said, and you promised about him.
Oh, Lolly, I know what you're driving at. Now let me tell you something. I've spent the best years of my life on you. A woman wants to be something else besides a mother, you know. Well, you will know when you get grown up. You can't explain everything to a child. Now go on, run along. Well, what are you waiting for? Go on. All right. All right. Lolly. Oh, God. Miss Laurel Dallas, daughter of Mr. and Mrs. Stephen Dallas, this evening becomes the bride of Mr. Richard Grosvenor III in a ceremony to be held in the Fifth Avenue home of her parents.
Brooks, is everything ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, but those curtains, Brooks. I told you they weren't to be drawn. Open them, please.
I beg your pardon, ma'am. But if the wedding is to be held in this room,
Well?
it makes it a big public, ma'am.
Perhaps. But I want those curtains open, please.
Very good, ma'am.
Helen,
Yes, dear?
is that for her?
Yes. She'll be out there, watching from the street. I know she will.
You're sweet, Helen.
I've got to go see Laurel. Laurel, are you almost ready?
Yes.
What's this? You're crying. Oh, my darling.
I was just thinking. I never really thought that my mother... Oh, I thought that she would read about the wedding, even though she was too far away to come. At least she'd write to me.
Oh, my dear. Do you think that if she knew, any distance in the world would keep her away?
Then you think she just doesn't know.
I know she loves you, darling.
Look, there's a window. You can see the whole thing.
Front row seats, huh?
All right. Don't shout. Break it up there. Come on. Break it up. You too, lady. Move along now.
Oh, please. Please, let me stay a minute. Just let me see her face when he kisses her, please. Oh.
All right. Now you've seen it. You happy?
Oh, yes. Yes, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our play is ended, but our stars return with Mr. DeMille in just a moment. We just want to mention those who so ably made up tonight's cast. They were Lou Merrill as Ed Munn, Bruce Satterley as Cornelius Morrison, Jack Egger as Leo Morrison, Dickie Jones as John Morrison, Wallace Roberts as Mr. Cooper, Sada Cowan as Mrs. Cooper, Hudson Fawcett as Mr. Chandler, Grace Kern as Carrie, James Eagles as Charlie, Teresa Harris as Edna, Frank Nelson as Mr. Morley, Elia Braca as Secretary, Margaret Brayton as Lynn, Joan Taylor as Doris, Margaret McKay as Telegraph Girl, Mary Lansing as a Mill Girl, Ross Forrester as Pullman Porter, and Alexander Lockwood as a policeman. Miss Stanwyck, whose next picture is Breakfast for Two, appeared through courtesy of RKO Studios, as did Miss Shirley. Another hit film from this studio is Stage Door, starring Ginger Rogers, Katharine Hepburn, and Adolphe Menjou. Mr. DeMille is from Paramount, where John Boles is now filming The Yellow Nightingale. Louis Silver's 20th Century Fox, where he was in charge of music for Lancer Spy. Stella Dallas will soon be heard on the air in serial form. Back now to Mr. DeMille.
Once again, the curtains part for our stars, Barbara Stanwyck, John Boles, and Anne Shirley. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to say congratulations to the Lux Radio Theater on his third birthday. As for Stella Dallas, the picture in the radio play, I'm very thankful indeed to have been in it. But the real honors belong to Barbara and Anne. Barbara had to grow 20 years older and really look it. And Anne had the job of appearing as a 13-year-old girl. And I think even Anne will admit she's a little bit more than that.
Well, I didn't have to use much makeup to look 13, but poor Barbara had to go around loaded down like a moving van.
But I loved it. Chiefly, I suppose, because it was such a fine character part.
While I've changed, I've been accused of aging players without resorting to makeup. I think our listeners would like to know, Barbara, just what we do to add 15 or 20 years to a player's appearance.
Well, it's all a matter of upholstering the hips, stomachs, and ankles. It's done with cotton padding, and it makes you feel a bit like a football player. The pouches I had under my eyes, the lines and wrinkles on my face were done with paint and brush, and so were my hands. I put sags in my cheeks by stuffing my mouth with rolls of cotton, just like the dentist uses when he says, "This is going to hurt us just a little." Yes, if you happened to see me in the picture, you'd swear I never was near a cake of Lux toilet soap in my life. I certainly looked awful.
But don't you worry, Mr. DeMille. Barbara wouldn't be without Lux soap for anything, judging from the way I saw her use it in her dressing room. Neither would I. I think it's grand.
And you'll find Lux soap in my home, too, just as you did on the set. For a nice, smooth complexion, there's nothing like it.
And again, about Anne's age, it may interest you to know that although she played the daughter of Barbara and me in the picture and on the radio, she isn't old enough to vote yet.
Yeah, still, she's been in pictures much longer than either of you. 17 years.
That's because I started off as a baby.
And she's had 4 names.
Yes, I was born Dawn Paris, then I changed it to Dawn O'Day, then to Anne Shirley, and last August I acquired the name I like best of all, Mrs. John Howard Payne. Thank you all, and good night.
Good night. Good night. And now a word about next Monday night. Picture a young husband. Picture a young husband who quits his job to turn writer. A young wife who becomes a dancer in order that he may eat while waiting for success. Then you have the premise of that sophisticated comedy of modern times, Up Pops the Devil. One of our brightest hits when it played on Broadway, and a great success on the screen. The play comes to our microphone next Monday night, starring Fred MacMurray and Madge Evans. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Fred MacMurray and Madge Evans in Up Pops the Devil. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Jeffrey Lyons, hoping you enjoyed AMC's Lux Radio Theater presentation of Stella Dallas, starring Barbara Stanwyck in her Lux Radio debut with John Boles and Anne Shirley, as originally broadcast over CBS Radio October 11th, 1937. This radio play was based on the King Vidor-directed 1937 Samuel Goldwyn film Stella Dallas. That was a remake of Goldwyn's 1925 silent film of the same name, which starred Belle Bennett and Ronald Colman. In turn, that was based on the 1923 best-selling novel by Olive Higgins Prudy. Now, the film also spawned the popular stage play and finally a radio serial that ran for 18 years. Ruby Stevens, better known as Barbara Stanwyck's performance as devoted mother Stella, gives depth and humanity to an overly familiar story. She considered it her best work in a career of noble performances. Stella, a good-hearted girl from the hard side of a mill town, meets and marries down-on-his-luck heir Stephen Dallas. He's played by John Boles, and together they have a daughter named Laurel. Now, when Stephen gets the chance to return to his privileged life in New York, Stella worries she won't fit in. She stays behind with their daughter, and she returns to the hard-living crowd she used to know and becomes one to realize that she's holding back her now-grown daughter Laurel, played by Anne Shirley. Now, when Stephen asks for a divorce, as well as custody of Laurel, Stella sadly acquiesces. Later, she strikes a soul-rendering bargain with Stephen's new society-bred wife that allows Laurel to marry into a wealthy family. The now famous climax finds Stella standing on the street in the rain, silently watching through a window as Laurel is happily wed to young Richard Grosvenor. Though her heart is breaking, Stella smilingly realizes that she's done right by her daughter. Stella Dallas received 2 Academy Award nominations for Best Actress Barbara Stanwyck and Best Supporting Actress Anne Shirley.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Fred MacMurray and Madge Evans in Up Pops the Devil.
Lux presents Hollywood. Or perhaps I should say, you present Hollywood. For your loyalty to our products makes this program possible. Heading tonight's presentation are Fred MacMurray and Madge Evans. Our guests, Jimmy Starr, ace screen columnist, and Howard Greer, internationally famous dress designer. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers, while the entire production is under the personal direction of Hollywood's most eminent personality. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. For years, the motion picture business has had its unwritten laws, an invisible code authored by experience and enforced by tradition. For example, it's become almost dogma that if a film isn't an immediate success, it never will be. That the public will stay away from pictures about religion or Hollywood. That anyone achieving success in Western films will fail in all other kinds. That a star who has slipped can never stage a comeback. That no one famous as a child can ever duplicate that fame as an adult. The exceptions to all but the last unwritten law have been many. But the only girl I know, renowned as a child and again as a leading woman, is Madge Evans. In films since she was 3 years old, her star has never waned. Though born of English parents, a world-famed artist not long ago termed her the typical American girl, which in her case means a girl with ash blonde hair and gray-green eyes who weighs 116 pounds, owns 3 dogs, and reads and walks for recreation. We hear Madge tonight as Anne Merrick, and Fred MacMurray as Steve, her husband. Fred is dividing his time these days between Paramount Studio, where he's playing opposite Carole Lombard in True Confession, and the home which he's recently purchased in Brentwood Heights. Give Fred some time off, and you're pretty sure to find him skeet shooting or improvising tunes on his old love, the saxophone. From the original New York cast come Janet McLeay as Luella May Carroll and John Marston as Gilbert Morrell. On to the play. The Lux Radio Theater presents Up Pops the Devil by Gilbert Hackett and Francis Goodrich, starring Fred MacMurray and Madge Evans. The 40th floor of a New York City skyscraper. In the inner sanctum of a publisher's office, Gilbert Morrell, the firm's editor, is hunched over his desk, absorbed in a blue-covered manuscript. There's a knock at the door, and his secretary appears.
Mr. Morrell,
Mrs.
Merrick is here.
Oh, well, ask her to come in, will you?
Hello, Gil.
Anne, how are you? That'll be all, Miss Hart.
Yes, sir.
Anne, sit down. Well, you're looking splendid.
And feeling it.
Marriage agreeing with you?
Beautifully.
Well, good. It's been ages since I saw you.
Well, did you read the manuscript?
Oh, yes. Just finished it.
And?
Well, it's pretty good.
Oh, is that all, Gil? Just pretty good?
If you want me to be frank. Is it yours?
Mine? Oh, no. It's Steve's.
Steve's?
My husband.
Oh, I didn't know he was a writer.
He isn't exactly. I mean, he's never had anything published. But he loves writing. I think it's the only thing in the world he really wants to do.
And when does he find time for his writing?
Sunday morning, Saturday afternoon.
Just then?
Well, he has his job other days. And sometimes he writes late at night. Gil, I thought his last one was a grand story. I still think so.
Oh, now, don't act that way. I don't say he can't write. I don't say the story isn't good. It is, Anne. But it's not good enough. If you expect to get anywhere in this writing game, you've got to make it your whole job. Not just Sunday mornings and late at night. You've got to really work at it.
Then if Steve gave up his job, you think he could make a living at writing?
Yes, eventually.
Just when is eventually?
Oh, I should say in a year and a half. Maybe even a year. That's entirely up to him.
Oh. I wish you'd tell him that.
Me?
We were going out tonight. It's our first anniversary, a celebration. Can you join us?
Well, I don't know.
Oh, we'd love to have you. And I know you'll like Steve.
All right. Count me in.
May I use your phone?
Certainly.
Steve ought to be in. It's Saturday.
Where are you living?
Oh, we've got a 2x4 apartment on 8th Street.
Greenwich Village? Do you like it?
Well, it's hectic, but it's cheap.
Love Edward. Hello, you can't.
Hello? Hello, yes, this is Steve. Oh, hello, Ann. What?
Danger.
Oh, well, wait a minute.
You do think so?
Hey, take it easy, will you, Biney? Hello. Yes, that's the piano. It's Biney and George. They just dropped in. I said it's Biney and George. Hey, Biney, will you lay off a minute? Hello. Yeah, I said it's... Oh, hello, Ann. How are you? Yeah, that is, I was working until these two lease breakers came in.
Only I like that guy.
I'm insulted. Come on, Bonnie, let's go home.
Not after that. I'm going to heckle him.
Okay, darling. You coming right home? I'll hop in the cab then, huh? All right. Goodbye, darling.
That's a fine thing. A couple of bosom pals drop in to congratulate a guy on his first anniversary, and what happens?
You could die of thirst while he makes love to his wife. It's depressing.
I'm sorry, George, but Saturday's my afternoon at the typewriter. You fellows should have let me know you were coming.
How's the new novel, Steve?
Rotten, thanks.
I wrote a novel once, but I left it laying around the house, and my wife threw it out. She thought it was trash.
Yeah, she was probably right.
Right.
The best things you ever wrote, George, were the movie reviews for the Examiner. Remember them?
Yeah. The picture at the Circle Theater this week is first-rate entertainment. But the stage presentation, conceived and executed by Biney Hatfield, is truly a sight.
Mm-hmm. The exit march was enjoyed by all. I miss those, George. You ought to go back to being a critic.
Yeah, I ought to go back to being something.
Hey, look, fellas, I hate to bust up the reminiscences, but Ann and I were figuring out a little celebration, and...
Come in. Everybody's welcome.
Hey, shut up, will you? Oh, hello.
Oh, I hope you'll forgive me for breaking in on you like this, but I'm in terrible trouble.
Well, what's the matter?
I wonder if you could help me. There's something upstairs in my room.
What is it?
I'm just terrified.
Well, what is it?
I think it's a bat.
Oh, a bat.
Mm-hmm. It flew in the window, and I'm just so scared.
Well, where is your room?
Right upstairs. I left the door open.
Yeah, it's a good idea. It'll probably fly right out again.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Do you really think it'll fly out again?
Oh, of course. I wouldn't worry about it if I were you.
I'm such a baby.
If it got in my hair, I'd just naturally die.
Oh, but bats don't get in people's hair.
When it flew in, I thought, oh, what'll I ever do? And then I thought of coming down here and asking you. I hope you don't mind, but I almost feel as if I know you. I mean, we've passed each other in the hall so often. My name's Luella May Carroll.
How do you do?
How do you do? You're Mr. Merrick, aren't you?
Yes.
I know. I've seen your name on the doorbell. Well, if you're sure it's all right for me to go upstairs again.
Oh, I think so.
Well, goodbye.
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 Bye.
Bye.
Well, now, what would you call that?
That, my friend, is the pretty little girl upstairs. She has bats.
And I know where.
Come on now, fellas, clear out for a while, will you? We'll meet you at the Savoy at 7.
Who's we?
Ann and I. We're celebrating, and you're both invited. But no tucking your napkin under your collar, Barney.
I can fix that. I won't wear a collar.
How about you, George? Can you make it?
Me? No. No, I've got to get back to Westchester. The little woman's invited half of Park Avenue up for cocktails.
Oh, well...
Thanks just the same. Say, I've got to beat it. Just about got time. So long, Barney.
So long.
So long, Steve. Someday I'll take a day off from the wife and we'll get together for a real day.
Okay, so long, George.
Well, there he goes. He used to be a real guy, that fella. Look at him now. Running home with his tail between his legs.
Today's the first time I've seen him in months.
Yeah, it's the first time anybody's seen him since he married the Steckel Millions. You know, it's a darn shame taking a fella like that and trying to make a pink tea expert out of him. He could really write once.
Why didn't he keep it up?
No incentive. The guy's being supported, and he knows it. Anyway, she makes him spend most of his time being social.
She certainly got him licked.
I tell you, a man's got to feel important. He's got to have the little woman waiting at home for him, telling him how grand he is, and asking him for car fare.
How do you know, bachelor?
I look at guys like you.
Well, take a look at the outside door, will you, Barney? I've got some work to do before Ann gets home.
Steve, are you home?
Here. Oh, hello, darling. I was just getting dressed.
Hello, darling. Did you get my present this morning?
Swell, just what I needed. Did you get mine?
No, not yet.
Oh, that's right. I only bought it this afternoon.
Oh, well, I guess that's why.
Here you are. Plush box and everything.
Oh, Steve, you didn't.
Go on, take a look.
Oh, Steve,
It's a bracelet.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Do you like it?
Like it? Oh, but you shouldn't have spent so much money.
Oh, what's the difference? I'm going to be a rich and famous author someday. Quick, give us a kiss.
Look at your mouth.
What's the matter? Have I got too much rouge on?
You have now. Give me a handkerchief. I thought you'd be all dressed, darling.
Oh, 3 shakes. Oh, Barney's coming along.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, I invited him. I had to get rid of him this afternoon.
But I invited someone, too. Gilbert Morrell.
Morrell? Oh, the publisher?
I sent your manuscript to him.
Oh, say, he's important. What did he say?
He wants to speak to you at dinner.
You know, you had your nerve to send my stuff to him.
Oh, it was all right. I used to know him years ago. Oh. I think he was my first love. A real schoolgirl crush.
Oh, yeah? Am I supposed to be jealous?
Mm-hmm. Terribly.
Well, I am.
Hurry, darling. We can't keep him waiting.
And that's what I told Ann. A year and a half. It's up to you, Steve.
You could do it, Steve. I know you could.
But it would have to be all writing, Steve. Nothing else.
No other job, huh? Well, thanks, Doctor. I feel much better. Let's forget the whole thing.
Oh, Steve, that's childish.
Now, darling, let's not talk about it.
You know you don't want to stick at that filthy job you have now.
Did I ever say that?
No, but I know.
Now, will you be a good little wench and shut up?
I don't know what's the matter with you.
Well, there isn't anything the matter with me except that I'm too smart and I have a good appetite. What do you suppose we'd live on while I was learning to be a writer?
We'd get along.
Well, don't you know someone who could stake you?
No, my friends are almost as poor as I am.
Steve, you're impossible.
So's the whole idea.
You know very well that I could...
Could what?
Nothing. Barney, dance with me, will you?
Sure. This is what you get for arguing, Steve. I'm dancing with a miss.
Keep your toes in, Ann.
Not bad. Not bad at all, Ann.
Oh, I was always light on my feet. As a matter of fact, I took dancing lessons for years, Barney. My teachers all said I was terrific. You didn't know that, did you?
Sounds like a build-up.
It is, Barney.
Yeah? What for?
I'm angling for a job in the stage show at the Circle.
Yeah, sure.
I mean it, Barney.
Go on. You wouldn't want that.
Why not?
You wouldn't work in a chorus.
What's wrong with it?
Well, it's too hard.
Hard?
Yeah. You start rehearsing at 10, then you give a performance. Just as you start to take off your costume, you hear your music, another performance. Rehearse, grab a sandwich, another performance. Rehearse, another performance. Now, when you get home at night, you're lucky if you can stand up.
I could do it, Barney.
Oh,
I'm sure I could.
Well, if you want the job, I'll get it for you, but...
Thanks, Barney. I'll remember that.
Watch out for the footstool, honey.
Oh, well, it's small, but it's home.
Turn on the lights, huh? Here, I'll take your wrap.
Thanks. I still say you're going to write a grand book someday, Steve.
My best critic and severest friend.
He's nice, isn't he? Gilbert, I mean.
Swell.
I used to be crazy about him. I still think he's pretty grand.
Whoa.
He said such nice things about you. He said you could write. And now I want to tell you something.
Oh, going to work on me again, huh?
Yes. Darling, are you still happy?
You know I am. They say the first year is the hardest. Can you believe it's a year?
Seems like 10.
What?
I mean 7.
What?
Well, 2 weeks, but you're getting it for a bargain.
This is the day we were going to decide things.
Yes. Any complaints?
Plenty.
What?
Well, you never ask me where I've been. You're not jealous. You don't nag. And above all, you look too pretty in the morning.
I'll make a note of that. Must nag, mustn't look pretty.
But in spite of that, I'm hooked for life. Have you any complaints?
Yes, one.
Shoot.
I want you to do what Gilbert says. Give up your job.
Now, Anne.
I want you to write.
I don't want anything but you.
Now you don't, but...
Now and forever. Anne, this is the first time I've ever been happy in my life. This is the first time I've ever had a real home, anyone I cared for, anyone I wanted to take care of. And I'm not going to throw it away on a chance.
But, Steve...
No, it's all set. We've had a year. We're still on speaking terms. We're going on.
Steve, don't you see? You're going to hate me if I keep you from your writing.
I couldn't hate you.
You will someday, after this magic is gone.
It won't ever go.
It's because of me you won't do it, isn't it?
You know, I just thought of something.
What?
You've got the loveliest mouth.
Answer me, Steve.
What?
It's because of me you won't give up your job. Because I'm dependent on you.
Well, yes.
Then I'll have to leave you.
I'd like to see you try it. Hey, what goes on? Who are you calling?
A very dear friend of mine, darling.
Oh, that's nice. Do I know him?
I think you've met the gentleman. Hello? Hello, Barney?
Barney?
It's Anne. I wanted to ask you something. Did you mean that about the job at the circle?
Say, let's not do these things tonight. I'm tired. Let's go to
Of course
bed.
I wanted, or I wouldn't be calling you.
You don't want that job.
I can have it? Hooray. When do you want me to report? Tomorrow morning, 9:30. Oh, Barney, you're a darling. I'll be there at 9:30.
You'll never get up that
Wait
early.
a minute. Barney, how much does that job pay? What? I'll be there at 9. Goodbye.
How the heck you will.
Steve, it's wonderful. Do you know what that job pays? $50 a week. And Barney says it's definite, and it'll go on week after week.
Anne, do you really want to do it?
Why, of course I do. Then you can give up your job.
My job? What are you talking about?
Don't you see, darling? I can support you.
What?
If we cut out all the parties, we can easily live on that, Steve. Just until you finish the book. Why, it's a perfect solution.
Are you serious?
Of course I am.
Now, you listen to me. I think it's great of you to think of this thing, but I won't let you do it.
Why not?
Well, it's impossible. What the... I don't want to write. We're happy.
Look here, Steve. You're just discouraged because Gilbert turned down the book.
I'm not discouraged. I'll write.
This is your chance. Will you take it?
No.
All right, then. We said we'd separate after a year if we weren't satisfied. I'm not satisfied.
Say, what's the matter with you?
I mean it, Steve.
You mean if I don't quit my job, sit back and let you do the work, you'll leave me?
Yes.
I couldn't do it. I can't have you supporting me.
Well, then I'm lending you the money. Is that better?
Sounds better.
Will you do it? It won't be long, not more than a year.
A year? I could write 4 books in a year.
Then prove it.
All right, I will.
It's all set?
Now, wait a minute.
It's all set.
All right. When do we start?
Tomorrow. Here's your first loan to bind the bargain.
What's that for?
Household money.
Household money?
That's your job now. Well, I'm going to bed. I've got to get up at 8. You'd better come, too. You've got to get up at 7 and get my breakfast.
Oh, yeah? Oh, no.
The Lux Radio Theater's production of Up Pops the Devil continues in just a moment. In the meantime, we take you to the dormitory of a Western college, to the attractive room of one of the girls who happens to come from Hollywood. A large parcel post package lies on the desk.
Why, Jeannie, what do you care what's in my package?
Well, I'm hungry. And I thought maybe there was something to eat in it.
Oh, you greedy little thing. This isn't food at all. It's something to wear.
Well, next to food, I like clothes. Come on, open it and let me see.
Oh, all right. But you open it if you want to.
Oh, Marcia, look. It's some new undies. Oh. See, they're lovely. I never saw anything so beautiful.
I didn't expect these. Why, they're just like those of Mother's I liked so well.
And look, there's something else tucked down here in the box. A big package of Lux Flakes. Uh-huh. Isn't that a surprise?
Oh, no, not exactly. Mother always sends Lux along with anything special, just to be sure it gets the care it deserves. She doesn't realize how fussy I am about always having Lux on hand to protect my undies and sweaters and things.
Well, why should you worry? You never wear your things out, and anyway, you have so many.
Oh, Jeannie, don't be silly. I want to keep my things nice looking just as long as I can. That's why I always Lux them.
Well, these things are so exquisite, I'd be afraid to wash them at all.
But haven't you heard the slogan, anything safe in water is safe in Lux? Mother says that's because Lux Flakes haven't any harmful alkali. When you come to Hollywood, you can ask her. She'd love to tell you all about it.
Mr. DeMille takes us back to our play.
We continue with Up Pops the Devil, starring Fred MacMurray and Madge Evans. With Anne working in the chorus and paying the bills, Steve went ahead rapidly on his new book. But now, after 4 months, the situation is beginning to pall. It's late afternoon, and Steve at his typewriter is trying vainly to concentrate, interrupted repeatedly by the routine of housekeeping.
Who is it?
Laundry.
Laundry, will bring it in.
Evening, Mr. Merrick.
Hello. Just leave it there, will you? Say, it's about time you came. I've been waiting for a shirt since Thursday.
Well, I was up here this afternoon and there was nobody home.
Well, why didn't you leave it? The other fellow always did.
Yeah, that's why he got fired. Too easy. Didn't collect the bills. Say, you smell something burning?
Oh, holy cats. It's the dinner. Wait a minute.
You cooking? Bet I can guess what it is. Don't tell me now. Blanketed chicken. Is that right?
I don't know what it is now. It's all black. Hey, leave that stuff and beat it, will you?
But the boss said that...
Oh, ye gods. Hello? What? No, it isn't. You've got the wrong number, madam. Well, what are you waiting for? Pick up the dirty stuff, will you? I'm busy.
Where is it?
It's in the bedroom. Look for it. Who is it?
Hello, Steve. It's me.
Hello, Luella. What do you want?
I've got something to tell you.
Listen, Luella, I'm awfully busy.
Oh, you look so cute in that apron.
What? Oh.
Oh, don't take it off. I like it.
Luella, what do you want?
I told you. I have something to tell you.
Well, look, couldn't it wait for a while? You told me 4 things this morning and 3 things this afternoon. I'm up to my neck right now, and I...
But something terrible has happened, Steve. You just got to help me.
Oh, what's the matter this time? Is your curling iron busted again?
Now, don't laugh at me. I'm serious.
Well, come on. What is it?
Sister Belva's gonna be married. Isn't that mean?
Yeah, that's terrible. Excuse me, will you?
Well, it is mean. She's gonna be married right away. And that means I've got to go home.
That's fine. I mean, yes.
I've got to get the train tonight. That's what's so awful. Steve, what must I do?
Well, what do you mean?
Well, how do I get my ticket?
Oh, that's easy. There's a man at the station who sells them.
Could you come with me?
I'm sorry, Luella, but I couldn't make it now. I'm as busy as a dickens.
Oh, Steve, you never do anything I ask you to. You never take me anywhere.
Now, Luella, please, can't you see I'm busy?
Oh, all right. Should I come back later?
Yeah, do that. Goodbye, Luella.
Goodbye. See you later.
Yeah, I guess this is stuff you mean.
Huh?
Why, the dirty laundry. Is this it?
Oh, yes, that's it. Leave the clean stuff by the door.
Sorry, mister. I got orders not to leave this laundry until you pay what you owe.
Oh, yeah, I owe you a couple of bucks.
$10.25.
What?
Why, you ain't paid a cent in a month.
Oh, all right. Come back tomorrow.
Sure. I'll bring the laundry back then, too.
Oh, hey, wait a minute. Leave me one shirt, will you?
and have 'em fire me? Mm-mm. So long.
So long, Shylock. Oh. Hello. No, madam. No, madam. I've told you 7 times this is not Jake's delicatessen store. Oh. Go away! Go away!
All right, girls, back at 8:30 tonight. 8:30 for the last show. Hello, Ann.
Hello, Barney.
How are you? You look tired.
I am a little. I'll be all right.
Why don't you take a night off?
And get docked? Thanks. But we need the money too much. Lend me a nickel, will you, Barney?
Say, it isn't that bad, is it?
I want to make a phone call.
Sure. Here.
Thanks, Barney. Hello? Is this Dr. Coyle's office? Dr. Coyle, please. Hello? This is Mrs. Merrick again, Doctor. Just about the same. Will you be in for half an hour? All right, I'll drop in on my way home. Thank you.
Who is it?
It's Anne.
Oh.
I forgot my key. How are you, darling?
All right, I guess.
What's the matter?
I ruined the dinner, that's all.
Again?
Huh? What'd you say?
Nothing. I don't care about dinner anyway.
What's wrong with you?
I'm all right.
You don't look well.
Oh, I'm just tired.
Oh, I'm a dirty swine. Hey, you've been working all day. You come home tired and the dinner's spoiled.
It doesn't matter. All I want is coffee. How did your work go today?
Oh, fine. I worked hard.
That's grand.
Everything's going along all right now.
I'm glad. I'm such a fool. I get so terribly anxious, Steve.
Oh, why?
Well, I want you to finish this.
Gee, I'm going to.
Soon?
Sure, I'm shooting right ahead now.
Where is your work?
Oh, never mind about that. Come over here and...
Steve.
What?
Is this all you've done? One page?
Oh, holy cats, yes, that's all I've done.
Why did you lie to me?
Because I'm so tired of arguments.
Did you try? Did you ever sit down and try to write?
Yes, I've tried. Trying doesn't get you anywhere.
Oh, Steve, what's the matter?
I'm in a rut. I never go anywhere. I never see anybody. I just stick around here all day.
You said before you couldn't write because you had no time. You had a job. People kept dropping in. Now you've got nothing but time. And still you can't write.
Well, I'm dull. No man can write when he's dull.
What do you want to do?
I don't know. If I knew, I'd do it.
Darling, do you know, you didn't kiss me when I came in.
Yeah, I know. This whole business has gotten under my skin the last few weeks. It's made it impossible for me to be close to you.
Is that it? I just wondered, because I haven't changed. I still want you.
Oh, Anne. I'm sorry I spoiled your dinner.
I wasn't hungry.
I'm just an egg.
You're a swell egg.
You know, if you could get a night off, maybe we could go someplace. Couldn't you take one night off?
No, I mustn't.
Well, you said the other girls did.
Yes, but they docked them for it.
Oh, they couldn't dock you. You've just been paid today.
Oh, don't worry. They take it out of next week. No, I'll go back to the factory.
Hey, look. How about me calling for you at the stage door tonight? You pretend you don't know me, and I'll pick you up, huh?
Oh, darling. You'd better spend that time working.
Oh, all right. Oh, Anne, could you let me have $10 tonight?
$10?
Yeah.
That's a lot of money, Steve.
I know.
Well, take it out of the household money.
There isn't any.
Oh, don't be silly. I put $28 behind the clock last Saturday. Where did it go?
Well, the milk bill, the butcher, the grocer, and the laundryman, and... Listen, will you let me have $10?
What do you want it for?
If I could only have some money without having to account for it, I'm only borrowing it.
But we're spending more money than we make, Steve.
We've always spent more than we make, and we're still alive, aren't we?
I think the best plan is for me to keep the money and pay the bills.
Where do I come in?
Well, I'll give you an allowance.
Oh. And how much were you planning to give me?
Well, do you think $7 a week would be all right?
$7? Don't you think that's too much?
Well, then would $5 do?
Good Lord, $5 a week.
Well, Steve, we're both working for the same thing, aren't we? You know everything I have is yours.
Then give me $10.
What for?
Oh, for Pete's sake.
Here it is.
I don't want it.
That's childish.
Well, let's not talk about it.
All right, it's there on the table. I've got to go.
Anne, what time are you coming home tonight?
Right after the show, of course. Why?
You were late last night.
Gil turned up.
That's a habit of his, isn't it? I notice he doesn't turn up down here.
He doesn't want to interrupt your work.
My work. A lot he cares about that.
Oh, darling, please. He's crazy about the first chapters you sent him.
Yeah, he must be.
Steve, what makes you act this way?
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know what to... Where'd you go?
Out for a sandwich and then to his place.
Alone?
Should I have had a chaperone?
If it's just the same to you, I wish you wouldn't.
A little over a year ago, you wouldn't have said that, Steve.
Well, we weren't married then. You're my wife now.
Oh, I see. Well, I need some diversion after working.
Work? You call that work? You try hanging around this place all day, never going anywhere, never seeing anyone.
Seems to me Luella's here enough, keeping you from your work.
What?
Does she know how things are?
What do you mean?
That I'm working so you can stay home and write?
Of course she doesn't.
Then I'll tell her.
What are you trying to do? That girl doesn't mean a thing to me. You know that. But she's the one person left who doesn't know I'm being supported. Can't you leave me one person who's got some respect for me, even if it's only someone I pass in the hall? You made me a fool before everyone else.
Made a fool of you? I'm just trying to make you amount to something.
Stevie, won't you please take me to the... Oh.
Hello, Luella. Anything I can do for you?
I just wanted to ask Steve something. I'm such a baby. I don't know what I'd do without him. And I've got to go home tonight. Back to Villeport. Sister Belle was being married.
How nice.
Couldn't you come to the station with me, Sears?
I'm sorry, Luella. I told you.
Just to the ticket office. Those men are always so cross.
I'm afraid he can't. Steve's got to work tonight. His publisher is waiting for him to finish his book.
Oh.
Wait a minute. I think it would be fine, Luella.
What?
I'd be delighted to do it for you.
Oh, I see. Well, I've got to go. Good night, Steve. You'll find your allowance on the table. Good night.
Allowance? What did she
Shut
mean?
up.
Steve.
All right, I'm sorry. Let me alone, will you?
I'm sorry, too. I guess I've kept you from your work lots of times. Thank you. And goodbye.
Goodbye. Wait. You're not going yet.
Oh, I must.
You're not.
I haven't got my reservation yet.
Well, forget it. I'll see that you get your ticket, and I'll put you on your train.
Oh, Stevie, could you?
Of course I could. But first of all, we're going out on a party, a grand farewell party. What do you think of that?
Oh, that'd be marvelous.
I'd like to see Anne Merrick, please.
Sorry, no one allowed backstage.
Oh, but the show's over. Well, never mind. Here she is. Anne.
Oh, Gil.
I got your message. Anything wrong?
Oh, I don't know whether it's wrong or right. Let's get out of here.
Hungry?
Well, I didn't have any dinner.
Well, come on. I know a place. I think you need a little cheering up.
That's the story, Gil. Oh, I shouldn't have done it, I guess. He's probably sore at me. I can't blame him much.
Well, I'm afraid this arrangement is getting under his skin. You know, Steve's always been on his own, done as he pleased. And now that he has to account for everything...
Up pops the devil.
Yes, it's too bad. I don't know if I should tell you this. Steve asked me for an advance last week.
He did?
It was okay. But when he heard it had to come out of my own pocket, he turned it down.
Gil, that's the sort of thing that scares me. I give him money, and not for everything. What does he do with it? Every cent counts now.
Anne, if you're hard up...
Oh, wait. You haven't heard my news. Don't laugh too loud, Gil. But I'm going to have a baby.
Anne. Oh, that's swell. Oh, that's grand.
I just heard the glad tidings this evening. It sort of knocked me for a loop.
Does Steve know?
No.
I'd like to see his face when you tell him.
But I'm not going to tell him. Not yet.
But it's the thing he needs. Why, it'll make him feel like $1 million.
Oh, no, I don't want him to feel any responsibility. He'd think he had to go back to his job, give up his writing. I don't want that. I can go on helping Steve, and I'm going to do it. Don't you go and tell him.
I won't tell him. But there's one thing I'm going to insist on if I'm to be a party to this. Now, I'm not going to have you worried about money. I'm going to give you a check.
Oh, no, Gil.
Just so that if you don't feel like dancing, you can quit.
But I couldn't take your money, Gil.
Well, we'll call it a loan then. And we'll take it out on Steve, just as soon as we make him a rich and successful author. Well?
All right.
That's a good girl.
Oh, you're swell, Gil. You know, I rather like the idea of having a baby. Now I'm getting used to it.
Why, of course you do.
I wonder what Steve will say when I...
Well, what's the matter?
Don't look now, Gil. But he's here.
Who is?
Steve, over there in the corner. He's entertaining our dear little friend from upstairs.
Anne.
So that's where the money goes.
Anne, stop it.
He's taking her out on my money.
Don't be silly, Anne. Sit down.
I'm going to speak to him.
Anne, come here.
Oh, Stevie, you're just so funny.
Hello, Steve.
Oh, hello? Hello, Gil.
Hello, Steve.
Sit down.
I thought you were home working, Steve.
I was. I'm not now.
Is this what you wanted the $10 for?
Anne, please.
Luella, Steve's taken you around a lot, hasn't he?
Why,
And
no.
now he's bought your supper.
Yes, but...
Well, let me tell you this. Every time he took you out, I paid for it.
Shut up.
And when he gave you this supper, I paid for it. I've worked hard to get that money.
Shut up.
I won't shut up. I wanted you to tell her, but you wouldn't. It's the truth. She ought to know it.
Then go on, tell her. Tell everybody. She's supporting me, Luella. She buys my clothes. She buys my food. She pays the rent. Now everybody knows it. Are you satisfied?
Stevie, come back. Wait.
Anne, you shouldn't have.
I don't care. It was the truth. I don't care.
All right.
All right. Thanks for bringing me home, Gil.
Good night. I'll call you in the morning.
Steve. Oh, I'm glad you're here.
I won't be for long.
Where are you going? I want to tell you something.
Haven't you said enough? All I want is to get
Oh,
out.
Steve, I want to tell you something. Something important.
There's just one thing I want to tell you. That supper tonight was the first money I ever spent on Luella.
Then what have you done with the money?
Well, if you must know, I've been paying installments on your anniversary present. When I bought that bracelet, I didn't know I wasn't going to have any money of my own. That's why I didn't tell you. I didn't want you to know you were paying for your own present. I knew I could pay it back, and you're going to get it back, every last cent of it. I'm going to get a job and feel like a man again.
Oh, you can't go back to that job again. You can't.
Anything would be better than this. You don't think I can do anything. You don't believe in me.
Don't believe in you. After all I've done for you, after I've nearly killed myself working so hard.
Oh, if it was so hard, why didn't you quit?
Because I couldn't.
Why couldn't you? Because you had to support me. Well, you don't have to support me. I've made money before, and I can make it again.
You don't have to go back to that job. Here's your check. You don't need that job.
What check?
Well, it's an advance on your work. Gilbert gave it to me tonight. Here.
Yeah? He wouldn't give it to me. I asked him. He said any money would have to come out of his own pocket.
Steve, I want to tell you something.
You think I'm a fool? This check is made out to you.
What do you mean?
It isn't for me, for my work. He gave it to you. Girlhood crush, huh?
Get out.
You were up at his place. You've been sneaking out with him every night.
Get out. I'm making the money. This is my place. And if you don't like what I'm doing, you can get out.
Yeah, that's swell.
Go on back to your job. Be a nobody all your life.
A nobody? A nobody? That's what I've been for 4 months. Cooking, sweeping, answering bells, having to beg you for every nickel. That's what I've been, a nobody. And I'm sick and tired of the whole business.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Pausing between scenes of Up Pops the Devil, our trip to backstage Hollywood finds us meeting Jimmy Starr. Once a struggling writer like Steve Merrick in our play, he's now motion picture columnist for the Los Angeles Herald and Express. His alliance with films began when he got a job putting up the marquee signs announcing new shows for a theater. But he couldn't spell, so he became a publicity man. He was an extra in the early Tarzan films, worked as a Keystone cop for Mac Sennett, and once danced for 3 hours with Mae Murray. Jimmy originated the full-page idea for film news, and I'm giving him his chance now to originate something on the air.
I was hoping you would extend that dare, Mr. DeMille. As a matter of fact, I have some suggestions on how to conduct a radio program.
Naturally, Mr. Starr, naturally. I expected that. Remember, we have millions of listeners, and I don't want anything to happen that would offend them.
I know. I'm not exactly picking on you, Mr. DeMille. It's guys like Winchell and Fiddler. When they start dealing out news about Hollywood, they miss a chance to tell the story the way it should be told over the radio. After all, we're dealing with sound. My idea is simply this. Now, suppose Simone and Jean Markey really got serious. I'd explain it with something like this.
I understand. Wedding bells.
Right. And suppose...
And that?
Martha Ray tearing up her marriage license.
Any others to offer?
Certainly. What's this?
Sounds like someone taking a bath.
Not quite, but you're catching on. It's a housewife washing dishes, in Lux Flakes, of course. And this?
Oh, you got me there, Jimmy.
Well, that's the sound made by the hands of another housewife when she runs them over her husband's face. Rough and cracked, you see. She doesn't use Lux Flakes for washing dishes, poor woman. She's been using some other soap with that harmful alkali in it.
I thought that maybe the husband needed to shave.
Oh, no. The hands of the same lady on the same husband sound like this when she uses Lux. As smooth and as soft as a song. Even a columnist knows that. Now, here's an easy one.
Very simple. That woman just dropped the dishes she was washing.
Wrong again. That's Loopy Valet and Johnny Weissmuller spending a quiet evening at home.
Clever, Mr. Starr. But how about stepping from your critical pose for a moment and sticking to your last? What's doing around town?
Okay. Here are a few things that happened only a few moments ago that will make tomorrow's headlines. If you want any more information about the personalities mentioned, write me in care of the Lux Radio Theater, Hollywood. News scoop number 1. Mark down April 13th as the wedding date for Lily Pons and Andre Castellanos, who sail for Europe on that day. Their ceremony will be performed on board. Miss Pons has always considered number 13 her luckiest. News scoop number 2. A lover spat, which may become permanent, is the cause of Tyrone Power taking a plane to New York to spend 5 days visiting Jeanette Gaynor. Sonia Henney and Tyrone haven't spoken to each other since last Tuesday. News note number 3. Greta Garbo is packing up her duds to return to Sweden for 4 months. The mysterious movie maid will slip out of Hollywood sometime within 3 weeks, but not without first signing a new contract with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Screen scoop number 4. Virginia Bruce and director J. Walter Rubin are tuning up the wedding bells. They're so in love, Virginia has already put her okay on a lot on which Walter will build their love nest. Screen scoop number 5. Producer David Selznick loudly denies that Paulette Goddard has been assigned the coveted role of Scarlett O'Hara in Gone with the Wind. That's true, but it's a 10-to-1 bet she gets the part. News note number 6. Charlie Chaplin, who vowed he would never make a talkie, will speak in his next picture. News note number 7. On location in Bel Air, Katharine Hepburn formed a softball team and challenged some kids playing in a vacant lot. Cary Grant pitched, Katie played third base, and director Howard Hawks covered second base. The final score was 28-8 in favor of the movie team. Katie hit a home run, stole 2 bases. And the kids won't know until they hear this that they were playing with the elusive Katharine Hepburn. And thanks for letting me talk, Mr. DeMille. And now, letting sound tell the story again, here's a way to say goodbye to a columnist.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, was Jimmy Starr. And now back to Fred MacMurray and Madge Evans and Up Pops the Devil. 2 more months have gone by. Steve and Anne have been separated since the night he left the apartment. But now Anne is planning to see him again, once again, to settle the matter of their divorce. In Gilbert's office, she sits twisting her handkerchief and glancing frequently at the clock.
Where are you meeting him?
At the Park Crescent. We're having lunch. Would you like to come, Gil?
Good Lord, no. Well, what's the matter? Are you scared?
Well, not exactly, but I wish it were over.
You haven't heard from him at all?
No, just those weekly money orders. He sent me another this morning, $100.
I wish he wouldn't do things like that. I'm trying to dislike him.
His war debt. He said he'd pay it all back to me.
You've quite a collection. What are you going to talk about at lunch?
The divorce. He doesn't know anything about it yet.
Will you tell him you're going to marry me?
Yes.
And when are you going to tell me?
Oh, Gil, you're a darling. But I couldn't marry you.
You're still in love with him, aren't you?
I tell you, I hate him. The only thing we're going to discuss is the lawyer's instructions.
But you might want to tell him about the baby.
I'll never do that.
But it isn't right not to tell him.
Gil, please. I know what I'm doing.
I hope so, Anne.
Would there be anything else, sir? I don't think so. Anne?
Nothing, thanks.
Yes, ma'am. Well, enjoy the lunch?
Yes, thank you.
I hear you're not at the Circle anymore.
No, I left a few weeks ago.
I was glad when you sent for me.
I'd have sent for you sooner if I'd known where you were.
Was there anything special you wanted to see me about?
Yes. It's about the divorce.
Divorce? What divorce?
Ours. I went to see a lawyer.
Wait a minute.
What is it?
Do you mean this?
Yes, Steve.
A lawyer? Well, Anne, how could you go to a lawyer?
What did you expect me to do?
Well, it's just you and me. What's between us is nobody's business.
Unfortunately, when we got married, it became the state's business.
Anne, this is you and me. You can't act like this.
It's a shame, isn't it? So much easier just walking out.
Can't we settle it between ourselves?
Well, we could have if we hadn't been such fools as to have gotten married.
Well, it wasn't marriage that made us unhappy. It was me.
I'm sorry, Steve.
I lost my sense of importance. I couldn't write. I couldn't do anything.
You could fight, though.
Of course I could fight. I was just trying to convince myself I was somebody. I had to fight. Can't you see that? It didn't matter about what.
It did to me.
And...
Well, I guess that's all.
And you're leaving me for something I said when I was so mad I couldn't see straight. Listen, Anne, you're my whole life. I haven't anything but you. These 2 months I've been so lonely for you, I could hardly go on. I telephoned you again and again, pretending it was the wrong number just so I could hear you say hello. And then I came to your stage door and followed you. I wanted you so terribly. But I couldn't come back. I had to get on my feet first. And I haven't done so badly, have I? 2 stories accepted, and now I'll finish the book and... Oh, Anne, look at me.
What's the use of all this? I'm going. Telephone Gil about the divorce. He'll tell you all about it.
Anne, are you going to marry Gil?
Yes, Steve.
I see. All right.
You can come up to the apartment and get your things anytime.
Oh, thanks. I guess there's nothing there I want very much, no. Give me another one of those, will you?
Sure. Hey, Steve. How are you?
Oh, hello, Barney.
Where you been hiding?
I've been around.
Yeah? Funny I haven't seen you. I just came from the apartment. Went up to see Anne.
Oh, yes?
I haven't seen her since she quit the show.
She got another job, Barney?
Huh? I don't think so.
What'd she quit for, then?
Huh?
I say, why'd she quit the show?
Don't you know?
Well, how should I know?
If you don't know, I don't know.
How was she, Barney?
Okay. Gil Morrell was up, too, for a while.
Yeah?
He came to say goodbye.
Yeah, to who?
Say, what is this? To Anne.
To Anne?
Yeah, Morrell's going to Europe for a couple of years.
You're crazy.
How do you like that? I'm crazy.
You mean he's really going?
If he isn't, he's an awful liar.
Alone?
I guess so. Why?
Let me out of here.
Hey, where are you going?
So long, Barney.
Hey, what's the matter with you?
I'm crazy.
Hey!
Steve.
Anne, I've got to see you.
Not now, Steve.
I've got to.
How do you like it, Mama?
Well, it seems real nice to me.
Who are those people out in the kitchen?
Please, Steve, they've come to rent the apartment.
Rent the apartment? I thought you were going to stay here.
I'm going to stay till I rent it.
Do you mean to say you're going to let strangers come and live in our house, using our things, snooping in our kitchen, peeking up our chimney?
I asked you. You said you didn't want the place or the furniture. Now I'm going to rent it furnished. I've got to have the money.
I'll give you money.
I don't want your money.
Well, where will you go?
I'm going out of town.
Where?
Mrs. Morrell.
Yes?
Well, when are you leaving? Will you tell me that?
Just as soon as I rent the apartment.
Oh, Mrs. Merrick, my wife likes the place fine.
I certainly do. The beds are so comfortable and,
Well, I haven't seen a real kitchen since we left California.
It sure is nice.
And Mrs. Merricker, I wonder if you'd show me how that range works.
Why, of course. It's really very easy.
Well, I'm sure it is. But
Say, that kitchen sure got her, hasn't it? Yeah. But this chair's what sold me. This is what I call a real chair.
Yeah, it sure is.
Yes, sir. You sit here at night and snuggle up to that fireplace.
Yeah. Well, I don't think you'd want to snuggle up to that fireplace.
Huh?
You sit that close and you'd choke to death. That's one of those fireplaces where all the smoke comes into the room and all the heat goes up the chimney.
Is that so?
And let me tell you, in one of these old houses, you sure need the heat.
Well, that's all right. I guess that can be fixed.
That costs an awful lot of money.
Not me. That used to be my business.
Oh. Well, I hope you used to be in the plastering business, too.
Yeah. Huh? Why?
Oh, it's not very important, but that ceiling up there, it has a tendency to fall down.
Is that so?
Yeah, it pretty near brained me one night. But you get used to it. Just remember to stay on this side of the room.
Well,
Yes, now I understand.
I'm sure it won't give you any trouble.
Oh, Mama.
Yes?
Mama, come inside a minute. I want to speak to you.
Now, there's nothing to speak about,
Oh,
Papa.
yes, there is. You'll excuse us, won't you?
Oh, sure.
Well, what do you want?
What did you tell that man?
Hmm?
That man was crazy about this place. What did you tell him?
I don't know. Let's see. Oh, yeah, I told him about the ceiling falling down.
The ceiling? When?
Well, don't you remember that day we found the plaster all over the floor?
One little flake.
Well, it might have been dangerous.
You're trying to ruin my chances of renting.
I don't want those people coming in here. I want to live here with you. Oh, Ann, we can be so happy.
Don't be silly.
All right, if you say so, Mama.
Oh, it's all right, Mrs. Merrick. I'll have the ceiling fixed myself.
But it really...
Oh, if it's okay with Mama, it's okay with me. I guess I wouldn't care what the place was like, just so long as that chair went with it.
That chair doesn't go with it.
Steve, you...
I've changed my mind. That chair doesn't go with it, and that table, and that lamp, and that couch, and...
Steve!
And you're not going.
Let go of me.
We've changed our minds. We're not going to sublet.
But it was all settled.
I don't care. Listen, darling, listen. You can't go off and leave me. I need you, and you need me, too. What kind of a life is that, being separated, me missing you so much and wanting you?
Come along, Mama.
Don't you see how happy we can be? It'll be like it was at first. I can take care of you.
Oh, dear. I wish now I'd never seen the place.
Mrs. Platt, don't listen to him. You can have this place.
Oh, I'm afraid, dearie, you don't know what you want. But I was like that, too, with my first.
Mama, are you coming? Come on.
What did she say?
Are you satisfied now that you've driven them away? Now that you've spoiled my chance of renting? Do you think by doing that you forced me into coming back to you?
What did she say?
Do you? Answer me that. Because if you do, you're crazy. I can take care of myself. I've made money before, and I'll make it again.
I know. She said something about you first.
Oh, she's crazy.
Ann, are we going to have a baby?
Yes.
Well, how long have you known it?
2 months.
2 months? Then you knew it when we were separated.
Yes.
Why didn't you tell me?
I was going to.
Going to? That's swell. You were going to tell me, but you didn't, did you? 2 perfect strangers from California walk in and tell me I'm about to become a father. That's great. That's swell.
Well, you see...
Why didn't you tell me at lunch that day?
I didn't want to.
Why not?
You'd have said the wrong thing.
No, you're just trying to get even. Do you mean to say that you were going to walk out that door without even telling me? My own baby?
It's not your baby, it's mine.
Yours hasn't got a father?
No.
What?
Well, he's a brute.
What, the baby?
Yes. No, I mean you are.
Oh, Ann. I don't want to fight anymore.
I don't want to talk anymore.
Why don't you kiss me?
Oh, Steve.
Darling, I'm so crazy about you.
You've got a funny way of showing it. You were going to let me walk out.
Yeah, you had me scared. I thought you meant it.
You stupid. How could I?
It was just a lesson, darling. I've learned it already. You did it so well.
I was scared to death.
You didn't show it.
Darling, all I want in the world is to sit back and let you take care of me.
Darling, that's just what I'm going to do.
Up Pops the Devil is ended, but our stars pop up again a little later. Now a moment with Howard Greer, owner of one of the most exclusive dress shops in the film capital. If he'd not been a machine gun corporal during the World War, he wouldn't be here tonight talking about clothes. When the war ended, he took the first job he could get. It was with Paul Poiret, the famous French designer. And today, the ex-machine gunner ranks among the world's foremost stylists. Mr. Greer's clientele has included practically every Hollywood star since the days when Clara Bow was popularizing the third-person neuter and Norma Shearer was making cowboy films. Prior to opening his shop, Mr. Greer worked for me, and I was never sure whether it was because or in spite of me that he left pictures for his own business.
The truth of the matter, Mr. DeMille, is simply this. I'd much rather make clothes for off-screen wear because private clothes provide the advantage of an added dimension. Once in a while I do get caught in a picture, however. At the moment, I'm making the clothes Katharine Hepburn will wear in her next film.
What do you think, Howard, is your most original contribution in designing costumes?
Well, back in the days when sound first came in, dresses made out of taffetas and beaded materials made so much noise they interfered with the dialogue. So I took a chance, designed an evening dress out of wool. And no one was more surprised than I when, 6 months later, Paris came out with a complete line of woolen evening gowns. Today, however, sound has been so perfected that we can use all types of materials without encountering any trouble at all.
Well, the current issue of Life magazine, showing the popularity of white fox furs, is another proof of your ability to set styles.
The present popularity of white fox is practically the result of a panic. A few years ago, when silver fox was dominating styles, a wholesale fur company found itself stuck with thousands of white fox skins. They offered me all I could use on dresses to divert some interest from silver to white and dyed fox. Previously, furs had been used only as collars, cuffs, and trimming. I used the skins intact as sleeves. Again, Paris followed. At the moment, both white and silver fox are very much in favor. Incidentally, the first suit showing silver fox sleeves is one I happened to make for Tallulah Bankhead to wear in her play Reflected Glory. So maybe Miss Bankhead really started the present fur-sleeve vogue. For women who want to learn what's going to be worn and how they can apply those ideas to themselves, I know of no better school than the screen. And, like the screen, if you don't mind my saying it, the sponsors of this program are doing a fine service in helping women to be better dressed. Their product, Lux Flakes, is the best I've ever encountered for keeping all washable material, no matter how fine, looking like new so much longer. My advice is to buy fewer but better clothes. If they're washable, take care of them in Lux Flakes, and you'll find in the long run you'll be spending much less money and will look more attractive.
Your recent showing of fall and winter clothes, Howard, was one of Hollywood's important events. What are some of the style highlights it indicated?
Well, in the first place, it's going to be a more colorful season. Street dresses will be the shortest in 10 years, with straight lines and square shoulders. Shoes are apt to be ankle height. You'll see a new type of glove, allowing plenty of room for rings, with the 3 smaller fingers all in one compartment, something like a mitt. At least I hope you'll see it, because I invented it. Hats are madder than ever, and anything goes. Box coats will be exceedingly popular, and colors for all clothes will be warmer and more vivid. Lines for evening are simple, but fabrics are extravagant and luxurious. And last, the zipper fastener will be used for everything, even the most delicate kind of evening dress. But now I think I've held things up just about long enough. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. While most people go to the city to work and to the mountains for a vacation, Fred MacMurray and Madge Evans have just done the opposite. Madge returned last week from a nice, quiet rest in New York. And Fred has been in the San Bernardino Mountains working on his new film.
Which only proves again that the movies are a tricky business. You know, just before I came here tonight, I was working on the set of True Confession and thinking how mad we must appear to people who happen to drop in and hear the language of motion pictures.
You mean our dialogue?
No, I mean a conversation like this. Look out, Fred. We're going to kill that baby and put a silk around the broad. We'll drop that gobo over your head and don't look at the blimp. Just make sure you're behind the 8 ball.
The average person needs an interpreter on a movie set.
And perhaps we should explain that in screen language, when you kill a baby, you merely turn off a small spotlight.
And the silk around the broad is a diffuser hung in front of a wide rectangular light.
While a gobo, for those who are interested, is an oblong shield that keeps light out of a camera lens.
The blimp being the padded camera covering that deadens sound, and the 8 ball simply a new type of microphone. I might add that we're not referring to food and drink when we tell an electrician to take his keg of beer and spaghetti and put them in a corner. The keg of beer is just another variety of small light, and the spaghetti, the wire cable.
It's practically another language. But what about all this hard work Fred was doing up in the mountains? The story I heard was that he went to Lake Arrowhead.
Yes, to go swimming.
Oh, what a hardship.
Well, let me explain, Madge. Arrowhead may belong to sunny California in summertime, but in October, I think the Eskimos take possession of the lake.
If it was that cold, why didn't they use a double?
Well, they did take a double up there, but it seems that while the double was a beautiful swimmer and incidentally is a good friend of mine, the only stroke he knew was a dog paddle. Now, suppose you tell us about that trip to New York.
Oh, nothing very exciting, Fred. Just a nice change and a chance to see some of those Broadway shows. I was rather amazed to find out how many of our Hollywood neighbors are now in plays there, or soon will be. Mona Barry, Frances Farmer, Frederick March and Florence Eldridge, Ian Keith, Walter Houston and Nan Sunderland. But it's very good to be back home and to be with all of you here in the Lux Radio Theater once again. Many thanks.
Good night, C.B.
Good night. Good night, Madge. Good night, Fred. I'll see you behind the 8 ball.
Thank you, Fred MacMurray and Madge Evans. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. Mr. DeMille returns in a moment with great news concerning next week's program. Mr. MacMurray and Mr. DeMille appeared through courtesy of Paramount Studios. Charles Tannen, heard as Barney Hatfield, and Louis Silvers are from 20th Century Fox, where the latter was in charge of music for Lancer Spy. Also in tonight's cast were Frank Nelson as George Kent, Dink Trout as laundryman, Marie Hammond as Mrs. Platt, Lou Merrill as Mr. Platt, Ann Morrison as secretary, and Robert Whitney as head waiter. And now, our producer.
Next Monday night, one of the finest actors the screen has ever known comes to the Lux Radio Theater. Most of us, I'm sure, recall his brilliant performance for us last season in Men in White, and more recently on the screen in Captains Courageous. His name, Spencer Tracy. He stars for us in the celebrated story by Sinclair Lewis that became a national bestseller and a box office triumph as a motion picture, Arrowsmith. In it, Mr. Tracy plays the part of a modern microbe hunter, struggling to be true to both his wife and science. And starring with Mr. Tracy will be Miss Fay Wray. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Spencer Tracy and Fay Wray in Arrowsmith. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Our play tonight was from the original by Albert Hackett and Francis Goodrich. Danger, Love at Work, and Loveliness of You, heard during tonight's performance, were from You Can't Have Everything. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Spencer Tracy and Fay Wray in the Sinclair Lewis drama, Arrowsmith.
Lux presents Hollywood. Our sponsors wish to thank you for your splendid support of our products, in appreciation of which they bring you these Monday night productions. Headlining our program tonight are Spencer Tracy of Metro Goldwyn Mayer Studios and Fay Wray. As guests, John R. Kissinger of Huntington, Indiana, the United States Army private who risked his life that a cure for yellow fever might be found. And Terry Hunt, the man who keeps the screen stars physically fit. Louis Silvers conducts our orchestra. And now, here's our producer. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. I like Sinclair Lewis' description of himself. I'm just a country hick, he says, living on a farm. And every time I leave it, I get into trouble. A nonconforming literary thunderbolt for many years, Mr. Lewis won the Pulitzer Prize for Arrowsmith, but turned down the $1,000 as a protest against what he called the restrictive terms of the award. The son of a physician, with a grandfather, uncle, and brother, also doctors, it's easy to understand why Mr. Lewis turned to medicine for the background of his story. Before writing Arrowsmith, he spent many months in a New York medical center doing research. There he met the famous biographer of medicine, Dr. Paul de Kruif, and with him traveled through the West Indies on a tireless search for color and material. Tonight's presentation is based on the magnificent screenplay and stars Spencer Tracy in the title role. Mr. Tracy commands an unquestioned position as one of the finest actors ever seen in motion pictures. For his appearance here, we thank Metro Goldwyn Mayer Studios, who next present him opposite Joan Crawford in Mannequin. I'm also delighted to present, in the part of Leora, a girl with one of the most enviable records of hit performances in Hollywood. Beautiful, talented, unspoiled, Miss Fay Wray. Helen Wood is heard as Joyce, Frank Riker as Dr. Gottlieb, and John Quallen of the original cast as Novak. And now the curtain vanishes, and the Lux Radio Theater brings you Arrowsmith, starring Spencer Tracy and Fay Wray. The Zenith Hospital, somewhere in the Middle West. At the end of a long corridor, a student nurse is on her hands and knees, vigorously scrubbing the floor. From the elevator comes a young doctor, just out of medical school. He steps along briskly, pardonably impressed with his brand new degree. As he passes the nurse, she splashes water onto the floor and into the cuff of his trousers.
Hey,
Oh, I'm sorry.
why don't you look where you're slopping that water? You got me soaking wet.
Well, I didn't mean to.
Never mind now. I want to find Ward D. Can you direct me?
I could, yes.
Well, if it isn't interrupting your work.
This isn't my work. Nurses aren't supposed to scrub floors. The superintendent caught me smoking a cigarette. You go back for Ward D, turn right, and then left.
I've been informed that the first duty of a nurse is to stand when a doctor speaks to her.
Oh, gee, I've been getting fresh again. Oh, I didn't know you were a doctor.
It may interest you to know that I'm assistant to Dr. Gottlieb at the university, and that I'm on my way to Ward D to take a strain of a very dangerous microbe. And after I've done what I came to do, I'm going to report you.
Look out for the pail. Oh. You shouldn't go around kicking over pails. Now you are wet.
What's your name, please?
What's yours?
Arrowsmith. Say, you know, you're not reporting me.
Oh, gee, there I go again. Well, scrubbing floors just makes me rebellious, and being rebellious naturally makes me fresh, and there you are. I'm sorry, really. My name's Leora Tozer. It's a silly name, isn't it?
What's wrong with it? I kind of like it.
Oh, do you? Well, thanks.
When can you get away for dinner?
With you?
I've decided to overlook reporting you. How about tonight?
Well,
Why not?
I don't mind.
What time?
It's Tozer. She's at the head nurse.
You will telephone me the patient's temperature every hour, and I'll look in again at 7. At 7. You understand, nurse?
Yes, doctor, at 7.
We got the same results every time. The injected rats lived and the others died. That's what gives you the check, see?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. You're really interested in research, aren't you?
Oh, it's the only branch of medicine. You get to feel that when you work with Gottlieb. Prevention of disease. Tracking down the microbe and finding out what'll wipe it out. It's worth 10 pounds of cure.
Yes. I wish I understood more about it.
I guess I was a little too technical before. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I liked it. You made me feel intelligent.
Well, at that, I guess you've got to get used to hearing my ideas.
Am I going to hear lots of them?
You're going to marry me.
Well, you don't tell me.
Oh, yes, I do.
Well, now, you know, I shouldn't wonder if you're right. Of course, it's pretty early in the game to be dead sure, but I shouldn't wonder. I guess you're pretty self-centered and pig-headed, but I like you so much I'd be a fool to pass you up, wouldn't I?
I wasn't being funny.
I didn't think you were.
I meant what I said.
I hope you did. Because I wasn't being funny either.
Good morning, Dr. Gottlieb.
Oh, come in, Martin. Come in.
Well, sir?
I have sent for you, Martin, to tell you that I am leaving this place where I teach young doctors how to kill their patients.
You're leaving?
Yes. I have been called to the McGurk Institute in New York, where I shall do only my own research. The McGurk Institute is the greatest scientific plant in the world. I'm very happy.
I should think you would be, sir.
I'm very happy for you, too, Martin. I have arranged to take you with me as my assistant.
Oh.
You will have opportunity there. Well?
Dr. Gottlieb, you're the greatest man I've ever known. I'd black your shoes for you, but I can't go to New York with you.
Why, Martin, why can't you come with me?
I'm going to get married.
Oh.
And a man can't marry on what a lab assistant makes. I've got to go into practice after all.
Practice? Practice. Give pills to ladies and hold their hands for them. You who have the stuff in you that makes scientists.
Well, that's how it is, sir.
Oh, well. Who is she?
Leora Tozer. She comes from a little town in Dakota. We're going back there. It's not much of a place, but I'll be the only doctor for 30 miles around.
Well, I know better than to argue with a man in love. You'll be a very bad doctor for a while. And then you will find your way back to the laboratory. Now, let me know when you do, and wherever I am, I'll have a place for you.
Thank you.
No. Good luck to you, Martin, and I wish you happiness.
Martin, come in here.
What is it, honey?
Look what I found in the attic. Paul's old Prince Albert coat.
Hey, you don't expect me to be married in that, do you?
I certainly do. And you can wear it when you make your calls.
Oh, but Lee, darling, I'm a country doctor.
Of course you're a country doctor. But you're the biggest man around here. You've got to listen to folks' troubles and help them out. You've got to mend their bones and settle their domestic problems and pull their teeth all in one day. You've got to see that the milk's pure and the meat's fresh and the backyards are kept tidy. That's what being a country doctor means, Martin. Oh, Dr. Arrowsmith, I'll be so proud to be your wife.
366 human souls in this town, all depending on me to keep them fit. Oh, Lee, sweet, I didn't know a man could be so happy.
Hello? No, the doctor isn't in. Oh. Yes. Yes, I'll tell him. Good night. Is that you, Martin? Oh, Martin, you're drenched. Come in. Here, let me take your coat.
It's all right.
How's the little Weller girl? Is she better?
She died an hour ago.
Oh, Martin.
Gottlieb was right, I guess. I am a rotten doctor.
You mustn't say that, Martin. You did your best. You did everything you knew.
Oh, but I didn't know enough. That was it. It's happened before. It'll happen again.
Please, darling, don't talk like that.
I should have operated tonight. Any other man would have operated, but I didn't. I waited too long.
They won't blame you for it.
No, that's the trouble. They don't blame me. They just sit and stare at me and wonder why their baby should die with me there. Why their baby should die in my arms. I'm not God. I can't work miracles.
Martin, listen to me. You've done well here, darling. You mustn't let one case discourage you. Try to remember the others, the people you've helped, because they remember. And they love you, Martin.
I'm not discouraged, Lee. I guess I've just stagnated, that's all. I've been doing the same thing day in and day out for 3 years. Stitching cuts and setting bones and prescribing for croups and colds. It's got me, that's all.
Martin, it's my fault, isn't it?
What are you talking about?
I never should have asked you to come here. I should have let you go on with your research. That's what you wanted, wasn't
darling,
it?
Don't be silly.
I've tied you down.
Come here, come here. You're all I want, Lee, darling. You're all I want. Regardless of anything else. I'll get it. Oh, hello, Novak. Come on in.
Thanks. I want to speak to you, Doc, if you got a few minutes.
Sure.
Evening, Mrs. Arrowsmith.
How are you, Mr. Novak? How's your wife been these days?
Her? Oh, she's fine. The doc fixed her up good.
What's on your mind, Novak?
Well, it's my cows, Doc.
Your cows?
Yeah, they're sick. Last 2-3 weeks, I lose 12 cows. All my cattle sick.
Well, look, Novak, I'm not a vet.
I know, but you smart feller, Doc.
But I don't know anything about cattle. Well, what are you doing for them now?
Well, the state veterinarian, he come. He give 'em what he calls serum, but he's no good. The poor cows, they used to die quicker.
What does he say it is?
He call it black leg fever, but it don't do no good to call it by a name. All I know is pretty soon it's time to settle some cattle to pay mortgage on my house. And pretty soon I got no cattle left to sell. That's why I come to you, Doc.
But Novak,
Please, Doc, you come. Please,
All right. I'll be over at your place in the morning.
Oh, thanks, Doc. You help 'em all right. You fix 'em. I know that. Good night. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Novak.
Cattle. Well, that's a new one, isn't it? Still, it might be something I could... What did he say it was?
Blackleg fever, I think.
Blackleg fever. I wonder if they've isolated the germ.
Martin, don't you think it's time you went to bed? You've been working with this serum stuff all day.
Research, honey. Turn off that boiling water, will you?
Your research has made an awful mess out of my kitchen.
It's my laboratory now. Gottlieb used to say that any man who really wants to find out things can make a lab out of toothpicks and a piece of string. I use pots and pans.
Yes, Mrs. Bull just phoned. She says her back is worse again.
Tell her to go out and hoe potatoes.
Martin.
I'm busy.
But, Martin, you can't throw over your practice for a lot of cows.
It isn't the cows, Lee, sweet. It's the fun. Now, you go back to bed, darling, please. I'll be pretty busy. I was right, Lee. Look at this.
Yes, Martin.
That vet serum wasn't any good.
Yes, Martin.
We'll try mine in the morning.
Yes.
I'll take it over to Henry Novak's and shoot it into half his cattle.
Yes,
If
Martin.
they live and the other half dies, we'll know we've got something.
Yes, Martin.
What's the matter? Are you tired?
Yes, Martin.
Poor Lee. Well, that's 5 days, Novak. Not a new case yet.
Not a one, Doc. By golly, Doc, I think you better be state vet around here.
I'm sorry about the ones that died, Novak.
Yeah, well, you should ought to have shot your stuff into them, too.
No. That's where you're wrong. You see, the ones we gave the serum to were all right. The ones we didn't give it to aren't. But you have to try both ways when you're experimenting. That's how you find out which way is best.
Yeah? Well, I ain't kicking, Doc. How much I owe you?
Oh, not a cent. Forget it. It was just for fun.
Pretty good fun for me, all right. Hey, look, it's the state vet. He heard about your stuff, Doc.
Where is he? Hi, Doc. I got a couple of live cows over here that might interest you.
Nothing you got could interest me. And I want to tell you, young feller, I'm state vet, and I don't like no youngster like you telling me my business. So keep clear of these cows, or you'll land yourself in a pack of trouble.
Oh, I see. I didn't know it was like that. I was only trying to help.
You let Doc Law, and he's all right.
Sure he is.
Here you're getting to be quite the vet, Doc.
Yeah, best in town. I'll be back on the stomach aches now, though.
That's where you belong.
How's that?
I say the stomach aches is where you belong.
Now, I hate to say anything, Doc, but you've got a tone in your voice that I don't like.
It's about time you understand.
Suppose you try to understand that I made a blackleg serum that's better than yours because mine cures blackleg and yours doesn't.
If you think you can discredit me and then hold me up...
I'm not holding you up. I'm giving you this.
Well, this is what I'll give you, my fist, see?
Listen, I'm a scientist. When I see a scientist job I can do, I do it. That's what science is. Now, if you don't want any blackleg serum from me, don't take it from me. Take it from the government. I've sent my reports and samples back to Washington already.
You dirty.
Down. Boy, you knocked him cold, Doc.
Yeah, sure. That's science, too. I've found my line now, and I'm raring to go. You can find me at my house, Doc, anytime you've got any more differences to settle.
Quick, Martin, open it up. I'm so excited. You've never had a letter from New York before.
It's from the McGurk Institute. Listen. We have been watching your work on blackleg fever. May we offer our congratulations. Dr. Gottlieb has recommended you for a position in our experimental laboratory. Good old Gottlieb. May we hear from you soon. Yours truly, Dr. A. DeWitt Tubbs, Director. What do you think of that?
Martin, you're going to accept it?
Why, of course we're going to accept it.
But it means giving up everything. Just on a chance.
Oh, but Lee, darling, it's the chance we've been waiting for. We've got to take it.
Of course, if you want to. I'm going to love New York, darling.
And so we conclude Act One of Arrowsmith. Before Spencer Tracy and Fay Wray go on with Act Two, we go backstage in Hollywood for a moment to a projection room at one of our famous studios, where a director, his secretary, and an agent are watching a screen.
She is
has a beautiful voice, Joe, but I can't very well put that girl in the middle of a chorus scene.
Why not? What's the matter with her?
Well, look at the close-ups. Look at her skin.
But the girl can sing.
Joe, I haven't time. I'm late now. Come around sometime and I'll talk it over with you. I'll be on set 3, Miss Sherman.
Well, of all the silly
Now,
things...
Joe, take it easy. It's too bad, but... Well, I should think a girl like her would have known about Lux toilet soap. She looks as if she has cosmetic skin.
That's a very smart crack.
No, Joe, I mean it. Seriously. She has those little blemishes and things. It comes from not getting makeup off thoroughly. The pores get all choked up and the skin gets so coarse-looking.
Say, I didn't come here to get a lecture on skin culture.
Well, you're getting one. You'd better tell some of your talented new singers about Lux toilet soap. That's what the movie stars use to guard against cosmetic skin.
Say, listen, that girl can sing, and no director can tell me
Remember,
otherwise.
Joe, the chief himself complained about her complexion. Why, what good is a voice?
Well, maybe you're right.
You're an agent for a lot of other Hollywood women. Ask them. They'll tell you that they use Lux toilet soap regularly, and that its active lather is what keeps their skin so swell.
Well, I'll remember that. And so will the women, I hope.
Back to Mr. DeMille and our play.
Spencer Tracy and Fay Wray continue in Arrowsmith. With a keen anticipation of glory still to come, Arrowsmith turns eagerly to his first love, the research laboratory. In the impressive corridors of the famous McGurk Institute, he walks slowly along with his old friend, Dr. Gottlieb. The old man's arm is about his shoulders, and he smiles delightedly at the young scientist.
So, Martin, you found your way back to me, huh? Just as I said you would.
That's right, Dr. Gottlieb.
And you have come on your own feet, too. That was a good piece of work you did with those cows of yours. You have earned your position here. Yeah. And I'm glad. Very glad.
Well, good morning. Good morning. Dr. Arrowsmith, I presume.
Yeah. Arrowsmith, this is Dr. Tubbs, our director.
Oh, how do you do, sir?
How do you do? Allow me to welcome you, Doctor. It's always a pleasure to...
No, not now. Please, Dr. Tubbs. For the moment, you leave my prodigal son to me, huh? I want to show him his laboratory.
Oh, well, of course. Good day, Arrowsmith.
Good day, Dr. Tubbs.
Here, come in, Martin. Well, this is your laboratory.
Say,
you like it, huh?
like it.
This will be better than giving pills, eh, Martin?
Dr. Gottlieb, do you really think I know enough to work here? I mean, I want to succeed, but...
Succeed? Oh, yeah. I know that word. It is a word little schoolboys use. Now, let us be clear, Martin. You will do your own work here and have nobody but yourself to satisfy. You will learn to work twice as hard as you can, and then when you get stuck, well, I have a fine collection of detective stories in my office. Oh, come in, Terry.
Tubbs is looking for Dr. Gottlieb.
Oh, he's mad at me again, eh? Arrowsmith, this is Terry Wickett. He is a roughneck, but a good scientist. You'll like him.
How are you, Arrowsmith?
How are you? Well, see you later, Martin. And now I go and smooth the feathers of our ruffled director.
You brand new, Arrowsmith?
That's right.
Well, what do you think of dear old McGurk?
Well, frankly, I'm very impressed.
Yeah, I was, too. This place was built to impress people. Wait till they start giving receptions for society. You'll love it.
You don't, evidently.
I'm a scientist, not a teacup juggler. But I got my lab and a chance to work by myself. I can put up with almost anything if I got that.
So can I.
You'll be all right, then. Keep plugging, that's all. And don't let Tubbs poke his nose in too much. Well, let me know if I can help you, will you?
Sure, thanks.
See you around.
God, please give me clear eyes and freedom from haste. God, give me anger against all pretense. God, keep me looking for my own mistakes. God, keep me at it till my results are proven.
Martin, what are you doing?
Huh? Oh, nothing much. I was just thinking.
Are you ready for dinner yet?
Huh?
Are you ready for dinner? Martin, what's the matter with you? For weeks you've done nothing but sit around and stare at things. It just scares me to death to see you this way.
You won't be scared much longer, Lee.
What do you mean?
I've made up my mind to chuck it before they fire me. I've been at McGurk 2 years, and I haven't accomplished a thing. I'm worse at science than I was at doctoring.
You mustn't say such things, Martin. It's going to be all right. I know it is. Why, for all you know, you may be plumb on the threshold of a great discovery this very minute. I got a kind of feeling that you are. Don't look at me like that. I have. And you'll feel much better after you've eaten your dinner. I bought a wonderful fish this afternoon.
I'm not hungry, Lee.
Neither am I.
I guess I'll go out for a walk.
I'll come along.
In this snow?
Oh, I love snow. We'll hike across the park. It'll be like the Canadian Northwest tonight, Martin.
Lee, sweet, I forgot you were here.
I was a little behind you. You were walking kind of fast. But I guessed you'd be coming here to the lab building.
And you tagged along all this way, you poor kid. I'll call a taxi to take you home.
Oh, no, I don't want a taxi, Martin. Let me come upstairs with you.
I may be late.
I don't care. I won't bother you. I promise you not to open my mouth. Oh, please don't send me home. It's such a scary night. I'll imagine things.
What things?
Oh, things.
All right. Come along.
Martin, I don't want to interrupt, but
what is it?
I thought maybe I could help.
Oh, sure. There's a flask in the incubator, the one on your right. Bring it over, will you?
A flask? I don't see... Oh, I've got it. Is this it, Martin?
Let me see. No, honey, the flask on the right I want.
Well, this one was on the right.
What? Why, it couldn't have been.
Yes, it was. There's only 2 of them there. This one was standing up on the right side.
Let me see that. Well, that's funny.
What's the matter?
Get out of the way. Here, wait a minute. Get me a clean microscope slide. They're in the top drawer.
A microscope slide? Here.
Now, get out of the light. Stand over there. No, darling, over there.
What is it, Martin? Martin.
Why, it's impossible. It can't be right. It can't be.
What is it?
I don't know. I left this flask chuck full of some germs I was working on. They ought to have been doing great. Now they're dead. What killed them?
Well, does it matter?
Does it matter? I'll say it matters. Germs don't commit suicide. Something killed them. Something got into that flask and blew those bugs to pieces. Now, what was it? What was it?
But Martin, suppose it did kill them.
Don't you understand, darling? If it killed one type of germ, it may kill others. It may kill them all. It may even kill... No, I won't throw away my luck. I'll work it out.
Tomorrow, darling.
No, tonight and tomorrow night and the night after that. I've got to find out what killed those bugs. Hello?
Martin, what do you mean by getting up so early?
I got to get back to work. Got leaves checking my results this morning. I think we've got something, honey, something big. We're calling this stuff bacteriophage. Did I tell you?
You haven't been to sleep for a week. Just look at you.
Well, what's the matter with me? I shaved.
I won't have any more of this. Do you hear me? I'm not going to stick around here and watch you kill yourself. I'll walk out on you. I mean it.
Come here. Come here. You mustn't ever say that, no matter how mad you get, Lee. I love you. I know I'm neglecting you, but when this is over, I'll take time off every day, and we'll go to the movies, and we'll have friends in, and I'll send you flowers every morning. I'll even learn to play bridge. Stand by me, Lee.
Oh, darling.
Got any coffee?
Sit down. There's the paper if you want it.
That's the girl.
You certainly have a sneaky little way of getting around me, Martin Arrowsmith. As if I wanted flowers every morning. All I want is to make you take care of yourself. You're a rotten husband. Do you know that? Martin.
Did you see this?
What?
This thing in the paper. Listen to it. Greatest medical discovery of modern times. Young scientist wipes out disease with bacteriophage. Director Tubbs of McGurk Institute interviewed by press.
Why, that's wonderful.
Wonderful?
Look, there's your name. He's giving you full credit.
He's made a fake out of me. That's what he's done. By that cheap publicity hound, he can't do this to me.
Martin, where are you going?
I'm going to see Tubbs.
Wait, I'm going with you.
Red, will you, Dr. Tubbs?
Please, gentlemen, please.
Let me through here. Get out of my way.
Martin, wait.
Good morning, Arrowsmith.
Arrowsmith, hey, how about I've got nothing to say. I want to speak to you, Dr. Tubbs.
Of course, of course. Excuse us, gentlemen. Come in here, Arrowsmith.
Martin, please. Martin.
Well, and how are you, Mrs. Arrowsmith? Come to share your husband's glory?
There's no glory to share. Are you responsible for this stuff in the papers?
Of course, my boy. I don't deny the responsibility. I claim it. A slight overstatement to catch the public's eye.
A slight overstatement? You tell the papers I can wipe out all disease when you know I haven't even cured whooping cough yet, and you call that a slight overstatement?
I understand your surprise, my dear fellow.
My surprise? I'm only surprised I don't twist your fat neck.
Martin, my husband's a very violent man, Dr. Tubbs.
I know your husband, Mrs. Arrowsmith, and I mean the world to appreciate him as I do. After all, he's still got his name to make.
You made that for me. You made my name smell from one end of this country to the other as a quack and a faker and a racketeer. Now you call those reporters in and you tell them I'm through with you and your front-page science and that I've resigned from your Cheap Jack Institute.
I'd so much rather tell them about the paper I've just signed. That makes you the head of your own department and raises your salary from $5,000 a year to $12,000.
I won't take it. I'm through.
I don't accept your resignation, Martin. I pin my faith on you. I do more than that.
Martin, my boy.
Now, what is it, Dr. Gottlieb? Can't you see we are busy at the moment?
Yes, busy turning my friend Martin into a megaphone.
Don't worry, Dr. Gottlieb.
Something has happened, and something perhaps not altogether bad. Martin is not the discoverer we thought he was.
What? You don't mean someone has stolen a march on us?
Here it is, in the medical journal. A Frenchman, Errol, of the Pasteur Institute in Paris, has just published his report. It is the same thing, Dr. Tubbs. You got into the newspapers too soon. I'm sorry, Martin.
The same thing.
This is most unfortunate. Most. Of course, there could be no talk of a new department now and no raise in salary either. If you'll excuse me, I'll speak to those reporters. Yeah, how about something on the paper here?
You may not be the discoverer of bacteriophage, Martin, but you may still be the man to test it out. Come and see me later in my laboratory. Then we will discuss what further work you still will have to do.
I love that man, Gottlieb. He might have gloated.
Poor Martin.
All I've done these months has been wasted, Lee. You won't get your new flat or any of those things now. It's tough luck being married to a scientist, isn't it?
I haven't minded.
Well, it's over now. Well, I had a lot of fun out of it, anyhow.
Believe me, gentlemen, what I say is true. There is bubonic plague in the West Indies.
Bubonic plague? Well, you should know, Dr. Sandelius.
Yeah, I do know. Already I have spoken to Dr. Tubbs about it. He is anxious for the Institute to send a representative there.
He would be if there's any publicity in it.
Now, please, Terry, just one moment. What do you think, Arrowsmith?
Well, it might be a good chance to test out the bacteriophage.
Yeah. That's what I thought.
Your bacteriophage, Arrowsmith.
It isn't mine, Dr. Sandelius. The discovery belongs to Errol.
No. I say it again. Your bacteriophage may save the islands. That is why you must go there, to the West Indies.
But I don't know anything about bubonic plague.
But I know. I teach you. Get me plague germs. Get me rats. Get me rat fleas. Yeah, fleas. Little yumpy fleas. And I show you what I have learned in China and in India. Yeah, I show you. Then I go with you.
So, you're off tomorrow.
All packed and ready, Dr. Gottlieb.
Taking your wife along, Martin?
Oh, no, of course not. She'd like to go, but that's out.
Good. Sit down. I have called you in here to give you your final instructions, Martin.
Yes, sir?
Can you be trusted, Martin, to perform a little experiment where you are going? Can you be trusted not to let anything, even your good, kind heart, spoil it?
What is the experiment?
You agree that it will be of value in future epidemics to know what this stuff of yours is worth?
Well, yes, of course.
Now, if you could give your injections only to half your patients and sternly deprive the other half of them, then you would know.
I certainly would, but...
That is the experiment we mean.
Oh, I couldn't do that, Dr. Gottlieb.
Why couldn't you?
Sit by and watch half my patients die, it wouldn't be human.
So you're just a country doctor after all.
Country doctor, nothing, but I've got some pity in me. They'll be dying down there. They'll be dying and begging me for help.
Sure they will.
So many men are kind and neighborly, and so few men ever add to human knowledge. You have the chance now, Martin.
But Gottlieb...
I'm an old man, Martin. I've been an honest scientist all my days, but I count on you to carry on my torch after me. Are you going to fail me? Are you, Martin?
No. I won't fail. I'll do my best, Gottlieb.
Your stateroom's this way, Dr. Arrowsmith.
Thank you. Leora, what are you doing?
I wasn't going to come. I tried hard, honestly, I did, Martin. But I couldn't let you go without seeing you off. I can't let you go now. I'm going with you, Martin.
Oh, darling, talk sense. How can you?
I'm just going.
Darling, there's disease down there. Bubonic plague.
You're going. And where you can go, I can go. I belong with you, darling. I can't let you go alone. I'll never see you again, I know it. Oh, Martin, please take me with you.
Leora.
Martin.
Oh, Leora, you crazy little fool.
Oh, Martin, I'm simply going to love the West Indies.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Our weekly custom of giving you little inside glimpses of Hollywood between the acts of our play finds us host tonight to a favorite physical director of the stars, Terry Hunt. Now presiding over the gymnasium at United Artists Studio, Terry for 12 years has been keeping the stars in glowing condition. His subjects have included Marlene Dietrich, Mary Pickford, Clark Gable, Jeanette MacDonald, Norma Shearer, and Paul Muni. Gary Cooper and Frederick March take orders from him daily. People are always interested in superlatives, Terry. So from your observation, who physically is the most perfect among the women stars?
That's a little too tough to answer, Mr. DeMille. But I can name certain stars who, in my opinion, have at least one feature which you could call perfect. Just put them all together and you've got something.
You mean a composite picture? Made up of what? From whom?
Well, I'd say this mythical girl would have the carriage of Norma Shearer, the face of Virginia Bruce or Joan Bennett, the eyes of Claudette Colbert, and the shoulders of Fay Wray. She'd have the figure of Ginger Rogers, the neckline of Merle Oberon, and the torso of Jean Parker or Carol Lombard. She'd also have the legs of Marlene Dietrich and the hands of Dorothy L'Amour. Now, the odd part about all this is that most of the beautiful features I've mentioned can be developed. A woman who pays attention to her diet, who exercises regularly, gets enough rest, and who otherwise takes care of her appearance can be just as attractive as the women on the screen.
And what's your particular prescription for exercising?
Based on my work with the stars, I have found that posture and reducing exercises bring the best results for women. I prefer the twisting, rolling, and stretching routines, and, provided the subject has a strong heart, jumping rope. For years, I've advocated extreme cleanliness of the skin, and a most helpful and enjoyable way of obtaining it is to take a shower with plenty of soap. Not just a hot or a cold shower, but both. I've used many soaps to find the best, and I'm glad to say that Lux toilet soap is not only my choice, but that of the stars as well. The kind of shower I've suggested, with a heavy, rich lather of Lux soap, will not only thoroughly clean your skin, but will aid in preventing you from getting stiff.
Now, Frederick March tells me that every morning before reporting to the set of The Buccaneer, you come to his home and put him through his setting-up exercises. My thanks for keeping him as fit as Lafitte, the pirate whose part he plays.
Mr. March is a perfect contradiction to the reports you sometimes hear that Hollywood stars live a life of ease and indolence. When making a picture, he's up every morning at 6 o'clock and goes through at least 45 minutes of real training before breakfast. I wish everyone could get a look at the stars in a gymnasium. You'd all realize how seriously they really work to keep physically fit. And now, if you think I can be of any help in telling you more about health through exercises, I'll be glad to answer your questions as best I can and without charge. If you'll address me, Terry Hunt at United Artists Studios, Hollywood. Just send a stamped, self-addressed envelope. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Back to the story of Arrowsmith, starring Spencer Tracy and Fay Wray. The town of Blackwater in the West Indian tropics. In a tiny bamboo hut on the edge of the town, Leora waits alone for Arrowsmith to return. From outside is heard the dismal wailing of the natives, praying vainly for release from the plague. Suddenly, the door is flung open, and Arrowsmith enters.
Well, Martin? Well?
It's a bust. The authorities won't let me try my experiment. They say it's inhuman.
What are you going to do?
I'm clearing out, Lee. Get my stuff packed, will you?
But where are you going?
There's a tiny island about 20 miles across the bay, the island of Carib. It's all native and plague raging like wildfire. I'll have a free hand there. Come on, hurry up, will you, darling?
Martin.
What?
You're not planning to leave me behind.
Oh, Lee, sweet, I've got to.
I didn't come here to be left behind, Martin.
You're not afraid?
Certainly I'm afraid. I'm scared blue. But that isn't the point. I came down here to look after you.
I'll be all right.
How do I know that? It might get you, and if it did, nobody but I could nurse you. And even if it didn't get you, I'd go mad not being with you. Oh, don't you see? I haven't any life outside of you. I've got to be with you. Always.
Be reasonable, Lee, darling. I don't know where we'll be living or what we'll get into. I can't take you along out there. It's no place for a woman. Now, if I'd known you were going to behave like this, I'd have choked you before I let you come.
You did everything else but choke me. Oh, all right. Darn being a woman.
That's the girl. Give me the comfort of knowing that you're all right. Now, come on, pack this stuff, will you?
Yes, Martin.
This is only the first of our big hikes, Lee. If I can pull this stunt off, I'll be a big man in science. Then we'll go to Europe, Lee. To your France and Italy and all those places. Well, you see, our life's just beginning, Lee.
Oh, Martin. I do love you, darling.
2 lines there. Keep them in 2 lines, Sandelius.
2 lines. 2 lines. Ah, what a place this is, Martin. They don't even understand what I'm talking about.
We've got to make them understand. We'll inject the phage in the line on the right. You keep swabbing their arms and passing them up to me. The line on the left does without the injection.
Poor beggars.
Now, there's no time for sentiment. Come on.
Number 1.
1.
2.
Wait a minute. 2.
3.
3.
4. Stay in line. Stay in line. 110. 111.
Easy. 110, Sandelius. 111. Keep them coming, man.
112.
100 and... Oh,
How do you do?
I didn't know there was a white woman on the island.
I'm Joyce Lanyon.
Oh, yes?
You might have seen Mr. Twyford's house on the hill up there. I'm visiting with his daughter.
You don't belong here, then?
Hardly. I'm from New York. Well, do I get your injection or don't I? I'll get on the other line if you like.
Stay where you are.
Thank you. I wish you'd find something I could do to help you.
You?
I know what you're doing here, this experiment. I think it's marvelous.
Well, perhaps you wouldn't if you were on the other line.
That's not very fair. I volunteered to do that.
I'm sorry.
Then let me help. Do I strike you as so hopelessly useless?
I think if I had a twin sister, she'd be just like you. That's how you strike me.
That's an original compliment.
It's no compliment. It's a scientific fact. Now move along, please, and give science a chance to carry on. All right, Sandelius, pass them up. Sandelius.
Yeah, Martin.
What's the matter?
I don't know. I think maybe I'm sick, Martin.
Good God.
Yeah. Now maybe I take some of your injection, too.
Catch him. Catch him there. Sandelius. Sandelius. think it was his whole life. He used to troop all over the country lecturing on the heroes of health. Poor Sandelius. He's one of them himself now.
You took it pretty calmly.
If one of your field officers dies in battle, you can't stop to mourn for him. You've got to carry on.
And you did. Wonderfully. All these long days. All by yourself.
I had you to help me.
We better go in now.
No, not yet, Joyce. I'm too excited to turn in yet. Don't you see, my life had its first great climax today. The experiment. All our troubles are over now. I know that's a very unscientific boast. Just for tonight, though, I can't help believing it.
And I can't help believing that anything ever happened before this plague. Or that anything will ever happen after it.
Steady, Joyce. Don't lose your nerve. You're too gallant for that.
How wrong you are. There's nothing gallant about me. I was never meant for this sort of thing. I've never learned about realities.
But the way you stood by me in the face of danger, disease.
That wasn't gallantry. That was just hysteria. Hysteria over falling in love with you, Martin.
What?
I have fallen terribly, insanely in love with you.
But you don't mean that.
I don't believe in mincing words. I don't believe in not saying what's on my mind. I know there's nothing to be done about it. I'm not a child. But I was unhappy when I came here. I'm not unhappy anymore. That's something, isn't it?
I've never learned about women like you. You belong to the great class of things I've had to give up for my work. You make my life seem suddenly rather empty, but very exciting.
You're too heroic to mean that. You're stone.
I wish I were.
Do you? You're finished here now, aren't you? You'll be leaving soon.
I should, of course, but it might be a good idea to stick around for a while. See how the experiment turns out.
How long would that take, Martin?
I'm not sure. 10 days, perhaps.
10 days. I'm glad, Martin.
I think I am.
Hello? Yes, this is Carib. Twyford speaking. Who? I can't hear you. Who? Oh, just a moment, please. Arrowsmith? Dr. Arrowsmith. Just a moment, please. What's that?
What's the matter, Twyford?
I can't make out. It's Blackwater calling you.
Blackwater, give me the phone.
What is it, Martin?
Hello? Who is this? Leora? What's the matter, darling? What? Leora, I can't hear you. You'll have to speak louder. What is... Leora, listen to me. Listen, darling. Hello, darling. Leora, hello. Hello. Oh, God.
What is it?
My wife, she's sick.
But...
I've got to get to her. She's alone, all alone, and she's sick. Is there a launch here?
I can take you.
How soon?
Right away.
Come on, then. Hurry.
Hello? I'm trying to call Carib again. Can't you call it for me? Hello? Operator. They must answer. They must. Oh, please. Oh, Martin, why don't you come to me? I tried not to cry, but I'm afraid, Martin. I don't want to die alone. You will come. I know you will. Oh, but hurry. Please hurry, Martin. Help me. Oh, Martin. Where are you? Where are you, Martin?
Lee. Leora! Oh, God. Leora. Leora, look at me. Leora!
Is she all right?
She's dead.
Oh. Well, hadn't we better pick her up?
Yes.
I'll help you.
No. No, I'd rather do it alone. You see? She hardly weighs anything. Oh, Lee, darling, I loved you. You knew that, didn't you? You knew I couldn't have loved anyone else. Didn't you know that, Lee? But now you're gone. This thing I've been fighting has killed you, too. But it won't kill anymore, Lee, darling. I promise you that. It won't kill anymore. I'll shoot them all full of serum, all of them. I can save them all. I can save everyone. Everyone except you, my darling. Oh, Lee. Lee.
McGurk Institute. One moment, please.
Miss, when are we going to see
The
Dr.
line's busy.
Arrowsmith?
Dr. Arrowsmith has just returned, and he's too busy to see anybody today.
We've got to have some sort of a statement. Really, we must see Dr. Arrowsmith.
Can't we see just a moment?
Hello, Martin.
Oh, hello, Terry.
Thought I'd find you in the lab. We heard about your wife. Sorry, fellow.
Thanks, Terry.
Well, how'd it go down there?
Pretty bad. I bungled it, Terry.
I was afraid you had. Stubbs doesn't seem to think so.
Well, he wouldn't know. I lost my head, gave everybody the serum. I wonder what Gottlieb will say.
Nothing.
He gave me everything I knew. He gave me my chance, and I failed him. Whatever I accomplished down there, I failed him. I didn't add to knowledge. I did the humane thing. I lost sight of science. I hope he throws me out.
He won't, Martin. He'll never know you failed him.
What do you mean?
He cracked up, went to pieces. Too much work, I guess. He doesn't understand anything now.
Gottlieb. Then he's gone, too. There's not much left, is there?
There's still research, Martin. There's work still to be done.
Ah, here you are, Martin. The reporters are waiting to see you.
Are they?
Is there anything wrong?
I just told him about Gottlieb.
Ah, yes. Very unfortunate. But we've a man to take his place, thank heaven. You, Arrowsmith. Does that surprise you? Well, from now on, you're a department head with a salary of $15,000 a year. I guess that'll buck you up.
I guess it won't. You can take it if you want, Arrowsmith, but I came in here to tell you what I was going to do. I'm going to clear out of this swell joint with all its swell equipment and publicity and build my own lab in the Vermont woods and really get something done for a change.
Your own lab?
Sure. What do you say? Is it a go?
Martin.
Joyce.
You didn't expect to see me here, did you? Do you think I'd have missed welcoming you home?
Thanks, but...
Oh, I know how it is, Martin. I heard everything. But I helped you once. I thought perhaps I could help you again.
You're sweet, Joyce. Thank you.
Well, I guess this lets me out.
Wait. Joyce, I'm sorry I can't accept your offer. No, yours either, Tubbs. You can keep your department head. You can keep your glory. And you can see those reporters yourself. Tell them I'm not what they think I am. See, I'm a bust, a failure, a washout. But I'm not licked yet. I'll do something for science if it kills me, but I can't do it here. Gottlieb said a man could build a lab from a bottle and a piece of string, and that's what I'm going to do. Come on, Terry. I'm going with you. Lee and I, we're both going with you.
Do not let yourselves be tainted by skepticism. Live in the serene peace of laboratories. Say to yourselves first, what have I done for my instruction? What have I done for my country? Until the time comes when you may have the immense happiness of thinking that you have contributed in some way to the progress and good of humanity. With these words of Louis Pasteur, we ring down the curtain on Arrowsmith. As a fitting afterpiece to our drama, and before Spencer, Tracy, and Fay Wray return, let us look into a scene that happened in real life, a scene that serves to introduce our next guest. The year is 1900. The place, the town of Quemados in Cuba, infested with a deadly plague that's killed more American soldiers than fell in the Spanish-American War. Two men stand in a room facing Dr. Walter Reed. They are Private John R. Kissinger of Ohio and John J. Moran, a civilian clerk, who've come to answer Dr. Reed's call for volunteers. Reed has told them of the horrors they'll face, that their chance of coming out alive is 1 in 5. He's also told them their only reward would amount to about $300. Private Kissinger answers him. The one condition, sir, on which we volunteer is that we get no compensation for it. Dr. Reed looks at them in silence. Slowly, his hand goes to his cap. He has only 4 words to say. Gentlemen, I salute you. This was the scene that marked the real beginning of Dr. Reed's work in showing how the dread plague of fever can be banished from humanity. Tonight, the unsung hero who helped make that possible is with us. I'm proud to present the former private, John R. Kissinger. Like the Dr. Arrowsmith of our play, Walter Reed was faced with a terrible truth that any successful experiment would have to be made on human beings. Why couldn't he have used animals, Mr. Kissinger?
Because all animals are immune to yellow fever. They discovered this about the same time that Dr. Finley brought out the theory that yellow fever was carried by mosquitoes, yellowjack.
Yes, up until then it was thought that the yellow fever was contagious, that you'd catch it merely through contact with its victims.
And the only way Dr. Reed could prove that this was false was to take the mosquito, let them bite normal human beings, and watch the result.
And just what happened to you, Mr. Kissinger?
Well, Dr. Reed's associate came into my room with 5 mosquitoes, specially selected. 2 of them had bitten men who had recently died. They applied them to me, and I was bitten 3 times. 5 days later, I had yellow fever.
And it was the result of that experiment on you that convinced Dr. Reed he was on the right track at last?
I guess that's right. Others went through same experiment later on. Some died and some lived. But Dr. Reed proved to the world that yellow fever was caused by a certain type of mosquito.
And that type of mosquito is now being driven from the earth to destroy yellow fever forever. But tell me truthfully, just before those mosquitoes laden with yellow death bit you, weren't you tempted to change your mind about being a volunteer?
I had seen my comrades die from it, Mr. DeMille, and I knew exactly what I was in for. My thoughts then are my thoughts now, that a man is lucky to be able to die for the cause of humanity. Thank you.
I salute you, Mr. Kissinger. Ladies and gentlemen, Spencer, Tracy, and Fay Wray.
My thanks to you, Mr. DeMille, and to the sponsors of this program for their wonderful complexion care, Lux Toilet Soap. Like most actresses, I've used it constantly for many years because, in my opinion, there's nothing better for keeping the skin smooth and fresh and clear. And Spencer, I want to tell you what a pleasure it was playing opposite you tonight. You know, it would seem that you're the favorite doctor of the Lux Radio Theater. Each time you've been here, you've played an MD.
Well, there's no profession I respect more, Fay, and none that has more real drama. You know, what a lot of us seem to overlook is the fact that the work made famous by men like Pasteur and Reed, by William Harvey and Jenner and Perret, still goes on in laboratories all over the world. Look what's happened in the last few years. Pernicious anemia has been beaten by 2 young doctors who found a wonderful remedy in liver. And out of the dirt and filth of sewers, mind you, has been found a bacteriophage that has revolutionized the treatment of staphylococcal infections. And at this moment, in quiet corners, men are bent over their microscopes in a struggle that may go on for years, but undoubtedly will someday see the ends of colds and of cancer and infantile paralysis. In a world where so much is measured by power and wealth, where destruction is still practiced and tolerated, what a source of comfort it is to know that some great minds still think great thoughts, how to help humanity.
Yes. The world stands still without medicine, without unselfishness. Not all of us can be Arrowsmiths, but we can and should make our little sacrifices for the common good.
Which leads me to an announcement our sponsors join me in making for the annual mobilization of human needs. This is a national drive for the support of hundreds of welfare organizations throughout our country. Funds are necessary to care for the needy, and only through your individual contributions can the money be raised to continue the good work. So we ask that you give your support, and remember that your contribution may mean new life to a man, to a woman, or to a helpless child. Be a good neighbor and send your donation to your local community chest.
I'm sure our entire audience will do their utmost, Mr. DeMille. And now, good night.
Good night, C.B.
Good night, Faye. Good night, Frankie. Melodrama comes to our microphone next Monday night. In the story of a girl and the 3 men she loved. One is her father, a famous criminal lawyer. One is her fiancé. And the third, a man outside the pale of society. It's a play that ran with great success on Broadway and the screen. A Free Soul. As the girl, brought up to do whatever she thinks is right, regardless of public opinion, we bring you Ginger Rogers. And starring with her, Donna Michi and Charles Winninger. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Ginger Rogers, Charles Winninger, and Donna Michi in A Free Soul. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Bing Crosby and Joan Blondell in She Loves Me Not with Nan Gray.
Lux presents Hollywood. These programs, ladies and gentlemen, are made possible through your purchases of our products and are the means our sponsors take of showing you their appreciation. Tonight finds us headlining Bing Crosby, Joan Blondell, Nan Gray, Barbara Weeks, Sterling Holloway, and William Frawley in that great stage and screen success, She Loves Me Not. As guests, Molly Merrick, noted author and movie reporter, and Miss Una McClelland of the University of Southern California. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers. We turn our program over now to the producer of the Lux Radio Theater, your host, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Back in 1925, at just about this time of year, a footsore young man tramped into Los Angeles with assets consisting of a drum, a voice with a husk in it, a knack of phrasing songs that was entirely new, and $15 in cash. He'd driven from Spokane, Washington, but his automobile had expired several miles back on the edge of the San Fernando Valley. His name was Harry, but he was heard first at the Coconut Grove in Los Angeles under his nickname, Bing. Later, he toured with Paul Whiteman's orchestra. Then radio catapulted him into national fame and Hollywood. Bing Crosby today is one of the biggest box office attractions in motion pictures. His voice and personality lure millions to their loudspeakers weekly. His phonograph records are bestsellers the world over. Few names in sports are more respected than Bing's. He owns a large stable of racehorses, plays championship golf, and is actively concerned in football and prize fighting. In spite of these multiple interests, you're very likely on a Sunday morning to find the screen's #1 crooner singing in a choir of a small church near Hollywood. Recipient of countless honors, his latest is the degree of Doctor of Philosophy in Music, bestowed a few weeks ago by Gonzaga College, where Bing once studied law. Tonight, he becomes a college student once again, as he reenacts the role of Paul Lawton, which he played on the screen for Paramount in Howard Lindsay's rich comedy, She Loves Me Not. Starred with Bing is the ever-delightful Joan Blondell as Curly Flagg. Daughter of a vaudeville comedian, Joan has been on the stage in all parts of the world since childhood. Few stars in Hollywood have worked so hard for success or deserve it more. Discovered on Broadway by Warner Brothers, her talent in both comedy and drama has been established in a score of hit films. And we look forward to seeing Joan next in The Perfect Specimen. From the new Universal Studios comes Nan Gray, a discovery whom Hollywood has been watching very closely since her splendid performance in Three Smart Girls. Nan's next film is called More Than Love, and tonight she's heard as Midge Mercer. Barbara Weeks plays Frances, Sterling Holloway is Buzz Jones, and William Frawley of Paramount Studio is Gus McNeil. Now for the brighter side of higher education. The Lux Radio Theater presents She Loves Me Not, starring Bing Crosby, Joan Blondell, with Nan Gray. It's Monday night in the Hilarity Club in Philadelphia. On the dance floor, Curly Flagg, a vivacious little blonde, is in the middle of her first number.
You're gonna lose your gal. You're gonna lose your gal.
In a dimly lighted corner of the club, a gangster sits alone over a cup of coffee. Another gangster threads his way through the tables and stands behind him. Suddenly, there's a shot.
Curly, what's the matter out there? Tess, I just saw a man get shot. I heard it here in the dressing room. Yeah, right in the middle of my number. A guy pulls out a gun and... Did you see him? Sure. It all happened right in front of me. Oh, where's my coat? Where's my coat? I gotta get out of here. Why? You think I want to get mixed up in this? The cops will grab me for a witness and throw me in the jug for months. But Curly, you ain't even taken off your costume. Well, I ain't got time. So long, Tess. Curly, where you going? I don't know, but I gotta get out of here fast.
Papy, gangster shot in Hilarity Club. Police hunt singer Curly Flagg. Papy.
Hey, girlie, this is as far as I go.
Thanks. I'll get out here then. Would you mind telling me the name of this place?
This is Purnell, girlie, and them buildings over there is dormitories, part of Purnell University.
Oh, a college, huh?
Yep.
Well, thanks for the lift, mister.
So, all right. Night.
Night.
This period of English literature to the year 106 is called Old English or Anglo-Saxon. Come in.
Hello.
What? Hey, wait, you can't. You can't come in here. Women aren't allowed in the dormitories.
Well, there ain't no signs up that I can see. Hey, are you one of these college students?
Yes, but I won't be if you...
I've been watching you through the window, and when I saw you eating that piece of cake, well, I just couldn't help it.
Oh, is that what you wanted? A piece of cake? Well, here. That's a cinch.
Thanks.
What, you want a glass of water?
Uh-huh. Yes.
You feel better now?
Oh, I was awful hungry.
What's the matter? You broke?
Uh-huh.
You don't mean you're actually starving.
Well, I don't suppose you really starved for about a week or 10 days, do you?
Oh, well, here. We'll go on down to a restaurant and get you fed right.
I can't.
Why not?
The police are after me.
Police?
Yeah.
Well, what is it?
It's a murder case.
A murder?
Yeah, but I didn't do it. They want me for a material witness.
You mean you actually saw somebody get murdered?
Yeah, but I didn't know who the guy that done it. I only saw the back of his head. You see, I was doing my numbers at the time.
Number?
Yeah, at the Hilarity Club where I work. I didn't even take time to change.
Well, look, if you didn't do it...
Say, I knew a girl once that got mixed up in a murder. Perfectly innocent, you understand? And they held her in jail for 4 months. I ain't going to sit in no jail for 4 months, I'll tell you those.
Gee. Can they Can they really do that to you?
Sure, if you can't put up no bond.
That's a darn shame. Say, look, my allowance doesn't come until next week, but I can let you have it.
Ah, that's no use. This is a big-time murder. They'll be watching for me everywhere. It's no good taking your money and walking right into a cop's arms, you know.
No. Well, there must be something we can do.
Hey, you boys get a pretty good break here. It's nice. Can I have a cigarette?
Oh, sure.
Thanks. I looked in your window a long time before I got my nerve up. You look like somebody that might help a girl.
Mm-hmm.
Say, that sounds like somebody doing taps.
Huh?
Listen.
Oh, that's, up there, that's Buzz Jones. He's got the room over this. He's a swell tap dancer.
Yeah?
You see, I think I'll go up and talk to Buzz a minute. You stay here, huh?
Oh, well, you'll be back, won't you?
Oh, sure. We'll think of some way to help you out of this. Hey, Buzz.
Hiya, Paul.
Cut that out, will you? Now, listen, what do you think I got downstairs in my room?
I'm on the wagon till after commencement.
No, no kidding, Buzz. It's a girl, a chorus girl, right out of a nightclub.
Yeah? Just lift up my typewriter over there, will you? You'll find the Queen of Sheba.
No, listen, Buzz, this is on the level.
You mean you got a girl in your room? A female girl?
That's what I've been trying to tell you. A nightclub chorus girl, boy.
Oh, and only 2 weeks before you graduate. Listen, Paul, it's not worth it. You better chase her out of here so darn fast.
Well, I can't. She's wanted by the police. She's mixed up in a murder.
Look, will you just quietly get on out of here? I got to study.
No, Buzz, honest, it's true. She's down there. She didn't do the murder. She just saw it done, and the police want her for a witness. Say they can keep her in jail for 6 months or a year until the case comes to trial, if it ever does. She's in trouble, Buzz, and we got to help her.
You get in the darndest messes. How do you do it?
Well, you're in on this one, too, now. I declared you in.
Oh, just fell, huh? You know how it's going to look if we get caught?
Yes, but... Well, if one man were caught hiding a girl in the dormitory, it might look bad. Very bad, but
Yeah.
2 men? No.
No, 2 men makes it fine.
Well, look, come on downstairs, will you? Come on, I want you to meet her.
Oh, that'll be just ducky.
Say, it's a good thing the other fellas in this entry are out tonight, huh?
Yes, indeed, but we're taking plenty of risks as it is.
Well, go on, go ahead in.
Hello, boys.
Oh, hello.
This is, Buzz Jones.
Pleased to meet you. My name's Curly Flagg.
Miss Flagg, I salute you.
Buzz and I are going to take care of you.
Oh, yes?
Well, now, look, we'll just hide her here until the whole thing blows over, huh? We can dress her up in boys' clothes.
Hey, wait a minute.
Buzz, you're a genius. We'll have to cut her hair, of course.
Of course.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, did you ever cut anybody's hair?
No, but, I used to mow the front lawn when I was a sprout.
That's the same thing. Come on.
I got some nail scissors here someplace.
Wait a minute. I'm not so crazy about this.
Now, my dear young woman, I must ask you please not to interrupt. Now, would you rather we trimmed your hair or turned you over to the cops?
Well, do you think I ought to pull?
Sure.
Okay.
Get the scissors.
Right here.
It'll grow out again in jail, I suppose.
You're not going to jail. You ready, Buzz?
Sure.
Ready, Curly?
I guess so.
All set? Go!
Next. Shine, manicure. Next.
Listen, take it easy.
Oh, hold still, will you? How can I cut your hair if you're going to jump around?
How
like
about a
that?
nice shampoo?
You might spoil my looks, you know. Ain't you done yet? I'll be bald-headed in a minute.
Oh, look out, will you? Now, that was your fault.
What'd you do?
Well, I just went a little deeper than I had figured.
Oh.
How's it look, Buzz?
Well, it looks kind of chewed, but could be worse.
Well, let me see. Where's the mirror?
Right over there.
Oh, yeah. Say, I make a pretty good-looking boy at that, don't I? Spoon bar. Yeah, college.
Hey, shut up. You know, if they catch her, Paul, you're going to graduate awful sudden.
Yeah, I know. Where's she going to sleep?
Well, look, I tell you, I'll run up to New York tonight and tackle the old man about a job for her. So she can stay in my room, huh?
Who is your old man, Buzz?
He's president of Super Sound Pictures. Why?
You mean you're going to get me in the movies? Oh, boy.
Hey, pipe down, will you? Look, I think I'll write some friends about some more work for her, huh? You know, I might even wire my dad in Detroit.
Oh,
my
yeah.
uncle, huh?
Yeah, but I wouldn't wire Frances if I were you. She might not like it so much.
Why not? Who's Francis?
His fiancée.
Oh, he's got one of those, huh?
Yeah, now look, come on, Curly. Upstairs to my room. We'll get you those boys' clothes and lock you in for the night.
Well, swell. So long, Paul.
Good night. Now, remember, if you need anything, just tap on the floor. I'll hear you.
Oh, tap on the floor, huh? Sure. Well, see you later, my old college chum.
Hey, what's the matter? What's the matter up here? Stop that.
Oh, why didn't you let me finish it? I was doing a dance for you.
You're doing a dance?
Yeah, I just routine a swell comedy dance. I wanted to show it to you.
Well, this is no time to be showing me a dance. Now, why don't you go to bed? Gee, you must be dead.
No, I'm feeling great. You boys have been so good to me. Especially you. Gee, you're a swell kid.
Thanks. But I've got a 9 o'clock lecture. I think I better get some sleep.
Oh, don't walk out on me. Let's have a cigarette together, huh?
No, I can't.
Sure you can. Now sit down over there. I get scared up here all alone. I get awful scared.
Well, it sort of scares me, too.
Oh, you poor darling.
Oh, I'm not kidding. This is serious. You know, we're trying to help you, but we're taking awful chances to do it.
I know it.
You got to be careful. You got to help us all you can.
Sure I will. There's nothing I wouldn't do for you. Give us a kiss, Polly Wolly.
What? Say, listen.
Good.
Get off my lap.
Hey, what's the idea? I ain't no sack of potatoes. Who do you think you're tossing around? Fresh.
Now, you listen to me, Curly Flag, and get this through your head. I got no more of that kind of interest in you than I have in the congressional record. No more than I'd have in a horse if I saw a man beating him and made him stop. That wouldn't mean I wanted to have a schmoozling party with the horse, would it?
Oh, you...
Now, don't you ever do anything like that to me again.
Oh, you get out of here. You get out, you see? Don't ever come back.
Good night.
Good night, you rotten barber.
And that's the story, Dad. I figured you might be able to help her out. Paul Lawton's got her hidden in my room. We got to keep it quiet, of course.
Of course.
Then you'll help her, Dad?
Certainly I will. Now, if you'll just step outside a minute, Buzz, I'm pretty busy.
Okay, now, but don't forget, keep it quiet.
So long, Buzz. Hello? Give me the publicity department, quick. Hello, publicity. This you, Gus? Well, listen, Gus. Supersound Pictures has a new star. Yeah, her name is Curly Flag. Don't ask me what she looks like. I don't know. But it's the biggest publicity story of the year.
Mother, just look at this.
Yes, Francis? What is it, Francis?
It's Paul. He's involved with a nightclub girl, a murderess.
Paul Lawton?
There's a picture in the paper. I'm going to break our engagement.
Oh, my dear, don't do anything hasty.
Hasty? I'm going down to Purnell this minute.
Take a telegram, Miss Higley.
Yes, Mr. Lawton.
The Dean, Purnell University. My nephew, Paul Lawton, senior class, wires me he has met, quote, deserving chorus girl, unquote. Most unfortunate to expose him to dangerous associates. Suggest you investigate and advise me of situation. Charles M. Lawton. That's all. Oh, wait a moment. Take another one. Paul Lawton, 54 Anderson Hall, Purnell. Astounded and uneasy, contents your wire. Stop. Insist you drop a fare immediately. Stop. There is no such thing as a deserving chorus girl.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Paul Lawton. I'd like to see Dean Mercer, please. Is he home?
He should be here any minute. Won't you come in?
Thanks.
Who is it, Martha?
A young man to see your father, Miss Mercer.
Have him come in.
Would you go in, please?
Thanks. Oh, how do you do?
How do you do? I'm Dean Mercer's daughter, Midge Mercer.
His daughter?
Yes.
Well, I'm Paul Lawton, senior class.
Won't you sit down?
Thank you. I didn't know Dean Mercer had a daughter.
Well, I've only been home from Paris a little while. I've been living over there studying.
Music?
Yes. Oh, you must be the Paul Lawton that wrote the music for the last Triangle show.
That's right.
I've been running over some of it. It's delightful.
Thank you.
As long as you're here, you can start on this one.
All right.
Don't spare the voice, Mr. Lawton. Sing it.
Well, you asked for it. All through the day I'm nervous, I'm restless, I'm fidgety, waiting for the day to hurry by. I kind of like the evening, give me a crimson sky, when the sun is low. I'm riding high, I'm humming, 'cause my daily work is through, and I know that night is coming, and the night'll find me arm in arm with you. I'm whistling, looking at that lovely moon, when the stars above are glistening, I'm just as tickled as a baby with a toy balloon. La, 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 I'm singing, happy as a boy can be, 'cause I see you right there waiting, underneath that usual 3-4-2. Now if you wonder why I'm humming, and if you wonder why I'm whistling, if you wonder why I'm singing, well, I'm singing and I'm humming and I'm whistling all the day, 'cause I'm on my way to you.
That's lovely.
Thanks. Well...
Oh, you're not through yet. Sit down.
See, I'm really here on some serious business.
What have you been doing?
Doing?
Well, when a student calls on Father, he's generally been up to mischief.
Well, you're more or less right.
What have you done?
Well, it's,
Oh, come on. Confession's good for the soul.
Well, as a matter of fact, it's rather foolish and complicated. You wouldn't care for it.
You have a story to tell Father. Don't you think you might better rehearse it on me?
Come, Lawton. What have you to say for yourself?
Well, I have a sneaking idea your father got a telegram about me.
Oh, one just came. There it is on the table.
Yes.
Can you divine what it says?
Something probably about explaining how it happens that a respectable university allows me to get myself involved with chorus girls.
I'm fascinated. Then you're involved with chorus girls.
No, that's why it's all so silly. I'm not.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
How do you mean?
Well, wouldn't you like to be?
No. Now that I've met you, I got trouble enough.
Well spoken, sir. But if there isn't any chorus girl, why should...
But there is.
Make up your mind.
Her name is Curly Flagg.
Well?
Well, Buzz Jones, Buzz is about the best friend I got in college, I guess. We met this girl, and she was hungry and had no place to sleep.
Yes?
And she said she'd been a chorus girl in a nightclub in Philadelphia. There'd been some trouble, so she ran away. And, well, we took her name and her address.
Her address?
Yes, sure, so we could let her know what turned up, you see.
Oh. She didn't have any place to sleep, but she had an address. It's care of the Ritz, I suppose.
Yeah. Well, she knew where she could get a room.
Oh. It's a fine story, but I wouldn't try it on Father. Will you answer one question truthfully? Is she the girl the police are looking for in connection with that nightclub shooting business in Philadelphia?
What?
Yes or no?
Well, where did you get such an idea?
You used her right name, Curly Flagg, and it's been in all the papers.
Hmm.
It's all right, really. I'll never tell a soul. Now, if you'll tell me the truth, we'll see what can be done to help you. Where is she now?
In Buzz Jones's room.
What?
We cut her hair.
You did what?
We cut her hair with the nail scissors, and we filed her away. She's dressed up like a boy.
Oh, I must see her.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. Now, see here, Mr. Lawton. I'll get you out of your trouble, but under certain conditions. I must meet Curly Flagg.
No, can't be done.
If you'll promise to let me see that haircut, I'll open this telegram. If it's the one you're expecting, I'll tear it up. Father will never see it.
You'll do that?
If I can meet Curly Flagg. When is everyone likely to be out of the dormitories?
Well, nearly everybody goes to dinner within, a few minutes after 6, I think.
Say 10 past 6, then?
Yeah.
I'll be there at 6:10. What's the address?
54 Anderson. But, what about that telegram?
Here it is, and here it goes.
Say, that's really swell of you. For a while this morning, I thought I was going to get into some trouble.
Midge?
Look out. And here, Father.
Oh, hello, Midge, dear. Oh, Lawton, isn't it?
Yes, sir. How do you do, sir?
Mr. Lawton wrote this music. You know, the Triangle Show, so he came over to play it for me.
Oh, yes, very creditable. Please go on.
Sing that last one again, Mr. Lawton.
Yes, of course. I'm humming,
when my daily work is through.
Very nice. Oh, Midge.
Yes, Father?
Midge, is there a telegram here for me?
Why, no, Father.
Are you sure?
Oh, yes, I'm quite sure.
Well, that's strange. The telegraph office called me and said they delivered one here.
Oh, well, you know how those things happen.
Well, it's not so important, really. You see, they read it to me over the phone.
In a few moments, we'll go on with Act Two of She Loves Me Not, starring Bing Crosby, Joan Blondell, and Nan Gray. Meantime, let's look in at the Brown Derby, that famous Hollywood restaurant. We're sure to find it filled with movie people, perhaps several of the beautiful women whose names are known to film goers the world over. But tonight, we're interested in the conversation of two little waitresses. One of them has just come to Hollywood. Naturally, she's impressed.
Gee, I can't believe it. Me being so close to Clark Gable, I could reach out and touch him. And, I nearly dropped my tray. Isn't that Claudette Colbert over there?
It sure is. Stunning, isn't she?
I'll say. What a complexion. Oh, what wouldn't I give to know how she keeps it so gorgeous?
You mean to say you don't know? You are a greenie.
Oh, well, anyway, knowing won't do me any good. Look at the money they have to spend.
Yeah? Well, let me tell you something. 9 out of 10 of these swell-looking screen stars use Lux toilet soap because it has active lather that guards against cosmetic skin.
Cosmetic skin?
Sure. Cosmetic skins are the little blemishes and enlarged pores that develop when you let your pores get choked with dust and stale cosmetics, when you don't remove them thoroughly.
Do you use Lux toilet soap?
I sure do. Whenever I put on fresh makeup and every night before I go to bed.
Gee, I'm learning things. I'll buy some Lux toilet soap on my way home tonight.
I can see you're the kind that learns fast. You'll get along.
Once again, Mr. DeMille.
We continue She Loves Me Not, starring Bing Crosby and Joan Blondell, with Nan Gray, Barbara Weeks, Sterling Holloway, and William Frawley. The same evening, a few minutes before 6, in Buzz Jones' room, Curly Flagg stands in front of the mirror admiring her boy's costume, which consists of rather baggy trousers and an old windbreaker. Gus McNeil, publicity director for Super Sound Pictures, knocks quietly at the door. Curly turns quickly, putting on her very heaviest male voice.
Who is it?
Hiya.
Hello. Bud Jones is out of town. I'm his cousin.
Well, I'll be a ring-tailed baboon.
All right. Go ahead and be at someplace else.
Hey, that's a good performance. You know, I've seen dames play little boys before, but... Hey, let's see you walk.
Let's see you walk. Just turn around and walk out.
Now listen, Curly.
I don't know what you're talking about or who you are, but you better get out of here before I call my cousin.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Now listen, my name's McNeil. Gus McNeil. Here's my card. Now read it and take it all back.
Oh, you're from Super Sound Pictures.
Well, if you see it on my card, it must be so.
How do I know you're really from Super Sound?
Oh, now look, Curly, we're wasting time. May we, speak freely?
I guess so.
Well, very well. To begin with, how'd you like to be featured in your first picture?
Wow.
Be quiet. When I want an answer, I'll ask for it. Now, to continue, Mr. J. Thorvald Jones has an impression that Super Sound may be able to use you, and he's delegated me to decide. There are several things to be settled. Your age, your figure, your salary, and you may have to go to a hospital for a few days to get your voice cut out of your nose and grafted into your throat.
Say, listen.
You listen. I'll do all the talking. If Super Sound gives you a contract, they'll post any necessary bonds with the police for your appearance. Your legal troubles will be finished. Would you like that?
I certainly would.
All right. Now, I have a cameraman downstairs. We're going to take a bunch of photographs. Tomorrow we'll do a newsreel. You're to work under my absolute orders, understand?
But look at...
You look at... Now, here's the gag. We've got a college picture on the fire now, but it's terrible. Beatrice Yvonne is starred, but we're going to fire her, and you'll take her place.
Wow.
Quiet. I'm going downstairs and help Andy get the camera ready. Then I'm going over to the hotel and see if Joe Arkle from the United Press has got in yet. Baby, we're going to plaster your name on the front page of every newspaper from here to Seattle and back.
Oh, Mr. McNeil.
Midge!
Is this Mr. Lawton's room?
Oh, come on in, Midge.
Hello, Paul.
I've been expecting you.
I hope no one saw me coming.
Oh, there's not much danger of that at this hour.
Nice room you've got here. Except for those steins.
Those steins? Well, I'll positively break them all the first thing in the morning. Now, what did your father say after I left?
Nothing, which usually means trouble.
Well, he asked me to go to his office tomorrow morning. What am I going to tell him?
We'll decide that after I see Curly. Where is our heroine?
Upstairs. She'll wait.
What for?
Oh, I don't know. I thought we might talk a little.
All right, let's talk.
Yes, let's talk. Well, I'm not so good at talking.
Oh, is this the piano the maestro uses when he writes his operas?
That's it. I've been here all afternoon, cut 2 lectures and a lab session, just to write something extra special for this occasion.
How interesting. I've had poems written to me, but never songs. Is this it?
Mm-hmm.
For me?
For you. Listen.
I could sing your praises with eloquent phrases, describe you and bribe you with wonderful speeches. I could sing your praises with grand repartee. But, darling, I desire to confess my love, express my love this way. I know the words that I use are simple and not very smart, but what I say to you, straight from the shoulder, right from the heart. Others may sing the spring, to them making love is an art, but when I sing to you, straight from the shoulder, right from the heart. Who cares if others may laugh, if as a lover I am green? Who cares? Let them all laugh, as long as you know just what I mean. It's old as the hills, it's true, to whisper I love you, I do. But when I say I love you, I do. And when I pray that we'll never part, it's straight from the shoulder, right from the heart to you.
That's a lot better than talking. Are you going to devote your life to music?
Oh, no. Surgery. And you?
Well, surgeons come in handy at times. May I keep this?
Well, you're the one it was written for. Midge.
Please don't.
Midge, listen, Midge.
Stop it, please. Why did you do that?
What?
I suppose I should have expected something like this. Coming here. You were no more than polite.
Oh, no, now, please,
Oh, I'm always getting into idiotic situations. I quite understand how you got the impression that this would be my idea of a perfect way to pass the time.
Oh, no, please, I didn't think anything of the kind. I didn't mean to kiss you.
Then why did you?
Well, because I'm in love with you.
Well, I'm not in love with you. At least...
At least what, Midge?
I'm not sure what.
Oh, Midge,
Well, good evening.
Francis, well...
Come in, Mother. Francis, dear. I thought I'd find the lady friend in this room. How nice.
Well, what are you doing here?
Surprised, aren't you? And as for you cheap chorus girl.
Francis, you...
Who is this girl, anyway?
Well, we're engaged to be married.
We were engaged to be married.
My dear, my dear.
Oh, that's all very well, Mother. But if you think I'm going to walk into my fiancé's room and find him with this woman and say nothing about it...
I'm afraid this is all a little over my head. I suppose it means something, but I don't know what. Paul might have explained it to me, but he didn't. Thank you all for a most entertaining performance.
Now you've fixed it. That was Miss Mercer. The dean's daughter.
What? Oh, the dean's daughter. In the first place, I don't believe it. In the second place, what was she doing in your room, whoever she was?
Now, you keep quiet. I'd like to know who asked you to come into my room sneaking in trying to catch me at something.
Children, really.
Mother, we're going to have this out.
Yes, you bet we are.
Francis, dear, I won't allow it. I can't.
Where's your dear, sweet, deserving chorus girl, then? Or are you afraid I'd offend her, too?
Well, you offend me, I'll tell you that.
Oh, I do.
Yes, you do.
Children.
I'm not a complete fool.
Yes, you are. You'd wait till I get a chance to explain.
I'll wait for nothing. Come, Mother.
Now, listen.
No, I hate you. Do you hear? I hate you. And I wouldn't marry you if you had twice as much money.
Hello there, buddy.
Who you? This is Buzz Jones' room, and he's out of town.
Oh, that's all right, fella. I ain't looking for no Buzz Jones. I got a date with a dame in the state college somewhere.
You can't hang around in here. Beat it.
I ain't going to hurt nobody, kid. Take it easy. Take it easy. I just want to catch me breath.
Well, catch your breath outside.
Now, look at here, guy.
If you don't get out of here, I'll send for some of the boys downstairs.
Hey, wait a minute. Come here, let's take a good look at you. Hey, you go to school here, kid?
No, I just come down to visit my cousin.
You're just here on a visit, huh?
Yeah, going back home tomorrow.
Yeah, back to the hilarity.
Huh?
Hello, Curly.
Oh, what do you mean?
The boys down at the hilarity asked me to look you up. They all said, give my regards to Curly Flag.
I'm not Curly Flag. I'm not Curly Flag.
Oh, so you ain't Curly
No,
Flag?
no, I'm not.
You know why I'm here, Curly? The Boles is looking for you as a witness. You might tell him what you seen that night.
I didn't see anything. I tell you, I didn't.
Yeah, but supposing the Bulls went to work on you with a rubber hose.
Oh, I didn't see anything, I tell you.
We ain't taking no chances. You and me is going for a ride.
Oh, you keep away
it
from
ain't
me.
no use, Curly. Let's get going.
No.
Shut up. You hear a book going to push.
Help!
What's the matter? What's the matter?
Oh, Paul.
Hey, what are you doing in here? Now, get away from her.
Get away yourself,
Look out, he's got a gun. No. Oh, boy. You knocked him out cold, Paul. Golly, I was so scared.
Who is he?
He's a gangster from the Hilarity Club. He wanted to take me away from here so the cops couldn't get at me.
You mean he came here to take...
Yes, to rub me out. Gee, you saved my life.
Good Lord.
I'll bet he's got his whole gang with him.
What do you mean?
Yeah. You see? There. Now, what did I tell you?
He's coming in.
Well, sock him. Sock him hard.
Hey, what's all the rumpus about?
Ow. Oh, what you hit him for?
Shut that door. Who's he?
That's Mr. McNeil, the best friend I got.
Well, how did I know that?
He's going to get me in the movies. You just went and ruined my whole career.
Now, look here, Curly.
I'll bet he's dead. Oh, dear.
Maybe that's one of them. Now, grab that vase on the table and stand behind the door. When I open the door, let him have it.
All right, I got it.
Lawton, what's the meaning of all this?
Oh. Will you look at what you've done?
Dear, I blew him out like a light. Who is it?
That was only Mercer, the dean of the college.
Well, that makes us even.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
While waiting for Act 3 of She Loves Me Not, starring Bing Crosby, Joan Blondell, and Nan Gray, we'll have an interlude with a real student from a real college. Many people have the idea that a modern college consists of a football field surrounded by pretty girls and a few classrooms. But while the University of Southern California has its share of gridiron heroes and dazzling co-eds, it's also one of the finest schools on the West Coast, and I believe the only university in the world offering a complete course in cinematography. Cinematography is a college word meaning the art of making motion pictures. To tell us what Hollywood in a classroom is like, I've chosen one of the students at random. She's turned out to be Miss Una McClelland. And if beauty is a requirement in cinematography, I'd say Miss McClelland must be on the honor roll.
That's all very nice, Mr. DeMille, but it may lead some people to believe that all we're interested in is in becoming stars. Actually, we haven't any illusions about becoming Garbos or Gables. We simply realize that motion pictures are one of the greatest forces in modern life, and we think it's a good idea to know something about them. By this, I mean a knowledge of such things as costuming, makeup, writing, producing, directing, and photography. These are some of the subjects we study, and while our work can't be compared with what you do in a real studio, we can and do start from scratch and turn out pretty good motion pictures.
With the university only a few miles from Hollywood, our studios ought to be of some help to you.
They certainly are. Without their help, our course couldn't be nearly as interesting or successful. They aid in many ways. First, they let us use their studios and laboratories for experiments. Then they've been very generous in lending us stage settings and costumes. And every year when our varsity club puts on its stage show, they help us out in coaching. Famous actors and personalities like Adrian, the designer, lecture to us from time to time. And here's something else I've learned from our contacts with the studios, that practically every movie star uses Lux toilet soap and has used it for years. I've heard them tell about it right on this program. Of course, I'm not a movie star, and I don't ever expect to be one. But you may still be interested in my opinion. I use Lux toilet soap regularly, and I'm sincerely enthusiastic about it as a beauty care, and a lot of my friends use it, too. Now let me see. How else have the studios helped us? Oh, yes, one of the greatest things they've done for us is to use students as extras. They've aided many boys and girls to pay their way through school. USC students may be seen in several current pictures. Among them, Wells Fargo, Navy Blue and Gold, and Life Begins in College.
And the university helps Hollywood. Your campus and buildings have come in very handily for some of our new college pictures, like Yank at Oxford and Hold'em Navy. Tell me, do the students still regard it as an event to have a movie company photographing on the campus?
Of course, it always gives us a big thrill, even if the stars remain very professional, as they always do. After a visit from Robert Taylor, the school might just as well close down for a few days as far as the girls are concerned. It takes us quite a while before we're able to do much concentrating again.
Among USC alumni who've made splendid connections with studios, I can think of Lawrence Tibbett, Buster Crabbe, John Wayne, and Cotton Warburton. But I can't think of any girl graduates who found jobs.
Well, after all, I guess the girls are more interested in finding a husband with a job than in finding a job for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss McClellan. Once more, Bing Crosby, Joan Blondell, Nan Gray, and our all-star cast in She Loves Me Not. Playing the Good Samaritan to the lone little chorus girl has turned out an expensive gesture. To date, it has netted our hero one broken engagement, one blasted romance, and a splitting headache. In his room, Paul walks the floor, nervously biting his nails. Curly enters in the very highest spirits.
Oh, Paul, you missed it.
I missed what?
You should have stayed upstairs. Mr. McNeil came too and we took pictures. Of course, the dean wasn't conscious yet, but just wait till he sees them.
Just wait.
Then I posed with the gangster boy. Come on upstairs. I'll let him take one of you.
No.
Oh, come on, Paulie Wally.
Will you listen to me a minute? Thanks to you, I've just written a letter resigning from college, and thanks to you, I've just socked a man on the jaw who's the father of the only girl
Well, forget it. Now, listen. They're going to star me in the movies. Won't you be proud of me?
Oh, Listen, will you get out of here?
All right, but listen, you'll be sorry when you see my picture in the paper.
I'll be sorry if I ever see your picture anyplace. Goodbye.
How do you feel, Father?
Oh, terrible.
Drink your coffee, dear. Didn't you tell them who you were as soon as you became conscious?
No, not immediately.
But why not?
Well, I couldn't believe I was conscious. When finally I did break loose, they kept snapping their cameras at me. And that picture of me kissing the chorus girl is fake.
You don't need to tell me that, Father. Father, must both of those boys be dropped?
Are you preparing to defend them? Your friend, Mr. Lawton, for instance?
I have no defense for Mr. Lawton. Not now. Not any longer.
Oh, Miss Mercer.
Yes, Martha?
There's someone on the phone for you.
Oh, I'll take it in the office. Excuse me, Father.
Don't be long, Midge.
Hello? Hello?
Goodbye, Midge.
What?
This is Paul. I said goodbye. That's the toughest part, so I want to get it over first.
Oh, goodbye and good luck.
Well, wait. Don't hang over.
Goodbyes are over.
Well, couldn't we talk our way backwards to...
There's nothing to talk about.
You think I was trying to play two girls at once, huh?
I counted 3 one day. That is, if I was included in your calculations.
Well, if I told you that I've never been in love with any girl in the world except you, would you believe me, Midge? Would you?
No, I wouldn't. Maybe your fiancé will believe it, but I don't.
Well, I didn't think you would, but it's true anyhow. I'm leaving Purnell today for good.
Hello.
What?
You started by saying goodbye. Well, I suppose hello is the end.
Well, wait, don't hang up. Please don't. Are you crying?
No, I'm not.
Midge,
Yes?
I'd like to have you listen to something, if you would. It's another song for you. You hold the phone, Midge?
Can it be the trees that fill the breeze with rare and magic perfume? Oh, no, it isn't a tree. It's love in bloom. Can it be the spring that seems to bring the stars right into this room? Oh, no, it isn't the spring. It's love in bloom. My heart was a desert. You planted a seed. And this is the flower, this hour of sweet fulfillment. Is it all a dream, the joy supreme that came to us in the gloom? You know it isn't a dream, it's love in bloom. My heart was a desert, and you planted a seed. And this is the flower, this hour of sweet fulfillment. Is it all a dream, the joy supreme that came to us in the gloom? You know it isn't a dream, it's love in bloom.
Hello. Hello, Midge. Did you hear it? Well, that's how I feel, Midge. That's really what I think of you, darling. You're listening, aren't you, Midge? Hello? Hello, Midge. Are you there? Midge.
What number are you calling, please?
Oh.
Jones and Lawton suspended. College students suspended.
Neighbor, Purnell student body in demonstration. Demand reinstatement of Jones and Lawton.
Senator Gray takes firm stand. Country rises to defense of Purnell students.
Super Sound Newsreel brings you Senator Gray, who comments on the situation raging at Purnell University. Senator Gray.
I am not a graduate of Purnell University. My university was that of hard knocks. But if the newspapers of this great country have reported correctly the recent events at Purnell, I feel very strongly that a grave injustice is being visited upon the students involved.
The girl of the hour, Curly Flagg, tells her story.
It was a dreadful experience for a girl like me. I was dancing at the Hilarity Club in Philadelphia. I love dancing so much that where I dance don't matter. I'm above my surroundings. The Purnell boys who took me in and sheltered me were just wonderful to me. Just wonderful. I'll never forget them. Never. They'll always be just my boys.
Buzz Jones, one of the boys who was dropped.
We students who were dropped by Purnell University have no complaint to make against the college authorities. And if the faculty still feels that we no longer deserve to be graduated from Purnell, then all I can say is that whether on the football field or in life, Purnell men can take it.
help you with your trunk, Buzz?
Oh, it just about finishes it. I got the books packed. You nearly ready?
Mm-hmm. We can make the 9:10, huh?
Yeah.
Well, goodbye, Purnell.
Oh, cheer up.
Yeah.
10 years from now, we'll laugh at being busted out and everything. Paul, did you ever think if we hadn't come to Purnell, you and I couldn't have gotten acquainted?
Well, that would have been a swell break for you, boy. What's that?
I don't know. They ought to have these windows cleaned. They're cheering for somebody.
Let me see, Buzz. Hey, look who it is. They're back.
Who?
Curly Flag and that press agent of your father's.
Oh, haven't they caused enough trouble around here?
Hello, Buzz. How are you, Mr. Lawton? I'm glad to find you together. Miss Flagg has come all the way from New York to thank you, boys. Come in, Miss Flagg.
My boys.
Oh, skip it, will you? Shut that door.
Oh, boys. Don't feel so bad about being canned out of college. We're working on that, and we just...
Sure. Let's be friends. Let's all be friends. Now, I've got a camera set up outside, and I want to get a picture of you two boys and Miss Flagg together.
Forget it, McNeil. It can't be done. We're already suspended now, and all we need is one more flashlight with her, and we're going to get hanged.
Look, I think that you and Miss Flagg had better go back to New York.
Not before we get a picture.
Well, you're not going to get one. Now, what do you know about that?
Any bets?
I'll bet you a poke in the nose if you try.
Yeah, you and who else?
Nix, Curly, Nix.
Oh, Mr. McNeil, these boys are just too young to appreciate what it means.
Come in.
Lawton, Jones?
It's the Dean. Hiya, Dean.
Shut up. Yes, Dean Mercer?
The faculty meeting has just been adjourned.
Yes, sir?
The deliberate propaganda and official pressure brought to bear on the faculty in favor of you boys have had nothing whatever to do with their decision to reinstate you.
You mean we're in?
Yes, you're in.
You! Pardon me.
Oh, boy. Give us a kiss, will you, Deanie?
No, now, take her out of here, will you, McNeil?
Come on, Curly. We got some pictures to shoot yet. I want to get one of you jumping out the second-story window.
Well, so long, fellas. And don't forget, even though I'm a star, I'll always think of you as...
Get out.
My boys.
Well, she's gone.
Yes.
Oh, Lawton.
Yes, sir?
I think there's someone waiting outside for you.
She is?
Yes.
Oh, say, thanks, Dean. I'll see you later, Buzz.
3 for Lawton! Lawton! Lawton!
Wait a minute. Wait. Thanks, fellas. Thanks very much. You'll excuse me a minute, won't you? I'm looking for... Oh, Midge, let's get out of this. I got to speak to you.
Oh, Paul. And do you forgive me for hanging up on you?
Oh, sure. Would you forgive me if I kissed you?
You didn't take the trouble to ask me the last time.
Oh, Midge.
So why bother now?
Oh, honey.
Oh, Midge, hey, listen.
Go away, Buzz.
Say, listen, they just took a picture of Curly jumping out of the window.
Does it matter?
Well, it does to your father. She landed on his head.
On his head?
Yeah, oh, gee. Hey, what's the matter with you two?
Go away, Buzz. Go away.
My heart was a desert. You planted a seed. And this is the flower, this hour of sweet fulfillment. Is it all a dream, the joy supreme that came to us in the gloom? You know it isn't a dream. It's love in bloom.
Our college days are over. We say goodbye to old Purnell. But we'll have Bing and Joan back for a valedictory speech before we say goodbye to you. Next to getting into the movies, most girls, it seems, would like nothing better than to be newspaper reporters. I can't blame them. Women reporters such as Molly Merrick lead lives of color, drama, and excitement. Miss Merrick has been a feature writer at home and abroad for the San Francisco Examiner. has doctored screen stories and written both novels and plays, but she's best known for the syndicated column Hollywood in Person, which she created some years ago.
Just 10 years ago, Mr. DeMille, to be exact. It makes my visit here something of an anniversary celebration.
Well, then let's talk about the Hollywood of 10 years ago. About the days when actors weren't forced to hide behind dark glasses because crowds then were content just to stand and look. But today...
Well, they want to come away with a tangible souvenir of the encounter. Anything from an autograph to the suit of clothes the actor may be wearing.
Perhaps in 1927, the players sought attention with almost as much intensity as they avoid it now.
How true. Tom Mix was one of the big stars when I came here. He drove down Hollywood Boulevard in a snow-white car. It was upholstered in scarlet leather. He had his name on the doors and a huge set of steer's horns on the radiator cap. And baby Mary Osborne, the Shirley Temple of 1927, had a pale blue limousine that no one could miss, with a large blue ribbon bow on the wheel. Today, baby Marie is still a young girl. She's making her comeback at RKO. Now, last winter when I was in New York, I caught sight of a pair of stockingless ankles at one of the fashionable hotels. It was a bitter cold day, so naturally I was interested in seeing who had such hardihood. It was Nita Naldi, the great vamp of silent films. She was the first actress to dare appear without stockings. She wore the first backless sundress.
What were some of our present stars doing in 1927?
Well, a quiet little red-haired girl was playing Oriental types most successfully. That was Myrna Loy. Even then, she had ideas of her own as to her proper type. And finally, she fought her way to high comedy roles and stardom. Bill Powell was a heavy villain a decade ago. And Francesca Gall, the leading lady of Mr. DeMille's latest film, The Buccaneer, was entering the Hungarian State Stage Academy, from which she was later dropped, for lack of talent, of all things. But eventually, she amazed everyone by becoming the favorite actress of most Europeans. Gary Cooper was then a tall, rangy chap who played cowboy parts. Very small parts, by the way. He didn't care about a contract, he said. He expected to make as much as $100 a week someday as a newspaper cartoonist. In 1927, the first picture with dialogue, The Jazz Singer, sent the whole colony into a frenzy. Douglas Fairbanks Sr. fearlessly prophesied that talking pictures would be a failure, and if producers insisted on making them, would eventually ruin the industry. Norma Shearer was less emphatic, but thought they would be a dismal flop. She little dreamed she would one day play Noel Coward's sophisticated characters or do Romeo and Juliet with Leslie Howard, a name then unknown in the motion picture profession. Since I've shown this evening how Hollywood prophets have come to grief with their prophecies, I think it's only fair that I should lead with my chin and say that pictures in the near future will be entirely in color. In all honesty, I must admit that I thought producer Walter Wanger was a little touched in the head when he told me that 5 years ago. I can very safely make another prophecy. I'm not leading with my chin at all this time. Lux toilet soap will be as popular with the Hollywood stars of 10 years from now as it is today, and as it has been during the decade I have spent among them. Year by year, new stars take their places in the Hollywood firmament. We no longer write about Phyllis Haver or Billy Dove or Sue Carroll, of Leatrice Joy or Mary Philbin. We write now of Claudette Colbert and Simon, of Louise Reiner and Joan Blondell, and a score of others who were unknown to movies a decade ago. But the men who began picture making, the great producers, never retire from their work because they fully understand the limitless future of this industry. I can think of nobody who exemplifies this statement more truly than our producer on this program, Cecil B. DeMille. I thank you.
Very generous of you, Molly. We'll now let Bing Crosby have a voice in the proceedings, accompanied by Joan Blondell.
What would you like for an obligato, Bing?
Oh, something about soap.
I'm forever blowing bubbles. How about it, Joan?
Burns you?
Well, this much about Lux. I think that Lux toilet soap is the finest soap in the world for keeping complexions lovely and healthy and smooth. And in case there's any doubt in your mind, let me tell you right now, Mr. DeMille, that I use Lux soap every single day at home and at the studio.
You know, I've heard reports about that, too.
Speaking of reports, Mr. C, where'd you get that first name of yours? That sounds like one to me.
Well, I tell you, back in the knee breeches days when I was a wee little tyke, a mere broth of a lad, as we say in Spokane, I used to totter around the streets with a gun on each hip. My favorite after-school pastime was a game known as cops and robbers, and I didn't care which side I was on. When a cop or a robber came in view, I would haul up my trusty six-shooters, made of wood, and loudly exclaim, "Bang, bang." As my luckless victim fell, clutching his side, I would shout, "Bang, bang," and I'd let him have it again. Then as his friends came to his rescue, shooting as they came, I would shout, bing, da bing, 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 bing.
I'm surprised they didn't call you Killer Crosby. Now tell me another story, Grandpa.
No, so help me, that's the truth. Ask Mr. DeMille.
Now, vouch for it, Bing. Aren't you making your next picture another cops and robbers story?
Yeah, that's right. It's from the O. Henry yarn, The Badge of Policeman O'Roon. So here am I, playing cops and robbers again after all these years. Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Bing, 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 bing,
I
bing,
think you
bing.
got him, Mr. DeMille.
Good night, Joan.
Our plans for your entertainment next Monday night are announced presently by Mr. DeMille. We dedicated our program tonight to the American Red Cross, for by the Red Cross we mean you, the people of America, who are the sinew and heart of this magnificent organization. It was you, the volunteer workers and givers, who went to the aid of 1 million sufferers when winter floods devastated the Ohio River Basin. You nursed, clothed, and rebuilt, and provided for widows and orphans. There will be future disasters whose effects you must forestall. Victims of 1938 may be any of us. Guarantee them help now. Join the Red Cross through your local chapter. The roll is being called. Answer with your name. Give your support. Mr. Crosby appeared through courtesy of the Kraft Music Hall and Louis Silver's 20th Century Fox Studios, where he's in charge of music for the new Shirley Temple film, Heidi. Mr. Frawley's new picture is Blossoms on Broadway. I return you now to Mr. DeMille.
A few weeks ago, we presented a play based on one of the first great dramas of Edna Ferber, Cimarron. A week from tonight, we present our radio adaptation of one of her most recent triumphs, Come and Get It. An exciting story of the colorful timberlands, of a man who carved an empire, and of a girl he could never forget. Our play is the occasion for bringing you one of the greatest casts ever assembled on the stage of the Lux Radio Theater. It's headed by the same superb actor you saw in the film, Edward Arnold. And sharing Stella honors, Anne Shirley, Walter Brennan, Lou Ayres, Mary Nash, and Mady Christians. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Edward Arnold in Come and Get It with Anne Shirley, Walter Brennan, Lou Ayres, Mary Nash, and Mady Christians. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Herbert Marshall and Margaret Sullivan in The Petrified Forest with Eduardo Cianelli.
Lux presents Hollywood. Week after week, these programs come to you, ladies and gentlemen, because week after week you make them possible through your loyalty to our products. And the Lux Radio Theater is the means our sponsors take of showing you their gratitude. Starring for you tonight are Herbert Marshall, Margaret Sullivan, Eduardo Cianelli, and Donald Meek. You will hear from two special guests, Charles J. Smith, superintendent of the Petrified Forest National Monument, and Nick Janios, manager of that famous movie restaurant, the Café de Paris at 20th Century Fox Studios. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers, with our entire production in the hands of that master showman, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The city of Baltimore gave us the Star-Spangled Banner. It also gave us a star-spangled group of theatrical personalities who assembled there just 5 years ago under the banner of the University Players. At that time, they were an unknown collection of stage-struck youngsters intent on making good. Their leading man was Henry Fonda, and their ingenue, a little miss from Virginia named Margaret Sullivan. They remained in Baltimore 17 weeks, employed by an optimistic producer who paid them $10 a week and meals. This year, as the star of Stage Door, Margaret Sullivan returned to the same city and to the same theater, rounding out a 5-year campaign in a burst of glorious success. When Margaret was in college, her English professor returned an essay she had written with the brief but uncompromising comment, "For heaven's sake, stop acting." Margaret was just stubborn enough to ignore him. reasoning that a girl must have some fun. She's been acting ever since. With her love for the legitimate stage, keeping her from Hollywood all too long. She's back here now, however, and starts work shortly on a new film. Margaret has a farm in New Jersey, cooks excellent onion soup, likes fishing, and doesn't mind at all if you call her Maggie. This is her debut in the Lux Radio Theater, and we hear her as Gabby in Robert Sherwood's great play, The Petrified Forest. It's always a particular pleasure to announce the return to our program of Herbert Marshall. When last here, Mr. Marshall was filming the Paramount picture Angel. Since then, with Barbara Stanwyck, he's made Breakfast for Two at RKO. His role tonight is that of Alan Squire. Two other splendid performers also make their Lux Radio Theater debut tonight. Eduardo Cianelli and Donald Meek. A comparative newcomer to pictures, Mr. Cianelli is already duplicating in films the brilliant record he established on the legitimate stage as a character actor. He comes to us as Duke Mantee, while Mr. Meek plays Gramp, Wallace Clark, Mr. Chisholm, and Frank Milan plays Boles. Our play begins. The Lux Radio Theater presents Herbert Marshall and Margaret Sullivan in The Petrified Forest with Eduardo Cianelli and Donald Meek. A little town in Arizona on the edge of the desert. It's a few minutes before noon, and the First National Bank is the scene of the usual midday activity. There's a line at the teller's window and a general quiet hum of conversation. Suddenly, the front door is thrown open, and four men stand in the doorway, leveling machine guns.
Stand where you are, everybody. Cut that game off. Shut up! This is a stick-up, folks. Now, everybody just stand still and you won't get into no trouble. This is Duke Mantee here, and he don't take no fooling.
Now mind the gap. Get that door back there. Cover the door, Hank. And don't let anyone in.
Okay, Duke.
Got the door, Jackie?
It's in the drawer. Open up, you. I'm speaking to you, Teller. Open it up yourself. Why, you...
Don't argue with him. Open it.
Let me give it to this wise guy, will you?
I'll take care of him myself. You got the door?
Yeah, all set, Duke.
Open the door, Duke.
Right.
Now, everybody stay right where you are. And if any wise guy's looking for trouble, remember, a Tommy gun makes a noise like this. That's just to give an idea. All right, Jackie, let's go.
Calling State Police, Arizona State Police. Duke Mantee last reported to be heading west on route number 66. Be on the lookout for a blue sedan bearing Oklahoma plates. Be careful, these men are armed. Warn motorists to avoid all roads in and about Petrified Forest area. That is all.
Warn all motorists. That's me, I guess. Maybe I should have been a little bit more careful about picking you up, brother.
If you mean I'm happy Duke Mantee, you can set your mind at rest. I'm not.
No, you don't look it exactly.
But you're right, of course. That was a lonesome spot back there. I hadn't had a lift for hours.
Oh, well, I took a pretty good look at you first.
And my honest confidence won the day.
Well, I don't know as you look so pesky honest. I just figured I was a match for you. My name's Jones.
Thank you. Mine's Squire.
Hitchhiking, huh?
That's right.
Where you from?
Well, if you mean originally, it's England. If you mean hitchhiking, I started in New York.
That's so? You looking for work?
Well, yes and no.
What line of work you in?
None just now. I have been at times a writer.
A writer, huh? Well, you won't find much to write about in these parts. Unless you happen to run into Duke Mantee.
Which I sincerely hope I do not.
How far are you going, Mr. Squire?
I'm not quite sure. I thought I might find some place to eat. I'm not in a hurry.
Well, the nearest place I know is the Black Mesa barbecue stand, the filling station.
The Black Mesa barbecue. Instructive but not illuminating. Just where is it?
Well, I'm going within a couple of miles of there. I'll show you before I drop you. Old man Maple and his granddaughter run it. Ain't so much of a place, but, well, it's all there is.
What's the sad news, Gabby?
Oh, you had hamburgers, pie, and coffee. That's 50 cents for you, 55 for your friend.
Hey, how come mine's more than his?
Well, you asked me to put a nickel in the piano, didn't you?
Come on, Nick. Don't argue. Here you are, Gabby.
Thanks.
See you around, Gabby.
Yeah.
Boy, this place sure is expensive. I don't know.
Gabby. Gabby.
Yeah, Gramp.
You ought to see Paula back there in the kitchen. I told her Duke Mantee was heading this way, and she's putting sugar in the soup and salt in the coffee. She's scared.
Oh, you oughtn't to scare Gramp. She's a bad enough cook as it is.
Oh, she's all right. When do I get my dinner, Gabby?
As soon as I can get around to it.
Change to 20, Gabby. Lady wants a pack of cigarettes and take out for 15 gallons of gas.
What kind of a car is out there, Boles?
It ain't Duke Mantee.
Well, now, maybe somebody, they might have heard about him. I'll take the change out, Gabby.
Yeah.
Don't forget to turn on the radio at 7 o'clock now and get the news.
How's it going, Gabby?
Oh, all right.
Not so good outside. 10 customers all day. If it gets much worse, you can fire me and handle the pump yourself.
You're satisfied.
Hey, Gabby, come outside and sit with me a while, will you?
Not just now. I've got things to do.
Oh, you've always got things to do when I want to talk to you.
Well, to tell you the truth, I want to read. I haven't had a minute to myself all day.
That book there?
Yeah.
That's it.
It's nothing that would interest you.
How do you know? Oh, poetry. The shapely, slender shoulders small, long arms, hands wrought in glorious... Oh.
I told you wouldn't like it.
Do you?
Sure. It makes me forget where I am.
You sure hate this place, don't you? Well, I didn't like it much when I first came.
Then why do you stay?
You ought to know that, Gabby. You can call me a sap if you want to, but I'm falling in love with you.
Yeah? Have you ever been in love before?
No.
Have you ever said you were?
Why, sure, lots of times.
Did they believe you?
Well, certainly they did. But I couldn't fool you, Gabby. I wouldn't want to. Don't you like me at all?
Sure, I like you.
But not much?
Some.
Enough for you, not enough for me. What's the matter with me, Gabby?
Nothing. Rose, why do you wear that football jersey?
Huh?
Number 42. You're proud of it, aren't you?
Well, I was pretty good back in college. Why, Oh, yes, I get it. I'm just another rah-rah boy, huh?
No, you're all right, Boles.
Say, what kind of a guy would it take to soften you up anyway?
Well, I don't know if anyone could. But I do know you'd have to be different. Not the people around here. You'd have to be like out of another world.
You're crazy, you know. Gabby, couldn't you pretend I was that fella and kiss me once?
Sorry.
Oh, come on, Gabby.
Stop it, Boles.
Oh, listen, baby,
Good evening.
Oh, good evening.
Can I get something to eat?
Yeah, Miss Maple here will take care of you.
Thank you.
You can sit down right over there. Here's a bill of fare. It's kind of grimy, but the food's clean. Well, what do you think you'd like? Hamburgers, steak?
I'll leave that to you.
Okay. Customer Boles. Boles.
All right.
By the way, where am I?
Black Mesa. And it's even more dreary than it sounds. Where are you planning to go?
My plans have been uncertain.
Oh, just bumming along?
Call it gypsying. I had a vague idea that I'd like to see the Pacific Ocean. And perhaps drown in it. But that depends.
Where'd you come from?
Quite a long way, Miss Maple. Is that the name?
Yeah, that's it. You're English, aren't you?
Call me an American, once removed. Why?
I could tell you didn't belong around here.
Is that a compliment? Sometimes I'm afraid I don't belong any place.
I'll go get you dinner.
There's his picture in the paper, Mr. Squire. Duke Mantee.
He doesn't look very vicious, does he?
Well, I'll tell you. You can't tell a killer except by his chin. Did you ever notice?
I don't think I ever saw a killer.
Well, I've seen plenty of killers. You ever hear of Billy the Kid?
Yes, indeed.
Well, I knowed him well. He took a couple of shots at me once.
I congratulate you on still being with us.
Well, it was kind of dark, and he'd had a few drinks. I don't think he meant to do me no real harm. He just wanted to scare the pants off of me.
Grab his cup and let him
Well, by golly, it's about time. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Squire.
Pleased to meet you, sir.
Like the soup?
It's the best I ever tasted.
Well, shall I pour your coffee now?
Thanks. Your grandfather's a charming old gentleman.
Oh, Gramps, all right.
He told me he'd been missed by Billy the Kid.
Yeah, he tells everybody that. Did I hear him say you're a writer?
Yes.
See, I haven't met many writers, except Sidney Wenzel. Ever hear of him?
Sorry, no, I haven't.
He's with some movie company. He stopped here once on his way to the coast and handed me a lot of baloney. Said I ought to be in Hollywood. When I got there, to be sure to look him up. Gosh almighty, they never mean it.
No. They never mean a thing. So you want to go into the movies?
Oh, Lord, no. I want to go to Bourges.
Where?
Bourges, France. That's where I came from.
Well, you're not French.
Partly. I was born in Bourges. But all I know about it is from the picture postcards my mother sends me. You know, they got a cathedral there.
Your mother still lives there?
Yeah. Dad brought us back here after the war. Mother stuck it out for a couple of years and then packed up and went back. Some people think it was cruel of her to leave me, but what could she do? She couldn't live here. And you can't blame her for that. Do you think she was cruel?
Not if you don't, Miss Maple.
She sends me a book every year for my birthday. She sent me this one. It's the poems of Francois Villon. Ever read it?
Oh, yes.
It's a wonderful portrait. Mother wrote in it, "To my dear little Gabrielle."
Gabrielle. That's a beautiful name.
Yeah, wouldn't you know it'd get changed into Gabby by these ignorant desert rats?
You share your mother's opinion of the desert.
Yes.
But you find solace in the poems of Francois Villon.
They get this smell of gasoline and hamburger out of my system.
Huh? Would you like to read me one of those poems, Gabrielle?
You mean now?
Read me the one you like best.
All right. This one here. Well, he wrote it about a friend who was getting married. At daybreak, when the falcon claps his wings, no fit for grief, but noble heart held high, with loud, glad noise he stirs himself and swings, and takes his meat, and toward his lure draws nigh.
Description of car follows. Blue sedan bearing Oklahoma plates. There is a bullet hole in front fender, shattered glass and rear window. Mantee's girl is riding in the car with 4 men.
Turn that thing
She's
off.
wearing a long...
This car is dynamite, Duke. They've got us spotted, Duke. We've got to switch cars. Shut up. Let me think. Doris,
Yeah, Duke?
you got to get out of this car, see? We'll pick up another one down the road, and you and Mike and Flint can drive it around till the cops get off our tails.
Oh, Duke, I'd rather be in your car. I don't like to travel without you.
You'll be safer, kid.
As if I cared.
Mean that?
Don't you know it? Oh, Duke.
No. You got to switch, kid. We'll get rid of this car, too, as soon as we get a chance. We'll meet you later.
Where, Duke?
There's a filling station about 10 miles past the crossroads.
That's liable to be your hot spot, Duke.
Then we'll cool it off. We'll take over the joint and stand up an army. You meet us there, Doris. It's a joint called the Black Mesa Barbecue.
Seeing reason wills not that I cast love by, now here with reason shall I chide and fret.
Go on, Gabrielle.
Nor cease to serve, but serve more constantly. This is the end for which we twain are met.
While we are waiting for the second act of The Petrified Forest, starring Herbert Marshall and Margaret Sullivan, let's stop in for a moment at a house on Franklin Avenue where a smart young secretary lives with her mother.
Mother. Oh, there you are. Oh, please be an angel pet and press my white evening dress.
Ooh, well, there's no knowing where a Kansas cyclone will strike next. Now, would you mind explaining why, if you knew you were going out tonight, you didn't phone me from the office?
Oh, darling, please get into action. This is a crisis. I'm going dancing with the boss's son.
Really?
And I couldn't call you because I was taking dictation all afternoon. And now I'm a little frazzled around the edges. I won't have time to do the dress
My
myself.
dear, you do look tired. Why don't you take a little nap? You'll feel so much better.
Nap? Oh, I haven't the time. Anyhow, I know something better and quicker. I'll just pop into a Lux toilet soap bath.
Well, I don't know. I should think that if you're
don't worry, Mother. My Lux toilet soap bath really does refresh me wonderfully. Leaves me feeling full of pep.
Well, you certainly always do look lovely when you go out.
Oh, you're just an old flatterer. Well, anyway, there's another thing my Lux toilet soap bath does for me. Its active lather is a wonderful way to protect daintiness. And I love the delicate perfume it leaves on my skin.
Well, hurry up, dear. You won't be ready in time.
All right, I'm off to my beauty bath. Be nice to Bill if he gets here before I come down.
Mr. DeMille takes us back to our play.
Herbert Marshall, Margaret Sullivan, Eduardo Cianelli, and Donald Meek continue with The Petrified Forest. A few minutes have passed. Purple shadows are gathering over the desert. In the Black Mesa barbecue, Gabby and Squire, unaware of the approaching gangsters, continue their talk over the lunch counter.
And that's why you want to go to France, for understanding.
Yes, and I will go there someday when I have the money. I hope I won't be too old. I dream about it all the time. Bourges. There's something beautiful to look at, and wine, and dancing in the streets.
If I were you, I'd stay here, Gabrielle, and avoid disappointment. You see, I've been to France.
Oh, what were you doing? Writing books?
No, planning to write books. You see, I'm married. My wife supported me.
Oh.
Oh, please, don't think too ill of me. I once actually wrote a book.
What was it, fiction?
In a sense. It was a novel. Not very successful, I'm afraid. It cost my publisher quite a lot of money. It also cost him his wife. You see, she divorced him and married me. She saw in me a major artist who only needed a background to bring him out. She gave it to me with a fine view of the Mediterranean. For 8 years, I reclined on my background, waiting for the major artist to step forth and write. But he didn't.
And you've left your wife now?
Yes.
I'm glad of that.
I left her at her own suggestion. She had taken up with a Brazilian painter, also a major artist. Then I decided to go forth and discover America.
What were you looking for?
Well, that's rather hard to say. I suppose I've been looking for something to believe in, hoping I'd find something worth living for, something worth dying for.
And what have you found?
Nothing as interesting as an old man who was missed by Billy the Kid and a fair young lady who reads Villon.
I do other things that would surprise you.
I'm sure you do.
I wouldn't tell this to everybody. I paint pictures.
Oh, could I see them?
Oh, I never let people see them. I don't get kidded. They're kind of crazy pictures.
Oh, please let me see them. Perhaps it's my mission to introduce you to posterity as an American genius.
Are you kidding me?
No, Gabrielle. I've never kidded anybody outside of myself.
Mr. Boles, you don't like your dinner?
What?
You don't like your dinner, Mr. Boles?
Oh, sure, Paula. I always like what you cook.
What about you no eat?
Well, I'm just not as hungry as usual.
Well, you sit and look at that door. And you look at that door. Oh, come on. You eat your dinner, eh?
What do you suppose they can find to talk about all this time?
Oh, don't you worry. Eat your soup. He'll be gone soon, and you'll have it all by your lonesome again.
Well, you can't go too quick for me.
Well, that's a lot of them. They're terrible, aren't they?
I don't know. What made you paint with these extraordinary colors?
I don't know. It's just the way I feel and see. Are they any good?
I tell you, Gabrielle, I can't say. I'm tremendously impressed.
Gee, I bet I could improve if I could get to France. You know, they've got some of the finest art schools in the world there.
Don't you realize? There are probably thousands of artists in France today who are saying, I'd find a really big theme for my canvas if I could only get out to Arizona.
Yeah, I know. They say the desert's full of mystery and it's haunted and all that. Maybe it is, but there's something in me that makes me want something different. Maybe it's the French in my blood.
I wonder. Would you like to marry a Frenchman?
No, I don't want to marry anyone. I want to be free. Always.
Well, how about that stalwart youth outside there in the football jersey? When I came in here before...
Oh, he was trying to kiss me. That's nothing.
There's always a chance of development.
Yeah, he's after me, all right.
You think he'll succeed?
Well, I haven't decided yet. What do you say?
Don't ask me, Gabrielle.
But you ought to know something. You've seen a lot.
I don't know anything. You see, the trouble with me is I belong to a vanishing race. I'm one of the intellectuals.
That means you've got brains.
Yes, brains without purpose. No aim.
But you must have some kind of a purpose. Where are you going from here?
That depends where this road leads.
Oh, it leads to the Petrified forest. It's a gloomy old place full of dead trees that have turned to stone in the desert.
The Petrified forest? A suitable haven for me. Perhaps that's what I'm destined for, to make an interesting fossil for future study. Alan Squire, a specimen of the in-between age who was born too late for the Great War and too soon for... This coffee's good.
Here, have some more. You know, you talk like a darn fool.
I know it.
No wonder your wife kicked you out. No wonder she fell for you in the first place. What did you say your name was?
Alan.
Alan? I've been thinking.
About what?
Thinking how wonderful it would be to go to France with you, to see all its beauty through your eyes, to learn all about its art from you. You know, you could make an artist out of me, a real artist. You could make me think and feel. Oh, it would be glorious. Alan, could it possibly be?
I'm afraid not. I could never retrace my steps.
Oh, you mean you haven't enough money?
Even that is an understatement.
Well, I haven't enough either yet. But I've got a lot coming to me someday.
What? Are you proposing to me? Trying to turn me into a gigolo again?
No, it'll be different this time. Listen, do you know how much Grant has got salted away in the bank at Santa Fe? $22,000 in Liberty bonds. I wish he'd give it to me now while he's living, but he won't. But it's all willed to me. Of course, we might have to wait years and years for it, but if you'd only stay...
You think you'd like me as a life companion?
Yes, I know I would. And I don't make mistakes. Wouldn't you like to be loved by me?
Yes, Gabrielle. I should like to be loved by you.
You think I'm attractive?
There are better words than that for what you are.
I didn't say you'll stay, Alan. You haven't anything else to do.
No, that's just it. You couldn't live very long with a man who had nothing to do but worship you. That's a dull kind of love, Gabrielle. It's the kind that makes people old too soon. But I thank you for the suggestion. You give me something wonderful to think about during my lonely wanderings. I'll think of the chimes of Bourges. And you.
Oh, you mean you're going now?
Yes.
Well, I can't stop you.
No, Gabrielle, you can't. But you can do me one great favor before I go. Would you mind very much if I kissed you goodbye?
No, I wouldn't mind.
You would understand that it would be nothing more.
Yes, I'd understand it. Just a kiss. That's all.
That's absolutely all. Gabrielle.
So, that's what's been going on in here. Who do you think you
Lay off
are?
him, Boles.
Just because she's cute and sweet, you thought you could get fresh,
Oh,
huh?
he didn't get fresh. He only wanted to kiss me goodbye.
Yes, the impulse is rather hard to explain, but
You needn't wait to explain. Just pay your check and get out.
Very well. How much do I owe, Miss Maple?
30 cents.
He's been eating all this time and only ate 30 cents?
Keep quiet.
30 cents, eh? That's very reasonable indeed. But that brings us to another embarrassment. I haven't got 30 cents. I haven't anything.
Oh, you haven't, huh? What have you got in your pack there?
Shirts, socks, a passport, an insurance policy.
And you thought you could pay with a kiss, did you? Why,
Take your hands off him, Boles. There's a car outside. See what they want.
Good evening.
Good evening.
We'd like some gas and oil, please.
All right, Boles.
How much?
My chauffeur will tell you.
That's nice of him.
Oh, and I'd like some cigars, please.
Don't forget the cigarettes, George.
Oh, yes, dear. I know. How far is it to the Phoenix Biltmore, young lady?
Oh, about 200 miles.
I imagine we can make it by midnight.
Well, goodbye, Miss Maple.
Oh, just a moment, Alan. Excuse me, sir.
What?
Would you have room in your car for another party?
Well, who is it?
This friend of mine, Mr. Squire. He's on his way to the coast. He hasn't a car just now. He's an author.
Have you any luggage?
Just this rucksack on my back.
Oh, wait a minute. Joseph. Joseph!
Yes, sir? Something you want, sir?
Well, do you think it's all right to give this man a lift to Phoenix?
I'm not carrying any concealed weapons.
Do you mind if we verify that?
Not at all. Go right ahead, Joseph.
Yes, sir. Well, I guess he's all right, Mr. Chisholm.
Oh, very well. Well, I'm glad to have you with us. Hurry up, please. Oh, come on, dear.
Well, I've been waiting for you.
Well, thank you, Miss Maple. I'll remember your kindness.
Oh, just a moment. I forgot to give you your dollar change.
Oh, no. I wanted you to keep that.
Sorry, but tipping is un-American. We don't allow it. Go on, take it.
Thank you. I suppose I'll never see you again, Gabrielle.
No, that's the way it is in a gas station. They come and they go.
But somehow or other, I'll repay that dollar. Lord knows when.
Perhaps we'll run into each other someday in Bourges.
Perhaps. Goodbye, Gabrielle.
Goodbye, Alan.
What did you say, Joseph?
The lights are down there on the road.
Don't stop, Joseph. You never can tell what it might be.
Looks like a car pulled right across the center of the road. I'm afraid it'll have to stop.
Stop, you fool.
But there's a man there. 3 of them.
Shut up, lady.
All right, folks, hop out, and you won't get hurt.
I say, what do you think you're doing?
We are borrowing your car, mister.
And no cracks either.
Stay
Go
over
on.
there. Stay over there now. All right, Jackie. Hank, get in. Thanks, folks. So long.
Can I help you with those plates, Gabby?
No, thanks.
Funny guy, that panhandler. When he was getting in the car, I got feeling kind of sorry for him and tried to slip him some change.
You did?
Yeah, but he wouldn't take it. Handed it back. Didn't mind holding you up for a meal, but he had too much
That was
pride.
awful nice of you, Boles. I appreciate it.
Say, you talk as if you were nuts about him.
I'm not nuts about him.
Well, if you appreciate it so much, how about being a little nice to me for a change?
Yeah, I'd like to be nice to you, Boles. I'd like to be nice to everybody.
Well?
I'll think about it, Boles.
Oh, gee, Gabby, you're a swell girl. I'm crazy about you, honey. Honest I am.
In here.
Boles.
Shut up, lady. Behave yourself and nobody will get hurt.
Cover the back door, Hank.
Sure.
Who's the boss here?
What's it to you?
Listen, wise guy. This is Duke Mantee here, the world-famous killer, and he's hungry.
Shut up, Jackie. Who's in that other room?
Only one old
My
man.
grandfather's in there.
Go get him, Jackie.
Okay, Duke.
What do you got to eat, sister?
Here's the bill of fare.
He's got a nerve. Don't give it to him.
Shut up, you, and sit down. Football player, huh?
Yes, and you better not let me get close enough to take a sock at you.
I used to be quite a fan.
Cut it now.
Come on in here. Here's the old man. Sit down, Pop.
So you're Mantee, huh? You're the killer.
That's right, Pop. But just sit tight and you'll be okay.
You needn't think I'm scared of you. I've no real killer.
Gabrielle.
Alan, why did you come back?
There's some bandits around here.
Yes, so we heard.
They stole Mr. Chisholm's car.
All right, buddy, take it easy.
Oh, my friend of the road.
Sit down, pal, down here.
Why, thanks. I'd be delighted.
That's Duke Mantee, Mr. Squire.
What did I tell you about a killer's chin, huh? He's a killer, all right.
He's a gangster and a rat.
Shut up, Boles.
Yeah, and if the sheriff finds out he's here, we'll have some real killing, won't we?
The cops ain't likely to catch up with us. Not tonight. So we can all be quiet and peaceable and have a few beers together and listen to the radio. Because I may as well tell you, folks, old Jackie there with a machine gun is pretty nervous. And he's got the itch between his fingers. So let's everybody stay right where they are.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Act 3 of our play, starring Herbert Marshall and Margaret Sullivan, will be heard shortly. It's undoubtedly true that most of us are a lot more familiar with the play and the motion picture called The Petrified Forest than with the 90,000 acres in northeast Arizona from which the drama borrowed its name. A national monument, the Petrified Forest is one of the most amazing and least known spots in the United States. It comprises 6 distinct forests, including a portion of the fabulous Painted Desert. In charge of this vast area is Charles J. Smith, one of the ablest rangers in the National Park Service. Formerly at Yellowstone Park, then chief ranger at the Grand Canyon, Mr. Smith has been at the Petrified Forest since he became its first superintendent 8 years ago. Mr. Smith, the heroine of our play called the Petrified Forest a gloomy old place full of dead trees that have turned to stone. What have you to say about it?
Well, Mr. DeMille, it's certainly an old place, and it certainly is full of trees turned into stone. But as for being gloomy, well, to me it's the most awe-inspiring sight in the whole world. One of our 6 forests happens to be called the Blue Forest. I can easily understand that if anyone wanders out there all alone and is inclined to be a little moody, the weird atmosphere of the place won't make him any more joyful. But that isn't why it's called the Blue Forest. It got its name from the deep blue color of the rolling hills.
Let me turn tourist, Mr. Smith, and ask you just what the Petrified Forest is and how it came to be.
It's a vast area, Mr. DeMille, covered with huge trees that grew and spread their branches 150 million years ago. In those days, the land was a tremendous swamp. The only living things were the trees, a few plants, and several species of ferocious-looking reptiles, the like of which you see today only in nightmares. Nature sent floods, earthquakes, and storms, and buried everything under 3,000 feet of mud, water, and gravel. Then, after 100 million years, Mother Nature, being a woman, changed her mind. She sent winds, rains, and more storms to erode the earth, to sweep it away, and bring this forgotten cradle of life back into the light of day. The bones of the reptiles have turned to fossils, and the trees lie stretched out on the earth, petrified into a substance almost as hard as diamonds and of tremendous weight.
But what made them turn to stone?
The great pressure under which they lay, together with the minerals in the waters that once rolled over them. The trees have turned from wood into gorgeously colored semi-precious stones. The outside is reddish-brown, but where the logs have broken apart, where they have crashed into heaps of stone, they are glittering masses of pure agate, carnelian, amethyst, jasper, and onyx. Were all the trees in the petrified forest blown apart, and their semi-precious jewels extracted, there'd arise a mountain of glittering stones worth a fortune.
That statement, Mr. Smith, is apt to bring half the country to your doorstep tomorrow.
I'll be glad to welcome them. But they'll soon learn that no one is allowed to carry off samples and that the grounds are closed and carefully patrolled at night. Yes, it's a strange, weird place. Like the Blue Forest, the Second Forest has its own peculiar characteristics. There, the ground is covered with chips of petrified wood, and at times, as you walk through them, they'll ring out with a tinkling sound like the music of tiny silver bells.
Have you ever encountered any incident such as our play presents? Has a bandit ever sought sanctuary in your hills and deserts?
No, not that I know of. But Route 66, which was undoubtedly the road taken by Duke Mantee, leads right into the forest. And coincidentally, at exactly that point is a little lodge and filling station very similar to the scene of tonight's play. Years ago, the Painted Desert was a favorite haunt of killers and bad men, and today we're called upon now and then to watch for fleeing bandits. One of the most ironical happenings occurred in the forest when a woman and her 2 children were trapped by a terrific blizzard. All about them were logs of wood that might have made a roaring fire and saved them. But the wood was stone, and days later the 3 bodies were found, frozen to death in a forest. Besides the trees, the petrified forest contains 100 ruins of the homes of prehistoric Indians. They lived there some 1,000 years ago, and the forest contains several huge boulders on which these Indians carved their queer symbols and drawings. The carving that puzzles me most is a picture of a stork carrying a baby. But I've never been able to find out how an Indian happened to make a picture like that in prehistoric times at the edge of the Arizona Badlands. But maybe he was the Walter Winchell of the tribe and chose that modern manner of announcing a blessed event. The National Park Service wants you to visit the petrified forest, and that's one of the sights we'll be very happy to show you in this fascinating land of shimmering color. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. That's very interesting. The Petrified Forest, starring Herbert Marshall, Margaret Sullivan, Eduardo Cianelli, and Donald Meek. 1 hour later, with Duke Mantee and his gunmen still masters of the situation, the Black Mesa barbecue presents a strange picture. Gabby, Allen, Gramp, and Boles are huddled together near the counter. On the other side of the room, the gangsters sprawl comfortably in their chairs, listening to the radio, machine guns resting on their knees.
Hey, Duke. What do you say we lay him out of here?
Not yet. We gotta give him time to get here.
Maybe they got lost.
Not Doris.
Well, I wish he'd show up.
Waiting for a girl, huh?
Sit down, halfback, and sit still. I'd hate to see anything happen to you.
Let something happen. Let there be killings. All evening long, I've had a feeling of destiny closing in. Do you believe in astrology, Duke?
I couldn't say, pal.
I don't normally. But when I was coming back here along that road, I began to feel the enchantment of this desert. The stars seemed to be mocking me and saying, This is the end of your terror. You thought you could escape it, but we know better. Perhaps they know that my death is imminent. It's a fascinating thought.
Let's skip it. Bring some beer for the bunch, sister.
Yeah, all right.
None for me.
Why not?
I don't drink with murderers.
I'd be a little tactful, Boles. Remember, they're your guests.
Guess. Cowards that haven't got the nerve to tackle life with their brains and principles, they've got to use guns, yellow rats.
Step over to this side of the room, halfback.
What?
Come on, move. Sit down, Jackie, and keep still. I want to hear the news.
Did you hear what he called you?
Sit down and keep quiet.
The gang made its escape in 2 cars, one of which contained Mantee and 3 other men. The other car contained 2 men and 1 woman. National Guardsmen are cooperating with the state police to bring to justice these killers, who are wanted for a score of bank robberies and cold-blooded massacres.
Take a bow, Duke.
And now we continue with the orchestra.
Going to make a run for the border, boy?
Oh, sure. And we're going to give you our whole route, so you can tell the cops to get us a motorcycle escort.
No, honest, Duke. Are you going on, or are you spending the night here?
Can't say, Pop. Maybe we'll decide to get buried here.
Better come with me, Duke. I'm planning to be buried in the Petrified Forest. That's where I belong. So do you, Duke.
Maybe you're right, pal.
I'm eternally right. But what use do I make of it?
Nothing. You don't make use of anything. Love, life, anything else. Do you, Ellen?
No, Gabrielle. Do you mind so much?
After you left today, I felt as if something had been taken out of me. As if I'd come out of a dream. I caught on to myself, and I know I'm just another desert rat, and I'll never be anything else. All that bunk about going to Bourges and art and dancing in the streets. Remember what I asked you about going to France?
Yes, perfectly.
But you wouldn't have done it, even if we'd had the money, would you, Alan?
No, Gabrielle.
I knew it. I knew you didn't give a hoot for me. Somehow it only made me love you more.
What are you saying, Gabby?
That I love him. Why shouldn't I say it? Why shouldn't he know it? We'll all be dead tomorrow morning.
You don't mean it, Gabrielle.
She can't mean it.
Well, I do.
I'm sorry now that I came back. When I went out before, it was a charming ending to a romantic moment. Now it's spoiled. Well...
Sit down, pal.
What do you care whether I stand or sit?
I got to think about my health. Sit down.
If I had a machine gun, I wouldn't know what to do with it. I want to talk to Gramp.
Me?
Yes. Those Liberty bonds of yours, buried in Santa Fe.
How did you know about him?
I told him.
What are you going to do with them?
Leave them right where they are.
Yes, leave them where they are. Your granddaughter is suffocating in this desert when a few of your thousands will give her the chance to claim her birthright.
Yes, and maybe give you the chance to steal it.
Hanging on to your money as though it meant something. That's a low way to justify your miserliness. Why don't you die and do the world some good?
Shut up, you. What do you mean, talking to an old man like that?
Hey, Duke, there's 3 people coming down the road. Looks to me like them people we took the car from.
Okay, Hank. Get outside and take a look.
Okay.
You too, Jackie.
Sure. Duke, I was guilty of bad taste, and I apologize to Mr. Maple.
Oh, sure. He must be drunk.
You'd better crawl, or I might have to put the lug on you. Talking to an old man like that. Get out of the way. Let me look out of that window.
Put him up.
Oh.
Now I've got you where I want you, Mantee. I've been waiting for a chance to grab your gun.
Yeah? And wouldn't you be surprised if Jackie was leaning in that window behind your back, ready to fill you full of holes?
What? Oh!
Thanks for turning your head, halfback. And thanks for returning the gun.
He got me in the hand. That doesn't matter, but I muffed the chance to kill him.
It was a good try, college boy.
Come on, keep moving. This is outrageous. Here they are, Duke. It's the same bunch, all right. I frisked them. They're harmless.
I don't know what frisk means, but he pawed us all over.
Come on, step on it. Sister.
Yep.
Take the halfback outside and bandage him up.
Okay.
Go with him, Jackie. And you might tie him up and leave him there.
Sure. Come on, get going.
I demand to know the meaning of this.
It has no meaning, Mr. Chisholm, has it, Duke?
I don't know, pal. But if Mr. Chisholm is a smart guy, he'll sit down quiet and join the party.
Hey, Duke, I'm getting jumpy.
Shut up. Go out and see if Jack is with that dame and the halfback.
They're okay. He's tying them up.
I say, Duke.
What?
Would you mind passing me that rucksack? It's on the table there.
What do you want with it?
Just inside. Just reach inside and hammer that little life insurance policy that's there, will you?
What do you want with your life insurance? Expecting to die?
You've guessed it, Mr. Maple.
Here.
Thanks, Duke. Now, may I take my fountain pen out of my vest pocket?
Okay, but take it easy.
What you going to write, Mr. Squire?
You'll see in a minute. Duke, I have a great favor to ask of you.
Yeah?
I don't think you'll refuse me because you're a man of imagination.
What are you getting at?
This insurance policy. It's my only asset. It's for $5,000. I've written on the policy that I want the money paid to Miss Maple, that young lady inside. If Mr. and Mrs. Chisholm will witness my signature, I'm sure it'll be all right.
Oh, certainly. I'll be glad to.
What's the idea?
Well, Duke, after they've signed, I'd be very much obliged if you'd just kill me.
What?
It couldn't make any difference to you, Duke. If they catch you, they can only hang you once. And you know yourself they've got more than they need against you.
Good Lord, he is drunk.
You know, I believe you actually mean it.
Good for you, Mrs. Chisholm. You're a kindred soul.
You're in love with her, aren't you?
Yes, I suppose I am. I want to show her that I believe in her. And how else can I do it? Living, I'm worth nothing to her. Dead, I can buy her tall cathedrals and golden vineyards and dancing in the streets. One well-directed bullet will accomplish that. This document will be my ticket to immortality. Will you do it, Duke?
I'll be glad to.
Thanks, Duke.
Just let me know when you want it.
Pick your own moment. Say just before you leave. But I prefer to have her think you did it in cold blood. Will you all please remember that?
Certainly we'll remember.
Of course.
Mr. Squire, before you do this, let me tell you one thing.
Yes?
There ain't a woman alive or ever did live that's worth $5,000.
And let me tell you one thing. You're a forgetful old fool. Any woman is worth everything any man has to give. Faith, jealousy, love, hatred, life, or death. Don't you see that's the excuse for our existence? It's what makes the whole thing possible and tolerable.
Did you hear that, George?
Yeah, I heard.
Mr. Squire, do you really believe all that? I mean, about women?
Of course I do. And there's a man who agrees with me, don't you, Duke?
I don't know, pal. I wasn't listening.
Then permit me to speak for you. He could have been over the border long ago, but he preferred to stay here and risk his life. And you know why?
Why?
Because he has a rendezvous with a girl. Isn't that true, Duke?
That's it. I guess we're all a lot of saps. But I wouldn't be surprised, pal, if you were the champ. Did you think I was kidding when I said I'd be glad to knock you off?
I hope neither of us was kidding. Did you think I was?
I just wanted to make sure. You're all right, pal. I'll try and fix it so it won't hurt.
You're all right, too, Duke. Thanks.
Okay, Halfback. These ropes ought to hold you for a while.
How's your hand, Boles?
It's okay, but don't leave me, Gabby.
I'm sorry, Halfback, but she's coming back inside with me. Go on, sister.
Gabby!
I tell you, Duke, we got to blow.
We'll give him 10 minutes more.
Here's the dame, Duke. Say, what's this about 10 minutes?
You heard it. Turn on that radio.
10 minutes. Gabrielle, I got to speak to you.
You can wait until after they're gone.
I can't wait. I mean, when they go, I go. I have to tell you now that I love you.
Now listen, Alan.
I tell you solemnly that I love you with all the heart that is left in me.
He does love you, my dear. He told us so.
Please, Mrs. Chisholm, I'm quite capable of saying it, even if I'm not capable of making you believe it, Gabrielle.
Don't make a fool of yourself, Alan. They're all staring at you.
I know they are. But you've got to believe it, and you've got to remember it. Because, you see, it's my only chance of survival. You'll find a line in that verse of Beyond that fits. Thus in your field, my seed of harvester will thrive.
Alan, dear, I think you're kind of crazy. And I guess I am, too. And that's why I think we'd be so terribly happy together.
Don't say that, Gabrielle.
Why not, when I believe it with all my heart?
Well, maybe we will be happy in a funny kind of way.
Alan,
Hey, get away from that guy.
Leave him alone.
Alan, if you're going away, I'm going with you wherever it is.
No, Gabrielle. I'm not going away. I don't have to go any farther, because I found the thing I was looking for. I found it here, in the Valley of the Shadow.
What have you found?
I can't quite say, because I don't quite know yet. All right, Duke. We needn't wait any longer.
And here's a news flash, folks.
Mr. Squire.
Part of Duke Mantee's gang has just been captured. Duke! Just outside the Petrified Forest area, a car containing 2 men and a woman ran into a party of state troopers. From information given, the arrest of Mantee and his henchmen can be expected at any moment.
Turn it off.
Keep tuned into this station.
Doris, she squealed.
Shut up. Let me think.
No, Duke. Don't waste any time thinking. That isn't your game. You've got to keep going and going and going.
If I only knew where they took her.
You're thinking of revenge, Duke. Don't. Don't give your life for anything so cheap.
Duke, for God's sake.
All right. We're going.
Wait a minute. You're not forgetting me.
Listen! It's the cops! Let me at that window.
They're surrounding the whole joint.
Looks like it.
Hicks the G.
Hicks, lay low.
Listen in there. Are you coming out, or do we come in and get you? We're talking to you, Duke Mantee.
Come in and get it, you dirty lout.
Get down, you fool. You're staying here till we get a break.
Mantee, you have no right to endanger the lives of innocent people.
You folks better get down on the floor. Lie close together here in the middle.
Here, let me help you grab.
Right.
Come here, Gabby.
Where is the light switch?
To the right of the door.
Turn them out, Jackie.
How many are there of them, Duke?
6 or 7. Nothing to worry about.
Gabrielle,
Yes, Alan.
it's an inspiring moment. United States of America versus Duke Mantee.
There goes the neon sign.
It almost restores in me the will to live and love and conquer. How do you feel about it, darling?
I don't know, Alan. And I don't care. Alan, when you get to France, what do you see first?
The fields and forests of Normandy. And then...
What, Alan?
And then Paris.
Paris is such the most marvelous place in the world.
All places are marvelous when you've someone to love.
Even here?
Especially here, darling. As long as I live, I'll be grateful to Duke Mantee.
Alan, will you please kiss me?
Oh, Gabby. Gabby, darling.
All right, boys. Get on our way. Get out the back way and grab the car.
Now it's going to be all over.
Not for us, Alan, never.
You better stay where you are, folks, for a while. Come on, Hank.
Duke, wait.
Alan, keep down.
Duke, you promised.
Get out of my way.
You can't go. You know what you said.
Get out of my way, or I'll...
Yes. Duke, yes.
You still want it?
No matter whether I want it or not, you've got to.
Okay, pal. There you are.
Come on, Duke.
He missed it.
Alan, look at me. Grab, get Boles. Quick, tell him to get a doctor. Hurry.
I will.
Alan.
It doesn't hurt. Or at least it doesn't seem. I went into this lung, I think.
Oh, it's all right, darling.
Gabby,
Boles, grab. Somebody come quick.
They were right, Gabrielle. The stars, I mean. I had to come all this way to find a reason. Duke understood what it was that I wanted. I hope you will be happy. Gabrielle.
What, Alan? What? Don't worry. I'm not going to be a crybaby. No matter what happens, I'm not.
Gabby.
What, Boles?
They got Mantee, Gabby.
Did they?
How is that fella?
The doctor's in with him now. He's pretty bad.
Oh, gee, that's tough. He was a good guy up there.
If he doesn't come back, we'll bury him out there. In the Petrified Forest.
The Petrified Forest?
That's what he wanted. Doctor.
Miss Maple?
How is he, Doctor? Is there any chance at all?
Yes, there is.
Oh, what do you...
He has a chance to live, if he wants to.
Oh, let me see him. Let me speak to him. Alan, dear, can you hear me?
Gabrielle.
Alan, you're going to live. Do you understand? You're going to live, Alan.
No, Gabrielle. The stars ordained it.
No, the stars have gone. It's morning, darling.
Is it?
Alan, listen, you must want to live for me. Don't you remember you said you wanted to? Oh, please, Alan, please, darling, don't leave me.
No. No, Gabrielle. I won't leave you.
Oh, darling.
Remember, the poem. Thus in your field my seed of harvester will thrive. For the fruit is like me that I set.
God bids me tend it. It's good husbandry. This is the end for which we twain are met.
And so the Petrified Forest joins the long list of plays produced in the Lux Radio Theater. A little later, we'll hear again from Herbert Marshall and Margaret Sullivan. Now for a little visit behind the scenes of Hollywood. Most of the action of our play centered in a restaurant, a stopping-off place at the desert's edge. There's another kind of restaurant here in the film capital, equally individual. Although it's one of our finest dining places, it's never seen nor patronized by the general public. It's the Café de Paris at 20th Century Fox Studios, maintained to please the players, executives, and distinguished visitors. In command is Nick Janios, a Greek, who first learned the favorite foods of the stars by managing the celebrated Brown Derby. Nick feeds the stars not only at mealtimes, but during production, too, for it's part of his job to supply the food seen in pictures. Is that correct, Nick?
Yes, and it's quite a task when you have a picture like wife, doctor, and nurse. For example, a lot of the scenes take place in the kitchen of a nightclub. So I had to supply hundreds of pounds of food, complete equipment, and teach the actors to act like chefs.
Why is it, Nick, that so many of your countrymen own restaurants?
Why are so many Chinese in laundry business?
You're going into reverse. I'm the one who asked the questions.
Well, next time, ask me for an easy one. Like, why so many stars use Lux toilet soap?
Well, why wait till next time?
All right, in the first place, it's the official soap at 20th Century Fox Studios. And anything that stops with Mr. Zanuck is good enough for me.
Okay. What's your next course? What more can you tell us about supplying food for pictures? Is there a particular knack, Nick?
That's pretty good. For one thing, we have to be just as accurate in food matters as we are in costumes or backgrounds. Take the picture in old Chicago. I supplied the hundreds of loaves of bread for the production, and since the time is 1871, the bread had to be baked in a round form used in those days. In the Rich Brothers picture, Life Begins in College, Harry Rich has a scene in which he impersonates a girl. You see him parting his nose, and then you see him eating the potty puff. No, Harry isn't crazy. In fact, he's pretty smart. The potty puff is really sponge cake with sugar coating. Harry, by the way, ate about 40 such a potty puffs.
What do the other stars like when they're not dieting?
Walter Windsor and Warner Baxter can be very happy with some seafood. Simon and Loretta Young like lamb chops. Charlie Chaplin is delighted with a plain jelly sandwich and a cup of tea to dunk it in. I saw Walter Cutler eat 4 lobsters at one sitting, so I guess Walter Cutler likes lobsters. Mr. McLaughlin isn't particular what he eats, as long as there are 2 portions of it.
What about your smallest patron, Shirley Temple?
There's my pal. Shirley and I once went into business together. She had saved $11 in a penny bank and decided to go into a pie business. I supplied the pies, 20 of them, about as big as a pancake. Shirley brought them onto the set in a pie wagon, which she called a factory. She sold them out and made $1.40. And that's where this cook's tour comes to an end. Many thanks.
Thanks to you, Nick. With Herbert Marshall just back from New York, and you, Miss Sullivan, about to depart for your hometown of Norfolk, Virginia, we were very lucky to have you together for tonight's play.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. And it's nice to have a chance to say something about Lux toilet soap. As long as I can remember, I've used Lux toilet soap at camp, in school, in college, in the theater, and in Hollywood. I guess that's the best indication of how good I think it is. Now, I think it's about time we heard from Mr. Marshall.
Oh, thank you. Several years ago, ladies and gentlemen, when I left London and came here, I encountered many new things. New people, new country, new customs, and a new day soon upon us, called Thanksgiving. Perhaps Thanksgiving impressed me more because it was new to me. But I've never quite gotten over it, and I hope I never shall. Besides the good fortune which may come to us as individuals, there is that which we all share in common. There's peace in this land. There's freedom and there's work to be done. Dogs still wag their tails. The sun is warm, and sleep still comes at the end of the day. These are great things. For them, let me join you and give thanks. Good night.
Good night, Bob. Good night, Miss Sullivan.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. The great show planned for your entertainment next Monday will be announced in just a moment by Mr. DeMille. Tonight, our stars were assisted by Frank Milan as Boles, Wally Mayer as Jackie, George Trevell as Hank, Martha Wentworth as Mrs. Chisholm, Margaret Brayton as Doris, Frank Melton as lineman, Lou Merrill as doctor, Frank Nelson as radio announcer, Ross Forrester as Joseph, and James Eagles as bank teller. Mr. Cianelli is from RKO Studios. His new picture is Hitting a New High, starring Lily Pond. Louis Silvers appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studios, where he was in charge of music for Second Honeymoon. And now, our producer.
What would you do if you woke up some morning and found yourself heir to a huge fortune? Around this theme, dozens of books and plays have been written. Outstanding among them is J. Hartley Manners' romantic comedy, Peg o' My Heart, which tells the story of a little Irish girl suddenly lifted from the deck of her father's fishing boat and deposited in the luxury and splendor of English aristocracy. This is the play we bring you next Monday night, starring the same glamorous personality you saw in the film, Miss Marion Davies. Co-starred with Miss Davies will be Brian Aherne, and the supporting cast of famous players includes Benita Hume, J. Farrell MacDonald, and Gerald Oliver Smith. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Marion Davies and Brian Aherne in Peg o' My Heart with Benita Hume. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This program, ladies and gentlemen, came to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, the beauty care preferred by 9 out of 10 Hollywood stars. Join us in the Lux Radio Theater every Monday night. Be part of the large audience that gathers weekly from coast to coast to listen to Hollywood's famous performers and the personalities behind the scenes of motion pictures. And now, our sponsors, staff, and all our cast join me in wishing you all a very happy Thanksgiving. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Marion Davies and Brian Aherne in Peg o' My Heart.
Lux presents Hollywood. This is your program, ladies and gentlemen, made possible by your regular purchases of our products. It comes to you with the good wishes of our sponsors, who tonight bring you Marion Davies, Brian Aherne, Benita Hume, J. Farrell MacDonald, Eileen Pringle, Gerald Oliver Smith, and Edgar Norton in Peg o' My Heart. Our guests are Earl Johnson, famous trainer of motion picture dogs, and Marjorie Williams, director of the Hollywood Studio Club. Conducting our orchestra is Louis Silvers. And now, here's our producer. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Marion Davies has given Hollywood two things for which the town may be thankful. A good fellowship, which has inspired so much loyalty, and a great white landmark on the ocean front, her home at Santa Monica Beach. A quiet little gathering there may mean from 30 to 1,000 guests, and may include princes, giants of business, statesmen, and the nation's leading socialites, all being quite themselves under the spell of their charming and unassuming hostess. I've seen prominent ambassadors play ping-pong in the cellar, and a world-renowned scientist romping with Marion's 4 dachshunds. She's forbidden me to mention that she's active in a number of charities, so just pretend I didn't mention it. Aside from that, she grows hundreds of flowers and engages in the business affairs of Cosmopolitan Studios. Tonight, she plays a role in which she always excels, Peg in Peg o' My Heart. Opposite her is that very resolute young man, Brian Aherne. For years, Brian struggled against becoming a star. It all began when, at the age of 3, his mother practically thrust him on the stage. Brian showed his displeasure by howling throughout the entire performance. Still a rebel, he was enrolled in a London dramatic school at 10. His fellow students included an upperclassman, whom he recalls as a brash youngster with large ears and an assertive ambition. Once when Brian sent his autograph book to Reginald Owen, he found upon its return that the boy with the big ears had intruded his own signature. The uninvited autograph read, Noel Coward. Currently starred in The Great Garrick, you hear Brian on this stage as Sir Gerald Markham. Benita Hume comes to us as Ethel, J. Farrell MacDonald as Patrick Seamus O'Connell, Eileen Pringle as Mrs. Chichester, Gerald Oliver Smith as Alaric, and Edgar Norton of the original stage cast as Jarvis. In the Lux Radio Theater production, Peg of My Heart, starring Marion Davies and Brian Aherne. Fishing village off the west coast of Ireland. A narrow cobbled street runs the length of the waterfront, where a score of tiny fishing boats bob merrily at anchor. One of these bears the painted legend, Peg of My Heart. On its slippery deck, Patrick Seamus O'Connell empties the day's catch into baskets. His daughter, Peg, in boy's clothing, lends a willing hand, tossing the baskets into a donkey cart.
Sure, and the cart is piled full, Father.
It'll hold one more, I'm thinking. Here you be.
Oh, sure, and it was a grand catch we had today, wasn't it, Father?
I've seen more fishes in my lifetime. Go along with you now and be taking them up to the icing station and then go home and get supper.
Sure, Father. Now, where's Michael? Michael, me lad. Here, boy. Oh, so there you are. Up on the cart with you now. Go on up you go, and mind, don't step on the fish. Goodbye, Father. Is it long you'll be?
No longer than it takes the nets to dry.
Your supper'll be waiting then. Get up, sweetheart, get up. There's a light in your eyes, sweetheart, darling.
Boy, I say, boy.
Whoa. Is it me you're talking to, mister?
Yes, I'm...
Oh, who is it then that you're calling boy?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought, excuse me.
Sure, and there's no harm done. Be like it with me past that caused the mistake.
Yes, I imagine so.
And what can I be doing for you?
Well, I've just come from London. I'm looking for a Mr. O'Connell, Patrick Seamus O'Connell.
Are you now? Well, that'll be him down there on the deck of the Peg of Me Heart.
Oh, well, thank you.
Oh, no trouble at all, lad. Get up, sweetheart. Get on with you. Get on there.
Good evening.
It is that. Were you looking for someone?
Are you Mr. O'Connell?
I am. Patrick Seamus is the name.
Ah, then you're the one I want. You married Heather Kingsnorth, didn't you?
I did. But she's been gone these 14 years.
Yes, I know. My name is Gerald Markham. I'm the executor of the Kingsnorth estate. I suppose you knew that your wife's father was dead.
I did not. When did they hang him?
I'm happy to say that Mr. Kingsnorth died in his bed, like an honest English gentleman, and of a very common ailment, old age. You'll be pleased to learn that his granddaughter, your daughter Margaret, inherits his entire estate.
What's that?
Squire Kingsnorth has left your daughter £2 million.
£2 million? Holy saints.
Of course, there are certain conditions.
Oh, of course there would be. What conditions?
Well, first, Miss O'Connell will have to spend 3 years with the Chichester family.
Who?
Mrs. Chichester is a distant relation of the Kingsnorths.
And she'll stay with them?
For 3 years.
Be the way of making a lady, but I suppose.
Well, let's call it education.
Well, 'twill do Peg no harm. There's maybe one or two things I couldn't teach her myself. But mind you, I'll not live with Mr. Chichester.
Oh, no, of course not. As a matter of fact, the second condition states that you are not to be with your daughter.
Oh, does it? Not to be with Peg for 3 years?
It's more than that, Mr. O'Connell. The separation is to be complete and permanent.
Permanent? That's forever, ain't it?
Yes. I have a paper here that you're to sign.
You can keep your paper, Mr. Markham, and your conditions with it. And you can take yourself off this boat as fast as your legs can carry you. Go on.
Oh, wait, please. These aren't my conditions, Mr. O'Connell. I'm only acting as, as a messenger, you might say.
And it's sorry news you're bringing, too. I'll have none of it.
I can understand your attitude. But do you think that you're being quite fair to your daughter?
I do that.
She's happy here, and I'm happy too. I don't... Glory be. They're ringing the bell again.
What does it mean? Has something happened?
Aye. David Cork.
Aye, Patrick.
Who was it, David? What's amiss?
Johnny Fogarty's boat, the Sheila. She went down off the reef. All hands lost.
All hands lost. Glory be. And himself leaving behind a widow and child. It's a sad day for them, I'm thinking.
It might have been you, Mr. O'Connell.
What's that? What's that you're saying?
I say it might have been you. What would happen to your daughter?
Aye. You're right, Mr. Markham.
Well?
I never gave it a thought before. You'll come to the house tonight, Mr. Markham? We'll talk it over then.
Of course.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Sit down now, Father. Father! Your supper be as cold as a clam.
I'm sorry, Peg. I was thinking.
Is there something on your mind, Father? You've been acting mighty strange, you have.
Oh, 'tis nothing much. I was only thinking that it's mighty little pleasure you have in this life, Gerald.
Me? Oh, what do you mean?
Well, living this kind of a life with an old man. You must be getting tired of me.
Tired of you? What talk have you? I'd not change ye for £1,000,000.
Ah, but would you change me for £2 million?
I would not. Not for all the money in the world.
Oh, Peg, darling, you... Sure, it's a great mistake you'd be making, too, holding on to an old man like me when you might be hobnobbing with all the lords and ladies of London.
Father, are you daft? What talk is this?
Peg, dear, there's something I...
Now, who's that?
The latch is off. That you be coming in?
Oh, good evening.
Oh, come in, Sir Gerald.
Oh, thank you.
Sir Gerald. Oh, saints preserve us. And me talking to him this day like he was me own equal.
This is my daughter, Peg, Sir Gerald.
Oh, how do you do, Peg?
Pleased to meet you, Your Honor. I mean, Your Highness. I don't know what I mean.
What's good is you, girl?
Well, it's a great honor to meet a Sir Gerald, sir.
Oh, not really. There are baronets all over in England, thicker than plums in a pudding.
We never had a plum pudding, Your Highness.
That's true enough. But you will now, Peg. Sit down, Sir Gerald.
Thank you.
Father, what is it?
You're an heiress, Peg.
What?
An heiress. Squire Kingsnorth has died, he has. And he left you all the money you want. And everything that goes with it.
£2 million, to be exact.
£2 million? Think of that now.
And it's all yours to spend as you want.
Then I'll be getting you the red flannels that they've been in against your cough the next winter. And I'll buy a brass collar for Michael with his name written on it. And a dress for myself. Maybe 2 dresses. And some new boots to go fishing in.
You'll not be going fishing. It's in England you'll be living.
England, is it? And when do we go?
Immediate. You must be getting about your packing, Pegeen. It's be the morning train you're leaving.
Oh, glory be. Then yourself had best be packing, too.
Never mind about me. I'm not going, would you?
Not going? Then I'm not going either.
I'm not going, would you, just now?
Why not?
Why, you see, there's this and that to be attended to, and...
Well, when will you come?
It'll not be so long.
But when?
Well, soon.
All right. But you'll be coming or I'll be coming back, and that's flat.
Go on now and attend to your packing.
Will you be staying, Your Honor?
Just for a moment. I'll see you the first thing in the morning.
Good night, then. And thank you, Your Honor.
You're not being fair to her, Mr. O'Connell.
Do you think she'd go if she thought she'd never be seeing me? It's the only way.
What are you going to do?
I'll write her I've been delayed.
And then what?
I'll write her again.
And after that?
Oh, I'll write her I'm dead. That is, I'll have somebody write her I'm dead.
That's hardly a solution. It's worse than telling her now.
But even if she would go, which she wouldn't, 'twould break both our hearts. The parting.
It's breaking yours now.
Well, I'm much older, and I'm used to it. And here's your bundle. And here's your grip. Are you ready now?
All ready, Father.
The cart's waiting, Peg.
In a minute, Sir Gerald.
And here's Michael. You'll be taking him, too. Get up on the cart, Michael.
Oh, Father.
Well, girl.
Father, I can't say goodbye.
We'll not be mentioning them. And we'll not be crying either, will we, Peg?
No, I'll not be crying. Sure, and what's there to cry about?
Nothing. It's a very happy occasion. Me cold was a little worse this morning.
So was mine. It come on me all of a sudden.
All ready, Mr. O'Connell?
Coming. Oh, Father, call me that name again so I'll feel warm till you come for me. Call me your name for me.
Peg of me heart.
Oh, Father.
Now, go on. Drive on. Quick, Sir Gerald.
Goodbye, Mr. O'Connell.
Goodbye, Father.
Goodbye, Peg. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Father.
All right, Peg, this is it.
You mean this is the house that I'm to stay in?
Of course, come on.
Oh, glory be. Sure, it is large enough for a regiment, horses and all.
Oh, you'll get used to it. Here we are.
Oh, saints above, look at the knocker. Sure, they're mighty careful at the knuckles in England, aren't they, Your Honor? Oh, dear.
Are you tired, Peg?
Divil a bit. Let's start now for somewhere else, Your Honor. Timbuktu, for instance.
Oh, you're not nervous, are you?
No, not a bit. That's why I can't understand why my niece is knocking.
Oh, good morning, Jarvis.
Oh, good morning, Sir Gerald.
Come right in, Peg.
Thank you.
A nasty day, sir.
Storm coming on, I think.
Yes, sir. You'll find the family in the drawing room, sir.
Thanks. This way, Peg.
Hello.
Oh, Sir Gerald.
Hello, Jerry.
Come right in, Peg. This is your aunt, Mrs. Chichester.
I'm pleased to meet you, ma'am, I'm sure.
How do you do?
Huh?
And this is Miss Ethel Chichester and Mr. Alaric Chichester.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Hello.
What did you say your name was, young lady?
I didn't say, but it's Peg. And this is me dog, Michael. Say hello to the lady, Michael.
Stop it, Jarvis. Pull him off, you hear? Pull him off.
Down, Michael, down, boy. Sure. He was only trying to be friends, ma'am.
You called, madam?
Yes, I did. Take that dog away.
Oh, no, ma'am. Not Michael. You can't take Michael away from me. He was given to me by me father.
Take it away. And never let it inside the house again.
Well, if you don't want Michael inside the house, you don't want me inside the house.
Peg, please, let's not have an argument.
I'm not having an argument. I'm making a statement. I don't know these people 2 minutes, and they want to take me dog away from me.
Well, you must try to do whatever your aunt asks you. Now, let him go, Peg. You can see him whenever you want to.
Well, is he going to be in the house?
Oh, of course he is.
All right, then.
Take him, Jarvis.
Yes, madam.
You'll be very nice to him, won't you?
Yes, miss.
And give him a mutton bone. He loves mutton bones.
Certainly, miss.
Goodbye, Michael.
I'm sure he'll be well taken care of, Peg.
Well, he'd better be. That's all I have to say.
Come here to me.
Yes, ma'am.
And don't call me ma'am.
No, ma'am. Aunt, I mean.
Aunt, not aunt.
Yes, ma'am.
Sit down, please.
All right. Thank you.
I said sit, not sprawl. Look at your cousin Ethel.
Me cousin Ethel? Oh, her. Is she me cousin?
Yes, I hope you have no objection.
Oh, not the least.
Now, Margaret, what I would like to...
Margaret. My name ain't Margaret. My name is Peg.
That's only a corruption. We shall call you Margaret.
All right, but don't forget if I forget the answer. Don't blame me, will you? Me father always calls me Peg.
We have very little interest in what your father called you. You will kindly leave him out of the conversation.
Then it's all I will leave him out of.
No temper, if you please. You are here to learn how to conduct yourself. You may go to your room now, Margaret. Jarvis will show you the way. Margaret.
Oh, it's me, you mean? Now, there you are, Aunt. You see, when you didn't say Peg,
That'll do. Go to your room, please.
Very well, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Well, a nice package you've delivered, Sir Gerald.
Oh, she's not so bad. She's really very sweet. You'll have to be patient with her for a while, that's all.
Patient? Oh, it's going to take more than patience to make anything of her.
Oh, I say, Ethel, don't be so hard. After all, you know we are being paid for it. Am I right, Jerry?
Quite right, Alaric. I imagine you might be able to use the additional income.
Use it? Oh, I think that's very good. That's really amusing, especially since we have no other income.
Alaric, don't be vulgar.
Well, it's too humiliating to be paid for keeping someone in the house.
Well, of course, she's not to know that. She's a guest here, and she has to be treated as one.
I say, was that thunder? I say, Mrs. Chichester.
Well, Jarvis?
Is the young lady to stay, Mrs. Chichester?
Of course she is.
Well, I unpacked her things, madam, but she's packed them again, and she's on her way out.
What?
Where is she? Which way did she go?
The back way. I think we got to stop her.
I'll get her. Wait here.
There you are. I knew we'd lose all the money.
Peg, where are you?
Oh, shut it out! Shut it out!
Peg, come away from that door.
Shut it out! Shut out the star!
Here, it's all right. Now, don't be frightened. It's only a summer storm.
Oh, sure, in summer or winter, they shriveled me up. Oh!
Stop it now. Get a grip on yourself.
I can't. When I hear the great crashes of thunder, I remember all me sins.
Now, sit down. Go on, sit down. There now. It's all over.
Oh, thank heaven for that.
Where were you just going?
I was going out, I was. Out of this house and back to me father.
Oh, but you can't do that, Peg.
Oh, yes, I can. I'm not wanted here. That's easy to see.
Oh, but you are wanted, Peg. I happen to know.
And who is it wants me? Not old Mrs. Chichester. And not me cousins either. Them with their sour faces. I'm not used to sour faces, I'm not.
Well, then, I want you to stay. Will you do it for me, Peg?
You? Oh, Your Honor. You've been very kind to me, you have, and that's the truth. But they're not going to make a lady out of me if I can help it. You can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear. That's what my father says. And that's what I am, a sow's ear.
I don't agree with you, Peg.
I don't care whether you do not. I'm a sow's ear,
Well,
I am.
if you insist.
Thank you.
But you're going to stay?
Well, seeing as it's you who's asking me, Your Honor.
It is. And you mustn't call me Your Honor. My name is Jerry.
Jerry. Do you want me to call you Jerry?
Well, why not? We're friends, aren't we?
Oh, yes, but we're not as good friends as all that.
Well, we will be soon.
You're very sure?
I'll stake my life on it.
Would you now? Then you don't value it much.
Oh, yes, I do. Perhaps more than I ever did before.
Margaret? Margaret?
Oh, glory be, it's herself.
I see. Here she is, Mater.
Margaret, where were you going?
Sure, and I was going out, I was, but I changed my mind now because only Jerry here asked me to.
Margaret?
Jerry? Oh, I say.
And why shouldn't I call him Jerry? He's my friend, isn't he?
You have just heard Act One of Peg of My Heart. In just a few moments, we will continue with Act Two of our play, starring Marion Davies and Brian Aherne. But now it's intermission time in the Lux Radio Theater. While we're waiting for Act Two, we want you to go with us to an attractive home in Westwood. There we meet an important Hollywood lady, one of our few women executives. She's settling down for a visit with her sister, just arrived from the East for a month's stay.
Now, Lou, tell me all about it. How does it feel to be a married woman?
Oh, just wonderful, sis. Harry's an angel. You'll love him.
Will I?
Oh, yes, he's the most perfect husband.
Praises your biscuit. Men's broken chairs. Ken's the thinnest, I suppose. Does he wash dishes, too?
Oh, certainly not. I'm the chief cook and dishwasher in our house.
Well, your hands don't show it. I'll say that.
Of course they don't, sis. I'm very particular about the way I wash dishes. I never use anything but Lux Flakes.
I've heard so much about Lux around the studio, but I don't know much about dishwashing. Is it so wonderful for that, too?
It is wonderful, sis. Well, I've been washing dishes for months, and my hands haven't once felt the teeniest bit rough or chapped. They say Lux hasn't any of the harmful alkali that some soaps have. That's why it doesn't dry your skin.
Your hands really are nice, Lou. Nice enough to kiss. And tell me, honest now, doesn't Harry...
Yes, he does, silly, and I hope he'll always want to.
And now, let's go back to our play. Mr. DeMille sets the scene for us.
We continue with Peg of My Heart, starring Marion Davies and Brian Aherne with Benita Hume. One month has passed since Peg first came to the Chichester home. A month of training and study that's been all work and no play. In the living room, we find Ethel and Christopher Brent, a friend of the family. Brent has been a frequent visitor, and Peg has come to know him and to dislike him intensely. He's just been shown in by Jarvis, and coming quickly across the room, takes Ethel's hand.
Ethel, how are you, darling?
Oh, I'm all right.
Glad to see me.
Mm-hmm. Why not?
Where is everybody?
Mother's lying down and Alaric's around someplace.
And your little Irish cousin?
Oh, my little Irish cousin. You seem very interested in her.
Child amuses me.
Are you sure that's all?
Oh, Ethel, please. I refuse to be drawn into an argument about anything so ridiculous.
I'm sorry, Chris. It's just nerves. Things have been rather trying this past month.
Yes, for me, too. Ethel, I'm at the crossroads.
What do you mean?
And it's the end between me and my wife. We quarreled again last night. About you.
Oh, how interesting.
She's heard some talk about us. She put the worst construction on it naturally.
And what do you intend doing?
Separate, of course. She won't give me a divorce. But I'm leaving for France tonight.
Alone?
Yes, unless someone goes with me.
Oh, naturally.
Ethel, if my wife does set me free, will you marry me?
I don't know, Chris.
I want you, Ethel. I need you.
Until you grow tired of me, as you're tired of your wife?
I'll never grow tired of you. I love you, Ethel. You know that, don't you?
Don't, Chris.
Why not?
No, please.
Darling,
Hello. Oh, don't mind me. I was told to come down here and study.
And was it absolutely necessary to choose this room?
Well, it's as good as any other, I guess. But I won't be in your way. I'll just sit off in the corner, and you'll never even know I'm there.
Chris.
Oh, it's quite all right. I was just about to leave anyway.
Oh, were you? Well, I hope you're not leaving on my account, but goodbye, Mr. Brent.
Goodbye.
Who is it?
May I come in?
Oh, what do you want?
Oh, just to say good night. It's a nice room you have, Ethel.
Well, I'd feel terrible if it didn't meet with your approval. Why are you looking at me like that?
Well, aren't you my model?
Oh, good night, please.
Oh, Ethel, please don't be angry with me. I didn't mean it, Ethel. Ethel, won't you make friends with me?
We have nothing in common.
Well, that doesn't prevent us from being decent to each other. I'll meet you 3/4 of the way if you'll only show one generous feeling toward me. You would if you knew what was in my mind.
You're a strange creature.
Ah, you got us mixed up. I'm not the strange one.
What?
Oh, I watch and listen. And listen to you. You turn your face to the world as much as to say, aren't I the easygoing, sweet-tempered, calm young lady? And you're not quite that, are you?
Well, what am I?
Of course. You've got the breeding and the beautiful manners. But you have a temper. And it's a beautiful temper. It's a shame for you not to let it out in the daylight so that everybody can see it. But you can't, can you? Because it's not good form. And with all your fine advantages, you're not very happy, are you? Are you?
No.
Neither am I in this house. Ethel, I'd like very much to ask you something.
Well, what is it?
Do you know anything about love?
What?
Have you ever been in love?
Oh, no, I haven't.
Have you ever thought about it?
Some.
What do you think about it?
Very little.
Oh, you're wrong. It's the most wonderful thing in the world. To love a good man who loves you. A man who makes you hot and cold, burning like fire 1 minute and freezing like ice the next. Who makes your heart leap with happiness when he comes near you and ache with sorrow when he goes away from you. Oh, it's mighty disturbing.
Well, how do you know all this?
Oh, I read about it in a book.
Oh, I see.
Don't you like men, Ethel?
Not much.
But you like Mr. Brent, don't you?
Certainly I do. He's a very old friend of the family.
He has a wife.
Well, what about it?
Oh, nothing, Ethel. But tell me this. Is it customary for English husbands to go around kissing other women?
I suppose you're referring to what you saw downstairs today.
Well, in a way, yes.
Will you kindly have the decency to keep your observations to yourself?
Oh, Sean, please, Ethel, don't be angry with me. I only wanted to tell you something.
I don't care to hear it. Now go away. And just for a change, try minding your own business.
Fine mistake in the drawing room, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Jerry, is it you?
Oh, hello, Peg.
Hello. Sit down, Jerry.
Oh, can't stay. Just dropped in to ask you something.
Yes?
Well, there's a dance tonight at the country club. Would you like to go?
Would I like? Oh, indeed I would.
Good. We'll have to ask your aunt, of course.
Would we? Oh, but she'll never let me, Jerry.
Oh.
She won't, I know. Oh, don't let's take any chances. Let's go to the dance tonight, and I'll ask her tomorrow morning.
Peg, but that's not fair.
I know, but it's a dance. And if you think I'm going to let it get by me, you're very much mistaken. When the lights are all out and they're all asleep, I'll creep down the stairs and meet you at the foot of the path. And if it goes against your tender conscience to take me, I'll take you. That's how we'll settle that.
But there may not be any occasion to do any such thing. Your aunt may be delighted.
Delighted? Sure. She doesn't know the meaning of the word.
But why shouldn't she let you go? After all, I'm an old friend of the family. And, well, we're good friends, too. Aren't we, Peg?
I guess we are, Jerry. Did you ever hear what Tom Moore wrote about friendship?
No.
Would you like to hear what Tom Moore wrote about friendship?
I'd love to.
All right. There's a tune that goes with it, but I won't sing the words.
Why not?
Well, it wouldn't be fair to Tom Moore. It's about a girl, that is, who built a shrine, and she thought that the best thing in the world to put in it was an image of friendship. You see, she was like you. She thought that there was nothing in the world as nice as friendship.
Yes?
Yes, and this is what happened to her. She flew to a sculptor who set down before her a friendship the fairest his art could invent, but so cold and dull that this useful adorer said plainly that was not the friendship she meant. Oh, never, she cried, could I think of enshrining an image whose looks are so joyless and dim. But yon little Cupid, midst roses reclining, we'll make, if you please, sir, a friendship of him. So the bargain was struck. With a little god laden, she joyfully flew to her shrine in the grove. Farewell, said the sculptor, you're not the first maiden who came but for friendship and took away love.
Now, where in the world did you learn that?
Me father taught me that. Tom Moore's me father's prayer book.
Who came but for friendship and took away love. Well, that's happened to a lot of men, I think.
To a lot of women, I think.
Has it ever happened to you, Peg?
To me? Well, no. Maybe it would sometime if I was different. But, I'm just an Irish nobody.
Oh, don't say that.
Oh, I'm sure there's a little something good in me. But the bad little something always beats the good little something out, so it does.
Well, you'll have to put a rein on the bad something, then.
So I will. But would you mind very much if it had just one more spurt before I killed it altogether?
What do you mean?
I want to go to the dance. It's the last bad thing I'll ask you to let me do. I'll behave like a saint from heaven after that.
Well, I still think you should ask your aunt.
All right, I will then. But yes or no, I'm going to that dance.
You happy, Peg?
Happy? Sure, the whole world's going around with this one waltz. And I'm going around with it, too. I'm dizzy, I am.
Shall we sit down?
No, it'll be over so soon. An hour more, and I'll be creeping back like a thief in the night.
We shouldn't have come here, really.
Don't I know it? And isn't that quiet such fun?
Well, here we are.
Oh, yes, here we are. Sure, it's been a glorious night, Jerry.
I'm glad, Peg.
All the while I'm supposed to have been asleep upstairs, I've been stealing the time. I'm a thief, I am.
Well, you're a lovely thief. The sweetest.
What?
You'd better go in.
I know that. But what were you going to say to me?
I think it might be better to say in daylight.
But why in the daylight? With the beautiful bright moon so high in the heaven.
Now, go on now. Someone may hear us.
Oh, I suppose you do know best, but that's a magnificent moon. Well, good night, Jerry.
Good night, Peg.
Jerry.
What is it?
I heard something. There's someone over there by the tree. Do you see him?
Yes, it looks like Bradley.
Bradley? Who's he?
Christopher Brent's chauffeur. Oh, of course it is. That's Brent's car at the end of the drive. Now, what's he doing here at this hour?
Sure, and I think I have a very good idea. Good night, Jerry.
Peg, wait.
I can't. I've got to go in. Good night, Jerry.
Good night, Peg.
Who's there? Is that you, Ethel?
What are you doing down here in the dark?
I could ask the same of you. What are you doing with your hat and coat on at this time of the night? And a traveling case with you, too.
Go to your room, please.
What, are you going away?
Keep your voice down.
Mr. Brent's car is out there. Were you going away with Brent, were you? Answer me, Ethel.
Yes, I am. We're taking the boat to France.
Oh, no, you're not. You're not going out of this house tonight if I have to wake everyone in it.
Well, wait then. They can't stop me. Nothing can stop me now.
And what do you suppose you'd be going to? Awaken and sleep in purgatory, sure.
Get out of my way.
He has a wife, Ethel.
He hates her, and I hate this. Is it my fault she won't give him a divorce?
And is that what he told you? And did you believe it? It's him that won't get the divorce. He wants her money. And he wants you, and he can't have both without lying to you.
You're mad.
It's the truth, I'm telling you. You've got to believe me, Ethel.
You leave me alone.
No, you're not getting in the car tonight. And I'm the one who'll see to it. Come back here. Come back. Bradley.
Good evening, Miss Ethel.
It's not Miss Ethel. Where's Mr. Brent?
Why, he's at the Boar's Head Tavern, miss, but...
Is he waiting for her?
Well, miss, I...
Then you can take me to him.
But Miss Ethel is
No,
supposed
Miss
to...
Ethel ain't coming. Now get in there and drive. Go on before I blacken your two snaky eyes.
Yes, miss.
Who is it? Is it you, Ethel? Ethel, why don't you... Oh.
You can close the door, please.
What are you doing here?
I came to see you, Mr. Brent.
Yes, that's obvious. There must be some other explanation. Won't you sit down?
Oh, no. I can tell you what I think of you standing on my own 2 feet.
Really, now?
And I'll thank you not to interrupt me. It'll take me a long time, it will, thinking of bad words enough to describe the likes of you.
Chris?
Oh, come in, Ethel. We have a visitor.
I thought she'd be here. You may go now, please.
And leave you to go gallivanting off with this parlor snake? Oh, no. I came here to tell him what I think of him. And I'm staying here till I've finished.
You stay out of my business.
Oh, was it a snake I called you, Mr. Brent? Well, you're worse than a snake and a whole foot lower. A decent girl wouldn't lower herself to step on you. But you fooled Miss Ethel here, and now you're going to tell her the truth.
Did you hear what I said? Get out.
Let her alone, Ethel. She's very amusing. The whole situation is amusing.
Chris.
Quiet.
Amusing, is it? Well, then why don't you answer the door?
Chris, we're found here.
Don't let them hear you.
Ethel, get into the other room.
What?
Go on, I can take care of this.
What are you going to do?
Go on now, please, go on. Come in, please.
Are you mad?
Is this him, Mrs.?
Yes. Good evening, Chris.
Oh, how do you do, Claire?
Oh, Claire, is it?
Yes, Claire Brent. I'm Mr. Brent's wife.
I don't believe I know the two gentlemen, Claire.
Oh, excuse me. Mr. Doyle and Mr. Flint. Detectives. They didn't come to pay a social call. Well, have you gentlemen seen all you wish?
I think it'll do.
It'll stand in any divorce court.
Thank you.
Claire, you can't do this.
What's your name, young lady?
Don't answer them.
And why not? I'm not ashamed of it. My name's Peg O'Connell.
Thank you. Is that all, gentlemen?
That's all.
Good night, Chris.
Well, that's that. I suppose you know what you've done, Miss O'Connell.
Yes, Mr. Brent. I've shown you up for what you are. Ethel, you can come out now.
Peg. Oh, Peg.
Oh, there, now it's all right. Everything's all right.
But it isn't. Not for you, it isn't. Don't you understand? The newspapers, they'll name you as a correspondent. They'll think that you were the one who's...
Oh, let them think what they want. There's only 2 people in this whole wide world I care a hang about. One of them is me father. Oh, he'll know it's a lie. And the other one, he'll believe whatever's in his heart to believe. Oh, now I think we'd best be getting home.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Down comes the curtain on Act 2 of our play, starring Marion, Davies, and Brian Aherne. One of the characters in our play is a 4-footed gentleman named Michael. And for the next moment or two, before going into Act 3 of Peg of My Heart, we'll hear about Michael's Hollywood relations, the dogs of motion pictures. I don't know what a dog's vision of paradise may be, but Hollywood comes pretty close to being a canine heaven. The home of practically every star has 2 or 3 tail waggers. Many of our celebrities raise prize dogs as a hobby. Charlie Ruggles raises them as a business. And here you'll find catering shops, dude ranches, haberdashery stores, beauty parlors, and expert medicals, all dedicated to a happy, healthy Fido. Our guest, Earl Johnson, has trained motion picture dogs for many years, including Flush, whom you saw in the Barretts of Wimple Street. His most famous star is the German shepherd, Lightning, hero of such films as Wings in the Dark, The Case of the Howling Dog, and White Fang. And now, Mr. Johnson, just what does it take to be a Clark Gable in dogdom?
Same two qualities, Mr. DeMille, that human stars must have. Intelligence and personality. Lots of dogs could be taught to do everything that Lightning does. But his success is due chiefly to the personality he exhibits in doing his tricks.
In the days of silent pictures, when a dog was playing a scene, all a trainer had to do was speak commands. This, of course, can't be done in talking pictures. How, then, do you convey to a dog what you want him to do?
Well, before a scene is shot, the dog is rehearsed, just like any other member of the cast. But naturally, when the scene is being played, the dog can't understand the dialogue, so he must get his direction from the trainer. The trainer stands near the camera and tells the dog exactly what to do through certain simple movements of his hands.
But does Lightning know when he's acting and when he isn't?
Yes. He'll attack a man and rip his clothing to shreds and perform with all the viciousness of a wolf. As soon as the scene is finished, he'll run up to the same man, wag his tail, and lick his hands like a puppy. And he'll never let his teeth so much as scratch the skin of the man he's attacking.
All that, of course, being the result of careful training. A dog's career in motion pictures is much the same as a man's. If he's to get an important part, he must pass a screen test. I tested 11 dogs before I found Lantloper, the Cairn Terrier who performs in The Buccaneer. He even walked the plank for me.
Yes, famous dogs like that have their own dressing rooms, their own doubles and stand-ins, and receive hundreds of fan letters. Lightning's stand-in is his own son, Lightning Jr., who's learning the picture business in that manner. And if a dog has a feature part in a film, he's hired like any other important player through the casting office. If he's an extra, so to speak, he's hired through the property department.
What can you tell us about Lightning's rival for screen popularity, the wire-haired terrier, Mr. Astor, who appears with William Powell and Myrna Loy in the Thin Man pictures?
Mr. Astor's owned by Henry East. The dog's real name is Skippy, and you'll see him again in the new film, The Awful Truth, this time under the name of Mr. Smith. Skippy is undoubtedly one of the smartest dogs ever seen in films. In his fondest possession, though he's received many more valuable gifts from the stars with whom he's worked, is a little rubber mouse named Oslo. Mr. East gives Oslo to Skippy to chew on whenever he's shot a particularly good scene.
I confess I'm having a little difficulty with Josephine DeMille, our St. Bernard. Josephine doesn't always want to sit down when she's asked to.
Well, here's a good way to teach Josephine, or any other dog, to sit down on command. Put your dog on a leash at your left side. Hold the leash taut in your right hand. With the other hand, stroke the dog's back. Move your hand down his back to a spot where the hindquarters connect with the spine. At this point, there's a reflex nerve. When your hand passes over it, press down a little with your finger and thumb. The dog will automatically sit down. While you're doing this, just tell the dog to sit. As he does it, give him a pat on the head. Try it again a few seconds later. Keep repeating the process until the dog learns to associate the word with the action. The most complicated trick is based on the same simple association. Keep commands short so as not to confuse him. And remember, the secrets of obedience are patience and kindness.
A good idea. But Josephine's one drawback is that she usually bites the hand that pats her.
Well, I know. I'll have to send Lightning over to teach her some manners. Of course, everything Lightning does is not exactly a trick. Lightning has a lot of plain common sense. And just to prove that, I brought him along tonight. Lightning, say hello to Mr. DeMille and all the listeners. You speak to him? That's fine. Now, there's just one more thing, Lightning. A long time ago, when I used to give you a bath with just any kind of ordinary soap, what'd you do whenever I got your tub ready? Well, you don't need to have such a sour face about it. I know. You didn't like it. But now that I wash you in Lux Flakes, tell the people how much you enjoy a bath. Well, that's fine. That's exactly the right answer. No wonder your coat has never shrunk. Okay, Lightning, and thank you all.
Thank you and Lightning both. Once again, Marion, Davies, Brian Aherne, and Benita Hume in Peg o' My Heart. It's early the following morning, and Peg has already announced her intention of returning to Ireland. Her aunt, knowing nothing of the events of last night, realizes that if Peg leaves, the Chichester family will lose the money they receive for her training. In a desperate attempt to keep Peg in the house, she's persuaded Alaric to make a proposal of marriage to her. Alaric, the family martyr, knocks nervously at Peg's door.
Oh, I say, Margaret.
Come in.
Hello.
What is it, Alaric? Here, Micah, stop that.
Yes, I'm afraid that dog still doesn't like me.
Oh, he's all right. He's smart, too.
I say, Margaret, you're not really going to leave us, are you?
I am that. And if you'd excuse me, I think I'll go on with me packing.
I say, why?
Why? Have you seen them on in papers, Alaric?
No. Can I get them for you?
Oh, no, Alaric. I know what's in them.
I say, Peg, there's something I want to tell you. Do you know, I've grown really awfully fond of you.
It nearly choked you, didn't it? And when did you find that out? That you were fond of me?
Just now, when the thought struck me that perhaps you really meant to leave us. The idea bruises me.
What does it now?
Positively bruises.
Ah, you'll get over that.
No, I don't think I shall. Do you know, I'm going to do something I've never done before in my life.
Something useful?
What? Certainly not. I'm going to ask a very charming young lady to marry me.
Ah, what do you think of that now?
And who do you think it is?
I don't know.
Guess.
I couldn't guess who'd marry you, Alaric.
It's you.
Me? Oh, pardon.
Then it's all right.
It's the most wonderful thing I've ever heard in my life.
What? Oh, yes, of course, good. Fine, splendid. Yes, of course, there are one or two little things to be settled first.
Only one or two?
Oh, just little things. In the first place, I must insist on a little obedience. And no Michael.
Oh, I couldn't have Michael?
No. I'm very firm about that.
You're very firm about it, yes. What could you offer me in his place?
What could I offer you in the place of... Why, myself, of course.
Thanks. I'll keep me dog.
Oh, come, I say, you don't really mean that. You don't actually mean that you're refusing me.
Could I make it any plainer? I'm refusing you, Alice.
Really?
Really.
Positively?
Positively.
Oh, I say thanks very much. Goodbye, old girl.
What?
And thanks again. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. Cheerio.
Alaric, come here.
Oh, Meta, I asked her, and she refused me. Absolutely and positively refused me.
I hope you realize how lucky you are.
Oh, Mother, please.
Oh, I do. But I say, you were the one who put me up to it.
Look at this. In the paper.
Mrs. Christopher Brent is sued for divorce. Name's Margaret O'Connor. Co-respondent. I say they can't meet Peg.
Oh, yes, they can. She was with him last night. Everybody's talking about her, even the servants in the kitchen.
It's too bad they can't mind their own business.
Ethel, are you preparing to defend her? You who... What is a Jarvis?
Mr. Gerald, madam.
Good morning.
You may go, Jarvis.
Yes, madam.
Good morning.
Good morning, Eric. Good morning, Ethel. I saw a cab at the door. Someone coming or leaving?
Someone's leaving, and I, for one, shall be very glad to see her go.
I assume you're talking about Peg.
You know very well we are. Have you seen the morning papers?
I have.
Well?
Oh, don't believe it, of course.
Don't believe it? Do you suppose they'd print a thing like this if it weren't true?
Well, that's what I'm here to find out. When Peg tells me it's true, I'll believe it. Until then, I prefer to think the papers have made a mistake. Now, where is she?
In her room, packing.
Oh, she mustn't leave England, of course. She'd lose her inheritance.
Well, I'm not going to have her here. It was a mistake ever to let her come to this house.
Yes, I'm beginning to think so myself.
Oh, I see.
I suppose you're going to blame us for what happened last night.
I don't know that anything did happen. I'm speaking of other things. You were supposed to make a home for her here, and you were well paid for it. Well, have you done it? Have you done anything except make life miserable for her?
How could I make a home for a girl like her?
You might have tried. If you had, she wouldn't be going away now. Oh. Peg.
Good morning, Jerry. I just came in, Aunt, to say goodbye. Well?
Now, wait a moment. Sit down, Peg.
It's late. I'm thinking I'm catching the boat for home.
Well, you can stay a moment. Sit down, Peg. There's a story in the paper this morning about you and Christopher Brent.
I thought there would be.
I want you to deny it. Did you hear me, Peg?
I heard you.
Well, you do deny it, don't you?
I only wish I could.
Oh, Peg.
You know, Ethel, there's nothing I've got to say, nothing.
Peg, listen. I don't believe this story. I can't believe it. I know it can't be true. All I want is for you to tell me so. That's all, Peg. I'm not asking for an explanation. I'm not asking for anything except your own word. Well?
I've got nothing to say, Jerry.
Oh, Peg.
Nothing. I'm sorry, Jerry. Well, my cab is waiting, and, well, I guess that's all. Goodbye, Jerry.
Well, Jerry, I hope you're satisfied.
No. Get her back. Call her back. She lied to you.
What's the matter with
She
you?
had nothing to do with it. You hear nothing. Peg.
Catch her there.
Ethel.
Fainted.
Ethel, look at
Get
me.
some water, quick.
Passengers this way.
Show your tickets, please.
Will you let me through, please?
No more visitors, miss.
But I'm not a visitor. I've got a ticket for the boat I have.
May I have a seat, please?
Oh, glory be. You've got to let me on. It's starting to storm.
Well, if you could show your ticket, miss, I...
Oh, shut it out. Shut it out. Shut out the storm. Jerry. Oh, it's you, Jerry.
Oh, darling, I want to tell you...
Oh, Jerry. Hold me, Jerry. Hold me.
It's all right, Peg. It's all right. It's over now.
Oh, Jerry. Sure. And I thought it was a punishment for all my sins that time.
For lying about Chris Brent.
Oh, Jerry, I was hoping that you'd know the truth of it. You're not angry with me?
Oh, I couldn't be angry with you. I love you, Peg.
Jerry.
What?
Did you hear what you said?
I think so.
Did you mean what you said?
I'm sure of it.
Oh, Jerry, hold me. I think I feel another storm coming on.
We close the pages of tonight's play, but bring Marion, Davies, and Brian Aherne back to you a little later. Where does a young girl live who's come to Hollywood and is trying to make a name in pictures? Some live in little boarding houses, little inexpensive boarding houses. But our most famous residence for such girls, a landmark of the film capital for 21 years, is the Hollywood Studio Club. Maintained by the National YWCA, it's under direct supervision of a group of Hollywood women. Scores of our most prominent stars contribute to its upkeep, and it's sponsored by the Motion Picture Producers Association. Mrs. Arthur S. Heineman, Assistant State Superintendent of Schools, is chairman of the Studio Club, and Mrs. DeMille, I'm happy to say, is vice chairman of its directing committee, which includes Mrs. James Gleason and Lois Wilson, while Louise Dresser and Mary Pickford are on the advisory committee. But the person to describe what the club is and does is Miss Marjorie Williams, its director for 16 years. Mrs. DeMille tells me, Miss Williams, the club is always filled to capacity, which means that about 100 girls call it home. Of these, who at the moment are making a bid for fame?
Well, there's Virginia Walker, for example, a young actress whose portrait occupies an entire page in this month's Esquire. Ida Vollmer and Catherine Aldridge, who appear in the Vogues of 1938, are still with us, and so is Evelyn Keyes, the young Southern girl discovered by Mr. DeMille. Also with us are the secretaries of Eddie Cantor and Myrna Loy, and writers, singers, dancers, script girls, extras, radio actresses, and film cutters. Work in the picture business, you know, is seldom steady. There never was a time when all our girls had jobs, but as a rule, more than half are working at the same time.
And who pays the rent when there's no pay envelope coming in?
Well, if a girl has exhausted her savings, we do our best to help until she gets a job. Remember, the girls who come to Hollywood are determined to make good. Yet there are hundreds of girls to every job. But still they come. We have them from China, Austria, France, and England. Many of them are from colleges, many from excellent homes. Some with little or no education, some with only the prize of a beauty contest and the good wishes of their friends. Some arrive by Pullman coach. A few have hitchhiked. And one girl came as a stowaway by way of the Panama Canal.
In 21 years, 3,000 girls have lived at the club. How many of them have attained national fame?
Only about 20 or 30, Mr. DeMille, which proves how tremendous are the odds against a newcomer. The one career in which there has been distinct success is marriage. About half of the 3,000 married, and that, after all, is as big and splendid a career as stardom. The wives of Louis Stone, Marion Cooper, and Jessie Lasky, Jr. all have lived at the club. But getting back to the rent problem, they'll take all kinds of jobs, Mr. DeMille, just to hang on. We have girls singing in nightclubs, one selling insurance. Many have turned typist or business secretary. Some model clothes. And one girl rides an elephant in a circus, still waiting for that chance in pictures.
I believe several of the girls have acted in the Lux Radio Theater, haven't they?
Yes, they have. This program has many links with the Hollywood Studio Club. Lux is their favorite radio program, and there's no question but that Lux Flakes are their favorite wardrobe care. I don't have to tell you that many girls have moderate incomes, or how important it is to dress smartly to work in pictures. Since many girls do at least part of their washing at the club, we know what kind of soap they use. So it should interest you, Mr. DeMille, as it has interested me, to know that Lux Flakes are by far the most popular. In fact, there's really no comparison. It's so economical and does its job so well.
We're glad to know that, Miss Williams. Now, can you tell us how a girls' residence club in Hollywood differs from such a club in any other town?
It differs to the extent that Hollywood and motion pictures differ from any other place and profession. Every girl here is decidedly an individual. Yet Hollywood gives them all a oneness of purpose that is a great uniting force. When a girl has had a bad break, when her job hasn't materialized, when her part in the picture gets no further than the floor of the cutting room, she finds a brave sympathy and understanding from her companions. From them she acquires courage and learns that she can still smile. And to me, that makes Hollywood a far greater place than merely the home of motion pictures. I hope that what I've said tonight will not encourage any girl to come to Hollywood. After 16 years here, there's no better advice I could give than simply this. Unless you are prepared, financially and otherwise, to come to Hollywood as a year's experiment, hang on to your own job, whatever it is, and wait until Hollywood sends for you. Thank you, Mr. DeMille.
Thank you, Miss Williams. One of the traditions of the Lux Radio Theater is observed at this time, when you meet our stars out of character. A tradition that's never more pleasant than when the stars happen to be Marion Davies and Brian Aherne. It seems few things interest our listeners more, Marion, than news of the current activities of a star. What's she doing and what does she plan to do? So what can you reveal to us about yourself?
Only this, Mr. DeMille, that I'm looking forward to doing a picture soon. I've been reading several manuscripts to find the right one. Recently, Walter Wanger kindly offered me his next color picture. And this month, I was very much flattered to receive an invitation from Mr. George Bernard Shaw to come to London and do the picture Pygmalion. I greatly admire George Bernard Shaw, and I'd love to do Pygmalion, but Warner Brothers have the first claim on my services. Moreover, I used to like the idea of making 2 or 3 pictures a year, but now I think that you, Mr. DeMille, have the right idea. Just to make 1 good picture a year. And it's been awfully delightful returning to the Lux Radio Theater, and I want to thank everyone here on the stage for the marvelous help in making this such a grand evening.
Yeah, thank you, Marion.
It's been lovely.
Thank you. A word now from our air-minded leading man, Brian Aherne. A few days ago, the newspapers had Brian in a plane accident at Palm Springs.
It was my plane, all right, Mr. DeMille, but I wasn't in it.
And are you going to tell us that you weren't in your plane last month when it made that forced landing in Pennsylvania?
No, Marion. I'm afraid I was very much in it. I thought it might be fun to fly to New York from Hollywood all alone in my open plane, but I had no radio and no landing lights. Well, there came a moment when I miscalculated the change of time and found to my horror that the sun had set behind me when I had counted on another hour of light. I ran into a thick ground mist and spent a very few bad 10 minutes wondering just what to do. Then through the trees, I managed to spot a dark patch. It turned out to be a pasture, and I set the plane down with a few bumps. Well, quite a few people collected, and when I asked where I was, they told me I wasn't very far from Gradyville. Well, I'd never heard of Gradyville, but I knew I was only about 20 miles from Philadelphia, so I inquired the way there. The name seemed to stump them all for a while, until finally one bright-minded individual said he guessed that Philadelphia must be somewhere t'other side of Gradyville. And with such specific directions, I found it next morning and was safely in Newark Airport an hour later.
Were you flying to New York to settle details for another stage play this winter?
At the time, yes, Mr. DeMille, but I'm working on the Hal Roach picture Merrily We Live at the moment, and it seems to look as though I might not make it. But I'm learning the art of blind flying, and that's almost exciting enough to compensate for no play this year. Till next time, then, thanks and good night.
Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Good night, Miss Davies. Good night, Mr. Aherne.
Thank you, Miss Davies and Mr. Aherne. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. There's another outstanding show awaiting you next Monday night, and Mr. DeMille tells you about it in just a moment. Assisting our stars tonight were Edward Broadley as David, Eric Snowden as Christopher Brent, Doris Lloyd as Mrs. Brent, Michael Fitzmaurice as Port Officer, Wallace Roberts as Flint, Lou Merrill as Bradley, Frank Nelson as a guard, and Ingvord Tillish and Doris Luray as Irishwomen. Louis Silvers appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studios, where he was in charge of music for the new film Second Honeymoon, and Mr. McDonald through courtesy of Columbia Studios. Now, just before Mr. DeMille returns, we want to remind you that this is the time to help the 1937 drive to fight tuberculosis. Help make the world safer. Purchase your supply of anti-tuberculosis Christmas seals now. Use them on all your Christmas mail. Show that you're helping fight the dread disease, too. Buy seals for Christmas, and you buy help for the new year. And now, Mr. DeMille.
Around our microphone next Monday night will be grouped several of Hollywood's most popular performers, playing a drama that triumphed on Broadway and became one of Samuel Goldwyn's most successful motion pictures. It was applauded the world over under the title of These Three, a powerful and original drama with a splendid romantic feeling. It stars Barbara Stanwyck, Errol Flynn, Mary Astor, Constance Collier, Alma Kruger, and Marcia May Jones. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Barbara Stanwyck, Errol Flynn, and Mary Astor, and an all-star cast in These Three. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
It is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hollywood, California, Monday, May 24th. The Lux Radio Theater presents Under Two Flags with Herbert Marshall, Olivia de Havilland, Lupe Velez, and Lionel Atwill. Lux presents Hollywood. Under Two Flags comes to you through the courtesy of the makers of Lux Flakes. May we thank you for supporting the Lux Radio Theater through your regular use of Lux. Tonight, our stars are Herbert Marshall, Olivia de Havilland, Lupe Velez, and Lionel Atwill. Our guest, Miss Fanchon, of the famous team of Fanchon and Marco, now Hollywood's first major studio woman producer, and Louis Van den Ecker, former sergeant in the French Foreign Legion. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our conductor, Louis Silvers. So do we welcome you to another hour in Hollywood. Before starting our play, let me say that from all I hear, Lux Flakes seem to be mighty popular with modern brides. They're not going to risk dishpan hands if they can help it. They know that we men don't like red, rough hands. Such a hand feels coarse and unpleasant, makes a man wince inside, though naturally he tries not to show it. Mrs. John McGuire, who was married this year, puts it very well when she says,
Maybe men respect them, but believe me, they don't admire dishpan hands. I'm not going to have them, thanks to Lux.
As Mrs. McGuire knows, Lux guards against dishpan hands. It has no harmful alkali to dry and roughen the skin. You'll find it speeds up dishwashing, too. I turn the microphone over now to Hollywood's celebrated producer and starfinder. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's production of Under Two Flags recalls memories of the golden age on Broadway. David Belasco was starring Blanche Bates in this great play. I was acting in another production nearby, and frequently members of our company would slip into Belasco's theater to watch Miss Bates rehearse as Cigarette. Among us was a very young girl, also destined to leave the stage and try her luck in the fad that was soon to sweep the country, moving pictures. She did rather well. Her name was Mary Pickford. Our story is from the celebrated novel of Louise de la Ramée. And tonight, thanks to Paramount and RKO Studios, we star a gentleman of long acquaintance with our microphone, Herbert Marshall. Bart leaves the set of Angel, his new picture with Marlene Dietrich, to portray the role of Corporal Victor. As Cigarette, there's Guadalupe Villalobos, the hard way of saying Lupe Velez. Born in San Luis Potosí, daughter of a colonel and an opera singer, Lupe flared to fame on the Mexican musical comedy stage, and her firecracker personality prompted me to cast her in the third version of The Squaw Man. Olivia de Havilland's third appearance in the Lux Radio Theater finds her in the part of Lady Venicia. Lovely, talented, and youthful, Olivia can look forward to a most brilliant Hollywood future. She's just completed Call It a Day and has begun work on It's Love I'm After for Warner Brothers. Just as busy is Lionel Atwill, who, like Lupe, is home from picture making in England. He's just finished The Road Back for Universal and Last Train from Madrid for Paramount. We meet him tonight in the role of Major Doyle. From this point on, let our stars account for themselves. Up with the curtain, then, as once again we bring you the magic of the Lux Radio Theater, presenting Under Two Flags, starring Herbert Marshall, Olivia de Havilland, Lupe Velez, and Lionel Atwill. Algiers. Land of shimmering sands and blazing sun, of trackless desert wastes, of scorching days and magic star-swept nights. Land of the Foreign Legion. On the edge of the Great Sahara, the little Arab town of Saida lies drowsing in the midday heat. Only in the Café Cigarette is there any sign of activity. Cigarette, herself, a vivacious young French girl, moves from table to table, chatting with the patrons. Suddenly the door's flung open as her father waddles excitedly into the room.
Cigarette, where are you?
Papa, what is wrong?
Cigarette, the 14th Company of Legionnaires. They have marched away.
What? That is impossible.
No, they are gone. With my own eyes, I see them go.
They cannot do this to me. They owe me for wine, for beer, for food.
Oh, they will never pay now. We are ruined.
Oh, Papa, you donkey. Why did you let them go?
Why? I am one man. Can I stop a whole regiment?
And I am one girl. But I will stop them. I will see the commandant.
Oh, no, it is too late. Already they have marched across the desert.
The commandant will make the march back. Wait here. I tell you, I will see the commandant. I will.
I'm sorry, little one, but Major Doyle is busy.
Get out of my way.
Here, what's this? Oh, hello, Cigarette.
Hello. This fool here would not let me speak with you.
It's all right, Orderly. Well, it's nice to see you.
Thank you, Monsieur le Commandant. So you robbed me, eh? You ruined my father, my cafe. Oh, you pig!
Easy there, easy. What's all this about?
Look at this bill. What you fine legionnaires saw me. And what do, huh? You march him away. Now I never get my money. Oh, never.
There, now, Cigarette. I wouldn't do anything to hurt you. I never gave you a thought.
No, you never do.
Well, what can I do about it now? The company's gone.
You can order them back.
Call them back?
Mm-hmm.
But I can't countermount an order.
But, Commandant, for me? For Cigarette?
No.
No?
No.
Ooh, what a great big no. And yet you say you love me. And when I ask you such a little thing like this, you say no.
Now, look here. Have I ever refused you anything in reason?
You always see. Been very, very kind.
Yes, and too blasted patient. Now, I've waited a long time for you, Cigarette.
Ah, but you will soon be a colonel.
Yes, you said major when I was a captain.
Did I?
I never know how to take you. Now, do you love me or don't you?
So very, very much. And when you're a colonel, I shall love you so much more and...
And, what?
Now you will bring the men back for me, yes? And when they come back, I will kill you, Like that.
Oh, Cigarette.
Goodbye, Montgomery.
Come back here, come. Little devil. Orderly.
Commandant.
Orderly. Tell the adjutant to send a messenger out to the 14th Company and order them back to barracks.
Order them.
Didn't you hear? Jump. Come in.
Commandant?
Well?
Corporal Victor is here, sir.
Victor? Who's he?
One of the survivors of the 17th Company, sir.
Oh, yes. I want to see him.
Commandant?
Come over here. Your name, Victor?
Yes, sir. 17th Company.
How many have you left?
8, sir. It was a surprise attack by C.D. Ben-Yusuf.
Yes, I know that. You're lucky any of you came out alive.
Yes, sir.
Corporal Victor, your company was on its way here to Saida. You were carrying food for Colonel Farrell's mess.
Yes, sir.
Well, where is it?
We haven't got it, sir.
Arabs take it?
No, sir. I gave it to the men.
What?
Emergency rations, sir, just after the attack.
Emergency rations? How long has caviar been emergency rations?
There were no complaints, sir.
You know those stores were for Colonel Farrell's private use?
The Colonel has excellent taste, sir. I might add that his wine is also up to the mark.
I see. Made up your mind to have one good meal before they finish you off, eh? Well, I think I'd have done the same thing myself.
Thank you, sir.
Corporal Victor, huh? Any military service before you joined the Legion?
Yes, sir.
British Army, of course. Yeah. How long in the Legion?
First year of my second enlistment, sir.
Good. I'll get you transferred to my battalion. It's the best battalion. I like to have the best men.
I like to be under the best commander.
That'll do, Corporal. That'll do.
Yes, sir. Oh, if I might make a request, sir.
Well?
There's another survivor, Legionnaire Rake. I'd like to have him transferred with me, sir.
Rake, eh? Friend of yours?
A very old friend, sir. He's been with me. We've been friends for years.
I'll arrange it.
Thank you, sir. You know, Rick, I think I'm going to like the 14th. They're a jolly bunch.
Yes, sir. A bit noisy, sir.
Don't call me sir. You really must get out of that habit, Rick.
Tried it, sir. But it will slip out like.
Hello, my friend.
How are you, Ivan? Sit down. Rick and I were just about to open a bottle.
A bottle? Of course I'll sit down. Blessed cigarette, blessed. Here for...
Qu'est-ce que dit?
Yes?
Who's that man over there? The one at the table with Ivan.
You like his looks, eh? That is Corporal Victor.
Oh, Corporal Victor. I think I'm most welcome.
You will like it here, Corporal Victor.
I'm sure I will.
Corporal Victor, I welcome you to my cafe. I am Cigarette.
How do you do, mademoiselle? May we have 3 glasses, please?
What? But I am Cigarette, the mascot of the company.
Again, how do you do? We are very thirsty, if you don't mind.
But always, the first time you come, Cigarette gives you a bottle of wine.
Thank you, mademoiselle, but we have cognac, as you see. Now, may we have our glasses?
So, you refuse my wine. You insult me, my cafe.
Perhaps we should be glad of your wine later.
We have no glasses for you, now or later. You are too good for us here, Corporal Caviar.
Oh. If you're not going to serve us, mademoiselle, we shall have to go to another cafe.
Don't let him get away, Cigarette.
You lose your customer.
Sit on his lap, Cigarette.
Oh, no. The corporal would not like for someone to sit on his lap. Like this.
That's quite all right, mademoiselle. But I hope you don't mind if I stand up. Like this.
Oh, you pig! You dog!
You sit me on the floor, yes?
Yes. Good night, mademoiselle.
One hour a day for rest and recreation, and we've got to spend it here in the bar.
Well, get off my bunk, Ivan.
Don't.
No, come on, get off.
Don't you think you better have a nap, sir? I mean, Corporal.
Thanks, Wake. I'd rather finish carving this model.
The horse, sir?
It's a model of Forest King. Like it?
Carved him a bit delicate like, haven't you, sir? His legs, I mean.
Oh, perhaps I have.
Yes, you'd have a broken foreleg with a bone like that. You know, sir, at the time he always hit the rail at Aintree.
He had a great heart, that fella.
The biggest in England. Oh, sir, it would be nice to see him again, wouldn't it?
He's about the only thing I'd care to see again.
Attention! Commandant going the rounds. All ready, Commandant. Listen, men. We're having a visitor. An English lady from the hotel. Now, act your best. At ease, men.
Is this the place, Commandant?
This is it. Come in, Lady Venicia.
I do hope the men don't mind.
Mind? Why, they're honored. Well?
Oh, the men must be tortured with the flies. Shouldn't they have screens in their quarters?
Screens. It's said in the Legion that when a fly bites a legionnaire, the fly dies. Is that right, Corporal?
Quite right, sir.
Oh. How do you do?
How do you do?
Corporal Victor, one of my best men, Lady Venicia. English, of course. Got a fine record. In the Legion, I mean. Nothing to be ashamed of there, at any rate.
Thank you, sir.
This carving. Is it your work, Corporal?
My recreation.
It's beautiful. A perfect model of an English thoroughbred hunter.
A hunter, is it? A lot he knows about those. He sees nothing but Arab ponies in these parts.
Might have been carved from memory.
Not likely, I should think. But that's dangerous ground, my lady. Better not look into their pasts.
I'm sorry, Corporal.
I'm glad you like the model, my lady.
Well, shall we get along, Lady Venicia?
Thank you, Commandant.
The other barracks, my lady, are...
It gave me the creeps when I saw the way you looked at her. For a moment, I thought she knew you.
No. I've never met her before. She's beautiful, isn't she?
So it isn't Corporal anymore. It's Sergeant from now on. Sergeant Victor.
Thank you, sir.
Now, you know Arabic, Sergeant?
Yes, sir, some.
Good. I have an assignment for you. Important. Go down to the Arab horse market. Some new traders have just come in from the desert, and keep your eyes open.
For what, sir?
For any talk of Sidi Ben Yusuf. Any hint that he's collecting his tribes.
Very good, sir.
Oh, and, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
You may see an English captain down there. One of the party of visitors. He'll be buying horses. See that he isn't cheated. Huh?
I'll do my best.
So long now.
Right now, I'll take that horse here and show me some more like it.
Did you see that, sir?
Yes, our English friend has bought the same horse 4 times. Those Arabs are shrewd traders, Rick.
Shrewd, sir. They're downright thieves. That girl over there, you know, Cigarette. She seems to be helping him to buy.
Not helping him, Rick. I should say she's helping the Arabs to sell. Come on.
The Englishman will buy this tree and this black one here. No?
Oh, but that gray one, I think I like him better.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hey? Oh, good afternoon.
Buying horses, sir?
Yes.
What do you want here, Sergeant Caviar?
Oh, just looking on.
Look here, Cigarette says the black's a finer horse than the gray. You agree, Sergeant?
Since you asked my opinion, sir, I would take the gray. The black is a bit weak in the forelegs.
And what would a legionnaire know about horses? You take my word, mon captain. I know. There's one way to prove the black is best. I will ride him, and the Arab boy shall ride the gray. We will race.
Good idea. Excellent. That'll show.
It is a good idea, sir. But with your permission, I'll ride the gray. You see, the Arab boy might be inclined to think that someone wants you to buy the black.
What? Oh, I see. Yes, splendid, Sergeant, splendid. Look here, my dear, you don't mind if the sergeant rides against you, do you?
No. It will be a pleasure to beat him.
Well, forget that. Look here, I see you too. You know, you ought to have a bet on this. Let's say a bottle of wine to a kiss, what?
As the lady likes, sir.
Oui, I bet. Even though it would kill me to pay.
It's all right, mademoiselle. If you don't care to pay, it will be the horse who will win. We could compromise and allow you to kiss him.
You, I pay no one.
Say, look out, she's riding off. You made her jolly angry, Sergeant.
Cigarette. I didn't mean to. Come back.
After her, Sergeant.
Cigarette, wait.
There he goes, and I'll bet he catch her.
He will that, sir.
Look at him, going right out into that stairs.
Cigarette. Stop. Pull up.
No.
You've got to let me explain.
No.
If you don't stop, I'll have to lift you off your horse.
Let me alone. Put me down.
I will when I've spoken my piece.
Look out, I'm falling.
Cigarette, are you all right? Can you sit up? Cigarette, look at me.
You fool. Why don't you leave horses alone if you can ride? Do you want to kill me? Do you want to break my neck?
No, I couldn't break that lovely little neck.
Oh, I hate you.
I'm terribly sorry if I was rude.
Sorry?
Yes, really. I didn't mean to offend you.
No? The first time you come to my cafe, you insult me. And the next time you see me, you tell me to kiss a horse.
You know, after all, you did say it would kill you to pay the bet.
Are you really sorry?
I am indeed. And you have forgiven me?
Would it have killed you if I had paid my bet?
I should say not.
Then, here. You like that?
Like it? Who wouldn't? I'm sorry we didn't bet some more.
Oh, but we did. 5, 6, 10 bets. And every time you won.
Huh?
What are you thinking about?
What? Oh, nothing much. Just watching the sunset.
I have been watching it, too. But I have been thinking.
What about?
Oh, about you. I did not know I could hate a man so much. And fall in love with him so quick.
What a strange little creature you are, Cigarette. Now we've got to go. Come on.
It will be a long walk without the horses.
Shall I carry you?
Oh, no. This isn't the first time I walk in the desert. Many a times I march with the Legion.
Yes. You told me you were the masker.
That night at the cafe? Even though you did not look at me then, I knew that you liked me. And I like you, too. And tonight you will come again. And I will fix a little table so nice for you in the alcove. Then I think we will bet some more. You will come, yes?
My dear Cigarette, that's an invitation no soldier could refuse.
Before going on with our play, let us imagine for a moment that we're in a typical American home in which we meet 3 members of our unseen radio audience. First, you hear Joe's sister, Dorothy, who has come over tonight especially to listen to Under Two Flags with Nan and Joe.
It's a swell show, isn't it? I wouldn't think of missing the Lux program, and I couldn't live without my Lux.
Oh, seems to me there's always something or other you can't live without.
Now, there's a brother for you. I'm really very economical, Joe, darling.
Yeah.
But listen, Nan, I got 4 of the grandest dresses today. I'm going to be the best-dressed girl in town.
4? Oh, Dot, you are getting extravagant.
I'm not, thanks to Lux Flakes. You see, dear, I can put more money into new clothes this year because Lux has been saving me so much money on cleaning bills, and my things last so much longer now. They're really new-looking. Besides, it leaves dresses so clean and sweet.
Are you going to Lux everything?
Yes, ma'am. I'm not buying a thing that isn't Luxable. Then nothing but Lux Flakes will ever touch them. I'm too thrifty to risk ordinary soaps or rubbing with cake soap.
Dorothy has found the way to dress well at very little cost. Nowadays, every store is full of Luxables that are knockouts for smartness. And they'll look as smart at the end of the season as they do right now if you stick to Lux. These gentle flakes are made to protect colors and fabrics. Remember, anything safe in water alone is safe in Lux. Back now to Mr. DeMille.
Under Two Flags, starring Herbert Marshall, Olivia de Havilland, Lupe Velez, and Lionel Atwill. It's later the same evening. Convinced that Sergeant Victor is in love with her, Cigarette sings happily as she prepares the private table in the cafe. But the sergeant has forgotten his promise. He's late even now, and Ivan, the Legionnaire, amuses himself by poking fun at Cigarette.
So it is the sergeant now, eh? You're in love with him.
In love? Oh, I hate him.
Of course, of course. Maybe that's why you make up a nice table here, because you hate him.
He is not coming here. No.
You can be sure of that.
What do you mean?
I know he's not coming. And you know why?
Why?
Because there is a ball up in the English hotel. He's gone up there.
Ah! Oh, you're a fool, bad. Legionnaires are not permitted at the hotel. No.
But he has gone there. I saw him. And I bet you he does not come here.
All right, I bet you.
Ah! So you were expecting him.
There I was, Lady Venicia, down there with the old Arabs buying horses.
I've heard they're rather shrewd, Captain.
Well, of course, I had to watch my step, I did.
Excuse me, sir.
What is it, Sergeant?
Important dispatches just arrived, sir.
From Egypt?
Quite possibly, sir.
Sure, I must go. You coming, Lady Venicia?
No, I'll wait. Don't be long, Captain.
No, I won't. And thanks, Sergeant.
So, a sergeant now.
Yes, my lady.
Tell me, was there any such important message?
There might have been, but I didn't bring it.
It's very dangerous for you to be here under false pretenses.
It is indeed. Twice dangerous.
Twice?
A firing squad on one side. Your eyes on the other.
You're a daring man, Sergeant.
I had to come to bring you this.
Oh, the model of the horse.
You were kind enough to admire it. Will you accept it from me? As a gift?
Thank you. I shall love it. Not only for itself, but because you risked so much to bring it. Do you know, this is the best exciting thing that's happened to me in all this monotonous country?
Africa, monotonous.
Well, look about you. Isn't it monotonous?
But this isn't Africa. It's just a ball in a hotel in any part of the world. Africa's out there. In the Arab quarters, the Jewish bazaars, the cafes, the Kabyle dancers.
Things I'm afraid I shall never see.
Things you ought to see if you want to know Africa. I could take you, you know. Or perhaps adventure doesn't appeal to you.
You're daring me, aren't you?
Yes,
You realize it's absurd, impossible.
quite.
And that's why I might do it?
Of course.
Oh, you oughtn't to tempt me. When can we go?
Now,
Now. How can we get out?
can you climb?
I used to climb apple trees.
Then come on. The balcony shouldn't present any difficulties.
Quiet. It's very late, Sergeant.
You've probably been missed.
Oh, what a pity Cinderella has to go home. We'd better say goodnight out here. Thank you for showing me Africa. It's been thrilling.
You didn't think that was Africa, did you?
But you said it was.
Did I? No. The real Africa's out there in the desert. The Maibu oasis at full moon.
Maibu. It sounds enchanting.
And only 3 miles out?
Are you tempting me again?
Yes. Are you tempted?
Dreadfully. But of course it's impossible.
Oh, quite impossible.
I'm afraid so. Unless...
Unless
Will there be a full moon tomorrow night?
I shall see to it personally.
Good night, Sergeant Victor.
Good night, my lady. Oh, you came out here after all.
Didn't you know I would? And after you ordered the moon especially for me?
There it is. Shall we sit down?
You were going to show me the rest of Africa.
It's all around you, my lady. The desert, the oasis, these ruins here.
How silent, how grave, and how incredibly old it all is.
Yes. That's Africa.
This place must have a story.
1,000 stories. Shall I tell you one of them?
I'd much rather hear another. Your own.
My story's much too long, much too dull to tell you.
Not dull, I'm sure.
No, perhaps not dull. And it hasn't seemed long. Till now. After this, it'll be endless.
After this?
Being with you. Feeling the nearness of you. You'll never know what it's meant to me.
Oh, please, you mustn't talk this way.
Do I frighten you?
No, but...
You see, it's the old trick. I'm just playing on your sympathy.
Oh, you had that from the first moment I saw you. You don't belong here. You're miserable here, aren't you?
I was. I'm not anymore.
You mean that I...
Yes. You've changed everything for me. Venicia.
Oh, don't say any more. I must go back now.
Do you want to go back?
No. That's why I must.
Oh, what's up? What's the matter?
How do I know? Am I the commandant?
Fall in, you men. Fall in. It's an attack. I heard the commandant say so.
Sidi Ben Yusuf's tribes, they have attacked Ain Sufra.
Commandant.
Men, you just received marching orders. Ain Sufra's been attacked. You're ready to move in an hour. Full packs. That's all.
Company dismissed.
Sergeant Victor. Sergeant Victor.
What is it, Rick?
Sir, I've been looking for you. I've just seen Lord Seraph.
Lord Seraph?
Yes, sir. He's just arrived, sir. Gone up to the hotel he has.
He mustn't see me.
Oh, he'd know you, sir. He'd recognize you, sure. And, sir, remember that lady who came to the barracks that day?
Lady Venicia?
Yes. She's his niece, sir.
His niece? Rick, you've got to pack for me.
But we're marching an hour, sir.
I can't help that. I gave the carving of Forest King to Lady Venicia. It has the name carved on it. I've got to get it back.
Oh, he'd know Forest King, sir.
Bring my kit. I'll meet you at the parade ground.
Victor! Victor! Wait!
Oh, hello, cigarette.
Oh, Victor. Where have you been? 2 nights I waited for you, and you did not come. Why?
I'm sorry, cigarette, but I couldn't.
Was it the commandant's orders? He gave you some special duty?
No, I was detained.
Oh.
Forgive me, cigarette, but I must go now.
You would leave me and not even say goodbye?
No. I was coming to say goodbye before I left. Believe me.
Goodbye? Is that all you were going to say to me?
Please. You must forgive me. I've got to go.
Victor.
Venicia, I climbed the balcony. I hope no one saw me.
Oh, thank heaven you've come. If you hadn't, I should have gone to you. I couldn't let you go without seeing you.
Venicia, there's something I'm going to ask you. You're going to think it very odd of me, but really it's important. It's the model of the horse. I've come to ask you to give it back to me.
But why? It's mine. I love it.
I can't explain, but I must have it. Will you give it to me, please?
Well, of course I will. It's in the other room. But you must let me have it again when you come back.
But you won't be here when I return. You'll be in England.
No. I shall be here, Victor. I can't leave you, ever.
But, Venicia...
Oh, no, don't speak. I've thought it all out. I know nothing of you except yourself, but that's all I need to know.
Venicia, dear, do you realize what you're saying? It's madness.
Oh, no, when 2 people love each other like this and part, that's madness. And you won't always be a legionnaire. Someday your service will end.
It will never end. I can never go back to England. I'd only be exchanging my service here for a prison cell.
I don't believe it. You're trying to frighten me because you think it's hopeless. But it isn't hopeless. I won't let it be. You can't forget me, Victor. Can you?
No.
You want me to wait?
Want you?
Then I will.
May I come in?
Who's that?
Don't go. It's only my uncle.
No, I can't see him.
I shall be here when you come back. I love you, Victor. Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye, Venetia.
Cigarette, where are you?
Yes, Commandant.
Look, my darling. You see this? It's my new commission. I've got it, Cigarette. I'm a colonel.
The colonel?
Don't you see? This is the thing we waited for, planned for. Cigarette. Cigarette. Oh, you're crying. What is it? Darling, tell me, what is it?
I cried because you go away. Maybe you never come back.
You lie. It's that sergeant. You've been different to me since the first time you laid eyes on him. Not a decent kiss have I had since that day.
It is not true. I hate him.
You're lying to me. You're lying to me. Aren't you? Aren't you?
Yes, I am lying. It is the sergeant.
You're crying for him. I warned you once, Cigarette, that I'd never let another man take my place. No man ever shall.
What do you mean?
I warned you, Cigarette.
Commandant, you want to see me, son?
Yes. Yes, Sergeant Victor. I've got a little special detail work for you.
Very good, sir.
You'll pick up 20 men. Cut across the desert, due north towards Iron Sifra. Hold a position 15 kilometers this side of the fort.
Excuse me, sir, I don't quite understand. You said 20 men, due north across the desert?
Well?
That's right through the heart of the Arab forces, sir.
I know that.
We'll never make it, sir.
You have your orders.
But with only 20 men.
You have your orders.
It's certain death for all of us. I suppose you know that.
Death is part of every soldier's equipment, Sergeant Victor. Pick your men and leave at once.
If you don't mind, sir, I'd like to ask for volunteers.
Do what you want.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
KMX Los Angeles, the voice of Hollywood.
Before we resume Under Two Flags, I am privileged to introduce a soldier who served under 3 national banners, the Belgian, French, and Polish. He spent 7 years in the French Foreign Legion, campaigning in Algeria, Morocco, Indochina, and the Sahara, rising to the rank of sergeant. In the World War, he became a lieutenant, was severely wounded, underwent 23 operations, and received several decorations, including knighthood in the French Legion of Honor. In recent years, he's been a military technical advisor in Hollywood. He worked for me on The Crusades, and most recently on Paul Muni's picture, The Life of Emile Zola. Ladies and gentlemen, a true soldier of fortune, Lieutenant Louis Vandenecker.
My thanks, Mr. DeMille. I suppose a lot of people are wondering what crime I committed to have joined the Legion. If I disappoint you, I'm sorry. But the law and I have never had any arguments. Men join the Legion for one reason: adventure. Criminals are not found in the ranks, and if one of them manages to join, He is soon arrested by civil authorities.
It was my impression that they ask no questions when you join the Legion.
That's true, but that does not keep criminal that does not keep police from chasing a criminal.
What are the qualifications then for enlistment?
Only two. You have to be of age and in excellent health.
In our play, Van, we mention Ain Sufra and Saida. Do those towns mean anything to you?
A great deal. I served many months at both places. In fact, at Ain Sufra, there is a bottle embedded in the wall of one of the buildings. In it is a slip of paper with my name and the date. Just a souvenir I left behind.
As one who encountered the Arabs many times, what's your opinion of them as fighters?
Very high. Arabs have no fear. They believe that if they die fighting, they will go to paradise with many pretty girls. We had our hands full many times, and I've been just as scared as anyone could be. When marching, the legionnaires are always in square formation, ready for instant trouble. And at night, they pitch their camps in square formations, too. They're never without their rifles or their picks and shovels.
No, they're overcoats, judging from what I've seen. Why overcoats in the desert?
Because the coat acts on the same order as a thermos bottle. It keeps the heat out.
Well, after 7 years in their ranks, Van, what's your most vivid memory of the Legion?
Their wonderful spirit of comradeship. They will not only risk their lives to save a wounded comrade, but there is case after case of as many as 6 men going to their death trying to recover the body of a dead comrade, rather than let it fall in the enemy's hands. In the Legion are men of every race, color and religion under the sun, men of every profession, living together, fighting together as brothers. If the world wants an example of brotherhood to follow, let the world look to the French Foreign Legion.
Thank you, soldier. Herbert Marshall, Olivia de Havilland, Lupi Velez, and Lionel Atwill take up our story, Under Two Flags. One week has passed. The fighting has broken out at Ain Sufra, but no word has come from Sergeant Victor and his 20 men, doomed to perish trying to hold a hopeless position. In her room at the hotel in Saida, Lady Venicia turns toward the door as her uncle, Lord Seraph, enters.
Venicia!
Yes, Uncle Harry?
I say, Venicia, where in heaven's name did you get this? This model of the horse here?
Oh, it was given to me, Uncle Harry.
But when?
A little over a week ago.
Curious. Very curious indeed. It must be an old carving.
Well, I'm sure it isn't old. As a matter of fact, I know it's new.
But that's impossible. Don't you see? It's Forest King, Tony Brett's old horse. It has the name carved on the back.
Tony Brett? Who's Tony Brett?
Don't you remember the scandal? Tony Brett's younger brother committed a crime, and Tony shouldered the blame himself. Last summer, Tony's brother was injured, and just before he died, he made a full confession absolving Tony.
And where is Tony Brett now?
Why, he's dead, I believe.
The man that carved that horse and gave it to me is a legionnaire, an Englishman and a gentleman. He must be Tony Brett.
Impossible. But wait a minute. As a matter of fact, none of us ever saw Tony's remains.
I can't tell you how I know, but I have a feeling, I'm sure, that Sergeant Victor is Tony Brett. Isn't it said that the Legion is full of dead men?
Where is this man? I'd know Tony anywhere.
He's gone, marched away with Colonel Doyle's battalion. Can't we get him back?
I'll do what I can. You want him to come back very much, don't you, my dear?
I do. So much.
I beg your pardon, Lady Venicia.
Yes, Paul?
You asked to be informed of any wounded return.
Yes.
There's a train of ambulances just arrived, my lady.
Oh, thank you, Paul. Thank you.
Easy there. Handle him easy.
Oh, Errol, you're hurt bad, huh?
See, Father, it's good to see you.
Oh.
Here, water. What, my Errol? Excuse me. Is there anything I can do?
Oh, you.
I'd like to help if I could.
If you're here to look for Sergeant Victor, you need not look any longer. He's not coming back.
What do you mean? You know something, mademoiselle?
Yes, I do know. The commandant has sent him to a post of death.
Sergeant Victor will stay there until he dies.
Is this true?
Yes, it is true. I know from the wounded. Now you can go back to your own country. You will never see him again.
Why do you tell me this?
Because I love him as you could never love him. He does not belong with your kind. He's of the Legion, and they are my kind. Would you follow them into the desert, as I have done? Would you march with them and nurse them and close their eyes when they are dead? I have shot them. Do you hear? So that the Arabs could not take him alive. Could you do that? No.
Oh, you poor child, you do love him.
Yes, I love him. And I could save him, too.
You could save him. How?
In a way you could not understand. But why should I save him? Huh? For you?
But you said that you love him. If you really love him, can you let him die? Can you?
Go back to your hotel. Go back to your soft life and easy ways.
What are you going to do, mademoiselle?
I'm going to the commandant at Ain Sufra. I'm going to save Sergeant Victor. For you.
Here, man. There's not much water. Go easy on it.
Sergeant, how long are we going to be here? How long do we have to wait for help in this filthy hole?
Easy, Baron.
I can't stand it much longer, I tell you. I can't stand it.
Quiet.
They're out there, waiting for us. Waiting for us to show ourselves. Waiting for us to go mad.
Shut up. Sorry I had to do that, Baron. But we're only 8 men here, 8 out of 20. We'll need our wits to get out of this.
It's this blasted silence that's got me. The Arabs are out there all right. Why don't they attack?
A wall 10 feet high between us and 1,000 Arabs. They could kill us both like that.
Let them wait. The longer they wait, the more chance for the relief to come.
Sure, if it ever does.
We were put out here to hold this position. We're going to do it.
We can't if they attack us. They'll swarm over us like flies.
Quiet, I tell you.
He's right, sir. We'd never hold out against another attack. We're too few. It's time we're working against now. Anything might happen if we had time.
Time. I might be able to get some. Until dawn, anyway.
How, sir?
If I could borrow the robes from one of those dead Arabs outside, I might be able to sneak into Sidi Ben Yusuf's camp.
What?
Pay the sheikh a little visit.
You're mad, sir. Why, they'd carve you to ribbons.
We'll do that anyway, Rake. I'm not too particular about where I die. And it's worth a chance.
Qaid Ben Yusuf.
What is it?
One of our horsemen, Qaid. He would talk with you.
Send him to me. Well?
Good evening, Sidi Ben Yusuf.
An Englishman. How did you get here?
It's a pleasure to renew an old acquaintance.
Old acquaintance? I don't seem to recall your face.
Oxford. You were at Balliol. I was at Trinity. You haven't forgotten those afternoons at Professor York's?
Oh. Dear old Professor York. Oh, how well I remember. This is amazing. Old classmates meeting here in the heart of the desert as enemies. Why have you paid me this most unusual visit?
To save my life. And possibly save yours.
Really?
A wise man is he who makes peace in time.
Peace?
Recently, a British commissioner arrived in Cider, as your spies no doubt have already advised you.
Does that affect me, my friend? I make war on the French.
You know best, of course. But if you are caught here, with the British troops behind you, it'll be a little awkward, won't it?
British troops in French territory? That is utterly impossible.
The secret was well kept.
Are you naive enough to think that I believe you?
You have scouts, I suppose? Send them out. Learn for yourself. Well?
I shall send them. If what you have told me is true, I shall be indebted to you for the rest of my life. If not, you will die, my friend. In a few hours, we shall know.
A few hours?
By dawn.
Dawn. Thank you.
Good morning, my friend. I trust you slept well.
Excellently, thank you.
And that you enjoyed your morning meal?
I found it a delightful relief from hardtack.
I am very glad.
since it will be your last.
Really?
You lied to me. I've had scouts out all night. There are no British within 500 miles, and you knew it.
Quite. And I was quite surprised that you believed me at all.
And now it's my turn to amuse myself with you.
Uh-huh. I'm curious. What do you intend to do with me?
Remember the old soccer games? We are going to play it now. With horses. You will be the ball.
It should be very amusing, Sheikh.
For me, yes. But for you, I doubt if you'll care for it. What's that? Quiet, the Legion, 4 squadrons. They ride from the north. So, this is what you waited for, my friend.
The relief, Sidi Ben Yusuf. We hoped they might be here at dawn.
And so they are. It's a pity you won't be there to greet them.
I shall try my best.
Stop him! Stop that man!
The men in the fort. Never mind them now. Open order. Extend the right wing and charge from the rear.
Extend the right wing.
Close formation on the left. Never mind the fort.
Commandant!
Cigarette! I told you to stay behind.
I'm riding with you.
I've a battle on my hand here. Get to the rear.
You promised to save him. Send your men to the fort.
Get back, I tell you. You want to be hit? Turn your horse and go back.
I'm riding with you.
Move.
You said you saved him. Give up the bird. Turn your men. Turn them all.
Cigarette! Are you hit? Cigarette! Cigarette!
It was about here that she went down, Sergeant Victor.
Why did she do it?
The commandant tried to make her stay behind, but she wouldn't. We saw her fall, and we...
Well, look, sir. There she is. She's lying over there.
Call some men from the fort, quick.
Yes.
Cigarette.
Oh, Victor. You are safe.
Let me lift you up.
No higher. I have seen so many men die. I know what this is. You can't do anything. There is something I must say.
Yes, Cigarette.
She said, the English lady, if I love you, I would save you. Tell her I'll try.
I will tell her. Is the pain very bad?
It's nothing. With your arms about me. It's so funny. When I waited for you, you did not come. Now you have come. And I must go away. You will remember that day in the desert?
I will always remember.
Victor, shall we bet just once more?
Cigarette. And that was the way she died. Out there in the desert. In my arms.
Poor Cigarette. She loved you too, darling. And she wanted to save you. For me. I shall always be grateful to her for that.
Venicia. That day you spoke to her. Did you tell her who I am?
No, darling. I'm glad now. She said that you were her kind. And wherever she is now, she'll be happier believing that.
With the falling of the curtain on Under Two Flags comes a promise from our stars to return to us before this hour is over. Standing beside me now is a woman known to theatergoers for many years. First as a dancer, then as producer of the famous Fanchon and Marco stage shows. From among her performers have risen such stars as Myrna Loy, Janet Gaynor, Lida Roberti, Martha Ray, and Mary Lewis. Her career reached a new high a few days ago when Paramount released Turn Off the Moon with Eleanor Whitney, Johnny Downs, and Charles Ruggles. It was produced by our guest and goes down in picture history as the first film ever produced by a woman at a major studio. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Fanchon.
For many years, ladies and gentlemen, the two names, Cecil B. DeMille and Lux, have meant a great deal to me. In fact, Mr. DeMille gave me my first chance to direct dances in pictures.
Mm-hmm. Miss Fanchon staged the Candy Ball for me in a film called The Golden Bed back in 1925. But she didn't continue in pictures very long. Didn't you like them, or didn't you like DeMille?
I assure you that it was only the pictures. Today, however, with the best in stories, actors, and photography, and with men like you still at the helm, I'm sure there's no medium of entertainment like the screen.
You also mentioned Lux a moment ago.
I can't say too many nice things about Lux Flakes.
Did you mean you can think of something that your former orchestra leader, Melville Ruick, hasn't already said?
Well, I can say that at one time, Marco and I had as many as 1,000 girls performing throughout the country in our stage shows. And do you know, Mr. DeMille, that a part of the equipment of each of those girls was a box of Lux Flakes? It's by far the best way of keeping costumes beautifully fresh, and it's especially good for silk stockings. I've used Lux countless times myself when Marco and I were starting out. It was more important to me to keep my costumes looking right than it was to eat. When it came to deciding between a hamburger and a box of Lux, my stomach was usually the loser. That's what I think about Lux.
As the first woman to produce a major studio picture, what do you think makes a good film?
Well, I hope to show that in my next two pictures, Summer Romance and Argentine Love. I believe in youthful romance, and comedy, music, and dancing. In other words, an entertaining, light, happy production. I found out that about 99% out of 100 people that step up to that box office to buy a ticket do so because they want to be amused. I'm going to try to satisfy them.
Education has some place on the screen, too.
Yes, but a cheerful story can educate just as much as preaching. Such a story teaches everyday practical things like what's new in clothes, in dances, and an appreciation of good music. It teaches good manners, how to talk honestly, and how to live honestly. Lots of people turn to pictures as an escape from ordinary and very often sordid circumstances. They need hope and a little cheering up, a little laugh. And that's what I'm going to remember as long as I'm producing pictures. And now, Mr. DeMille, and all of you, my thanks.
Good philosophy, Madam Producer. A moment now with the evening stars. Herbert Marshall, Olivia de Havilland, Rupi Velez, and Lionel Atwill.
Again, my gratitude, CB, for inviting me back to the Lux Radio Theater.
And mine, too. While I have an opportunity, a word of appreciation to Louis Van den Ecker for his splendid account of the French Legion.
Yes, it interests me particularly, Lionel, because in our research for my next picture, The Buccaneer, I discovered that one of the Legion's greatest battles was fought in Mexico.
I can tell you about that.
Oh, please do tell us, Lucy.
Well, Olivia, it took place in 1863 near Veracruz, at the time when Napoleon had made Maximilian Emperor of Mexico. Only 7 French soldiers survived, but the Mexicans admired the courage of the legionnaires so much that they allowed the 7 men to leave the battlefield with their rifles.
Well, perhaps it inspired Louise de la Ramée, for she wrote the book Under Two Flags not long afterwards.
Yes, and it may surprise you to know that she wasn't French, but English.
But why did she use the pen name of Ouida?
Because as a child, that was the way she pronounced Louise.
Oh.
She was a strange personality. Took particular delight in insulting everyone. Lived on a lavish scale for years and died almost penniless in Italy.
That should teach us all to save our money, like I do.
I wish you'd tell us how you do it, Lucy.
Oh, it's easy and lots of fun, too. I cook all the meals. I paint the garden furniture and the swimming pool for Johnny. You know, my husband, Johnny Weiss Miller. And I don't let anybody put anything over me. I'm Mexican, all right, but somewhere I think maybe there was a Scotchman.
Excelente.
I'm pretty good now, Mr. Lemuel.
Excelente.
Well, CB, the clock moves around. And I know you have an important announcement to make a little later.
So we'll join the audience and say our adieu in a little verse from Trilby. You may remember it. It starts, a little work, a little play.
To keep us going, and so good day. A little warmth, a little light.
Of love's bestowing, and so good night.
A little trust that when we die, we reap our sowing, and so goodbye.
Mr. Marshall, Mr. Havilland, Miss Boles, Mr. Errol, our thanks. The dramatic treat in store for us next Monday night will be revealed in just a moment by Mr. DeMille. This is your announcer, ladies and gentlemen, Melville Ruick. Assisting our stars tonight were Lionel Pape as Captain Mingus, Kenneth Hunter as Lord Seraph, Leonard Mudie as Rake, Michael Visseroff as Ivan, Lal Chand Mehra as Sidi Ben Yusuf, James Eagles as Cascadee, Lou Merrill as Pierre, Frank Nelson as Baron, David Kerman as Officer, Warren McCullum as Griffon, Ross Forrester as Farrell, Harold Daniels as Adjutant, and Charles Emerson as a doctor. Mr. Marshall appeared through courtesy of Paramount and RKO Studios. Mr. Havilland, Warner Brothers. Mr. DeMille, Paramount. Lionel Atwell and Louis Silvers, 20th Century Fox, where the latter was in charge of music for the new film, Café Metropole. May I remind you now that next week will be National Cotton Week. All over the country, leading stores are featuring smart cottons attractively priced. Stop at your favorite store to see these exciting new clothes. A multitude of glamorous luxables to choose from. Smart stores everywhere are recommending the Easy Lux Way, which banishes wardrobe worry. Back now to Mr. DeMille.
A year ago at this time, I was up to my boot tops in preparation for my 63rd picture. In the marching panorama of events from 1865 to 1875, I hope to show the character of a group of great Americans, their mighty courage, and resounding struggles to open the western frontier to civilization. The picture is The Plainsman, and it makes me happy to announce that next Monday night, The Plainsman comes to you for the first time on the air in the Lux Radio Theater. Heard in the roles of Wild Bill Hickok and Calamity Jane will be the stars who contributed so much to the success of the picture, Gary Cooper and Jean Arthur. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Gary Cooper and Jean Arthur in The Plainsman. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
KNX, the Columbia Station, Los Angeles.
Hollywood, California, Monday, June 7th.
The Lux Radio Theater presents Errol, Flynn, and Francis Farmer in British Agent. Lux presents Hollywood. We want to thank all of you for your regular purchases of Lux Flakes. It is this loyalty that makes possible the Lux Radio Theater. Tonight, our stars are Errol, Flynn, and Francis Farmer. Our guests, Dolly Tree, noted costume designer of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios, and Natalie Bucknell, head of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's research department and former secret agent. This program was produced each week by Hollywood's distinguished director, Cecil B. DeMille, with Louis Silvers conducting, direct from our theater on Hollywood Boulevard. May we take this opportunity to say once again, welcome everyone to the Lux Radio Theater. Before starting our play, I have a letter here that is typical of the mail that comes to us here in Hollywood or is forwarded to us from our different stations. Miss Harriet Rumsey of Alton, Illinois, in her enthusiasm for our product and our show, writes as follows.
Most women realize that they owe a debt of gratitude to Lux Flakes. They know that their stockings, their silk things, their woolens are preserved by Lux Care. Now the American public has another cause to be grateful to Lux. Your radio hour is a great contribution. Monday is a red-letter day in our family because of the Lux Radio Theater.
Lux appreciates your kind words very much, Miss Rumsey. It's the loyalty of our big Lux family that makes it possible for us to give you the kind of show we want you to have. So every time you order Lux, and by the way, the big box is most convenient, just remember you are contributing to the success of the Lux Radio Theater and such plays as we give you tonight under the direction of Cecil B. DeMille. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Errol Flynn's early career was charted with a compass. He came to Hollywood through the tropic tempests of the South Seas, where he was captain of a trading schooner, while Francis Farmer, who hails from Seattle, arrived here by way of Russia. A descendant of Fletcher Christian, who led the mutiny on the Bounty, Errol has been an officer in charge of native constabulary, a pearl and coral fisher, a beachcomber, and a member of England's boxing team in the 1928 Olympics. For a time in Australia, he was also a bottle smeller. This odd pursuit consisted of whiffing bottles to see if any odors remained after washing. Once he led a film expedition to the land of New Guinea. The natives were headhunters, but they shot Errol in the ankle. Returning to New Guinea to dig for gold, he made a small fortune, quickly spent it, bought a boat, and with 3 friends duplicated the voyage made by Captain Bligh of the Bounty up the inner passage of the Great Barrier Reef from Sydney to the South Seas. Back in Australia, Errol had his first taste of picture acting, made a second film in England, and was soon on Warner Brothers' payroll. He has written 1 book and many short stories. He's here tonight in the part of Stephen Locke. Frances Farmer developed her talent for acting while a student at the University of Washington, where she helped pay her way by ushering in a theater, tutoring, waiting on table, and working in a department store. To her great surprise, she won a contest sponsored by a Seattle newspaper, the prize being a trip to Russia. On the way back, she met a theatrical producer who introduced her to a film executive in New York. Frances made her screen test, won a contract, and returned home a Paramount player. Her next picture is exclusive, and we hear her tonight as Elenia. Our play is based on the Warner Brothers film suggested by Bruce Lockhart's best-selling autobiography of the same title. So up goes our coast-to-coast curtain, and the Lux Radio Theater presents British Agent, starring Errol Flynn and Frances Farmer. The city of Petrograd. The dawn of the Russian Revolution, October 1917. Steps of the British Embassy in Petrograd, a young man watches the mounting fury of the Russian Civil War. A screaming, hysterical mob sweeps through the streets, driven on by the lashing whips of the mounted police. Suddenly, a girl breaks from the crowd and comes stumbling through the shrubbery. She falls to her knees. The young man darts from the steps and catches her in his arms.
Steady there.
Let me go. Please.
It's all right. I'm not going to hurt you. Where are you running to?
The police. They are chasing me. Let me go.
Well, you're safe here. Look. Get behind that hedge.
Stay calm. Stay calm.
Don't move. What are you doing in here?
I am of the police. That woman. She shoot at me. My arm.
Well, you've no right in these grounds. This is the British Embassy. British territory, do you understand? Now get out.
I take her. She shoot me.
Did you hear me? This is British territory. Get out, I said.
Ja pedo studia. Ja yo budia pomia.
Well, it's all right now. He's gone.
Thank you. I am quite sure you saved my life.
Tough customer, wasn't he? Still, you can't blame him for being a bit annoyed, you know. After all, you did take a shot at him.
He deserved it.
Well, he got it.
Well, I had better go. After all, I am trespassing on British territory, too.
Well, you can't go out there until this row blows over.
Blows over? This is not just a street riot. It is the revolution. Tomorrow, the red government will be in power.
Oh. And the day after that, the white, eh? Then the green, and so on.
Perhaps you do not know a great deal about it, eh?
Well, perhaps not, but I'm trying to. Oh, perhaps we should introduce ourselves. My name's Locke, Stephen Locke, British Embassy.
How do you do?
Fine, thank you. And you?
Forgive me, but I am keeping you out here in the cold. Had not you better go in before you get pneumonia?
Oh, I risk the cold. But, well, I suppose I better go in and let them know I'm still alive. Look, you can slip out the side gate there. It's clear now.
Thank you. Good night.
Good luck.
Mr. Locke.
I'm glad you've come in, sir. I was beginning to worry about you.
Oh, were you? Thanks, Evans.
Sir Walter has been asking for you. He wants to see you at once, sir.
Oh, right. In the library?
Yes, sir.
Evening, Sir Walter.
Locke. Yes. Come in.
Evans said you wanted to see me, sir.
Yes, sit down, Locke. Nasty business, this.
The revolution? Yes, sir.
From all indications, the Russian government will fall before the week is out. It places us in a rather uncomfortable position, Locke. I might even say a precarious position.
Yes, quite, sir.
If and when the government falls, we have orders from London to close the embassy.
Close the embassy?
Yes, move out. Bag and baggage back to England.
I see.
However, we plan to leave someone behind. Someone who understands the situation here and who will act as a sort of unofficial observer.
Well, sir?
I have recommended you.
Oh. Well, thank you, sir.
I thought I'd let you know a little beforehand. That'll give you plenty of time to make plans.
Yes, just what will my duties be, sir?
Well, frankly, I'm not quite sure. But you'll be informed in time, though. But whatever they are, my boy, you'll need your wits about you every minute of the day and night. Now, you'll be alone here, entirely on your own. It won't be an easy job. It may be a dangerous one. Do you still want it?
Well, never, sir.
Good boy. We'll have a long talk before I leave.
Russian government crumbles. Lenin heads new Russian state.
Cavalry flees new Russian state. Bolsheviks in power. Paper.
Land seeks separate peace with Germany. French, Italian, British embassies closed.
British embassy closed. Lord, and don't I know it. Evans, this place is like a tomb. Can't we get some heat in here?
Yes, sir. I'll see to it, sir.
No message from England yet?
Not a word, sir. Will you have your tea now, sir?
Well, yes, thanks. I may as well have something to do, I suppose.
Oh, Mr. Tito Del Valle of the Italian legation called, sir. He wanted to know if you dined this evening with Monsieur Lafarge and Mr. Medill of the American Red Cross.
Del Valle, Lafarge, Medill, and Locke. The four lost souls of Russia. The only one who knows why he's here is Medill, and he's not sure.
Oh, I said you'd go with them, sir. The Gypsy Cafe. It will rest your nerve. You have been a bit jumpy, sir, the last few weeks.
Well, why wouldn't I be jumpy? It's enough to give a man the jitters, sitting here day after day doing nothing when everybody else in the world is either fighting or working for his country. God, they even let old ladies knit socks. Listen to that. For days they've been going by, Russian soldiers back from the front. Every one of them that leaves makes England's position that much weaker. All I can do is stand in a window and watch them go by.
They also serve who stand and wait.
Wait? Wait for what?
Your tea, sir.
Oh, yes. Thanks, Evans.
Come on, cheer up, Locke. You've got a face a yard long. It can't be as bad as that.
Sorry, Medill.
Look at me, in the same barge as you, Stefan. Boat, Tito, boat. In the same boat, yes. Waiting for word from my home office. And Lafarge here, too.
On me? I only wait for a visa on my passport.
Well, I'd like to know who's going to do it for you. There's no one left here.
Oh, looking for someone, Locke?
No, I was looking at someone. I say, wait a bit, will you, fellas? Back in a few minutes.
Uh-huh. You see? That girl who just came in. He is going to speak to her. He knows her, maybe, eh? I wonder if he knows the man who came in with her.
Why? Who is the man?
Pavlov, head of the Cheka, the Russian secret police. I have heard of that. Who hasn't?
Well, how do you do?
Oh, the Englishman.
Yes, the lady of the garden. Eh?
Oh, you remember me. Oh, this is Mr. Pavlov. Pavlov, Mr.
Mr. Stephen Locke, is it not?
Yes, how do you do, sir? I don't seem to recall where we met.
No, we've never met. You will excuse me a moment, please. There's someone over there I must speak with.
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
Sit down, Mr. Locke. Tell me, did you catch cold that night?
Well, I sneezed once and then decided against it. You see, with your revolution going on, I didn't know if I'd ever get my handkerchiefs back from the laundry.
And I thought you had gone back to England with the others.
Oh, no. The embassy left in such a hurry they forgot me and one old umbrella.
Do you come here often?
Every night. I sit in the embassy all day and here every night.
But haven't you anything to do?
Not a blessed thing. My orders were to consider myself embalmed. You know, I've been sitting for the last month, watching you Russians negotiating for a separate peace. Not making a move, not even presenting an argument against it.
And why should you? Suppose England were in a war where she had more men mobilized than any other nation on either side, as Russia has. More than the United States and England put together. And suppose Englishmen were fighting with shells filled with sawdust. And suppose England's mortality rate was higher than any of the other nations, as Russia's is. You put England in Russia's place. What would you want England to do?
Just exactly what England would do. Keep right on fighting.
Exactly. Committing stupid murder and calling it English idealism.
We have ideals in England, you know.
And so have we. But at least I am fighting for ours.
I see. And I sit safely in the embassy, letting others fight for me, eh?
Oh, I did not mean it that way.
Oh, I know. You know, I'm getting as touchy on this subject as an old maiden lady about her pies. Forgive me, will you? I've been sitting down and vigorously doing nothing for so long, it's getting on my nerves. Look, let's get out of here and get some air, can we? I'm even sick of the smell of this place.
Oh, I would like to, but Pablo.
Oh, yes, that's right.
We will go anyway. Come on, we will have to hurry. I do not want to explain. Are we going someplace in particular?
No, just driving.
Where?
Well, what's the difference? We can't go far enough to get out of Russia.
If I had a job in a country I did not like, do you know what I would do?
Go home?
Yes.
So would I. But suppose you had a job in a country you did like, and you were anxious to keep it from making a mistake, but your hands were tied. Then what would you do?
I would be very grateful they were tied so that they could not meddle in other people's business. And I would try to forget it by talking of something else.
Uh-huh. Well, what, for instance? The moon up there?
I think not.
Stars?
No.
Music?
No.
Us?
No.
Yes.
Why are you stopping?
Well, I can't drive and kiss you at the same time.
You should not have done that.
I suppose you think me a little presumptuous, eh?
A little. But at least it served to change the subject.
Oh, so you're bored,
No, but I am cold. Take me home, please.
But I'll see you again. May I?
You want to?
Yes, tomorrow?
So soon.
Wish we could make it sooner. Tomorrow's a long time. More coffee, Olivia?
Thank you. Oh, I really should be going. It is very late.
Oh, no, not yet. Stay and cheer me up.
Oh, you're not very flattering. I have been here all evening, and now you want cheering up.
Oh, that's just an excuse. I don't know what I'd have done without you these last few days.
Thank you. Why do you look at me like that?
You know, Olivia, if I were a sculptor, I'd model a head of you and call it Joan of Arc. You have that kind of beauty. I think I'd model you standing... Oh, no, I wouldn't. Why, to think of you as Joan of Arc would be to think of losing you as a martyr and not keeping you as a woman.
I think you're a little mad, Stefan.
Think so?
I do not understand you.
Well, for the first time in my life, I don't understand myself. I think I'm in love with you, Olivia.
Well, that is impossible.
Is it?
Oh, please do not let me go, Stefan.
Afraid?
Yes.
With me?
No, for us. That kiss would be the beginning of something that we would both regret.
Would you regret loving people?
Yes. When you know you have to part.
But must we part?
Oh, you know we must. Our lives are devoted to following two ideals, Stefan, leading us in opposite directions. That means that sooner or later we must say goodbye.
But, Elena, if I weren't English and you weren't Russian, that'd make a difference, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Then can't we pretend, then?
Pretend?
Yes, that there's no war, no revolution. That we're just two people, unattached and free. Free to love each other, if we wanted to.
Oh, Stefan.
You do want to. You do, don't you, Elena?
So much.
Darling. Who's it?
I beg pardon, sir. May I see you a moment, please?
Right.
It's important.
Excuse me, Elena.
Of course.
Will Evans?
Dispatch from London, sir.
From London? Get my decoding book.
Have it, sir. Right here, sir.
Well, let's see now. His Majesty's government has appointed you unofficial representative. Unofficial representative in Russia. Unofficial. Now, what the blazes does that mean?
Anyway, you've been appointed, sir.
We look to you to do all in your power to prevent signing of a separate peace with Germany. This does not convey recognition of Russia, but commissions you to act only as an individual. We cannot be responsible for your safety or your decision, but await your recommendations. At last, Evans.
It's wonderful, sir.
It's the greatest diplomatic mission of the whole war. We've got to keep the Russians fighting on the Eastern Front. How do you think I'll find the ambassadorial bed, Evans?
It's a roomy thing, sir. A bit large, but comfortable.
Evans, I appoint you Lord High Chancellor of the Bedchamber, Lord High Keeper of the Keys, Lord High, Lord High anything you like. In short, you're Pooh-Bah, Evans.
Thank you, sir.
I'll see the War Commission tomorrow. Talk them out of signing that peace treaty. This is the chance of a lifetime. But there's one thing. They mustn't know I'm unofficial.
Oh, no, sir.
Now, let's see. You... Lady, I'm sorry.
It is all right. I was just going.
Well, I'll see you home.
Oh, please do not bother. You must be busy.
Well, I am rather, darling. You understand.
Of course. Good night.
Good night. I'll call you tomorrow.
Yes, please do, Stefan.
Mr. Locke?
Yes?
You have just promised this commission England's trade and recognition, in return for which Russia is to continue supporting the Allied armies at the front.
Exactly.
Tell us, Mr. Locke, on whose authority do you do this?
Well, I represent England.
You lie, Mr. Locke. You represent England only unofficially. Your purpose in coming here was to delay the making of a separate peace. You spoke well, but only expressed the opinion of one of England's many private citizens.
Seems that you know something of my affairs, gentlemen. May I ask how you know?
It is our business to know many things. You are excused, Mr. Locke. We advise you to leave Russia as soon as possible.
One moment, please. Gentlemen, it's quite true I am here only in an unofficial capacity. But allow me some time to communicate with London.
What for?
I'll tell my government that in return for your not opening peace negotiations, I've promised you immediate help. Money, ammunition, troops. My government will back me up, I know it. Well, gentlemen?
We will allow you 3 weeks, Mr. Locke. We must be assured, however, that during that time, England will do nothing to hinder our government.
I pledge England to that, sir.
Send your communication.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
We shall keep our promise, Mr. Locke. Let us hope that you keep yours and those you have made for England.
I think England's integrity is well known, sir. Good day, gentlemen.
Remember, Mr. Locke, 3 weeks.
Well, sir, how did it come out?
Oh, badly, Evans. They knew I was acting unofficially.
They knew it? But how,
Yes.
Oh.
That's how they knew it. She told them. Who's there?
Stefan,
Oh, it's you.
you said you would call. I had to come to see you.
What for? Come to ingratiate yourself again so that you can betray another confidence?
Oh, no, no.
Don't deny it. You were here when that dispatch came. You overheard what I said. You told them. How else could they know?
I had no intention of denying it, Stefan. It was my duty.
Really? And I suppose last night when you said you loved me, that was all in the line of duty, too, was it?
Last night was beautiful. So beautiful that what you said just now will not even spoil the memory of it. Goodbye, Stefan.
Oh, no, wait, Elena. I'm sorry. I didn't mean what I said. Come here, darling.
Dearest.
Poor foolish Elena. You believe so strongly in your ideals, don't you? Don't you see how wrong they are?
But my ideal is peace. Peace and happiness for Russia. You call that wrong?
It must be wrong to let down one's friends. There must be loyalty between nations. This separate peace, it's a rank betrayal.
You mean that England will be inconvenienced because Russia refuses to share the burden of England's war?
No, we're fighting for the world.
Oh, you think your country is the world?
Well, at any rate, we kept on fighting when the Russians threw down their guns and ran away like a lot of frightened dogs.
Be quiet.
They all... Lenya.
Oh, Stefan. Why did I do that when I love you so?
Darling, I suppose because we just aren't big enough to see over our ideals. Lenya.
Let's listen in for a moment now on a little girl and her mother. Patricia is 7, and she's been playing with her dolls while her mother is dressing for the afternoon.
Mommy, what are you going to do?
I was going to lux the things I was wearing this morning.
Can I come with you?
Well, of course, honey.
That slip looks clean as clean. Why do you wash it?
Well, I found it pays to lux things after every wearing. They stay pretty and new much longer that way. You see, dear, if I put them into the hamper, the perspiration dries in and it's apt to rot the threads. That's true of stockings, too. That's why Mother likes to lux things right after she takes them off.
Oh, Mommy, I want to lux Dolly's things after you're through. It looks like such fun.
Grown-ups, too, think it fun to lux things. It takes less than a minute to whisk up a nice froth of suds, swish things around a few times, and toss them into clear water. Less than a minute, mind you, and yet it keeps silks like new actually months longer. If you haven't a box of Lux handy to the bathroom wash bowl, make a note to get some tomorrow. And here again is Mr. DeMille.
British Agent continues, starring Errol, Flynn, and Francis Farmer. After promising help to the Russian government, Stephen waits to hear from his home office in London. Waits with growing anxiety for the official confirmation of his promises. It's late evening, near the end of his 3 weeks of grace. Alone in his study, Stephen paces the floor nervously. The door's flung open, and Elenia stands on the threshold.
Lenya, you shouldn't have come here. With your cars watching me, they may suspect you.
Something has happened, Stefan. I wanted to tell you, rather than have you humiliated by learning it from them.
What are you talking about?
British troops under General Poole landed on Russian soil this afternoon.
Why, then, that's the answer to my telegram. I've won.
No, Stefan. You have lost.
What do you mean?
They have come to fight against the revolution.
But they couldn't do that. I promised it.
It is true. I saw the official telegram.
Why, then
England betrayed you. This perfect country of yours, in spite of all its high ideals, ruined your career, humiliated you before the world. You see, it was you who were a little foolish, Stefan.
Not a bit of it. One's either useful or one isn't. My career. What's that when men are dying by hundreds in the trenches every day? England hasn't let me down. I let her down. I knew the promises I made were lies. I just wanted to delay that separate peace, that's all. I never sent that telegram.
Oh.
You better go now. You'll only get in trouble being here.
You will not see me again, Stefan.
Not see you?
The government is moving to Moscow. Naturally, I go with it. We shall not see one another, Stefan, even in Moscow.
You think more of your duty than you do of me, eh?
Yes. And I worship you. That is why we must not go on together. It would kill the most beautiful thing I'll never know, our love. And I wanted to live. Oh, do not see me again, please. Goodbye, Stefan.
Goodbye, Lane. Drop that grip right here, Evans.
Yes, Mr. Locke.
Open the windows, will you? It's stuffy.
Yes, sir.
Well, Pooh-Bah, make yourself at home, because this is it. That is, until the checker asks me what the blazes I'm doing in Moscow.
I might ask, sir, what are you doing here?
I'm not exactly certain. All I know is that the government's here. I've a hunch that if I can establish some sort of a contact with them, they might be coerced, wheedled, or tempted back into the war somehow.
That was the doorbell, sir.
Was it? That rather tinkling noise, do you mean?
What do you suppose it means, sir?
Well, probably someone wants to be let in.
That must be it, sir.
Welcome to Moscow, Evans.
Mr. Medill and Monsieur Lafarge.
Hello, good to see you.
Hello, Medill. Lafarge, Tito. How'd you know I was here?
Oh, we have spies, eh? Sure, we've been here a week already.
Sit down. Look, I'll take up a drink for you.
No time, Locke.
What? No time for a drink?
We are in a hurry.
What's the matter?
Perhaps you had better close the door.
Yes, Evans.
Yes, sir.
Well?
I suppose you know the Tsar has been assassinated?
Yes, it's hardly news right now.
Well, an attempt is being made to reorganize the White Army.
What? By whom?
There are 2 Lettish officers here, Svobodu and an Irishman, Callahan, from the south.
Their chance?
They need money, as usual.
The White Army. To fight the revolution.
If they win, they'll put Russia back into the war. You'd like that, Locke?
Like it.
I could ask my government for 5 million francs. We thought perhaps you...
No, I have no government funds at my command.
You could give Callahan a draft on London.
Yes, I could. It's a long chance, of course, but...
And very unhealthy if we're caught. Well?
Where are these men now, Zabordo and Callahan?
They've got a hideout in a garret. We've been using it as headquarters. It's the only place in Moscow that has a keyhole without a spy Zia nestled in it.
All right. Take me there. It's the only thing left to do. Fight.
Okay.
Counter-revolution starts in Russia. White Army reorganized.
Mutiny breaks out in Russian ranks. Mutiny in Russia.
Car seeks to suppress new mutiny. Russian secret police hot leaders.
You sent for me, Pavlov?
Yes, Elena. Sit down here. You're tired?
A little.
We cannot stop now, you know that.
Why did you want to see me?
It's about your friend, the Englishman.
Oh.
You have seen him since he came to Moscow?
No. Why, Pavlov?
We have reason to believe that he's supporting Svobodu and Callahan.
And why are you so sure of that?
At any rate, he's being credited with it.
And you want a scapegoat?
We must have sufficient evidence to arrest him.
What do you want me to do?
Obtain that evidence. If he's arrested now, he will only be deported. Later, he will be shot. You see, you'll be saving his life.
Is that an order?
It is.
I have no choice, then.
You're familiar enough with his habits to present yourself to a certain Lettish officer named Callahan. Give him this check. Tell him it's from Locke. Demand a receipt in full for all monies paid to Callahan by Locke so far. If the receipt is over the amount of the check, it will prove that Locke has contributed other money. Your knowledge of Locke and the gift of the check should be sufficient to convince Callahan that you're an accomplice of Locke's, and you will have the evidence.
I hope you're wrong, Pavlov. But if you are not, you will have it.
Tonight?
No. Tomorrow morning.
Well, Medill, have you got it? Who's it from, man?
Message from Kromolov. You better decode it, Locke.
Let me see it.
What does it say? Quick.
Wait a minute.
Well?
Kromolov's failed. Mutiny's been suppressed in Kiev.
That's nice. That makes everything just fine, doesn't it?
Our last hope is that Tito Del Val has been able to find Zabordo. He's holding the cadets in line.
If he doesn't, there's only one place we'll find this little rebellion, and that's up the flue.
That's Lenin. He's the brains of the government. If he'd only make one mistake, relax his grip for 24 hours, the whole government would go to pieces.
Yeah, and a nice earthquake with a tidal wave would help, too, if you want to talk in terms of long shots.
It's Tito. Open the door.
Come in. I ran all the way from the station.
Well, did you find Zabordo?
Yes. Dead.
What?
Dead. Our last chance. Now what do we do?
I don't know.
You'd better get some sleep, Locke. You're on the verge of talking to yourself.
Yes, I'll get along. Back to my rooms.
Sure. You know, there's an old American proverb. When you're behind the 8 ball, there's nothing to do but sit there and wait for the break. Go ahead, Locke.
Stefan.
Who's there? Elaine. It's Joe?
I have been waiting for you.
Elaine, I wanted you to be here, too. I need you.
Oh, do not say that. Don't.
It's true. Everything else has gone to pieces. You're the only thing that's left of me.
Oh, no, stop, Stefan. You don't know what you're saying.
Oh, yes, I do. I've made a mess of everything, Elaine. England backed the wrong horse, all right, when she gave me this job. I need a lot of cheering up this time.
I have not come to cheer you, Stefan. I cannot do that, ever.
You're here, darling. That's all I ask.
Oh, Stefan. If only you could understand that a woman can love a man, yet fight against him.
What?
You have always put your country before everything, have you not? Well, so have I.
Go on.
This morning I pretended to be your agent.
Go on.
The Chickaw wanted evidence on which to arrest you.
And you volunteered to get it?
And they told me if you were arrested now that you'd only be deported, but that later you would be shot.
I see. Well?
There is a man named Callahan to whom you gave a promissory note on London. I persuaded him to let me have it.
Oh. Yes?
But don't you see, it was to save your life
Have you given this evidence to the Chickaw?
No, not yet.
Really? Well, that's a pity. Because now you've lost the chance. You've been pretty clever, Elena. But you're going to be cheated of the praise that was coming to you. You wanted it both ways, didn't you? The gratitude of the state and my admiration. The patriotism that made you able to betray someone you pretended to love. Well, it's not going to work out like that.
What are you going to do?
I'm locking the door. The country may have no further use for me, but I'm not cashing in without a struggle. I'm sorry to upset your plans with the Chickaw, but the inside of a prison doesn't appeal to me. So you're staying here for as long as it suits me to keep you.
And if I said that I wanted to stay?
What do you mean?
If I wanted to stay here with you?
How long?
As long as it suits you to keep me. For life.
Give up everything?
If you would.
I'm out of the game. That's easy. But with you, it's different. Elena, we could leave Russia together.
Together? I would not have believed that together was the loveliest word in the world.
Elena. I love you, darling.
I love you, Stefan.
I thought everything in my life was over and done with. Now I find that it's only just beginning. Have you ever been in England, Elena?
I spent a summer in Sussex.
Well, one day we'll have a house in Sussex. And in the morning, when the world's waking up, we'll go out through the wet grass and see the motherly old downs heaving themselves out of the mist. There'll be no more rumble of those guns from the western front, just the sound of a morning breeze stirring in the pines. I'll hold your hand then and say, forever, Elena.
Stefan, what is that noise?
Sounds like a crowd.
Open the window.
Why, it is a crowd. Look at them. They're filling the whole square.
Something has happened. Stefan, the door.
Stay where you are. I'll answer it. Who is it?
Fontenot, it's Tito and Medill.
Tito, Medill, what's the matter?
Close that door.
What's the matter? What's happened?
Plenty. Lenin's just been shot.
He is dying.
Lenin shot? When did this happen?
Half an hour ago.
You see what it means? With Lenin out of it, we still have a chance.
A chance? Where's Lafarge? Quick.
Gone to find Callahan.
If we can rally the outlying districts, we might pull through. It's worth a try anyway.
What are you going to do?
Oh, it's all right, Elena.
You're going to fight. You're going to start all over again.
It's my duty.
But what of us? Our life together. We were going to England.
But I can't go now, darling. Not right away.
I see. Then it meant nothing to you. I mean nothing to you.
Please, Elena, I can't expect you to understand this, but it's a chance again. It's a chance to help England.
A chance for more murder and bloodshed. That is what you mean. That's what you want. Oh, haven't there been enough of that already? Haven't enough men died because of you?
Darling, Elena.
You're to blame for all this. You with your petty plans and your filthy little schemes. Well, go on. Pass out your guns. You haven't murdered enough men yet. Shoot them down. Shoot them all down. But do not expect me to stand by watching.
Elena, come back here. Come back.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Before Errol, Flynn, and Francis Farmer continue our play, we hear from a woman who served for several years as a British agent at the very scene of tonight's story. She is Natalie Bucknall, head of the research department of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Last year, Mrs. Bucknall spoke to us on film research. Tonight, it's about her thrilling war experiences. Decorated by the Tsar for heroism as a nurse, she later joined the famous 2nd Women's Battalion of Death. Marrying Lieutenant Commander George Bucknall, an English naval officer stationed in St. Petersburg, she became a British subject. But like the hero of our play, Mrs. Bucknall was not officially connected with the British government. Ladies and gentlemen, Natalie Bucknall.
What I'd like to say, first of all, Mr. DeMille, concerns neither spying nor research. Merely as one of the countless women who must feel the same as I do, I want to thank the sponsors of this program for a product which saves us women so much time and money, Lux Flakes. Now for undercover experiences. They took place nearly 20 years ago, at a time of war, and I sincerely trust no one will interpret my remarks as a reflection against the nation for which I have every respect.
Tell us, Mrs. Bucknall, how did you become a secret agent?
It was at the time the Bolsheviks raided the British embassy in St. Petersburg, August 1918, a few months after they had made their separate peace with Germany. I was alone in a room when Captain Cromie, a British intelligence officer, dashed in, followed by the raider. He was shot before my eyes and died in my arms. Then the rest of us, about 10 Englishmen and 5 Americans and Frenchmen, were seized by the Cheka and imprisoned in Peter and Paul Fortress.
Did you escape or obtain your release?
I didn't escape, Mr. DeMille. I was released after 2 days. They thought that by letting me go, they could follow me, find out where we kept our funds, and intercept any communications that might come from England.
Rather an uncomfortable position. What did you do?
It may surprise you to learn that I went at once to the German chargé d'affaires. He may have been an enemy, but he also was a gentleman. Through him, I was able to get word back to England.
But what about your companions imprisoned in the fortress of Peter and Paul?
I managed to establish contact with them by eluding my pursuers and disguising myself sometimes as a peasant, sometimes as a servant girl or a nurse. By bribing first the guards and then a woman cook, I was able to get inside the prison several times. The cook admitted me in exchange for a pair of fashionable high-leather boots. Through her, the messages reached the prisoners. I knew that the more ingenious methods of concealment were the ones most likely to be found out. So I used the simplest, and my most successful ruse was to hide messages in cans of French sardines. After 6 weeks, the Bolsheviks decided to release our men if England would also release a group of Russian officials imprisoned in London. This was arranged, and the exchange negotiated in Sweden. But it wasn't until more than 2 years after the killing of Captain Cromie that England sent an official representative again to Russia.
I presume it was for this work, Mrs. Bucknall, that you were awarded the Order of the British Empire.
Partly for that, perhaps, and partly for what I was able to do when my husband and I returned a few months later to the south of Russia. He was then the British naval liaison officer attached to General Denikin's staff. It was my job, again unofficial, to remain at headquarters and convey the news to him at the front. I also was in charge of a military hospital. Looking back at these experiences, Mr. DeMille, they seem like a nightmare. Yet many of the things I learned during the war are very helpful to me in dealing with the problems of research that arise in our pictures at Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. And now, let's listen again to the play.
Very thrilling, Mrs. Bucknall. Errol, Flynn, and Francis Farmer resume the story of British Agent. With Lenin between life and death, mob hysteria rises to fever heat. Blame for the shooting has been laid to Stephen Locke and his friends, and the net of the Cheka tightens slowly about them. In the Garrett hideaway, their storehouse for guns and ammunition, Stephen and Medill work doggedly far into the night. In the flickering light of a candle, they check a list of their forces.
Londrovich, 20 men.
Send him 10 more rifles, 200 rounds of ammunition.
Right.
Next customer?
Petrovich, 40 men.
Miss Lafarge. Come in, Lafarge. Any news?
Yes. I have news.
What's the matter?
Delval is dead.
What?
Dead. They shot him an hour ago.
God. Why did it have to be him?
Well, I'm going to try to get through to General Stefanovich. He has the strongest counter-revolutionary forces in action. I need 500 rubles, Stephen.
Right. Here you are.
Oh, by the way, you fellows, I hear the Sheka has a list of all counter-revolutionaries. We are featured. Alors, au revoir. For a while.
Chiro.
So long, Lafarge.
All right, let's get on, madam. Who's the last one?
Petrovich, 40 men.
30 rifles, 400 rounds.
Androvich, 10 men.
10 rifles, 100 rounds.
Koskov, 15.
10 rifles.
What's that?
Machine gun.
Get away from that window. They got Lafarge. He's down there. He's lying in the street. He's dead.
Tell Val. Now, Lafarge. God.
They got him. Killed him. The dirty rat.
Easy, man.
They killed him.
Put down that gun.
I'll show them.
Put it down. Can't shoot, you fool. They'll locate the rifles, ammunition, everything.
Sorry, Locke. Lost my head. Hand me my coat, will you?
Where are you going?
Look up a friend of mine.
Who?
General Stefanovich.
Don't be a fool. You'll never get through.
Don't worry. I'll get through.
How?
I've got to think that up on the way.
Herbert speaking. What? Where'd you pick him up? Hold him, of course. He won't, eh? We'll see. Well, they've just arrested Medill.
Oh, Medill.
On his way to meet Stefanovich. You know him, Elenia?
Yes, I know him.
Oh. He refuses to talk as yet. We shall have to make him talk.
What can he tell you?
He's the only one left who knows where Stephen Locke is hiding. That's why I gave orders not to shoot him. We must find Stephen Locke.
But why, Pavlov? Why is it necessary to hunt down one lone man when there are so many?
Because our government is teetering. If Lenin dies and if these riots continue, it will fall. These riots must be stopped. Locke is one of the sources. He must be found. We can no longer think in terms of the present or of ourselves, Elenia. Love is of small concern now. I want you to go and see Medill in his cell. He knows you love Locke. Gain his confidence. Find out where Locke is hiding.
No.
You refuse?
Oh, haven't I done enough?
None of us have done enough.
But I love him. I love him.
You will go, do you hear?
No, please.
You will go.
On, Tom.
Oh. Hello, Elena.
I am sorry you're here, Medill.
Merely a stopover. I'm leaving tomorrow.
You are to be shot in the morning?
It was mentioned in my conversation with the Cheka.
Locke, where is he?
I'll tell you tomorrow at noon.
Oh, if only I could reach him.
You were rather fond of him, weren't you?
I love him.
You know, there used to be 4 of us. It wasn't bad then. We could play poker. But now with the rest of us almost gone, there's nothing for Locke to do but play solitaire. He's playing a lone hand now. He can't win. If he could only get out of the country. But how could he?
I might.
You might what?
I could get him out.
You didn't come here as a spy, did you? No woman could be that rotten, could she?
No.
All right, then. I'll tell you where he is. Go to number 11, Lubyanka. It's a garret over 2 vacant stores. You knock 3 and 2. The door is to left.
Number 11, Lubyanka.
Go on. He told you more than that.
It is a garret over 2 vacant stores. Knock 3 and 2 on the door to the left.
Good work, Elenia. I'll send a squad.
Oh, he isn't there now. He will not be until 9 o'clock.
It's 8 now.
Oh, but the place is filled with ammunition. He could kill 20 men before they reach the stairs.
Then the only way is to blow it up.
Blow it up?
A time bomb should do the trick. We'll plant it early, give everyone a chance to stand clear.
What? At what time?
We'll play safe. We'll set a bomb for 10 o'clock tonight. He's sure to be there.
Oh, he will be there.
At least, he'll never know.
No. He will never know.
Who's out there? Who's at that door? Answer or I'll shoot. Who is it?
Stefan,
Why are you here?
I wanted to be with you.
I see. Did you come in the line of duty?
No, Stefan. I have done my duty. It is finished. It is just you and I now. Listen, dear. Listen to me. It is 9 o'clock. In an hour, you and I, we are going away together.
What?
It is all arranged. Your work is done. So is mine.
How? I'll never get past that door, darling. They shoot me on sight. You know that?
Do not worry, darling. We have an hour to tell each other how happy we are going to be. A whole hour to love each other. Stefan, what time is it?
3 minutes of 10, darling. Why?
Oh, it seems to have gone so quickly.
Darling, is there anything wrong? Something you haven't told
Oh,
me?
no, darling. Stefan, kiss me. Hold me tight. Tell me you love me. Oh, tell me. Tell me, Stefan.
Oh, darling, I love you. I love you, Elaine. Listen. It's bells. Why, I wonder?
I do not know.
The crowd, they're yelling something. Do you hear? It's something about... It's about Lenin. Lenin lives. He's going to recover.
Then it is peace. The terror is over, oh, Stefan.
What's it mean?
Oh, it means we are free. They will empty the prison.
Then Madille's safe.
And we are, darling. We can go to England. Oh, God.
What?
Now, get out of here, Stefan. We have got to get out of here. Unlock the door.
But why?
Don't stop now, please. Please, Stefan. Open the door. Oh, quickly.
Lenny, are you mad?
Get down the stairs, out in the street. Hurry, Stefan.
What's all this about?
We have got to get away from here out into the street.
Give me a hand. Here we are. Look, out that way.
Oh, stay near me, Stefan. Stay near me. Do not leave me.
It's all right, darling. We're out now. Elena, will you please tell me what you're... Elena.
Are you all right, Stefan?
Yes, darling. You knew what was going to happen.
Yes, but that is over now, Stefan. We are free to go. Our life is beginning again.
You knew what was going to happen, and you stayed with me.
That was my duty, too.
Errol, Flynn, and Francis Farmer rejoin us later. If you saw such hit pictures as David Copperfield, Libel's Lady, The Thin Man, A Tale of Two Cities, and The Good Earth, you've seen on the screen the name of tonight's guest, one of the world's most famous exceptions, the rule that it takes a man to make clothes for women. She's a native of England and established her reputation in the stage and productions throughout Europe, then in New York, and finally in Hollywood. Now at Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios, she creates styles for stars like Myrna Loy, Virginia Bruce, Louise Reiner, Maureen O'Sullivan. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Dolly Tree.
Thanks, Mr. DeMille. I could begin to talk now about nothing but Lux Flakes and still not have time enough to say half what I'd like to about your wonderful product.
That's very nice. But we want to hear something about clothes, too. But you go ahead, and I'll interrupt you when I think it's time to change the subject.
Fine. The outstanding quality I found in Lux is a feeling of utter cleanliness that it gives to clothes. It leaves them with a freshness no other soap seems to impart.
Our wardrobe department at MGM uses Lux Flakes constantly, just as they do at every other major studio. What I've discovered personally is how good they are for silk stockings and woolens. It keeps a woolen sweater, for instance, just as soft, fleecy, and elastic as when it was brand new. I've also found out that women have such faith in Lux that they don't work so hard when laundering a garment. And because of this fact, that you don't have to use so much effort with Lux, your clothes don't lose their shape. Lux means less work and a better job.
Thank you, Miss Tree. But what about the clothes themselves? What makes a woman well-dressed?
An ability to select simple clothes of good quality, with the thought that the most important thing is not her wardrobe, but herself. What I mean is that clothes should emphasize the woman first and then the style.
Now, do clothes make the woman, or does the woman make the clothes?
Well, everybody has some one good point to emphasize. If a girl has lovely feet and legs, she should spend most of her money on shoes and stockings. If her hands are particularly nice, it's smart to attract attention to them by wearing conservative jewelry and keeping her fingers well groomed. If she has lovely teeth, let her wear a collar or a necklace that will direct the eye to her smile. Don't pay any attention to styles unless you're comfortable in them. Wear the kind of clothes in which you'll feel the best. Then you'll look your best.
Has the coronation been as important an event in the realm of clothes as it has been to history?
The coronation hasn't affected clothes a great deal, Mr. DeMille, though the Duke of Windsor and the former Mrs. Simpson have created some style trends. The Duke's stay in Austria has started a vogue for short Tyrolean sweaters made of thick, heavy wool, while one of the popular new colors, a sort of hyacinth shade, is known as Wallace blue.
Well, apart from colors and styles, Miss Tree, have there been any really new ideas in clothes recently?
Well, we're popularizing a new type of fabric, Mr. DeMille, called hand-painted mousseline. This material is like a stiff chiffon, with the design painted on by hand. For those who can afford it, hand-painted mousseline assures absolute individuality in gowns without a chance of it being copied.
But what about those who can't afford to gild the lily in that fashion?
Well, if your income is limited, don't buy many clothes, but get good ones. If you want an example of what the right clothes can do, pay attention to Una Merkel in Saratoga. For the first time, Una has the opportunity of playing a glamorous role. Working with such a lovely girl as Una, my job was really easy. But it proves what clothes can do in creating a new personality.
On behalf of the ladies, thank you, Miss Tree. A checkup of our stars since their last appearance in the Lux Radio Theater shows that Errol Flynn, after spending several weeks at the battlefronts of Spain, has returned to the comparative calm of Warner Brothers Studio, where he's just completed a new film with Kay Francis called